That's true. And I to everyone.
Yeah, man, it is such a pleasure to have you here
Yeah.
on the
Thank
desk
you.
together with me. And yeah, I know a little thing, a little bit about how seeing your country's words on the crest. You know, we had that in Singapore just a couple months ago. So I have a sense of pride, right, to see the Singapore logo on the crest. So extremely, extremely, yeah, grateful to also be here.
Yeah.
You know,
We've
but
been there before.
exactly. So going into today's matchup, the first matchup we have for you guys is going to be a purple steel and blue steel matchup. Purple steel is not a deck to count out, right? I
Yeah,
think
sure.
it is going to be one of the higher meta shares. You know, we've seen a little bit of a counter come up with blurples, especially in Singapore. Thinking back to the BO1 competition that we had in Singapore, we saw blurple actually countering purple steel. Right, so yeah, I mean, I think Purple Steel stands a really good chance in this format as well. But Blue Steel is a deck that we can't count out.
But the most important thing is that if we can see Blue Steel can do the standard 2-4-6, turn 2 Tipo, turn 4 Cinderella, or turn 6 Goliath, and then they will take control all the game.
That's right.
No matter on the play or on the draw. Yeah. So let's see.
Yep. Okay, so but anyways, let's see what the players are actually here, what they're fighting for. Let's take a look at the prize walls. I think these players here, yeah, I mean, look, top 32, you get your Pride Protector foil mat.
Yeah.
Oh, you get you get the promo card. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, and the top 60, we can have Elsa Ice Maker Challenge, a foil promo card.
Yeah, and the top 8, you get the challenge playmat, and the Elsa playmat.
Yeah, and the top 4, that's all we wanted. This is Gold Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Taylor. We have 4 cards presented to the top 4 players of this Disney Locana Challenge here.
Yeah, and in top 2, you get your full foil set, including the Enchanters as well as the Epics.
Yeah.
And the coveted first place prize, you also get a foil uncut sheet, rare sheet.
And the trophy, right?
That's right. And on top of that, the top first place, or the winner of the Hong Kong DLC
can directly go to the Worlds, right?
The World Championships, exactly.
Yeah.
The Disney Locana World Championships. That's something which I'm sure people are, kind of fighting for, and this is why people all over the world have flown into Hong Kong to compete in this. But yeah, so guys, we are heading over to the player cast in just a bit. But let's talk about the Purple Steel versus Blue Steel matchup a little bit, right? So Purple Steel, I think they're trying to go wide, right? They're trying to build up the board as fast as they can. They have a lot of 1-drops, a lot of 2-drops, a lot of 3-drops.
They have the best 3-drops in the game.
That's true.
Among the game, yeah. The 4-4 body. When they deploy the 3-drops on the game, and you have to scare about whether you quest or not, because they can trade your card easily.
Yeah, they're really efficient.
Any damage.
Yeah, for sure, man. They're really efficient with the trades. But we're going to go straight into the player's profile right now. I believe we have Wacky that's going to be on the left-hand side, and we have Chinawood who is going to be on the right-hand side. These two, Wacky on the left,
Wacky is using Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, right. Wacky is on Amethyst Steel and Purple Steel, as we like to call it here. He is a player from Singapore, and I believe Chinawood is one of the players from Thailand. So players that have both traveled traveled from abroad to come down and play. We do see a really strong, really standard start, I think, from Wacky, right? We saw the ink of the Strength of the Raging Fire. Probably wanted to keep that, but I'm guessing there wasn't too much that Wacky could ink. Plays the Captain Hook on the left, and on the right, we have Chinawood playing the Nick Wild.
Wow, we can see he used a different build for this Blue Steel. And we can see that Wacky plays Calhoun, and he makes Chinawood a bit hard to quest.
Yeah, no, but I mean, look at that. The Nick Wild in a Blue Steel deck. I'm just wondering if it's
detective.
Going to be, yeah, exactly, a detective Blue Steel instead of your standard Blue Steel.
What I mean, the cards. He's not playing Ramping.
No, yeah, the cards that we're seeing here are completely different.
Yeah.
It's not
detective, another detective, right?
It is not your standard blue steel deck that we're
Oh,
so used to.
wow.
You know, where they're playing, where they're going for the heavy ramp kind of compositions. They're going for the the big drops. You know, where all the top decks are
That's
extremely
interesting.
valuable. He is going for the detective build, which is slightly more of a aggro slash mid range kind of build. The Nick Wild is one drop 2/2. As well as the Minnie Mouse, I believe. Whenever you quest, you gain a detective or something along those
Wacky
lines.
plays a standard 1-2-3. Turn 1 Captain Hood, turn 2 Calhoun, and turn 3 Genie. He made a big tempo to play against Chinawood. So let's see how Chinawood responds. So
Yeah. I mean, look here. So the Minnie Mouse here, right? For those of you who are slightly unfamiliar, when you play this character, chosen detective character gains alert this turn. So it was he played the Minnie Mouse just as a tempo play. There wasn't a second, or rather, a trigger of her ability. And of course, we see Chinook dropping the Lexington. This is the 3-drop
Yeah.
that you were talking about just now.
yeah.
Right? So much value on the board. 3-drop 4/4.
So we can see that they keep spreading tempo and waiting for maybe Demona or Elsa for Wacky to start cleaning Chinawood's tempo.
Yeah, and look, I mean, this is kind of detective
Whoa.
build that Chinawood is playing, right? I think the Sapphire cards that he's adding in is stuff like the Judy Hops, right? Judy Hops. There's so many different variations of Judy Hops. Actually, we've got the
Yeah.
Hops that that destroys an item that
Yeah.
draws you a card. We've also got the big Hops.
Alert and resist +2.
Exactly.
For all detective characters.
Exactly. We see Pete's as well. This build is a very interesting build, actually coming out from Chinawood right from game number 1. Yeah, 2 Lexingtons, man. You said it earlier, right?
Yeah.
Lexington is such a good value card, and I'm expecting to see him start questing. Yeah, because there's not much on Wacky side of the board that can deal with these Lexingtons, right? So questing here is extremely safe.
Is questing or singing?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He's thinking about singing or
It could be Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, correct. And he took down the Genie first.
Yeah, Genie Wish Fulfilled, right? Such a good card if you kind of get rid of it because it has evasive. But I'm just wondering whether Chinawood actually needed to do that because look, now he's only at 1 card, right? So that means he is going to be playing this top deck game
already. Yeah,
exactly, right? So I'm wondering, if it was really necessary to kind of get rid of the Genie right away, but Chinawood probably decided that the Genie Wish Fulfilled was too big of a threat, so decides to get rid of it right from the get-go.
So let's see how Wacky responds because he already lost a really threat of Genie. Oh, we can see Elsa is on his hand. So let's see how he's going to plan.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the Elsa, the only thing that he can get rid of is either the Nick Wild or Captain Hook. Captain Hook here probably being a slightly more valuable option to get rid of. But no, he uses
the bow on Lexington.
I mean, look, right? We talked about it. It is such a big tempo. It saves you so much tempo.
A threat for all evasive characters, Lexington.
Yeah, so if you get rid of the Lexington, you're then able to just slowly develop your board from there, right? So we do see the Calhoun get taken down, but without gaining Wacky 2 lore, right? So right now Wacky should be at 2 lore because of the Calhoun. But the trade-off for that is that Wacky only has 1 character on his side of the board.
But it's hard for Chinawood right now because no matter Nick Wido but also Minnie Mouse, they are all a bit lower strength characters. So it's hard to whoa, dog.
Yeah, so you see, so that's what he was going for, right? He was aiming for emptying his hand,
clean up his hand and keep the rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Draws himself a Strength of a Raging Fire as well as 1 other unidentified card. But I think we will be seeing the Strength of the Raging Fire gets rid of the Genie, Sated Dragon. So Wacky here, characterless on his side of the board, but Chinawood starting to gain lore for himself. So right now at 3-2, Wacky needs to do something about this board.
And so he's now using the Elsa to tap the dog. And let's see.
Yeah, look, they also
Who's
should just be
gonna-
getting rid of the Captain Hook here.
Captain
Yeah,
Hook,
I think
should be.
that is the right choice. You know, puts 1 damage on himself, but prevents a 3 damage swing from the Captain Hook if he was going to attack. Right, so here Wacky is in a decent spot. You know, the character is evasive,
Yeah,
right?
a
And
bit sad for Chinawood is that he really plays detective film for his Bruce Steel. You can see that.
yeah, so that is Francine, I believe, that's coming
Yeah.
down. Francine here is just a
A
detective.
4-3.
Yeah,
4-3
4-3 with resist. So resist is fairly annoying for Wacky to kind of deal with. But if he is able to kind of reestablish his board, he can then just use the Strength of the Raging Fire to get rid of something like the Francine. Francine is a threat. However, Chinwood here is his board, right? Only has 1 lore questing characters, right? So it is going to be a while for him to actually reach his 20 lore count. When Wacky here can slowly start redrawing his cards, reestablishing
This is
dominance.
good news for Wacky.
Yep, and just slowly take the game, but he is on a timer.
Yeah, so let's see Wacky how Wacky responds.
Yeah, Hypnotic Strength there being inked. Trying to think what he's going to be, I guess,
Another 4
using his
drop.
cards for. Yeah, 4 drop. I think the Genie. No, it is.
The bow.
Wow.
Wow.
That is 2 Hero Thunderbolts being used here. 2 drop for the duck.
Oh, yeah. So he's refilling as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wacky is in the game, right? Gets rid of the Francine that Chinawood just put down. Keep in mind, Chinawood does not, I think, have a hand left. All his
He's
cards
playing
has
top-
been used already. Yes, he's playing off the top deck. So here, Wacky, once
What raging fuck.
just clearing Chinawood's board there, singing song after song, hurling spell, action after action on Chinawood's side. So right now, Wacky is slightly more into control of the game.
He's aiming to stop Chinawood from questing for lore to gaining a massive advantage farther.
That's right. That's right. Instead of widening the advantage that Chinawood actually has, Wacky is limiting the options of Chinawood now. Chinawood thinking whether he should be questing with the mini. If he quests with the mini, Wacky here has to actually answer with both the Elsa and the Doc, because Mini is a 3 strength character, a 3 HP character, together with the Doc. So, Wacky can't actually efficiently trade. Can't do a 1-for-1.
Yeah, even though Nick Weidel was taken down, and he still has 3 loss advantages here. So for Wacky, he's still behind.
Nah, look, Wacky's fine, right? He's established board control. He's also started to get his draws on board with the Genies. All Wacky is looking for is probably a Dumbo here. 1 drop. What could it be?
Captain Hook.
Of course, it is a Captain Hook here.
Yeah.
Captain Hook, very strong 1 drop. Has the assault, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, has the Challenger +2. So very, very, very strong 1 drop character. Effectively a 3-2 on the board.
So Wacky is going to take down the Minnie Mouse, right? So he's still thinking.
Yeah, still thinking about it. So I think
Or judge interview.
Yeah, no, because he's already announced the attacks. I believe the Elsa is going to be used to get. So it's a 2-into-1 trade, which is what I was saying. That was slightly inefficient, but I think he didn't really have much of a choice.
But at least Elsa is still evasive.
Yep, that is right.
Yeah.
So
Chinawood could not. Wow.
Yeah. So Chinwood here playing the big Genie.
The 4 strength, 7 willpower with 2 laws, and this is what Wacky want. He created a big troubles for Wacky because he can trade it a lot of characters from Wacky with this Genie.
Yeah, exactly. This Genie.
And this Genie is also a detective character.
Really?
Yes, you can check. Yeah.
Yeah.
He can use the 4 drop Judy to find out this Genie.
That is nuts. Yeah, and, I mean, look, today I learned that the Genie investigating is a detective, but he has also got a really strong stat line, right? 4-7 with questing 2 is kind of nutty there.
Yeah, they covered the disadvantages of this detective film deck because as you have seen, detective decks they have low drops, lower strength characters on the play, but this genie not only have two law value, but also he has a 4/7, a very big threat for Wacky.
Yeah, he is incredibly beefy. Genie here, once he gets something like alert, right? Because I believe the Judy Hobbs, the 6-drop Judy Hobbs does give all detectives alert.
The most important is that this genie is inkable, so which means he can place 4 on this deck.
That's true. That is very true. And 5 is not a hard number for you to get to. Seems like Wacky is going to be trading the Captain Hook into the Pete and just slowly clearing Chynowith's board, right? Wacky is trying to establish board control once again. Chynowith here only has the Genie in the top deck. Seems like he is drawing a Kriki with the alert. So this Kriki could potentially be annoying for the Genie. Wacky has to be careful with what he's going to be questing with the Elsa or the Genie. If not, the Kriki can actually come in and cause could mess up Wacky's kind of board.
Yeah, and the game turns to another scenario that whether Wacky can stop Chynowith from questing the Genie, or whether he's going to lose the game, because there are already 10 laws advantages.
Yeah, 11 actually.
11, yeah, sorry.
But, no. But here, look, Wacky does draw into the Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat going to be able to start putting some damage and spreading some damage across the board. We have 2 damage being shifted over to the Genie here. Wacky needs to be careful when he's questing, but no, it looks like there's a song.
Yeah?
He's singing Strength of the Raging Fire. That's 4 damage, just 1 trade. That is actually a pretty dang good trade for the side of Wacky here. Just trades his Pal's Guard with the Genie. Yeah, and I think this is really, really wise choice, because once Wacky gets rid of this Kriki, trades into the Genie or the Elsa.
Oh my goodness.
I take it back. Any kind of advantage is now wiped from the board.
And he draws Judy Hobbs, the 4-drop Judy Hobbs. So Chynowith is now thinking about whether he inked the Scuttle and plays the Judy Hobbs to keep searching cards. Yes, he did. So let's see the coming 3 cards he can see.
That's a Nick Wild. That's a Judy Hobbs. He draws the Judy Hobbs into the Judy Hobbs. Judy Hobbs is actually the glue that's kind of bringing this deck together, right? It actually allows you to find for more detectives. I believe on play, you look at the top 3 cards. Yeah, it goes to his hand.
This goes to your hand.
Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Find a detective, put it into your hand, and then put the rest of the cards at the bottom of your deck. So this allows you to thin your deck and search for important detective cards like the Shift Judy Hobbs.
And he traded with the
Genie.
Kriki, and one more I want to emphasize is that Judy Hobbs is not only a on play trigger ability, but also whenever she questing, she can also look for top 3 cards of the deck and search for other detective characters. For example, other Genie.
Oh
yes. I think this is what he's looking for. Oh,
you see, it's funny, right? Because you see the Hades looking for a DOB play. Wacky kind of smiles there a little bit. He's like, okay, you can either get rid of your search engine or your draw engine, or you can give me 2 cards. But I think this is the right choice, right? Because Chynowith, we all saw Chynowith get the Judy Hobbs off the earlier Judy Hobbs trigger, so he doesn't necessarily need the Judy Hobbs at this point in time. We are going to see the 4-drop Judy Hobbs coming down. So once again, we're going to be cycling through the deck.
For 3 cards first.
That is the item Judy Hobbs. But no, he is finding himself. That looks like the Donald Duck, the detective Donald Duck. Man,
Wacky check every Chynowith detective's plays.
I mean, look here, right? I don't think detective is necessarily the deck that I was thinking of when I was coming into today's DLC. Right? So props to Chynowith for bringing in such a deck and having the confidence to do so as well.
So we can see that in these few turns, the questing speed of Chynowith is kind of slowed down already by Wacky's. Not just Cheshire Cat, but also by the Hades.
Yeah, look, I mean, The cards are slowly, sorry, Wacky is slowly gaining control. You know, this is what Purple Steel is meant to do. We do see a second Cheshire Cat off the top. It's going to be doing so much work. This Hades is going to be pretty happy to trade into
In
the dock because every damage counter now on Wacky's side of the board is effectively damage that he can use to slowly gain his board advantage against Chinawood here. What a top deck from Wacky.
Oh yeah, and there's still big pressure for Wacky because he still have to think how to solve every detective cast placed by Chinawood, because his Chinawood is now already 14 laws right now, and not far away to claim the victory.
Yeah, but you see here, the thing is, Chinawood is playing a deck which can't actually gain a lot of instant lore, right?
Yeah.
So
He's
his
checking
14
for
is a slow grind. Every single time he finds a character, he single time he
Yeah.
finds a detective, he is going to be able to just put it in his hand, put it on the board. But they still need a turn to quest, right? So that is Wacky's advantage. But in saying that, Wacky has actually used a lot of actions already,
Yeah.
right? If you think about it, he's used at least three Strength of Raging Fires. He's used at least 2 He Hurdles Thunderbolts. So that
Not sure if Wacky plays Demoner or Elsa's.
Yeah.
More Elsa's on his deck.
I'm
But
pretty
he
sure we'll see
really need
4.
these cards. Yeah. Wow.
That's the Christoph.
Yeah.
That is
The ramping Christoph.
Yeah, I came in a little bit too late, I think. You know, but he
But
right now Chinawood just
The low
needs,
value is quite good for Chinawood.
for sure. And right now, all Chinawood needs is just characters on the board. We do see a total of 5 potential lore that Chinawood can gain. 4 lore in next turn, right?
Yeah.
Potentially. And he's got 1 more lore in his board. Chinawood is very close to taking this first game, but don't count Purple Steel out yet. Purple Steel still has the tools to kind of slowly come back in. And we do see a 4 ink
cost
being
played.
used, potentially.
Is it boat?
I mean, if he gets a boat here, boat is going to be very useful getting rid of this Christoph. You can't give these 2 quests, 2 lore characters, you know, a turn, right? To survive.
Yeah, I
If
bet
you do, it's kind of rough.
Is it boat, right?
I mean, I would assume so, right? Because we see 4 should be a bolt, but he's thinking maybe he wants to sing it, but it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, I see what Wacky's trying to think of. He's trying to see if he has enough ink to kind of boost, right? Because then he can use the Hades, for example, to trade into the Judy Hobbs here, and then boost damage over to something like the Christoph or the Judy Hobbs for a potential.
But this is a big
2
gamble
turn.
for Wacky.
This is a huge turn. I mean, depending on how he sequences it, it could potentially
me, I will-
win him the game.
For me, I would rather take out the Christoph first. Oh no!
Oh, it's a genie. Okay, so
Genie.
it's not a Hero to Thunderbolts here, giving him a little bit more hand resource, card resource that he desperately needs, right?
Yeah.
So we do see Cheshire Cat questing or thinking about what he's doing.
Not
Yeah, here we go.
sure.
We do
Yeah.
see the quest from the Judy
Challenge
Hobbs.
The Judy Hobbs.
Judy
Check it
Hobbs
out.
will get taken down. 3 damage on the Cheshire Cat gives Wacky.
And he
Just
still
one
have 2
shift.
law for the boost.
Yep. Okay, he has 2 more ink for the boost from the Cheshire Cat. So depending on what he has, so choosing
Oh.
when he's gonna put it.
Oh, and the reason why Wacky struggling on Genie, because he could have used the 4 inks to trigger both Cheshire Cat's
That's right.
boost ability to move.
Oh! Draws the strength of a raging
Rage-
fire off the
oh!
genie. This is what
His
he
confidence,
desperately
yeah.
needed.
Wow!
These top decks are absolutely nuts.
Wow! You can see that sad face on Chinawood's face.
Yeah, I mean, look, that Christoph was going to be
Wow.
essential for Chinawood to kind of come back to kind of
Wow.
close this game up. But without the 2 quester, without the Judy Hobbs on the board, it means he can't find more detectives off the top. So Wacky here in control now. The strength of the Raging Fire was exactly what he needed.
And also, I don't see any way Chinawood can turn it back, because the tempo has already turned it to Wacky already.
Yeah, Wacky is now in full control of this game. He has the Elses, he has the Cheshires, he
and-
has Hades.
And he has also 6 laws on his board. And so he can turn over the game within 2 rounds.
Yeah, and look, Chinua only has that mini mouse on the board, which is only questing for one. So the item cut the plate armor here, I think, only gives resist to the Kristoff, but that resist is not going to be enough. A shift of damage counters from the
Yeah.
Treasure card boost is just going to clear the Kristoff.
He simply used the ability, yes, correct, to move 1 damage on Kristoff to banish it.
Yeah, the plate armor here ain't going to be doing too much. Kristoff gets banished, and now Wacky in full control with the Giant Cobra as well.
Oh.
Giant Cobra just going to be slowly gaining the lore, not going to be using its ability. So we do see, I think that is 6 lore on the board for Wacky. He's just
So
one
he's
more turn.
calling the game.
Wacky is currently at lethal, and Chinua does not have a hand card. Can Chinua top deck anything important? That is
It's
going to be the Judy Hobbs, but it's a little bit too little, too late.
I think it's game.
Yeah, I think this is going to be game. I think that Donald Duck ain't gonna be doing too much here. Chinua just making sure that there's nothing else that he can do. And there you go. Chinua declares that is
Wow.
game. That was such a fun game to watch. You know, that blue steel
Yeah, you can see how
as well.
You can see how we leave the Wacky on his face.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure, man. Look,
He's
that
under
game was
extreme pressure on 17 loss.
yeah, that game was amazing. You know, look, that was not on my bingo cards.
Yes.
Right, I did
the
not-
Raging Vice is important. The important draw.
Yeah, I mean,
And we which also means that the gamble is correct. He's right. And he win the gamble.
that's true. The gamble was definitely something that I think Chinua was.
Yes, because he
Oh, no,
he
no,
could
the
have-
Wacky was.
the Wacky, yeah. He could have used 4 inks on both Cheshire Cat.
Yep.
To shift the counters on the Kristoff.
Yeah, for sure, man. I
But
mean,
he's not going to do that. I'm going to bet it and bet the Raging Fire and place it on to clean your board.
yeah. Look, I'm not sure
Wow.
how much Wacky had that planned. I don't think Wacky planned to draw his last Strength of Raging Fire. You
That
know, if
was
you think
my
about it,
mind.
that was the last one.
Yeah.
All right, because he used 2. He inked 1.
And also
He had
he-
1 more in
he-
the deck.
And he also inked the Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Yeah.
Which means he doesn't have anything to move the board.
Yeah,
Move-
yeah, he's
move
got,
Chinu's board.
he can't necessarily trade without the Elsa, right? Or at least
Yeah.
trade ready character, because the Elsa does allow you to exert one of your opponent's characters, right? So honestly, that game was so fun to watch, right?
Yeah.
Blue Steel Detectives was not what one of the
It's not
decks I
what
was
we
predicting.
predicted. Yeah.
See, I thought we were gonna see the traditional Blue Steel, so I was
Yeah.
so ready to cast like the long game, right? Oh, top deck into the Goliath, top
And-
deck
yeah.
into you
That's
know
what we
the
predicted.
Vitenzos. But no, it's just Judy Hobbs all the way. The
Yeah.
rabbit was carrying Chinua. I have to say, you know,
Yeah.
Judy Hobbs, incredible card if you're playing a detective synergy deck.
What I can say, he used a bit out of meta strategy,
Yeah.
and which makes every opponent to check his card
Hey, but look, in a BO1 situation, I
because
fully expect.
they don't have such informations.
Yes, right.
They never predict. Oh, I will play against Detective Blue Steel.
No, I mean that's
It's
like I said,
never
it's
gonna
not on
happen.
any one of our predictions, right? And
Yeah.
on top of that, I would also do want to add that that's what the advantage I think of a BO1 situation is, right? Where you
Yeah.
can bring in decks like this, where people aren't ready for it, right? People aren't prepared for, and you can just kind of take your games through that, right? At least in the Swiss rounds when it's still BO1. Because once we get to top cut, I believe it'll start to be a BO3. But right now in the Swiss rounds, this is how you get into top 64. So if you're looking to get to kind of cheese your way a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Into getting your top 64, this is how you do it. You play these kind of decks which are a little bit more aggro, a little bit off meta, right? And from there you can just hope and pray that you sneak your way in.
But luckily, we can still see how he plays the Blue Steel very well, because he really gave Raki a really high pressure, especially on 17 loss. Wow, I can see that Raki's hand kept shaking.
Yeah, man. I mean, look,
When-
Chinua was this close
Yeah.
close to actually getting getting a win.
Yeah, and so and that's why this is how we like Locana, and
Yeah.
because you never expect what you can play against,
That's right.
especially in this large event.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, look, Blues, like you said, I think this is the fun of Lacarna, right? I
Yeah.
feel like, yes, there are meta decks, right? There are your Blurples, there are your Blue-Greens, there are your Amber Steels, your dogs.
So
But I feel like if you are able to find your winning strategy and you're able to kind of form a deck and build well, right? Almost anything can work.
yeah, and
Right.
you know what? He could have win the game, but just because of maybe the Judy Hops couldn't find any 2-drops detectives like Genie, or if he can find one at least 1-2 lost character, I think he can get this win.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break, so we'll catch you guys in just a bit. Stick around, and we'll be here for game number 2.
See you later.
Well, while we wait, how's everybody enjoying Winter Spell? For those of you that are already testing with proxies or in other means, how are we feeling about it? No, what have I done? Sorry I'm late. Y'all had to take baby out to dinner. Is this the DLC Hong Kong? BZ, it is. It is the DLC, the Hong Kong DLC. It is a best of one for everyone that's not watching the chat. It is a best of one, 7 rounds, 30-minute rounds, top cut of top 32. At top 32, from what I can tell, it goes to best of 3. And then I do not know if finals will be a best of 5 or not. So we will see. But yeah, round 1 just ended. So Blue-Green Clarabelle can just stay put, I've learned. I think Blue-Green Sapphire Emerald is going to have to go back to 3-cost Clarabelles. I really do, because there's a lot of ways to deal with the 1-cost cow now. In particular, Tigger. Tigger is actually really good at slowing that cow down, and it allows the purple decks to empty their hands before they can get Shift Clarabelle down. So, Steel Song is fun again. I agree, man. It is. God, is it different to play though? Like it is so strange to play now compared to what it used to be. Especially we did it Infinity Night the other night, and my Infinity Steel Song list is a mill deck, and so to play Winter Spell Steel Song and that Steel Song, so weird. But yes, it is fun to play again, and not tier 1 at all. I don't think there's a way we can make it tier 1. Maybe high tier 2, low tier 1.5. Xandru, yeah. So Zan's probably on, I would imagine he's on his OTK list. And yes, I think drawing in a best of 7, like that's not good. Like he definitely needs to win out the rest of the day. King haven't started testing yet, but I think it'll be an interesting meta. I agree, man. I really do. I think we're in for a good time with the meta. So I think it is gonna be fun. I think it is gonna be fun, and we'll kind of just see what happens. So. I'm just reading the chat. I'll make it all bigger once the games begin again. And then I'll shut up again. We can listen to the casters. So
And we are back.
Wow. Production
guys,
is
look, Tom
amazing
looks a little bit
today.
different here, but no, this is not Tom, guys.
Yeah, I'm not Tom. Hi, everyone. I'm Anson. I'm from Hong Kong.
Yeah, well, welcome to the desk, Anson. I'm
let's
so
watch some
happy to
games.
have you here on the desk with me.
Yeah.
So, Anson, how long have you been playing Lorcana for?
I'm playing since set 4, right before the Ursula's return.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's a big difference between right now because we are in Hong Kong. We are right now is using set 5 to set 10 after set rotation, and it's a Build 1 format. It's a little bit different from then.
Yeah, man, I can totally imagine it is completely
Yeah.
different. But yeah, that was good. Anson, so happy to have you here with us. So guys, if you're tuning in, we are here in Hong Kong with the Disney Lorcana Challenge. It is a BO1 format, and we are playing set 10 Whispers in the Well.
Yep.
This is unlike what we've seen, I think, over in Japan and China, where they are playing set 7 right now.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
yes.
this is the latest set we are playing in the DLC Richmond format. And if you guys were tuning in for DLC Singapore, it's the exact same format.
Yeah.
So, Anson, what do you think? Who do you think is gonna win this whole thing? Not who, but which deck?
I mean, right before our casting, I prefer the Amber Amethyst. I told you about before because I like the combo, and it still have another mechanism that one turn kill, right?
Yeah, the OTK, man.
Yeah, OTK
Look,
method. Yeah.
If the Amber Amethyst deck, the yellow purple deck manages to get
Yeah.
the OTK off on stream, I will go ballistic.
The combo is awesome, and it's difficult to do, but it's the game-winning method.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like I said, I mean, you've said it right? It's not easy to pull off, but
Yeah.
when you pull it off, it feels amazing.
Yeah.
Like
It's like the magical moment. It's
It is,
Disney,
it
not
is.
Connor, right?
exactly, it's full of magical moments here.
Yeah.
But you know what else is a magical moment?
Yep.
When you sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and shift your Prince Philip up to their 9 cost,
Yeah.
just wipes out your opponent's entire board.
Yeah.
Feels so good as well, man.
Yeah. The board wipe for right now until maybe the next set it was a little bit different, but right now it's only board wipe method. It's difficult to do it, but it's good. It's lovely to see the game go like this.
Yeah, that's right. You know, I mean, you said it's hard to pull off. It's definitely easier to pull off than the Amber Amethyst
of course.
OTK combination. But you know, when you play 4 copies of MMS, you play 4 copies of Prince Philip 3 costs, or you play 4 copies of the 9 cost Prince Philip. You
a lot
play
of different components, but yes.
exactly. You know, you play Visions of the Future. You play Development Brain. You have so
you're
many
talking about the
cards.
Sapphire Emerald.
Yeah, and, you know,
but I saw that some players they're using another combinations, but still using this format. This combo it still feels so good to wipe their opponent's board.
which deck do you see this in?
Yeah, I just saw the players using the Emerald Amethyst,
Ah,
but
not the aggro
one.
variant.
Yeah, I love the aggro one. I like the Incaster one, but it's still another control, another.
They play with the Cuscos, right?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. So this is. It feels a bit like the Emerald. Sorry. The Emerald Amethyst of the past, right? Where it's a little bit slower. It's a little bit more control style.
Yeah.
You play your Cuscos to kind of replace itself. You play the big Cuscos to bottom deck one of your opponent's characters, and then you still have the 3 cost Prince Philips as well as the 9 cost Prince Philips. Interesting.
Yeah.
That was also not on my bingo list for today, actually.
Yeah. What's your pick?
I mean, like I was leaning heavily towards Sapphire Sapphire Emeralds. If I was
Sapphire
playing
Emerald,
today, I would have definitely played the blue-green deck. I think blue-green is such a good, strong combination. As I was
Yeah,
saying, there's so many ways for you to find that Prince Philip combination, and now the deck lists are just running the most consistent variant where you're
Yeah.
able to pull off the MMS/Prince Philip combo
Yes.
basically every single game, right? But you know what, Anson, let's look at what is at stakes for the players today. We did a bit of a recap earlier, but top 32, I think you get the Simba card, purple card.
Yeah, let's watch our prize war today.
Oh no, it's the top card. Sorry, prize ball. Yeah,
prize
there we
ball.
go. That is the prizes for today. So if you get 3 wins,
Yes, you get the Mulan
charging
Challenger
ahead,
yeah.
the foil promo.
Yes, and top 32, if I remember correctly, is you can get the Elsa Ice Maker.
The
from-
Simba.
Simba. All
Yeah.
right. Sorry, my bad.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you get a Simba Pride Protector for top 32, I believe, and then top 16, you get the Elsa
yeah,
Ice Maker
yes.
promo. And these are the foil variants.
Yeah, you can't get it from the price war.
That's
The
right.
price war, you can only get non-foil one.
Yeah, but hey, look, guys, if you guys are in Hong Kong and you guys are around the area, I suggest you come down to the Hopewell Hotel. There are heaps of side events for players to come down and play, where you can get the prize, the tickets, right? And
Yes.
the tickets you can exchange for fantastic prizes on the prize wall. We saw, I think, the oversized cards.
Yeah, first card, the uncut sheet.
The uncut sheet, oh my gosh, the
Yes.
uncut sheets are beautiful, right?
Right. So-
And you also get, I believe, the
Cap,
caps,
Our Elsa pin.
the Elsa
Yeah,
pins,
yeah,
the
yes.
fantastic Elsa pins.
Yep.
So there's so many things for players, for people to come down and participate in the the side events.
Yeah, in the side event, or you are firstly joining into Disney Corner. We got the demo sessions that we can teach you how to play our games and just feel the hype of our Disney Corner community.
Yeah, exactly. So look, I think if you're around the area or if you've ever wanted to come for a DLC,
Yeah.
do plan to come down. I think that we have a DLC happening in Taiwan, in Taipei, Taiwan. I believe that is going to be in
Next month.
March, right?
March.
Yeah,
The middle of March.
in the
Yeah.
middle of March. So if you guys are planning on flying out for a DLC, Taipei is going to be the next one in Asia.
Yeah.
So do make your plans. Though, look at your book your hotels, book your flight tickets. Tickets are already, I think the dates have already been revealed.
Yep.
But let's talk a little bit more about the meta now. Let's shift the conversation, right? So Whispers in the Well was an incredible set, right? We saw so many good cards coming in that enabled and empowered, I think, some of the old decks, right? So let's talk about the 5 cards that we have here.
Well, we just thought about the Treasure Cat is doing
So much work.
So much work
Yeah.
in the previous game.
Yeah.
Keep moving damage, and he didn't. The Treasure Cat didn't even need to quest or exert it, so they can keep boost the Treasure Cat and move damage to the opponent and maintain our own board.
Yeah, look, I mean, Cheshire Cat as well, it's a 3 cost, 3/4, right? And so the body in itself is already very, very strong. Because
Yes,
usually
yeah.
when you see a card like this in the past, it would just be like a 3/3/3,
Yeah.
right? But the fact that it's 3/3/4, it's super annoying to deal with,
Yeah.
right? And you have the really, really strong ability to boost and shift damage, right? So whenever you put a card underneath this character with boost or otherwise,
Yeah.
right, you can move up to 2 damage counters from anyone, any character, right? So
You-
it doesn't have to be your own.
Yeah.
It could be your opponent's as well.
So you can control in the opponent's deck. So also we did not see the Demona about the Amethyst card, but I think it's also another staple card for Amethyst because you can exert the whole board of the opponent, and you can refill your hand if you are you do not have 3 cards in your hand.
Yeah, look, I mean, Demona, right, is an incredible card, right? You mentioned you can exert the entire board, but also this kind of card, which allows you to refill your hand,
Yeah.
actually encourages decks that kind of aggressively want to thin out their hand, decks like Blurple, right? Now we've seen different Blurple variants where they play a heavy Demona count, so you're actually able to use T-pulls to kind of ink from your hand, or for example, the Seal the the Azurite Sea, where you have to rep one more. These are, well, whilst you're gaining ink, you're kind of losing your hand resources, right? And Demona here is the perfect card on like turn 4 or turn 5 that you drop, and you're just able to kind of draw back into your hands, right?
Yeah.
So Demona has been an incredible card. We've seen it in Blurple, we've seen it in Amethyst Steel, we've seen it in, well, basically anything Amethyst, right?
Yeah, anything in memberships. But also his 5.6 the stat is really strong, and yeah, so
Yeah, so look, I mean, you said it yourself. The 5/6 body is incredibly strong. It also quests for 2. So Demona itself is such a well packaged card, right? I mean, we've seen it in so many different decks. We've seen it in Blood Bowl. We've seen. I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit,
Yeah.
but it's just that important, right?
Staple.
It is stable.
yes,
It is
that's the
definitely
only word I can think about.
That's right. That's right. But anyways, we will be going into our next match really, really soon. We have a very, I think, interesting matchup for you. We have Amethyst Steel,
Amethyst
Purple
Steel.
Steel, big surprise,
Yeah,
and Amber Steel.
Emerald Steel.
Amber.
Amber Steel. Oh my god. Is it the aggro one?
I believe so. I believe so. You know, I think this deck was plaguing everyone in set 8.
Okay.
Right? Fabled came. It was still around, but it kind of fell off the grid after
After
set 10.
Set 10, yes. So
But-
let me show you, because Amber Steel is my favorite color combo
Okay.
from set 3.
Oh,
Set
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means you've been playing Amber Steel for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Ho Xing Fan playing the Amber Steel.
Yep.
And we have Hoi Lam Yan playing the Blurple.
Purple. Okay.
All right. So Amber Steel, what is the strategy here?
I mean, if you are going aggro, just place the whole board of your characters, and maybe before the turn 3, and place a dog
Wait.
to reveal your hand.
This is dwarves? We played dwarves Amber Steel. This is Sleepy that's
not-
being inked here.
This is not the deck I think about. Not the
Oh.
aggro deck I think about. But I believe the Blurple player is going first and is already in his second turn. And yeah, I mean, if you are holding the Sapphire deck, I mean, you should go for the 2/4/6 ramp, right?
Yeah, I mean, that is the standard play that we see from Blood Bowl here. We do see the Royal Guard being played here from Hoi Lam, and Tipo being dropped down. I think Hoi Lam recognizes that he's playing against the aggressive kind of deck, right? He sees the Sleepy, he sees the Mulan, so he identifies that this is a slightly more aggressive deck, so he chooses to play more bodies on the board instead of maybe having played something like the CLD Azurite Sea, drops a Tipo
Yeah.
instead, sacrifices a hand card, but with Demonas, like we talked about earlier,
Yeah.
you should be able to just refill that hand rightfully so at turn 4 or 5. And
Oh,
Mowgli.
Mowgli.
Okay, Mowgli here
Oh.
was one of our cards of choice
Yeah,
for the top
top
5
card,
cards.
yeah. my
What does Mowgli do?
Mowgli, when you play this character, choosing opponents need to refill your hand, and they need to discard one of the card of the opponent's choice.
Yeah, so this is like a slightly better Ursula, but with less choice on your side, right?
Yeah, because
different.
Ursula is only discarding the song card, but Mowgli allow the opponents to discard all one card of their choice is non-character.
That's right. And you know, we saw Hoi Lam's hand not having a single non-character. He just top decks the, I believe, is that the Sail the Azurite Sea? It's a little bit hard to see on the stream, but
Yep.
we do have the Tipo being bounced back from the Meta Mim Elephant. And we are, I think, going to trade into the Mulan, with the Royal Guard there. So actually, look, I want to talk about Meta Mim Elephant for a bit. Meta Mim Elephant is an incredibly strong card, right? We have, when you play, you have to bounce a character back from your side of the field when you play her. But you also have the really good effect of being able to shift a damage counter from itself over to your opponent's board.
It's
Why?
Every turn.
Every turn.
Yeah, a little bit downside. You have to bounce back with character, but you can heal yourself every turn.
Yeah, I mean, not only that. Look, when you have a character like Tipo, right? You play Tipo, you generally are like, okay, Tipo has gone on the board. I want to get rid of the Tipo by bouncing it into a hand. I can use it for ink
Yeah.
after
yeah,
that, right?
Yeah.
Not only that, but Madam Mima has this really good body, a really good stat line, right?
Yeah.
You've got 4 drop 3/7. 3/7 is an incredible stat line to have, especially against aggro.
Yeah. The best thing the hosting can do with Ember Steel is you're hoping you get a Strange of Raging Fire or Heroes and Thunderbolt to
Yeah.
get rid of the Meta Meme.
Yeah, but look, yes, there's so much resources that Hoshing would need to find in order to get rid of the Madam Mim here. The Sleepy doing a lot of work actually, absorbing 2 characters worth of damage from Hoi Lam, having having to trade, sorry, not trade, but having to challenge the Elsa and the Mim to get rid of the Sleepy. So Hoshing gonna be pretty happy with that. Sleepy. We do see him actually drawing the Strength of the Raging Fire off the top of his deck, so that's one of the cards that you mentioned to get rid of that Madam Mim. I think Hoshing now needs to make a decision whether he wants to quest here or develop his board. Eyeing, I think I saw another Sleepy, was it?
Yes, and
Oh no, it's the Rapunzel.
He's inking the Rapunzel and replacing the Tiana.
all right. Let's talk about this Tiana, this restaurant owner. She was such a menace in Fabled, right? Because she has the ability to basically kind of buff or debuff your opponent's characters whenever she is exerted, right? So when she's exerted, all your opponent's characters are dealing 3. That challenging one of your characters have minus
3
strength, right? Which is
unless you pay 3 ink.
Yeah.
When you are facing Sapphire's Amethyst, maybe you got enough ink to pay for the extra 3 ink, extra 3 cost. So to maintain your strength to attack or to challenge the opponent.
Yeah, that's really annoying for Hoi Lam to actually have to deal with. But he is playing Blurple. Let's keep in mind, right? So Blurple tends to have excess ink, so that he can actually pay for the cost of the Tiana. And once you kind of pay for the cost of the Tiana, if you're able to get rid of that Tiana on that turn, then you just have so much value. But you see, this is what Hoshing has identified, right? Plays the Raja. And this Raja has a bodyguard as well. That is going to be a Strength of the Raging Fire onto the Genie. The Genie is banished.
Yeah.
So Hoshing here actually starting to gain a lot of points, right? There's a lot of value on the side of Hoshing's board at this point in time. And Hoi Lam is having to deal with it, especially with the Raja bodyguard. Raja, such a threat.
Especially when you got and Tiana exerted on the table. And like Raja is getting 4 willpower, and with the Tiana debuffing the opponent, it's tough for the opponents to get rid of or get over her with the bodyguard.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think there's a world, right, where Hoi Lam here just takes it a little bit slow, right? So if, for example, the Mim trades into that Raja, right? If the Mim trades into the Raja, so puts 3 damage on the Mim itself, Hoshing can't actually deal much with the Mim unless he trades all his characters, right, into the Mim.
Yes.
If he does do that, then he's going to be losing a lot of value on his board to trade into a very, very thick Mim, right? And if he doesn't, then Mim can actually use the damage that's left on the Mim to transfer over to the Raja later, which actually bypasses the Tiana's ability, right? And once that happens, then he can just pay 3 more ink to get rid of the Tiana using something like the Elsa or the Raja. But no, actually chooses to get rid of the Raja immediately by paying 6 ink in total. That is a huge tempo loss from the side of Hoi Lam.
Yeah. But if we should remember that we still got Treasure Cat in Amethyst, so maybe leaving some damage counter of our own cards is another way to bypass the Tiana.
For sure. For sure, I think that's what Hoi Lam probably has identified as you've mentioned, or so having 3 damage counters on both boards. Of course, Zero Hand Doc makes an appearance, finds himself the Daisy as well as a Mowgli. Mowgli here, is he going to be able to do any work? No work.
No.
Bell accomplished Mystic and Genie in Hoi Lam's hand. Plays the Daisy. Daisy now going to be able to quest with 2, and every time she quests, your opponent looks at the top 2 cards. Looks at the top card of his deck. If it's a character, put it in your hand. If it's not, put it at the bottom of your deck. Right. So Daisy is an incredible card for aggressive decks like Hoshing. You don't mind your opponent drawing some cards if you're going to be able to start questing extremely heavily. on his and Hoshing now deciding whether he wants to quest.
Yeah, Housing board is already having nine nor on board, and it's easily for the aggro deck to finish the game within a little bit few more rounds. And let's see how Hoylam can react with this the Ember Steel board, because he just using the whole round to get rid of the Raja.
Oh, that's really smart here, because I thought he was going to use 2 damage to to shift the 2 damage over to the lady. But now if Hoylan taps 3 ink, he is going to just be able to trade the Tiana with his Elsa, actually.
Ooh.
And the Elsa will survive, right? Because right now it's only 3 damage onto that Elsa. Oh, no, but
and
no,
now the
shifts
Bell.
3 damage from the Bell accomplishment missing, of course. So gets rid of the Tiana, and now Hoshing's board is extremely vulnerable. Hoylan going to be able to trade very nicely into... Yeah, his board, the Rafiki there getting rid of the Mowgli, and the Elsa going to be getting rid of the lady. Hoshing is in a little bit of trouble. He's at 10 lore right now, Hoylam at 3, but I don't think that lore gap is as wide as Hoshing would like to be.
Yeah, because as we just witnessed in the previous game, Amethyst got a different cards that different tools, different cards that can come back from behind. So just having 4 points right now, different doesn't make a big difference between the game win. So let's see how Hosing can do right now. I just saw Hosing top deck the Pete.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But I mean, we saw no actions in Hoylam's hand just now with the Mowgli, right? So the Pete here,
the Mowgli keep just revealing the hand.
not doing any much work though.
but it's important for players to know how the opponents will play or about their deck, because you should plan for how to react with the different decks.
Yeah, that's right. So Pete here being used right now, so no actions can be played during Hoylam's turn. The action, I think, well, there isn't really too many good actions at this point that Hoylam would like to play. Probably the Into the Unknown, maybe. He's definitely not going to be using stuff like the Sail the Ezra Sea at this point. The game is a little bit too late. Daisy duck triggers. Oh, it is the Sail the Ezra Sea, the card that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
So Sail the Ezra Sea not going to be able to use because it gets sent to the bottom of his deck. Hoylam actually going to be pretty happy, I think, with that, right? Not drawing that card at that point.
Hoylam will like to have another character card that can be placed on the board to maintain the board control, especially when facing a little bit, a little bit weak of but still deck board. So
yeah,
using the genie and top another card.
Top deck's a genie. Top deck's a genie. Genie here going to be giving more hand resources for the side of Hoi Lam. Actually, yeah, just a little bit surprised that he put the he shifted the 1 damage from his Mim over to the Duck. I was expecting it to be onto
the
Daisy Duck. Yeah, Duck would have been a little bit, I think, better of a play, right? Because then you can use the Mim to trade into the Duck. But here, I think maybe because he had the Hypnotic Strength in hand, forgot that the Pete was played, so can't actually use that Hypnotic Strength now. So it has to use the Bell to trade into that Daisy, or to challenge the Daisy. So we do see the Daisy go down, but that means that Mim doesn't have too much damage on it in order for him to shift over.
Yep. So, we see Hoylam is already challenging different characters of hosting board and remain the Pete staying. So I mean, it's kind of shifting the advantage to Hoylam's board, right? So the different Amethyst characters on board, and they are all a little bit too strong for the Ember Steel deck, and Ember Steel, the hosting is already top decking.
Yeah, for sure. And this is never a good sign for the Ember Steel player, right?
Because you want a dog to keep it in your hand and to refill your hand. And let's see Hosing what's his plan.
Yeah, so looking, deciding place, the Sleepy not exerted. This is not what Hosing was looking for.
Yeah, because I don't think he will quest for Pete, right? And maintaining the bodyguard in a ready state. So Hoylam can only quest and cannot challenge with using the Pete to take challenge the bell. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're preventing Hoi Lam from questing for 2, but that's, I mean, I guess that's a reasonable thing to do.
Yep.
Because, Pete doesn't really quest 2, right? So there's no way that you quest 2 for Pete. And Hoshing's a little bit far away from winning the game. And
Yeah.
with the Ember Steel deck with no hands and only a Sleepy on the board, things are not looking too good. Hoi Lam inks the Demona because Demona actually helps your opponent as well draw 3 cards if necessary. I think we saw the Hades. Was that a Hades that went down?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I think it was the Hades that came down because we saw the Sleepy go into the ink, right? So,
Yeah.
oh, top
Go-
deck's
the-
Doc.
Oh my God, this is the key, the crucial card that Hoshin need at this particular moment.
Yeah, I mean,
And refilling his hand with Aurora and other Daisy Duck, if I see it correctly. And yes, that's correct. So another still can maintaining the aggro, kind of aggro in on the hosting side, and they're not questing right now because they just place it on board. And let's see, let's see how Holam can react with this. And yes, she just placed the Hades in previous turn.
there's another Hades
Another
that comes
Hades.
down.
Oh my God. Oh my
Oh
God.
my gosh.
Yeah. And
Yeah, we're going to see a quest out
Uh,
here. So that is going to be 6
6.
lore, I believe.
yeah,
Going the board, Hailam is going to be at 14. If Hoshin can't deal with Hoilam's board in any way, like a Strength of the Raging Fire, that is going to be game. We do see a
It's
lady top deck, and I
lady.
think that is a little bit too little, too late. If lady just gets dropped, it's only 4 lower on the board, which only brings Hoshin up to potentially
Please.
16 if Hoilam doesn't do anything. Whereas Hoilam has game on board, has lethal on board. I think that is going to be it. Hoshin just making sure that nothing, that there's nothing
she can do.
left that he can do.
Yeah.
And I think that's just gonna be game. Yeah, we do see a 3 ink being tapped. We do see the lady coming down, and I think that is going to be it. Yep, the lady does come down, and that is gonna be a pass. And Hoshin just quests out for 6, which brings him to game.
Oh.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
to Hoi Lam for winning this.
Yeah, but I think in this format, like BO1 format, Amber Steel is got a good chance to try to keep it in an aggro way to maintain the board and keep questing for loss before the opponents can ram or build their board. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're absolutely right, and I think Amber Seal there, unfortunately, Hoshin didn't actually draw into any of his important cards like the ladies.
Or
I think he only
Nala,
drew one lady. I didn't see his Nalas at all.
Yeah.
The Sleepy was a very interesting
Choice.
addition into the deck,
Yeah,
right?
because you're placing a bodyguard, which is only get at 1 lore for the aggro deck, because your wishes is to go fast and just keep placing all the characters on board and let the opponents try to respond to your board. So placing the bodyguard on the table, yes, you may slow down the opponents to try to deal with your board, but it's also slow you down.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, not only does it slow you down, right, but this build of Amber Steel, we realize, it feels a bit outdated just because it's very similar to what we would have seen in set 9, right, where they depended a lot on the Tianas, but we saw a lot of removals being added into set 10. So we were like, okay, maybe we remove the bodyguards, remove the Tianas, right? Put in all the 2 quests, the 3 quests, your Nalas, your Daisy Ducks, your ladies, right? But at that point in time, then the question becomes, why don't you just play Sea Dogs?
maybe Hoshin is a fan of Amber Steel.
Yeah, look,
like me.
No, I don't want to take anything away. I think Amber Steel is still a very, very strong deck, and looking forward into the future, set 11, a lot of strong Amber Steel cards coming in.
I mean, Amber is the next set of the stable, right? So a lot of big cards or important cards or stable cards is adding into Amber, and I'm so hyped for that.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one of my favorite cards that we saw revealed just the other day was Raging Storm, right? It's your board wipe.
Yeah.
It's be
In
prepared,
Amber.
but not a song.
Yeah, but you have to. I mean, you need to reserve the whole turn for the board wipe, and let's see how it goes in the next uh, DLC. Like I mean, we are going to DLC in Taiwan, like in
March.
mid
Yep, in
March,
March. Yep.
and already that time we're using the set 11 cards.
That's right.
So yeah, so we're like, and that DLC is BO3 format, if I remember
That's right.
correctly.
Yes.
So brings a lot of different cards in the matchups.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for the future, but I'm also excited to see the rest of our matches for today, right?
Yeah,
So
of course.
congratulations once again to Huilam for actually winning that with Blurple. You know, Blurple is, I think, one of the favorites. It's been top 3, top 4 decks in the past few months, right? And
Yep.
it's rightfully so. We saw Blurple had a little bit of a weak start, right? But once you get going, once you hit your 5 ink, your 4 ink, right? Actually, probably 5 to 6 ink, then you start getting
Your
a lot
characters
of
can go on the board and
control
all the things.
Yeah, Blurple is all about board control. We saw that very nicely just now played by Hoi Lam, right?
Yeah.
Where Amber Steel actually had a really strong board at one point. They had a bunch of 2 questers, had the Raja, had the Tiana as well, but wasn't able to maintain the board because Hoi Lam just chose to just, turn 3 ink on the side
Yeah.
and then just slowly challenge
Yes, of
Tiana's out. And it worked out very, very nicely for Hoi Lam. So well played by Hoi Lam, and congratulations on making it 2-0.
Yeah, and we also just witnessed another top card of our pick, the Mowgli. And let's see whether in the next game we can see another top cards.
Yeah, look, I mean, Amber is going to get really, really strong cards in the future. But yeah, guys, we're going to be taking a quick break. We'll catch you guys in just a bit.
See you guys.
Man, it gets so quiet. Like, when normal DLCs, they at least leave on the the music that puts you to sleep. But how's everybody doing? What do we think of best of ones? It's pretty interesting. It's crazy that with only 7 rounds, they're done with Swiss in 3 hours and 30 minutes. Like that's wild to me. And then finals takes almost 5 hours if you make it all the way to the final round, right? So our top cut takes 5 hours. Crazy, right? Best of one is just wild. So yeah, Ed out that quick is wild to me. But yeah, I bet Ed took green blue. But yeah, it is a long way to travel for best of one, that's for sure. And it's a long way to travel. Like, it's a long way to travel. It's like, God, that's a long way to travel for your Lorcana day to be over so fast. Like, I don't even know. Let's see. Come here, Google. How long to fly from Philly to Hong Kong? Oh my God, 16 hours. It would take 16 hours for me to fly one way to Hong Kong from Philly. And the day, even if I won, the day is over in 8.5 hours. Oh my goodness gracious. So it just win the dice roll, right? It's as easy as that. Just win the dice over. Yeah, with no layovers also. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the layovers would be crazy. Oh, I guess I would. Okay, so I wonder, what if I flew out of JFK instead? Is that fat? Nope, it's not any faster. So cheaper to buy all the mats and promos than transportation, hotel, etc. Yeah. If you win a golden Mickey, you'd be okay. Like if you win the golden Mickey, it pays for everything. But if you don't get the golden Mickey, I don't know. I mean, how much is the foil Elsa mat going for? I know the Rapunzel ones were like $2,000. So I'd imagine these ones are $2,000 also. So I bet $2,000 would pay for the flight, right? So at least you'd break even if you got what, top 16, top 8 gets the mat. Top 8 gets the mat. Golden Mickeys I think are going for like 15,000 now, I think. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. So the pristines are going for a lot. The pristines seem to be going for a metric ton of money. Like, so this one on eBay, there's a pristine on eBay. Oh, it's World Class Cards. So fun. This is World Class Cards likes to buy they're trying to buy all the golden Mickeys so they can own the market. So they have a pristine 10 on eBay right now for $60,000. But when you own the majority of the golden Mickeys, you can kind of control the market. So you can control the market on those. So here's a BGS 10 for $40,000, but I can't find a raw golden Mickey. So I don't know how much a raw one is going for. So yeah, plan some vacation, right? You got Disney right there, so you can go to Disney World. That's in Hong Kong, right? So you can go do that. So Delaware has no major airports. Philly's your best shot to getting to an airport that flies to a lot of different places. I know Wilmington, but I don't know if Wilmington's in Delaware. It has a couple flights, like twice a week it goes to Orlando. I think twice a week it goes to Denver, and they're baby planes. So yeah, what's up, James? Yeah, best of one is weird, man. It's really weird. We saw best of one with Hong Kong, and it was this same kind of thing where the stream match was over, and then you just kind of chilled out until the next one began, and they're going to play 7 rounds to determine if they can win thousands of dollars in the time it takes us to do a locals on Friday night. Like that's mind blowing. And they flew 30 hours to do it if they flew from the US. Like I got to give it to them though. That is dedication to the game, for the people in the States to be willing to fly all the way there. That is a level of dedication that is mind-boggling to me. But if you've put in the work and you get that golden Mickey, it's all worth it, right? But 30 hours of flight, that's a lot. I've done it, and it's not fun at all. And not fun at all. So it's like, yeah, exactly. That is 100%. At least they're playing with real cards though. And when you're playing on Fight Club, you're doing it from your living room or your office or wherever. So you don't have to fly 30 hours to also do it. So that's the kicker, right? If DLCs in the States were 30, like best of one, you wouldn't hear me complaining because I'm not flying 30 hours to do it. Would I prefer best of 2? Yes, I loved best of 2, but I know I'm in the minority for that one. So, but yeah, like, ugh. But imagine like, ugh. And the crazy part is like, yeah, yep, no, crazy. Okay, so the last one, when it hit 0, they were right back on. So let's see if they're right back on again at 0. And if they are, I'll shut up, turn the camera away, and we'll turn back on the guys. Unless you guys wanted me to cast over them, but either one's fine. Do you think the Tramp song could be good in dogs with green Mulan? Hang on.
All right, hey guys,
1
welcome back to the Disney Lorcana Challenge here in Hong Kong. I'm Brian.
I'm Tom.
And we are so happy to be here.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so Tom, tell me, what were you walking around the floor just now? Do you see the matches?
I spectated the whole game just next to you.
Ah, nice.
And I just interviewed Hoi Lam after the game. She said Ho Shing, the loser side, the Ember Steel players, is a friend of her. And they practiced a lot for this Locan challenge and previously, and so they already knew what kind of decks they are going to play. And luckily, they are all into the live table, and so they all know how to do the mulligans.
Yeah. That's right. When you tend to practice a lot against one matchup, it's pretty funny when you see that matchup in the DLC, because then you know exactly what to do, what to mulligan, and it's just a lot better with practice, hey?
And though Hoi Lam, she claimed herself some misplaced still played it.
Yeah.
About damage moving, the calculations, especially the choice of challenging with. Sorry, the choice of challenging the marathons.
Yeah.
She could have done better.
That's right. Well, hey, look, I mean, this is what Lorcana is all about, right? It's all about playing the game, enjoying the game, learning from the mistakes, just get better, right? I mean, just TCGs in general allow you to, play more, learn more, and just get better at the game.
Yeah, and we all understand that how nervous when you get into the live table.
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
You can see the hand shaking. Wow, how do I calculate the damage? How should I do the bell move, shift the damage to the Tiana?
Yeah,
I could have done better, and this how she told me.
Yeah, hey, but I mean, congratulations to Hoi Lam nonetheless, right? She managed to take that match off the Amber Steel, which is potentially actually one of the bad matchups in Blurple, right? For Blurple. But the fact is, she managed to control the board. Even though she had made a little bit of misplays, I think it's completely fine, right? Because at the end of the day, she managed to control the board, win the game.
And especially the two Hades. It's
Double Hades, man. Double Hades always feels so good to play, right?
If not because of these two Hades, I think the Daisy Duck will score at least 6 or 8 laws already.
Potentially.
And Ho Shing will claim the victory.
Yeah, I mean, there's the real world where that happened, right? But once again, thankfully, didn't, right? But let's talk a little bit more about the top cards that we saw just now on the screen, right? I want to talk about Mowgli, right? Mowgli. We've seen in Amber Steel so far, right?
Yeah.
But we see it, and I think in almost every single Amber deck moving forward. Why do you think Mowgli is so strong?
Because Mowgli replaced the objective of bare necessities. Do you know this card rotated?
Okay.
The rotated song, bare necessities. We used to play this card to check their hands, to discard to be prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the be prepared, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And right now, it turns out to become a character, and we can use it as a bare necessities effect to play.
So what you're saying is that it's essential. Yeah, it's essential for like a hand checking mechanism, as well as a removal for songs or for actions which you may have trouble to deal with if you leave it in the hand.
Especially it's useful for to play against steel deck.
Yep.
Especially the steel songs, Bolts, Raging Fire, maybe sometimes a Fire the Cannon, something like that. So probably it's a very good card to play against steel.
Yeah, and would you say that Mowgli is, I guess, better used in the early game or in the late game?
Also, MMS, the malicious, mean, and scary.
Yeah. So what do you say that Mowgli is better to be used in the early game or in the late game?
I think it depends really. Go check with your opponent's eyes. Yeah.
Look at your opponent's glasses and see whether they have a song in their hand.
Or maybe when you, if you play against Emerald Sapphire, you can. I think I will play Mowgli in turn 2, because I will have to check what he's going to play. At least you can, even though you didn't discard anything from his hand, you can still check his game plan. And that's what I think the useful of Mowgli.
the strength of Mowgli.
Yeah, because you can predict it. You can predict your opponent's strategy and how he expand his board, how his game plan, and maybe if he play against Emerald Sapphire, oh, you could have think, if he do Donald Duck or Clarabelle, or how long will he take times to play the MMS Philip combo.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So that was a really, really good breakdown of Mowgli. I appreciate that, Tom. So, if you're just joining us, guys, we are here in Hong Kong playing the DLC here. We are in the Whispers in the Well format. We are in a BO1 format, at least for the Swiss rounds, and we will be moving to BO3, I believe, in the top card. We will confirm that later on. But yeah, Tom, you mentioned about one card which I want to shift our focus to, right? So MMS, right? Or Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
Your favorite card.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards, but also one of my favorite songs of all time.
Can you tell us why?
Yeah, no, look, Malicious, Mean, and Scary allows you to put 1 damage counter on every character on your opponent's side of the field, right? This means that it goes through effects like Ward, right? Because you're not choosing where to put these damage, you're putting it in all characters, right? And you're like, okay, that's great. You put 1 damage, but what does the 1 damage do?
You can use Prince Philip, massive combo, board cleaning, to banish all damage the characters, because once you play MMS, it means all opponent's character become damaged.
Yep, that's right.
And which comes into Prince Philip's effect.
Yeah, look, and Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, right, is such a strong card. It has a very high payoff in 9 cost, right? But you're able to combo it with the small Prince Philip.
But also when
6, right?
But also when you clean up the board, you have a 6/6 evasive with 3 lost characters here, which means you can catch up the law differences, very shortly.
Yeah, so I think Prince Philip is like you said, is a really good finisher. Is a really good enabler.
I hate this guy
of
so
the,
much.
is a really good enabler of the combination as well. And being evasive is extremely hard for you to remove, but is also vulnerable to things like the Headless Horseman spell.
Yeah.
Right. That 4 cost.
It's
amber
easily
spell.
to get interrupted.
That's right.
With this combo, or because of MMS and the Prince Philip combo, and some MF Steel players tend to play some Pete's for his free jobs. And we used to not playing Pete's before, but because of this combo, especially during the set champion, for all MF Steel players, they have to place 1 to 3 Pete's to stop that combo. Because when you go on the play, you will give a massive low pressure to Emerald Sapphire players, but sometimes you can smell the MMS combo going to play, and you have to play the Pete at the right moment.
Yeah, I'd say I've seen a surge of Pete's in my locals back in Singapore, right? Where on turn 5, when they have like no business playing a Pete, they play a Pete, and they're like, yeah, okay, I believe that you have something that we can deal with. So yeah, so look, guys, in the next matchup we have a Purple Steel versus a Amber Steel. Amber Steel actually having a huge show up.
Amber Amethyst. And versus Ember.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, so we have the OTK deck versus the aggro deck.
Is it Sensei it?
Hey, but look, I think the OTK deck, right, is generally quite strong, right? But Amber Steel is one of the matchups which they have to be worried about, right? Because they are also playing for the slightly longer game. They only kind of get online once they hit the turn 4. But once Amber Steel hits turn 4, they usually get 10 lore.
Yeah. Apart from OTK deck, there's another build of Amethyst. For example, do you know the standard Amethyst?
What standard Amethyst?
I mean, Amber Amethyst can have a massive removal for all evasive characters. They can not playing. They can choose not to play the OTK.
That's right.
But also similar to Amethyst Steel or Sapphire Amethyst. They use the Amethyst cards.
They use
like
the core cards of that, right? So you're talking about stuff like
Yeah.
the Genie, stuff like the Elsa, stuff like the Demonas.
They
right?
can choose not to play the OTK.
Yeah, and then they can just use the I guess the staples of Amber, stuff
But
like the Mowgli,
yeah.
stuff like the Headless Horseman Strikes
Yeah.
Back, right? Things like that. So I think you're right. I think there are multiple ways for you to play
Oh my god.
this kind of purple,
my friend.
purple, yellow, purple decks. So very excited to see which variant of
Yeah.
this Amber Amethyst deck we will be showing on stream later on. But Amber Steel, right? I think once again, I just want to repeat the strengths of Amber Steel. They go really, really, really fast. You also have access to removals like
Yeah.
your Strength of the Raging Fire, like He Hurls Thunderbolts.
And
So
he needs to keep rolling with his dog. Yeah.
that's right, and you can replenish your hand with Duck as well. So there's just so many things that you can do very early on. The strengths of the Amber Steel deck is going to be in the first few turns, right? We're going to
Yeah,
see a 1-drop on 1 and potentially a 2-drop on 2 or 2 1-drops on 2. And then on 3, you should be at maybe about, like I said, 6 to 8 lore, and I think at the very least. And, you're basically challenging your opponent to say, hey, I've got a very wide board. I've got 10 lore on the board. What can you do?
Yes. Yeah. For me, see what I've got first. If I have Demoner, I can play Demoner to wipe, to exert all characters of opponent's board, and then try and challenge with my characters and moving, shifting damage. But do you know why I tell you, the the Emperor Amethyst guy is not playing OTK? Because he's one of my friends, Benjamin. I just take a look at the live table. Wow, he's Benjamin.
Okay, so he's playing
Yeah,
the
he's-
non-OTK variant of the deck.
should
He's
be,
playing
should be,
the control kind of version of the
Yeah.
deck. Okay.
Yeah, he told me he used he was going to use Emerald Amethyst before the
Okay.
aggro one.
Yeah.
Because he wants to be every Sapphire deck. Yeah. During
Okay.
the last week's SEC Champions, he went 4 straight wins.
All right. Wow.
He beat it every Sapphire decks.
Okay. Okay.
And that's
okay.
why I think I ranked it. The emerald color is very high because he beat it every single Sapphire decks to the mid table.
But now he's not. Now he's playing Amethyst
Yeah,
Amber.
he's
right?
liar.
Amber Amethyst. Look, I think you're right. You have the strengths of the Amethyst cards. You have the core compositions of your Genie into Elsa, into Dumbo, into Demona potentially, right?
But he told me that the skill of his deck is depends on turn 2. The lantern is the most important card with his tactics. So
what does Lantern do?
lantern you can exert this item. It's an item card. You can exert this item and it makes you playing 1 cost less for the next character you play this turn.
So it's essentially like ramp, basically.
Yeah, basically. you can play Genie for turn 3, maybe Ursula for turn 4, Demon on turn 5, and there's such a lot of evasive characters. For the removals, he could have the Criminal's Mind,
The
song,
world's greatest
world's
criminal mind.
Yeah, and also the Horseman Strike.
Yeah, Horseman Strikes Back. I think those 2 cards are the really good removal cards in Amber Amethyst. But enough yapping from us. We're going to go into the game. So stick around, guys. It's going to be a really, really good game.
So let's see how he made his misplay.
No. Look. We don't talk about misplays here, but we talk about Benjamin Lau playing the Amber Amethyst and the Elsa Story playing Amber Steel.
Yeah. Benjamin is a local one of the local champions of Hong Kong, and he won the ticket to the Singapore last time.
Oh, he won the Asian circuit.
The Asian circuit last time.
Awesome.
Yeah. So he get a free flight and free hotel, and we have dinner meal together. Yeah, he's a very nice player.
That is awesome to see. So now, as the players are setting up, right, do you think any deck here is advantaged?
I think it depends on whether Benjamin can stop the turbo from Elsa. So let's see how he plays, how he spread his first few turns.
Yeah. So
Benjamin told me that the lantern is important, but not sure about if he's playing the OTK or the standard Amber Amethyst.
All right, all right. Well, here we do see the Ember Steel starting first. And starting first, I think with the Ember Steel deck, with the aggro deck, is actually really, really strong. Chooses to play the Mulan, which basically cycles card. You discard one card from your hand. Sorry, you draw a card and you discard one card from your
Yeah.
hand. So here,
He chose to
discard the
Nala.
Nala, actually. And this is the Nala that, Anson and I were talking about earlier, right? Where it's extremely, extremely strong if you're able to drop it on turn 2 because it gets resist +1 and quests for 1 more if there's no damage on it, right? And typically, when you're playing against something like the Amber Amethyst, there's no way for you to get easy damage on the board with the Nala. Benjamin Lau here, though, dropping one drop and playing the Royal Guard.
Yes. So I didn't see any lantern on his hand, right? So probably this is not an ideal starting for Benjamin.
But he does get the 1-drop, though, and 1-drops
Yeah,
here
yeah,
are very,
at
very
least.
important playing against something like the Amber Steel because you need the Royal Guard to be able to trade up. Interestingly enough, actually, also playing, inking the Rhino and playing a Troubled Door. Troubled Door signifies that he's playing just something easy
This-
for him to sing the Strength of the Raging Fires with, to
And the
sing the
bolt.
Heroes Thunderbolts
yeah.
because the Troubled Door has resist +1 as well as sing of 4, I believe.
I think this is a signal for Benjamin that he's going to sing a song. He has Raging Fire or a Thunderbolt on Elsa's hand. So Benjamin is now thinking about, oh, you choose not to play Nana, but you choose to play Troubadour. So which means you are going to play songs, probably.
Yeah, so we do see genies. We do see actually Benjamin's hand
He
is looking
has
pretty healthy.
he has the. Is it Hui?
Yes, Hui. So this is the alternative to Lantern, right? It's slightly
Yeah.
weaker because Elsa can actually get rid of the Hui, but the Hui here, whenever this character quests, you pay 1 less for the next character you play, basically having a similar effect to the Lantern, like you've mentioned. But it is a character, so it has a body, so it can be removed with something like a Herald's Thunderbolts or the Strength of the Raging Fire. Once Elsa's board gets a little bit wider, we do see Herald's Thunderbolts in Elsa's hand, so could potentially sing with the Trouble Door to get rid of the Hui. We'll see. I think Benjamin can see
I
is
think
a little bit
probably
nervous.
Elsa will going to do that.
Yeah, I think Benjamin here looking a little bit nervous, knowing that that there's a potential for a board clear, and we do
Yes,
see a
indeed.
singing being done. We do see here Herald of Thunderbolt, so that means Hui is gone, and Benjamin now his turn 3 play looking a little bit weaker. We do see the genie, so he was probably hoping that the Hui was gonna be able to quest and give the effect over to Benjamin for his turn, but now without the Hui, looking a little bit troublesome with the Nala as well as the Daisy Duck. Elsa in full control of the board.
The bomb is counting down to Benjamin because he has to think about how to resolve the problems that the Daisy Duck and the Nana will create it. And you can see that there are 6 law advantages for Elsa, and it's quite easy for Elsa to claim a massive law pressures on Benjamin.
Yeah.
So and that's why you can see that Benjamin placed another Royal Guard and Rafiki to threaten Elsa's story. Oh my goodness! Wow, Elsa plays his signature Ember Steel card, Tiana. Wow.
Yeah, Tiana, restaurant owner. We saw it a little bit earlier just now. We saw it actually putting in a little bit of work earlier. I think Elsa here not questing is actually really, really smart, right? Because he wants to quest to get at the Tiana to ensure that Benjamin can't get rid of his characters that easily. If he had quested, the Rafiki could get rid of the Nala, and if he drew enough, the Royal Guard is going to be putting a lot of damage onto that Daisy, but not questing here puts Benjamin in a difficult position.
But he has inked 2 Elsas already, which means he's not allowed to use Elsa's ability to move the board of Elsa, especially Nana and Daisy.
Yeah, so
there are 2 inks in.
There's 2 Elsa and Inkwell right now. So Benjamin
it's
here
very tough.
passing, knowing that he is going to be on a timer. Elsa right now actually having 8 lore on the board, so he's gonna go from 1 to 9 very quickly. Benjamin not looking like he's in a good spot right now. Elsa has 2 cards in hand, can still further develop the board if he chooses to do so. 3 ink is basically what this kind of Ember Steel build needs to get to. Ink's a trouble door, plays a duck, draws more cards. This game is going in Elsa's way completely. Has a Mowgli that he can also play down.
Yeah.
This is going to
another
be...
Daisy, right?
Yeah, there's another Daisy, so he can easily go for a Daisy play, which he opts to do so. Daisy coming down. That is going to be a very, very, very one-sided game, I think, coming out, unless Benjamin has
there are 8 lore.
ways to get rid of Elsa's board.
8 lore here already, so he's claiming victory.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, thinking about it, right? Amber Steel.
What he can do right
so
now?
Amber Amethyst doesn't have an easy way to get rid of characters off the board, right? Unless they're evasive, right? And Gross Good, Criminal Mind, isn't going to be able to get rid of these small characters. You know, you talk about Hitler's Horseman Strikes Back. Also, can't get rid of any characters on the Amber Steel board because none of them are evasive.
And also, you can see that even though this is the 5th turn, right? Benjamin has only 4 inks. Probably, maybe he has the Mona, but the Mona demands 6 inks to move the board.
Yeah, and even with the Mona, you need to pay 3 more ink to get rid of the Tiana.
And also, Elsa will draw 3 cards for his hand. So not sure about whether Benjamin can really stop Elsa's Gain or Turbo or not.
Yeah, look, Benjamin is unfortunately, I think, not going to be able to do too much. We do see a Junior Woodchuck guidebook in his hand, which allows him to draw more cards. We do see him eyeing the Demona, but I think he has it ink it because there's no way for him to play. It's too slow. It's too slow right now. He has the Mowgli in his hand. He has he's eyeing the
OTK, another OTK, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has the Junior Woodchuck guidebook in his hand as well. He's thinking about what he can do. The Elsas are all in the inkwell, and even with the Elsas, you can't actually do anything to the Tianas unless you're paying for the cost. And it's just a really awkward spot for Benjamin. I mean, he would have to pay the 3 costs from the Tiana, but even with that, he doesn't have a way to get rid of the Tiana with 1 character. This is... Benjamin's on the pain train right now.
Yeah, I can... his face can tell. But the most important is Amber Amethyst. Quite a lot of single removal, right? He doesn't have any MMS Philip massive cleaning combo, but he has to remove 1 by 1.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
and that's the problem for Benjamin, how to resolve those aggro stack.
Yeah, I mean, and we talked about it, right? There's no way for you to get rid. All your removals are all conditional removals, right? So that means with the strength, sorry, not strength of the raging fire, but with the Hitless Horseman Strikes Back, you can only target evasives, right? With the World's Greatest Criminal Mind, you can only target characters with 5 strength or more,
which is not allowed.
This is
use in
neither.
This game.
There's no single target removal for Benjamin. This is one of the weaknesses of the deck, and with that, Benjamin decides that there's nothing that he can do.
Surrender.
So he just scoops. I mean, there's nothing else that Benjamin can do, and he just decides to scoop early and just, I guess, saves the hit space for the next game. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Benjamin, Elsa was managed to go really, really, really wide with all his 2 quests, with all his 3 quests. So just nothing that Benjamin can do at this point. So well played for Elsa, and just unfortunate for Benjamin.
And that's why we can tell the turn 2 for Benjamin is very important, because if he has Lantern, the Hue will not be
can be removed.
We removed it, yeah.
Yeah, and I think I have to say, really good job for Elsa for actually
and he
identifying
can do Elsa
that.
one more turn earlier.
No, I meant it's really good job for Elsa in identifying that was the win condition for Benjamin, right? Not the win condition, but the condition for him to get into the game. So he plays the Trouble Door instead of the Nala. Right? He's like, okay, so even if you play a Hue, yeah, exactly. So even if you play the Hue, I'm gonna be able to get rid of it with my Trouble Door, because we saw him actually keep he hurls Thunderbolts in his hand with the Trouble Door. So a really, really good identification, I think, from Elsa there to play a little bit more controlled, not being too greedy and keeping the Nala in his hand.
Yeah.
Playing the Troubadour instead, so very, very, very well identified to play in the way that he did play.
But for Benjamin, it's tough choice because he has to play the Hue or Lantern in turn 2, and whenever, even though he saw Elsa's play the troubles already, and he still has to bet Elsa doesn't have any song cast, removal cast on his hand.
Yeah, look.
But turns out that's the game.
Yeah, look, and Benjamin just had a really, really hard time.
I bet he never expected he can face Ember Steel with 2-0 matches.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, Amber Steel, I was going to say, is actually, and this is the version of Amber Steel that I was talking about earlier, right? The one without bodyguards, because you're able to just go really, really, really fast. And in a BO1 setting, there is no time for the player to kind of adapt, especially if Amber Steel goes first. It's very hard for the, I guess, for the Amber Steel's opponent to kind of deal with it if he doesn't have the answers in hand.
Yeah.
Right, and when you're going blind into a mulligan, you don't know how to mulligan for an aggressive deck.
I remember so that goes to the prize war.
Yeah, so going into the prize wall, right? So guys, once again, what is at stake here? We've got top 32. Top 32 is going to get the Simba Pride Protector Challenge foil promo card. We have the Elsa as well, having the promo card for the top 16. Top 8 is going to get the Elsa Challenge playmat. And top 4 getting the coveted gold Mickey Mouse, Brave Little Tailor, as well as a foil uncommon foil uncommon and rare uncut sheet. Top 2 is going to get the full foil set from Whispers in the Well, including the Enchanteds as well as the Epics. And first place is going to get the foil uncut sheet as well as the Disney Lorcana trophy. So, this is what is at stake here, and this is what the players have flown in all the way to Hong Kong for. All right, so guys, on the desk we have with us our winner of the previous round. Welcome to the desk, Elsa.
Sawadee ka.
Sawadee ka. Where are you from?
I come from Thailand.
Thailand, awesome.
Yes.
Welcome to Hong Kong.
Yes, thank you.
How long is the flight here?
Maybe the 3 hour.
3 hours? Oh, that's pretty close.
Yes, very close.
Well, first of all, congratulations on winning.
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations on winning. So tell me, how do you feel about flying all the way to Hong Kong for the DLC?
Very so exciting to hear. I go to the Singapore.
Oh, nice.
Yes, but it's not good on that time. But this time I will to the very focused
Yes.
on this tournament.
What did you use last time?
Last time I used red and green, the power line.
Oh,
Power Line Singer, okay.
Yes.
Wow, very interesting deck.
So right now you're down. You're up to 3-0, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you nervous?
Really.
Okay, hey, look, well, congratulations. I think you made a really, really good call on your turn 2 play. You know, when you
Yes.
played the Mulan,
Yes.
you looked at your hand, right? And
Yes.
you had the choice between discarding the Mulan,
Yes.
sorry, the Nala,
Yes.
or the Troubadour. You chose the Nala. Did you know what your opponent was going to do?
I think I don't know, but I will use the song.
The bolt.
Yes,
The fun of
for the attack him.
Yeah.
To no character in here.
So the plan was whatever he played on
Yes.
the board, you just
Yes.
remove it immediately, right?
Yes.
That paid off so much, right? You got rid of the Hui, and you
Yes.
noticed that he couldn't really play his 4-drop. He had to
Yes.
play 2 1-drops instead, and
Yes.
there was nothing much that he could do from there.
Yes.
Was it at that point that you knew that the game was yours, or the game was in your control?
I think when I use that song, I think this time is
Is
For
yours?
my-
Sure,
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
correct.
All right, so Elsa, right? Is this how many times have you come for DLC? Is this your second time?
second time.
Second time? How can you describe the experience here in Hong Kong?
Hong Kong is easy to come, and you have a Disneyland too. I plan go to the tomorrow.
Tomorrow,
Yes.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe.
enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe the celebrate my win today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you should. Well, good luck for that. Good
Thank
luck
you.
for that.
Thank you.
Hopefully, it goes well for you for the rest of the rounds. So will you hope that Thailand is gonna have a DLC?
maybe this year is very tough, but next year maybe.
Yeah, with Thailand Disneyland coming up as well. Hey?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. How long have you been playing Lorcana for?
For the 10 months. 10 months.
10 months?
So
Awesome,
it's
awesome.
almost 1 year.
Almost 1 year. And how would you describe Lorcana, like playing Lorcana?
Very fun, and I love Elsa so much. And they have a Elsa card.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
surprised.
yes.
I'm surprised you're not playing purple.
Yes, I trick the opposites because I wear every Elsa, but in my deck
No,
no.
Elsa zero.
Yes.
So 10 months, which means it hasn't official announced it yet, right?
Official is last year of the maybe nine.
September,
Se-
yeah.
Yeah, it's September.
So you play since very beginning, right?
Yes.
Oh, and another OG.
Another
player.
OG, another
No,
OG
no,
player.
no. I just love the Elsa card.
Yeah.
I start from the 11 Elsa card,
Mhm.
and from my start is just collect the Elsa card. But I try for one starter deck. It's really fun.
Yeah.
You can win with the starter deck.
Yeah.
So I start from there.
That's
see,
an
I see.
awesome story, Elsa. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We will, I believe, go for a very quick break. I believe that we'll go for a very quick break, and we'll be back with round number 4. But thank you so much, and congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll stick around. We'll catch you guys for round number 4.
Hope I can see you later.
Man, I got to admit, the guy on the right side of the screen, like he's just so hyped. Like he was so hyped to get him up there to do the interview. Like that was really cool. He was just so happy to have him up there and tell him congratulations and everything. Like the energy was top notch. Like these guys are fun to listen to. So yeah, 4,000 again. Talk about craziness, right? That thing's going to be a monster of an event. Like it really is, but it is so cool. A 4,000 person DLC. And then the way they're setting up the 4,000 person DLC to like, you have like 2 day ones essentially, and then 1 day 2. That's pretty gnarly. So they really did a good job with Ghent. I'm really impressed with it. Let's just hope the logistics of it go well the day of. So oh yeah, so the guy on the right is definitely the more knowledgeable of the 3 casters we've had. He's been the one that's been able to like control that side of things, and so it's good he's there for sure. What have you had the most success testing with so far? Blurple and Yellow Purple have been my big ones this set. With that being said, like I've already been playing a lot of Amethyst Tempo this set, so I already knew a lot of the lines and everything. So that it's gonna be expected that I automatically do a little bit better with those. But yeah, Blurple and Yellow Purple have been going very well for me. I feel really good about saying that Blurple is gonna be the deck to beat, but who knows? There's a lot of randomness to still come out and everything. I want to see someone go crazy with a Todd OTK deck. Yeah, just all kinds of craziness that's still bound to be figured out. So, but yeah, I've actually had a lot of success with green, purple, pinky still. So, green, purple control. But part of that is there's a lot of people testing really greedy stuff right now. So that deck just feasts on people that play greedy. If you play greedy, like you will lose to green, purple, pinky. But if dogs is as popular as I think it's gonna be, then that deck's just not gonna make it again. But strike a good match definitely helps that match. Yay! What's up, man? Yeah, the aggro Lilo and Stitch is really good. Like. Amber Steel aggro feels really good, but also just an Amber Steel alien deck in general feels really good also. There's a lot of cool synergies there that line up really well, and a lot of good questing power as well to get you over the top if you want to aggro or try and control things. That feels really good. So I've only seen a little bit of it, and then the other that thing I've been looking at is just kind of on paper looking at it and how I might go about doing it. But it can hit you with some surprises, especially the Amber Green Councilwoman or Grand Councilwoman gives +1 lore to all of your aliens, so that lines up really well. So and then people fit in Lilo's in there for some synergies there and things, but yeah, there's so much to be figured out with this set. It's gonna be crazy. With that being said, I think DLC Melbourne, is it Melbourne? I think the majority of that will be set 10, to be honest, except for the people who fly in from the States. And the reason for that is because Australia has a really hard time getting product and getting enough product. So I think a lot of the players that are going to really struggle with set 11 cards because it's so close to release. So I think there we're going to see a lot of Blurple, most likely, or a lot of green blue, honestly. But I've been telling people if they just go Blurple, it feels fine, right? Let the dog players eat the green blue players, call it a day. Haven't seen much on Dreamborn. Yeah. I've taught so evasive Todd decks, because it's a combo deck. It's gonna take a bit for someone to figure out that combo. And it's not gonna be anytime soon. So we're not. That's gonna be a list that could be worked on for a while, and you're gonna need a lot of games to really get there and figure out how that card rock and rolls. But a 6/6/2 evasive that potentially quests 3 times in one turn is pretty awesome. Like that card is really going to kick a lot of butt, Amber Steel best deck. Yeah, it's, I want to say it is, right? Because I love Amber Steel. So, I really do love Amber Steel. Amber Steel aggro definitely has what it takes to be a top contending deck. Amber Steel mid-range, it's not quite there yet. I'm not saying it's not there yet because it's not good enough. There's some refining that needs to happen for that list still. So, because it's just so different than how it used to be played. The new Amber character ramp is really good. Yes. Ruby Amber. Yes. Ruby Amber's been a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying Ruby Amber with Ruben, I'm assuming you're talking about. So the damage removal one. And then for testing, so there's Fight Club, right? And I'm sure someone's willing to put that in the chat. I just won't say it on stream just because they ask us not to talk about it on stream. But so there's Fight Club that you can test. Tabletop Simulator is really good. And then there's also just proxies. I love practicing with proxies. We're going to start my next few streams are going to be proxy testing with anybody who wants to proxy test. So any viewers that want to get on, if you have proxies built, we're going to rock and roll proxy testing. So yeah, there's also another one. Hang on. The only issue is, so I really enjoyed this late in last season, but I don't know. I haven't tested it for set 11 yet. And I don't know if it's working for set 11. It's called TCG Arena. So we'll just go away from Twitch for a second. So TCG Arena is a way you can only use it with people you trust because it's a manual way to play the game. So you have to manually make your cards do everything. But all the cards are there. I just don't know if Winter Spell is there yet. So TCG Arena is a good way to practice as well with another person without having the cards. We have 1 week to get product before. Yeah, and see, that's rough, right? Again, if you're in the States, it's not too difficult to get it, right? Because there's a lot of stores that you're going to be able to get it in time. Some of us are just really blessed to have store like Safari Zone Collectibles. Last set she opened, I think 10 cases and 200 troves for us to buy singles. I know not everyone's lucky like that though. So DLCs that close to release can just feel really bad, and I definitely understand that. So Luckily, though, this set, there's nothing that is like a standout. You have to have this card to play this deck. Like Dogs is still good without Grandmother Willow. Blurple, you can still run a set 10 Blurple deck and be perfectly fine. Set 10 purple yellow amber amethyst tempo feels phenomenal without any set 11 cards. So there, yeah, luckily there's no Demonas, there's no Cinderellas, there's no Dumbos and Genies, cards that you have to make the deck playable. It'll be the Fable rush for Dumbos all over again. Yes. Also the rush for Tamatoas. If you guys remember when Tamatoa came out, that card for rare was, people were selling that for like, I think people were selling rare Tamatoas. I think Dumbos were the same way. The DLC, I think they were selling them for like $100 each at the DLC. So yeah, I get it. So build a fox and all right, I got you, BZ. All right, BZ. Tomorrow I will build a Fox and the Hound deck. All right, I got you, and we'll see what I come up with, man. I use Inktable. Inktable is perfect, right? I know people give Inktable a lot of crap because it's AI, but listen, if you can't beat the AI with your deck, then either you're playing it wrong or your deck needs refined, right? And I think that Inktables is an amazing place to practice with cards, especially if you don't have the ability to play with proxies, you don't have the ability to play Fight Club. Inktable, yes, top notch, okay? Like, totally for it. 100%. Anyone who says otherwise, no. No. Yeah, Fox and that's gonna be great. The cards are super cute. I'm all here for it. So, oh, this poor guy. I'm new to Lorcana. Is this how tournaments generally go? I'm looking at the chat on Twitch. I'm just gonna respond to him so he doesn't get discouraged about Lorcana. Okay, I just wanted to respond to him. Load up a hard deck to play against too. That's where I couldn't win using the Blurple against Ruby Amethyst. Oh, what's up? Oh, I knew your name looked familiar. You just joined the Discord. Well, welcome, man. Yeah, 100%, right? And that's just it, right? You've got to, it tells you something, right? If you can practice against Inktable and practice these different matches, yes, Inktable, the AI doesn't play it perfectly, but it's still going to play it somewhat well. So you can figure out where is it that I am struggling. And I know you put in the chat and I was going to respond to you later when I had more time. You talked about I was prioritizing ramping. Maybe that's my mistake, but the early lore questers really gets pressure on you. Yeah, man. And that's what you can figure out, because now you can look at that, right? If you're taking notes, you just remember and you're like, okay, so I was really ramping hard and then I'm losing to the Tinkerbells and the Guards and the Diablos. So maybe I need to bypass ramping super hard and I need to focus on those, slow them down a little bit. And that is the answer. Like against red purple, you can't generally afford to ramp twice in a row. You need to get a 1-drop down and then you need to go ramp into your Genie, your Cheshire Cat, like things like that. Once you do that, then if you want to ramp again so you can get to Hades or something, you can do that. Like that would be okay. But yes, Ruby Amethyst, because they can go so fast, so early, you have to develop a little bit of a board. You still want to hit your turn 2 ramp, generally always, but you need to make sure you're seeing a 1-drop. And then if you don't see turn 2 ramp, like, yeah, you just have to see a 1-drop, right? That's going to be the most important thing to slow them down a little bit. And my recommendation would even be if, like, let's say you only have the 1-drop, right? And you don't have a way to answer Diablo, then if your one drops Rafiki, then what you do is your Rafiki doesn't take out their one drop. You wait for them to quest with their turn 2 Diablo. That way you can take out their 2 quester instead of taking out their 1 quester. And then later on you can take out the 1 quester, right? And so little things like that, right? And you, thanks to Inktable, you can figure that out because you can just bust through a whole bunch of games and get through them and figure out where you need to improve on. So you noticing where you were losing, right, is massive, man. That's really big to be like, I think this is what I'm doing and this is why I think I'm losing. What can I do differently? And that's what the Discord's for, right? Is ask those questions, point those things out, and then other people can advise, right? So looking for green evasives and try Medal of Honor and the item to get, they give support. Yeah, Medal of Heroes. And then there's also, so Medal of Heroes can do really good things. The one that gives support can do really good things. There's the new Fox and the Hound song, Something in Temptations, that works really good with the 6-cost shift Todd. So yeah, I think there's really something there for Todd. It just has to be figured out by those big brain deck builders. But I'll see what I can do. What's going on, Seth? How you doing, man? Speaking of green blue players, here's one for us. He's in the School of Hard Knocks right now. His 1-cost Clarabelles keep getting bounced by the most wonderful thing about Tiggers is that they bounce 1-drop Clarabelles and make green blue players' lives more difficult. Now, how you doing, man? I think I do agree. I think green blue is gonna have to go to 3-cost Clarabelles. I think they need to find a way to put at least 2 in, maybe, to help with that matchup. And there's a lot of hate out there right now for those 1-cost Clarabelles also. But I don't know. Time will tell. It's so freaking early, man, that it's hard to say. Because the other problem with that Clarabelle is it can still be hit with grab your bow. So I don't know. It's so early, right? It's so early. And that's what I think a lot of people keep forgetting is it is incredibly early. Like and Copper gives evasive 1 lore. Like, yeah, there's so much going on, and like the shift Copper does that. There's so much going on with the Fox and Hound deck. I think it's one of the best synergistic decks that we've seen in a while, or that has a lot of potential. I don't know. Lady and the Tramp was a good synergistic deck. It had a lot of Lady and the Tramp cards in there, so they work together really well. So maybe it just has to be animals get the really good tribals. So anticipate Melbourne will be tweaked set 10 decks or set 11 driven aggro, but with so many early options, we could be surprised by an outlier. Ruby Steel Green. Yeah, I completely agree. And that's the nice thing too, like, is because there's not really a lot of legendaries that are like, you need to have this legendary. A lot of the support cards are commons and uncommons and rares. So if Melbourne's able to get product on release day, then there's a good chance that everybody's going to be able to get all the cards they want, because it's just, there's no legendaries, right? And even a lot of them aren't super rares. So that is really cool. Like that, there is a really good chance there that I hope the majority of the people get to play exactly what they want, right? What's up, Mr. Once? How you doing, brother? How's your night going? It's going to be a long night. It is going to be a long night. I don't know if I'm going to stay up for the whole thing, but I will leave the stream up all night for anybody who does. But I will try. I will try and stay up for a while, as long as we don't have a green-blue mirror, man. Green-blue mirrors put me out like a light. DLC Richmond, I fell asleep. I fell asleep in finals after round 1. I set an alarm and to wake me up when what I assumed would be around round 4, round 5, and I was wrong. It was still only round 3. So yeah. Yeah, DLC Richmond put me out like a light. So someone's location deck is gonna go crazy. I hope so. I hope someone's location deck goes crazy. The closest thing we've ever seen to a location deck going off the wall was Seattle. Someone made top 32 with an Amber Steel deck that had locations in it, and that was the closest we've ever seen, really. So, but yeah, that was, sorry, I was reading the Twitch chat. Yeah, I mean, I really want to try and switch decks. Green Brew didn't really get much new sauce besides Big Todd. Yeah, hey, but you know, Seth, like the thing is like Green Blue didn't get a lot of new stuff, or really, like you honestly don't have to put anything in, right, for Green Blue to still be really good. But the deck is still really good, right? Like that's just the thing, right? Like the deck is still good even without anything new. But it's just I don't know. It's gonna be strange, right? It's like I think you could still take Green Blue to like a case event. So we have the Safari Zone collectibles celebration event, which is essentially a case event. I think you could still take it there because there's a lot of unrefined things. And a lot of the times for early events, it's not even about playing the new cards. It's playing what you're comfortable with and have the ability to play. So there is that, man. So Green Blue is the most annoying tilting deck you can play against. I'd rather give myself paper cuts. Oh, man. Well, have you ever played against my green purple control list? But yes, I do. Green blue for me is like an edge of the seat thing because there's so many things. So if I like, there's so many things that green blue like has to see against the decks that I play. Against green purple, they need to see like a bend to my will before I get Clarabelle down. And when I'm playing purple yellow, they need to be able to, they have to be able to see the Clarabelle shift and the Cindy singing You're Welcome. If they don't see that, then I'm in a really good place. So it's just, so when I play against green blue, it always feels like they're just one thing away. If they see that one thing, it's probably over. If they don't, it's probably over, right? And that's what's so weird about playing against green blue. So I don't like when my opponent is visibly mad. Seth, screw him. Screw him. No, I get that feeling, man. I played Steel Song from set 4 when I started to when I deployed. And at our locals, like there were times that I would bring something else to play because we had so many players that their decks their auto loss was Steel Song, and it felt bad. So I would play different decks. So I get that feeling. And there's other times where I'll sit down, like I've seen people's
welcome back, guys. If you guys are just tuning in,
I've seen the light come out of people's eyes when I'm playing green purple Brainiac, and they know that's what I'm playing, and they sit down across from me playing Blurple. Like I've watched one of our locals look at their player hub, see my name, look up at me, and I've just watched the light drain from their eyes. So I get that feeling, man. I definitely get that feeling. But let's give it over to these guys. Let's see what they have to say. Let's see what's going on over in Hong Kong, guys.
Playing on stream. By the way, no biases at all. These were selected by the head judge, not by us. But you know what? The stream, this matchup is a board control matchup.
Yes.
One has really good single target removal.
Yep.
One has a really good board clear.
Yep.
All right. So, Anza, which deck are you more familiar with? Plural?
I mean, I'm more familiar with the
Blue-green.
Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So tell me, what are some of the strengths of blue green, my friend?
I believe when the Whisper in the Wells come out, the most significant card must be the MMS one.
Yeah, malicious,
And-
mean, and scary.
Yes, with the help of the Prince Philip, and it's clearly a board wipe card, and um, it's hard to deal with it.
Yeah, you know, it's pretty funny, right? I've got a story with Prince Philip, okay, Vanquisher of Foes. So Prince Philip got reprinted in Fable, right?
Yeah.
So I still remember playing a sealed event with some friends, right? And we were playing draft actually, right?
Okay.
So do you know what draft is?
Yes.
Right. So you pick one card, you pass it on, you
Yeah.
pick one card, right? So I still remember this one friend taking the Prince Philip. I had the pack with Prince Philip, right? He saw it, and then he was like, "This card is not great." So
Okay.
he leaves it and he passes it on, right? And at the end of the round, right, he keeps the Prince
He
Philip.
gets back the
He gets
Prince
back the
Philip.
Philip. He's like, dang, this card is really
Okay.
useless. It's not great, right? So
Yeah.
he takes after the sealed event, the draft event. He takes the card, he puts it inside the jank pile, right? And he puts it, he keeps it. He's like, I'll give it back to the shop, right? Who
And-
knew when Whispers in the Well came out? He came back to the shop. He's like, "Where's the Prince Philip? I want the Prince Philip back."
That's the fun of TCG, right? Every card may not be extremely useful in this set, but we got different sets coming out, and in like next month, and we can refill it in our deck, and whoa, it's another combo. It's
Yeah,
another board wipe.
Exactly. You know, so I'm really excited to see whether these players are going to be pulling off the blue-green combo. We're going to go straight into the stream. So here on the right-hand side, we have Osri playing blue-green. He is coming from Singapore. And on the left-hand side, we have Lance playing Blurple all the way from the Philippines. So here we have a really good matchup. You know, I think Osri is going to start us off. He is starting first. He is going to be playing Inking Basil and playing Develop Your Brain. Really strong. Turn 1 play.
Yep. And the Emerald Sapphire players doesn't mind that they don't have any characters on board and on turn 1, right? So as we just previously said, both Sapphire players I like to go with the 2-4-6 combo, ramping combo. But still, Amethyst and both Amethyst and Emerald got another key cost they can play within the 2-4-6 combo. So it makes the game a lot different if either players not holding that approach.
Yep, that's right. So I think Osri here going to be inking one malicious, mean, and scary from his hand. He probably doesn't like to see that, but I think I knows, yeah, especially with the Into the Unknown that's been just inked from Lance's side, he knows that he's playing against a Blurple. So that means that he actually kept the Tipo in his hand right now. He may be going for the double ramp, which then puts Blurple in a bit of a difficult spot, especially since the Emerald Sapphire deck started first. So we do instead actually know we see the Donald Duck going down. Interestingly enough, Improvise being inked, and Improvise, one of those cards which we don't normally see, but has been played to get rid of things like the Iago.
Yeah, because Iago is, you're talking about the vanished Iago, right? So when we're using action cost to target the vanished characters, they go straight into our discard.
Yeah, and you know, Improvise especially in this matchup can almost be read as pay one ink, draw a card, banish a vanished character.
Yeah,
Which is kind of busted if you think about it that way, right?
yeah. But it's a key. It's not a key card, but in some circumstances, it's very useful. And maybe given you directly target the opponent's card, or give extra strength for your own character.
Yeah, and right here we see Osri actually playing I think Sail the Azurite, second Sail the Azurite Sea, as well as the Cinderella. So that means that he's going to go from 5 to 6 to 7 ink at the end of his turn, which is incredibly strong here, right? Has the he played a Donald Duck earlier, and before I mentioned that Donald Duck is actually a very key piece in this blue-green deck, in the Emerald Sapphire deck, because it allows you to draw cards, and this deck is a combo-based deck. So the more cards that you see, the better it is for you. Yes, you're giving your opponent one card, but if you're able to pull the combo off before your opponent can, you're in such a great spot. And on top of that, we have Cinderella.
Yeah, Cinderella is a card that if you played a princess or a princess character in your turn, you can put one card in your hand to your inkwell face down at the end of your turn to draw extra card. So as Emerald Sapphire player is keep drawing cards to hope to collect the missing pieces in his deck to fulfill the combo, right? Like I said before, maybe the MMS combo.
That's right. Yeah, and you know Cinderella here, right? Also very strong because you're actually also able to ink uninkables,
Yeah.
right? And wow, as we playing the Clarabelle here, you know Clarabelle is such a strong card. It allows you to when at the end of your turn, draw as many cards as your opponent has, and you know the Donald Duck having giving cards to your opponent actually enables you to draw just a lot more, right? I mean, Clarabelle, Light on Her Hooves is just an incredible card in the Emerald Sapphire deck, and you know, Azri just maximizing the value.
Yeah, I see Lance is inking the Junior Witcher guidebook because hand size is a little bit full for him right now, and trying to maintain the board control with the treasure cat. Yes, and other. I mean, we already say that card before is a top card for our pick, and try to, shifting the damage counter to the Clarabelle right now.
Yeah, and right here, Elsa being used, making use of Dumbo's ability, right? Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the World. When you you can all your evasive characters gain this ability where you can tap one ink, you get to tap the exit the character, you draw a card, you gain a lore. Incredibly powerful ability coming out from that Dumbo, and it's such a pleasure to see it being used here. But Osri actually using the Basil to bounce back to Cheshire Cat with the boost underneath, expanding Lance's hand size, but also increasing his own.
Yeah, because the Clarabelle can refill his hand size at the end of the turn. And right now we just talk about the Dumbo, right? And we are talking about so many different cards in Whisper in the Wells. That is our top card. But in Fable, the only top card will be Dumbo, right?
That's right, but sorry, I just want to interrupt you. Your Welcome has just been played by Osri.
Oh,
Your Welcome is such a good removal tool in this case, especially with the Clarabelle being developed, because you're shuffling one of your opponent's characters into their own deck. You can actually shuffle your own character in your deck as well, and after you shuffle it, you get to draw 2 cards. One of the few cards in the Arcana which actually allows you to shuffle your deck, right? But also an extremely strong ability, unless your opponent draws 2 more cards, but that also means that you get to draw 2 more cards as well. So Lance is just checking how many cards. Ozzy's checking how many cards Lance has in his hand, and right now, look, he draws the Prince Philip, the double Prince Philip, right? And does he have the MMS?
I'm not sure, but how many cards did he draw in this turn? I mean, the full of hands, right? And it's easy for him to find the missing pieces. And what he need? I mean, the Hades for the nuns, and putting the Clarabelle into the R3 Inkwell, and yeah, it's difficult. It's if the Clarabelle is stay on board, it's difficult for Lions to face with the full of hands Emerald Sapphire player.
Yeah, look, you're right. You know, I think once the Emerald Sapphire player has a huge hand size, he's just able to do so much with the cards in his hand. Draws himself a Donald Duck. One drop Clarabelle here. But no, it doesn't. He's missing the piece for MMS, right? He's playing a 3-drop. He's playing the Prince Philip. I think he has another Prince Philip in his hand, so he may play the other Prince Philip just as a very annoying piece. No, he uses one for the Develop Your Brain, maybe? No, he's
thinking.
Yeah, he's calculating. He's calculating
Yeah.
how much ink he has left, right? So he plays one for the one cost Clarabelle, so it's a really good shift target. He plays 4 to shift 5.
Clarabelle.
He plays 5 to shift onto the Clarabelle,
Yeah.
and that brings his Clarabelle online once again. Plays 6 instead of 7 raw cost.
And
Yep.
Judge is checking the ink, but I mean, Lance is doing so much and trying to use the Hades to just put the Clarabelle into Inkwell, and with the hand size of R3, Clarabelle is back online.
Yeah, so he uses to develop your brain now, checks for 2 cards to put one into your hand, puts
I believe
one at
that
the bottom
one
of your
is
deck.
you're welcome again.
Wow, Azri is going to be drawing so much if he decides to sing You're Welcome there. Inkson's Prince Philip plays a 1-cost Clarabelle there. decides to sing the "You're Welcome" onto the Hades, preventing Lance from actually progressing the game any further. So Hades goes back into the deck. Yeah, so that means Lance will only be able to quest for one with the Elsa. But the good news for Lance is that there's no way to get rid of that Elsa, right? I mean, look here, Elsa has evasive. No other card on Asri's board right now has evasive, but Asri has a very good solution for that, which is just shift Prince Philip, bam, Elsa goes and gets banished.
And I believe that Asri is already holding a 9-cost Prince Philip in hand. So let's see how Lance will react.
Yeah, so right here, what just happened is Asri used the Basil to quest, right? And whenever Basil quests, you get to discard one of the opponent's cards at random from his hand, right? Very, very powerful ability. And whenever you play Basil, you're actually able to bounce a character card back to the player's hand. So either your own or your opponent's. So, yeah, I mean, look here. Lance has a lot of cards in his hand. He has a second star in his hand as well. We don't really see many second stars being played nowadays because of potential situations like this. It's really good into the mirror, I feel. But other than that, you're never gonna be able to use it to its most, I guess, effective way, just because you don't want blue-green to be drawing that many cards as well, right?
Because we are now having different draw mechanism in Amethyst, and it's not necessary to bring in the second star to the right and reviewing the opponent's hand, because hand size is always the key part of a TCG game, right? So especially when we're facing the Sapphire Emerald players.
So the judge is just making sure that, I think the player had inked, but then chose not to ink, and I think Asri was okay with that, but he chose. Yeah, okay. Look, right now the judges are just trying to figure out a ruling, because I believe that Lance was supposed to draw the card from the Dumbo, but accidentally put it inside the inkwell, so took it back from. Okay, look, you know what? The judges are trying to figure out something right now.
And I believe maybe when Lance is tapping his inkwell, maybe mixed it with the treasure cat underneath cards. So we're just figuring the judging right now.
Yeah. But all good. So let's talk about the matchup a little bit more, right? So I think Blurple versus Emerald Steel, Emerald Sapphire. Sorry, there's been so many steel matchups today. The Emerald Sapphire deck, right now in this kind of board state, what do you think? Which player do you think has more control?
I believe my pick will be on the Emerald Sapphire side, because at least we know in his hand we got the big Prince Philip, and with Elsa on board on Lance's side, I believe he'll go for challenging the opponents. And although Lance got Treasure Cat on the table, and with the boost ability, they can shift the damage counter, but still, the Prince Philip is the big threat.
Yep. For sure, and I think the longer the game goes, right, and it seems as if Lance is just it doesn't have the means to currently control Asri's board, right? So there's just very few characters on Lance's side, so Lance can only remove one character at a time. Okay, yeah, so a bit of a rewind was playing. Dumbo was not being able to be played because I think there was an accidental second ink being being mixed up. So now that has been resolved, Lance chooses to play 2 1-drop characters instead of the Dumbo, which is fine. I think the ruling was managed to be resolved. I think both players were okay with that. So we will continue. We will continue on with this game. So now Asri plays Develop Your Brain yet again, draws himself the Develop Your Brain. Draws himself to Develop Your Brain, and we'll continue from there. We just got confirmation that the ink was misplaced from underneath the Cheshire Cat. Yep. So the ruling was just to reverse that, puts the card back into his hand that was inked, a second time, and it was just resolved. So it is all good, guys. Mistakes happen. And right now we are going through the deck again. I believe Azri is just almost seeing his entire deck at this point. Hey.
Yeah, you see another action card with the Vision of the Future. Look at the top 5 card of his deck and pick one in his hand, and the others go to the bottom of his deck. And is it searching for the malicious, mean, and scary?
Yeah, look, he is digging for it. There we go.
Yes.
Plays the malicious, mean, and scary, gets rid of the basil. This is the turn that we were waiting for. This is the turn that we were talking about. We do expect to see a 6-drop. 6 ink being tapped for the Prince Philip. The combo for this deck is going to be online. We do see the singing being done from the Cinderella, but yet another judge call is happening at this point.
Yeah, and this is the first time we witnessed the malicious, mean, and scary on live stream. And I see Asri is already placing the Prince Philip on board and still figuring out the ink, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, it's fine, right? Because we do see the board being wiped. We do see the hand being controlled with the basil. This is not
Another card
going
will be
well from
discarded.
Lance. Another card being discarded. Second star to the right being
second
discarded.
right.
Look,
Oh my
Lance
God.
doesn't mean, isn't going to be, he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I think second star to the right was stuck on his hand. So him discarding that, he's going to be pretty happy. He's going to be like, yeah, I mean, sure, go ahead. Discard the card, which was going to give you more value anyways.
Yeah.
He does not mind the second star going down there.
Yeah, because the card is an inkable card, so you cannot go to Inkwell, and he don't have any ink to sing that song. So, and we see that the genie has placed on the table, and the Dumbo with the Royal Guard.
Yeah, so Lance actually keeping his hand a little bit, keeping his hand thick so that he doesn't go super wide the previous turn was actually pretty smart. I mean, yeah, he was limited with his ink, right? But here, identifying that he has enough cards to, get Prince Philip wiped the first time, and it seems as if we may be getting a second
And a
Prince
time.
Philip wiped soon. Only one MMS has been inked, one MMS has been used.
The John Silver.
But no, goes to the John Silver instead. Tell me, Anson, John Silver, there's a resurgence of John Silver, right?
Yep.
Why is John Silver so important in this Emerald Sapphire deck?
Yeah, because when you play John Silver on the table, when you play this character, chosen opponent's character get redness that they cannot quest for their turn. And with the genie, with evasive and the two law quester, it's a game changer. And with redness, even though the opponents don't exert, they can't quest.
That's right. So look, John Silver putting in some work there makes the genie reckless right now. So let's keep in mind the genie is reckless, but with if Lance manages to draw a Dumbo again, he will be able to sing. We'll be able to use breaking records onto that genie, so it allows him to bypass reckless in that case.
Yep.
Hades being played right now, getting rid of the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, sends it straight into Osri's Inkwell. And right now, because of the cards that Lance has drawn, the Royal Guard is going to be able to trade into that Basil. So Lance slowly establishing board control, but I think it's a little bit too late. Too little, too late. Osri does have game. He's currently at 18, going to 20, and that would be the game going to Osri playing the Emerald Sapphire. So congratulations to Osri for making it all the way to 4-0 right now. And yeah, the game was a little bit, there wasn't much that the Blood Bowl player could do.
Yeah.
So congratulations once again to Osri for winning that. And that, my friend, is the power of Sapphire Emerald, Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, I mean, we witnessed the first time on live stream today the MMS combo, and it's a changing point of the game because because we saw the Emerald Sapphire player already building his board, and also their opponents also building his board, but with the only one board wipe strategy, the whole game has changed.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's even the threat of having the MMS combo, right? Because I mean, when you know that you're playing against a Sapphire Emerald, Emerald Sapphire, right? You can't go super wide with the board because if you do go super wide, then it becomes a bit of a problem when the combo comes out. So
Yes.
it's playing with your mind, right? Because you only can play a few cards at a time, and that limits the level of questing that you can do.
Is it good to reserve some hands when you're facing the Emerald players?
Yeah, for sure. You definitely need to keep some kind of hand. But yeah, they have the Clarabelle.
Yeah.
So it's like a little bit.
What's your choice?
Yeah, you either have
don't
to
have any
give the
choice, right?
Emerald player hand size, or you can't go wide on the board. You can't go really big hand. So the best thing you have to do is pray that the Emerald Sapphire player doesn't have everything in his hand, right?
But they keep searching, right? With the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, Carabelle, and even the Cinderella, right?
Yeah, even Cinderella, even the developer brains, the
Vision of
the
Future,
Visions
yeah.
of the Future. There's so many cards in which the Emerald Sapphire player has, in order for him to look through his deck and dig through his deck. But you know what? The star of this deck is the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. This is the card that we have in our top cards of the deck. The Malicious, Mean, and Scary is what enabled Emerald Sapphire to get back into the meta, right? And Emerald Sapphire, I mean, this card, we talked a little bit about it just now. It's just able to do so much for the Emerald Sapphire deck. It basically enables a combination, right? Which is completely valuable, I think, going into such a matchup like this.
Yep.
So
we also see the Cinderella's dream come true plays on the table a few times in this game, and it's good for her to sing with the Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and reserve the ink, right?
yeah, for sure. Cinderella's Dream Come True is also one of the top cards that we have in the deck. We've seen the card go in and out of the Emerald Sapphire. We've seen the card go in and out of Blurple as well. This card is just so flexible and is able to do so much. It's able to ink uninkable cards as well. It's able to just draw your cards and cycle through your cards as well. So Cinderella, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, two cards that we saw make such an impact in the previous game. But guess what, guys? We've got Azri on the table. Congratulations! Congratulations on your win, my friend. Tell me, where are you from, man?
I'm from Singapore. Where you're from? Don't pretend. Don't pretend.
Hey, look. Welcome
to Hong
the
Kong,
desk.
right?
Welcome to Hong Kong. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the desk, my friend. We saw I think a masterclass of Emerald Sapphire in your matchup against Blurple just now. Tell us how do you feel?
I feel good. I'm 4-0 now, and I won a few dice rolls today, so thank you.
Woo, dice
Yay,
rolls!
happy. No, because usually I lose all my dice rolls at events.
Well,
Okay.
How's your dice roll today?
good.
I'm 2-2.
2-2.
So I'm very, very happy. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, so tell me, you you knew that you're playing against Blurple, right? The moment that he inked Into the Unknown.
Yeah.
So did it kind of change the strategy against playing against your opponent once you saw that you're playing against Blurple?
So basically, the Donald Duck became very, very important. And even though he inked one Into the Unknown and a second Into the Unknown, he inked one Into the Unknown. I refused to move my Donald Duck because it meant that his Dumbo can easily sing on it.
That's
So
right.
I'm forcing him to have an Elsa in that situation to remove it.
Yeah.
Because Donald Duck is the best card against Blurple for blue-green.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
right. I mean, we saw. To be honest with you, right? I mean, we played this matchup quite a few
Yeah.
times, right? And I think it's rare to see you be able to pull off so much card draw in one game, right? Usually
It
you're
was
able to
insane.
get. You usually be able to get one you're welcome, and then the
Yeah.
Clarabelle will get banished, or you'll be able to get one or two draws off the Donald Duck. But this time, you had 20 cards in your hand at one point.
I know. No, but I really got to respect my opponent for playing out. He's one of the nicest people I've met. We chatted before the game, and really, this is what DLCs are all about, right? Meeting awesome people
Yeah.
like both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me in your country.
Oh yeah. It's good to have you here.
I've been enjoying the goose and the dim sum.
Mm.
Oh, have you already tried the char siu fan?
Cha Sao Fan.
The BBQ pot rice.
Oh yes.
Not yet, not yet.
No, you have to go to try it
I'm
tomorrow.
going to Stanley Street tonight.
Okay.
Maybe. So
Cool.
yeah.
Just to celebrate your potential win, maybe
I hope.
What's your goal today?
My goal,
Yeah.
for the DLC.
of course, to win.
There we go.
Yeah. Hope you can go to the top of the table and see you again in the next live stream.
Thank you very much.
So Azri, tell me, I've known you for a fair amount of time now, and I know that you've been traveling to quite a few DLCs. What number of DLC is this for you?
This is DLC number 3. My first.
Wait, really?
Yeah. I went to DLC Melbourne.
Yeah, but is it
Oh.
only a third DLC? I thought you've been.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
So after DLC Melbourne, it was DLC Singapore, and now I'm in DLC Hong
Ah.
Kong. Yeah.
So how do you think the Asian DLCs are being handled differently in comparison to your
Melbourne
Melbourne
one.
DLC? Yeah.
Best of One is really, really very challenging. But I learned a lot of lessons from my last DLC where I did very badly. I bubbled out. I learned, importantly, you have to build a deck that is very consistent as opposed to hoping you can get it across two games to one or something like that. Yeah.
So knowing that you're coming to BO1, was there any specific tweaks that you made to your deck, which was, I guess, more for BO1 versus BO3?
Okay, I limited significantly any kind of tech cards and played maximum consistency.
So like 4 orbs of everything.
yeah, like 4 Develop Your Brain, 4 Vision of the Future. Yeah, anything that cycles and draws, basically. And to boot, I threw in 2 Improvise as well.
Okay, awesome.
But you didn't see something that spicy that I have in my deck
Alright.
for later
You will
rounds.
keep it for later
Yeah,
rounds.
Yep,
for
that's
later
good.
rounds.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us on the desk, Azri. I hope that you have a good rest of the day, and congratulations and good luck.
Thank you and have a good day casting, guys.
All right. Well, how about that game, right? That was an interesting. I got to give it to the judge there, actually, though. Like I'll give it to the judges there. The judges aren't letting anything slide in the sense that they're not even letting people put their ink in different places. Like your ink will go right here. You won't put your ink to the side. They're not letting people ready their ink during their turn. Like if you guys have seen the hands go in and fix their ink and said, hey, fix that, turn it sideways if you used it. So I'm here for it. The judges are doing work. But yeah, there was some messy. I feel like that last game was more watching the judges play than it was watching the players play. But yeah, the judges are on it. So shout out to them. They are killing it. Let me give you guys the update. Zan is out. He lost, so he has a draw and a loss now. So he is out. Ed is out. Earl is out. DKP is 4-0 on his way to like his 8th Mickey at this point. So yeah, that's our standings so far. I'll update the Twitch chat, let all of them know. Bang. There's everybody's updates. Fiago lost though. He's 3-1. I'd imagine he's probably on Amethyst Steel as well. So China judges better than American judges. Hey, don't be talking about Vince that way. Lorcana is a tough one with ink being face down and not being able to signify your yeah, no, I agree, King. And so when I play, a lot of the times I will put my ink to the side anymore. And I've started doing that because I've been playing so much Amethyst Amber, and I put the lantern up there. So I put my ink to the side to also remind myself to use the lantern. But I didn't know it had to be at the bottom. Is that a thing? Like, I guess I'll have to check. I know in the starter decks when it comes with like the foldable playmat, it has the ink in the bottom, but I don't know if that's an actual rule. But yeah, I know a lot of people were definitely upset with when they took away the ink count or the ink sleeves or whatever you call them, the ink tokens. They were upset about that because that really helped them to not confuse their ink and everything. So, because yeah, it can get confusing, right? It can definitely get confusing. Yeah, no, I agree, Shane. Like, clearly the judges are taking no crap from anyone. So, I mean, it's happening. Like, literally right in front of us. So, yeah, I don't know. DLC's doing DLC stuff. Best of one's so weird. Like, but when we make it to Top Cut, we're back to when we make it to Top Cut, we're back to best of 3, right? So it's gonna be more normal. But oh, that's true, King. Yeah, people weren't using ink tokens when those cards were popular. Not that those cards have ever become popular, but it definitely makes things. Oh, that would make things incredibly difficult, actually. So that makes perfect sense why ink tokens aren't allowed. That makes a lot of sense. So, they changed the rule a month. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, so Daniel Q is a Flower Farm member, so that's why I'm tracking him. I'm tracking him for the other Flower Farm guys. So we have a couple Flower Farm people there, 3 of them. So. You cheat in China. Honestly, they probably do. Like, it's just like, and like, you just watch this. They just pull all the cards away. You don't see the player on stream again. Like, yeah, like, so, yeah, it's an interesting one. DLC, I don't know. Yeah, flying to that DLC would be weird. So, yeah, Green Blue, they kind of got the hand there. Like that was like the dream for them. Like they could have gotten a little bit better, right? But not much. And just Green Blue into Blurple alone is already super favored, right? So, well, oh, that was weird. I thought I made a mistake for a second. All right, let's see what they got in the background there. Like, let's see. So I'm pretty sure to make Top Cut for top 32, you can only lose 1 game. You have to go 6-1, and that will be all 32. But maybe a bubble for 5-2. But if it is, like that's gonna be close. Like, and it won't be many. So I don't know. It'd be interesting. Yeah, Shane. There were people out. Like, I mean, of course, right? But there were people out. Who was it? There was a rare Team Hunters player. He lost round 1, and then round 2 he lost in about 5 minutes. So I would imagine he was against dogs. So he played about 10 minutes of Lorcana, and flew 30 hours to do it. So like. Wait, I don't know how long to fly from where are they up there? We'll just say, I don't know, London to Hong Kong, because they're somewhere near London. Okay, so they've 11 hours, and then played 15 minutes of Lorcana. That feels bad. Like it does. So man, yep, I don't know. I couldn't do it. I don't have that kind of dedication. I really don't. So I really don't. Shane, how are you feeling about Amber Steel aggro this set? Have you been testing with Royce and them, or are you messing around with them doing the shenanigans with the new song? The what is it? The Darkwing Duck song, where you can, when you play the song, you both players reveal the top card of their deck. So I know Royce and them have been messing around with that just for funsies. Oh, is Yu-Gi-Oh super fast? Are those games really fast? Honestly, I have no idea what other TCGs look like. I really don't. I know what competitive Pokemon looks like, just because Safari Zone Collectibles will have it on the TV. And that is wild to me. They spend, and also there's a YouTube content creator that I really like how he does his content, and I wish I could mimic it. And I can't think of his name right now, but I just really like what he does. And I'll watch a lot of his stuff, and it feels like they spend more time just searching their deck than playing cards. So that Pokemon's really weird. So There is a Player Hub link. Let me grab that for you. Let's Get Dangerous is so funny. It really is. Earlier today, I was playing an Amethyst Steel aggro list, and I had like 3 Mulans down. I actually had like a really good opener that was pretty much unbeatable. And then he plays Let's Get Dangerous and flips a freaking Tinkerbell. And then because he flipped the Tinkerbell, that put 1 damage count on everything. And then his little 1/4 Troubadour and Ursula were able to clear my Aurora and Lady. It was just disgusting. So 2 turns each max. Is it really like that? That's insane. Like, that's crazy. So is Yu-Gi-Oh still like a really skill intensive thing? Like, you have to be good to be able to play that fast and that well in those 2 turns? Or is it a lot of just RNG, like luck? And there's your Player Hub link, by the way. Yu-Gi-Oh pricing is like top 64 gets $300 and and I'll never forget when I saw the big Yu-Gi-Oh tournament was giving out air fryers. So like that made me laugh. That's crazy that Yu-Gi-Oh goes that fast. That's insane. But I don't know. At the same time, so when I was deployed, Alestrals came out with their online client that Pavel made, and I really enjoyed the IP. I really enjoyed the IP of Alestrals, but a lot of the games were done in 4 or 5 turns, and I hated that. I actually hated that the games were over so fast because it just felt a lot like you either saw this counter rune or you lost or you had the better draw and you just comboed out. And I hated that. So yeah, I definitely couldn't play Yu-Gi-Oh then. So there's definitely skill, but it's different skills. Yu-Gi-Oh, you do a lot of game actions in 1 turn, but then it ends in a couple turns. Okay. 2 turns is like 35 minutes in a good game. Okay, all right. Well, that's so Alestrals was not like that. Not like that at all. But Alestrals had a lot of the guy who created Alestrals was a really big Pokemon content creator. So it had a lot of play this card, search your deck to evolve the card you played. And then if you do something with that card, you can search your deck to evolve it again to do this other thing. And so you spend your turn searching your deck a whole bunch, and then possibly attacking. So let's roast the players together. No. No. I got a DM today about hurting someone's feelings, so I need to be nicer. So no, Shane, not today. Not today. I will admit there's some times there's some times that I can come off a little insensitive though, especially over text. So I will give him that. So, but yes. So, let's see. So we talked about Fox and the Hound. We talked about Todd, Evasive Todd. If you guys haven't played Amethyst Amber, Amethyst Amber Burn is incredibly annoying right now because it plays a bunch of 0/4, 1/4 bodies, and then it plays all the green purple burn, like the good purple burn cards and draw cards. And then it has just really annoying amber cards that are really difficult to deal with.
Hey guys, welcome back to the DLC.
All right, let's rock and roll. Let's see what these guys say. We'll kind of just chat for a little bit until these guys come on and we get to the match. So, how do you feel about the 4-drop Bell? Do we still need Cinderella? So, the decks that you run Cinderella in, you probably don't run Bell in, right? But like, because the Cinderella is very important for what it's doing. Like, it's ramping you up immediately. You're going 2, 4, 6, right? And you have to ramp up. And then if you go, yeah, man, what's going on? It is DLC Hong Kong. So you're going 2, 4, 6. And if you play a princess after that, then you ramp even more. So they're doing different things. Now, the bell can work really good in any kind of deck where you're playing a bunch of cheap characters early, right? So that you don't mind losing. So it can still work in Cinderella decks, right? But you're just looking at accomplishing different things with both of the characters. That Cinderella guarantees to unbrick your hand. That Cinderella guarantees the filter and the actual ramp, whereas the bell doesn't guarantee anything. If you play a bunch of cards and then you play a bell, but your opponent didn't turn anything sideways, and then they just answer your bell, you only ramped once. Whereas Cinderella could net you more than that. So, no. So it's just different decks, right? And that's long story short. It's just different decks. I think they can be ran together in certain decks, but I think you just have to still use Cinderella in some things. Oh boy. Ooh, red purple versus Blurple. All right, here we go, guys. Let's rock and roll. I'm gonna get my face out of here. And if you guys want to hear me cast a match, let me know, and we can definitely cast a match. But we'll let these guys rock and roll, unless you guys say otherwise.
Use perhaps Pescat in the first turn, and turn 2 Diablo, turn 3 Sisu, and the turn 5 and turn 4 and the Genie, which can give enough pressures to the opponent, because these cards are all 2 laws.
Yeah, for sure. The RA, I think going first is honestly a lot stronger than the potential going second here. But we see Mike on the left playing the RA. We see Naparat playing the Blurple. We do see Naparat failing to play a 1-drop here, but does get his 2-drop. He plays a Sail the Ezra. He inks 1, plays 1, and just goes for the ramp. You know, you mentioned it. You're right. It does not really matter. But in this matchup, when you're trying to trade off, when you're trying to stave off the RA from going too fast, you need a body to get rid of things like the Diablo, like the Tinkerbell here. Napara actually inking the Sail the Ezra. See, the third one
The third
in his
one
deck.
already.
And interestingly enough, Mike Wong playing Next Stop Olympus here signifies that he may be playing the Maui combination as well.
So we can see that Mike is going to play the 2-drop Diablos is on his hand, and he obviously he played this card. Oh, did you see that? He plays the rocket, the Mulan's rocket, right? Wow, this is a small technology that might be played in this RA, not that frequently.
Yeah, Mushu's rocket, right? When you play this item, chosen character gains rush this turn, and you can pay 2 ink and banish an item, and then you give another character rush. That is definitely a tech card. It's actually pretty strong, you know, considering that it's 1-drop, give opponent rush. Give a character rush. But I do want to call out that he is also just building up the Ravens, right? So
This is
that
a
is.
prize card.
Oh, he interestingly plays the Mushu's rocket right now,
Because
perhaps
he
wanting to use the
doesn't
effect
have
for
it.
later. He doesn't have a 3-drop, which is, you rightfully pointed out, you know, he doesn't have a 3-drop for him to play, so he just has to play the rocket in order for him to get some sort of value onto the board. Isn't able to perhaps make use of make the most use out of it. And interestingly enough, actually only just quests with the Diablo, the Diablo Obedient Raven now. Brings him up to 2.
So Nazaret is now thinking about how to maintain his hand size and keep until he get 7 inks to play some removal cards to start controlling the board. So it's quite hard if Mike doesn't give enough pressures on Nazaret.
Yeah, but look at this, Novarat actually being able to use play the Elsa. The Elsa here, the 5th Spirit, actually manages to tap out Diablo, Watchful Raven, and actually being able to use the Cheshire Cat to get to remove it and get put damage on itself, right? Keep in mind, Cheshire Cat has a really nifty ability where you're able to boost 2, and then when you boost, you basically shift up to 2 damage from any character to one of your opponent's characters. All right, so very, very strong ability, and Elsa here was the answer for the side of Noparat. Mike, looking like he's in a little bit of trouble right now, having to ink the Maui, having to ink the next up Olympus, and only having 1 genie on hand. Not a great look, considering that Noparat can actually shift 2 damage from the Cheshire Cat and use the Elsa to trade evenly into the genie.
But sadly, he has no choice. He has to play genie right this moment because he has 4 inks only, which means he couldn't play. He couldn't play Dragonfire. He couldn't play Hades. He couldn't play Elsa's Fifth Spirit at that moment. So he has to play Genie, and let's waiting for Novarex how to respond.
Yeah, look, Noparat playing down the Wasabi. Wasabi actually a tech card, not for this matchup necessarily, but we've been seeing an increasing amount of Wasabis because of the Sea Dog. Is a good tool for you to remove item cards off your opponent's board, but it's also a really good tool to deal with evasive since he gains evasive during his turn. Noparat here, this is just development turn, right? You're able to play the Basil down, you're able to play the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. This is to ensure that you have enough ammo in the tank to last you through the entire game.
Especially the 2 support strength given by the 2 strength support given by Basil, which allows Elsa can challenge Genie directly.
Yeah, so right now, Mike is in a bit of a difficult situation, right? If he chooses to develop his board further, Noparat has just all the tools in his hand to deal with it. But here, making full use of the Elsa the Fifth Spirit to exert the Cheshire Cat, and he would definitely be able to trade into the cat, but he chooses whether he wants to use the Elsa or the Genie for now.
The cat is the problem, but not sure if this is a really good play because Basil will do the support next turn probably if he keep the Basil remains on the board.
Yeah, look, Elsa trading, I think, into the Cheshire Cat is pretty much the only choice that he can do. The Elsa is going to be able to remove the Genie or the Elsa, but since the Elsa has already been exerted, here I don't mind actually questing with the Genie because, Noparat has the tools to get rid of either the Elsa or the Genie, right? So might as well do a quest here, but we'll see what Mike decides to do here. Mike contemplating his options. Yep, that's right. Quest for 2, so brings him up to 4. But Ruby Amethyst going to 4, and Blurple having going to 1. This is already turn number 6. Is not a good sign for Ruby Amethyst.
True. You can see that Mike now giving the options for Novaret, whether you clean my Elsa or whether you use Basil to clean my to clear my Genie. So it's up to Novaret's choice. So let's see. Oh, he chose to banish to banish the Elsa.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I thought the two quests would be slightly more important here, but he opts to get rid of something with more damage because he doesn't want to leave damage on the board, perhaps for a Cheshire Cat move turn, right? So he opts to get rid of the Elsa that way. Oh wow, there we go. That's the reason why, is because he has a Genie Infernal Schemer to get rid of the Genie there, right? So the Hades Infernal Schemer in order for you to get rid of the Genie there. So sends the Genie straight into the Inkwell, and Basil was able to quest for free.
That's what I want to say, because Novaret this turn reached 7 inks already, which means it allows him to play more controllers on RA.
Yeah, you're right. That's the strength of playing blue. You'll be able to play the blue Hades, the Sapphire Hades, which is such a good control card. So you do know once Blurple hits 7 is a very dangerous number if you're the opponent of Blurple, right? So that's kind of like your time limit to hit the 7 ink. But now we do see the other Hades, the purple Hades, looking for a deal coming down. Opts to send, I think, one of his cards. Opts to send a Hades Infernal Scheme up to the bottom of the deck, and Noparet just allows him to do so. Says, look, Hades going back in my deck is not a bad thing, because if I am able to kind of draw the Hades again, I'm going to be fine.
Yeah, he has vision of the future, of course. And probably he can roll again.
Cycle.
Yeah, cycle again.
Yeah, that's right.
So and also it's more important that when you play against aggro, you don't want which the aggro players draw more cards, because as they have more cards, they can deploy more characters, and they can give more lore pressures on control side.
There we go. Okay, you're right. You know, we also do see Wasabi coming down, and I was wondering whether he played the second copy of Wasabi when he inked his first one. In fact, he does. So the Wasabi actually gets rid of the Mushu's Rocket.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much the Mushu's Rocket would have necessarily done this turn or in this game, but look, getting rid of it means one less rushed unit on the board. So Naparat going to be pretty happy with that. Pops off his Junior Woodchuck guidebook as well, and develops one more character in the Royal Guard.
Wasabi is an answer for item card, especially when we can find DKP's Purple. He still he has Wasabi inside to banish it as a tool to banish items.
Yep, usually it's actually meant for the
Yeah.
matchup like the Sea Dogs matchup, right? Where you get rid of the Emerald Comicon. But look, getting rid of Mushu's Rocket, this just means more value for the Wasabi. Here we do see Mike actually playing one of his key 2-cost units in RA that's separate, which is the Lumiere.
Lumiere.
Right? You know, the reason why you play Ruby Amethyst is for cards like the Lumiere, like the Diablo Watcher Raven, like the Headless Horseman Terror of Sleepy Hollow, because these are all really just value cards, right? It's a 2-drop 2/2, but all your other characters gain 1 strength.
And I guess Lumiere is the key card for RA, because he can Lumiere can buff every character's +1 strength by letting these characters can play against those, especially Amethyst Steel, those strong free drops characters. So like we can see that Hades, Cheshire Cat, or even Diablo are now 4 strength, created a strong tempo for Mike right now.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, look, Mike does have a slight tempo advantage right now, but he only has 1 card in his hand. So the hand resource is looking very low for the side of Mike. Naparat is eyeing to play card. He's currently at 7. Plays another Hades Inferno
Hades.
Keeper, sends 2 cards, sends Cheshire Cat into the Inkwell, which also brings the boosted card along with it. So Mike has a lot of ink, but only 1 character in his hand. Mike needs to start drawing cards, either playing, something like the Genie Wish Fulfilled, or getting a Dumbo perhaps if he plays his number. But no, you look, Naparat just trading, doing some board trades, keep ensuring that there's not much that Mike can do. Mike only has a Dragonfire in the next up Olympus, so looking a little bit dire here. Maybe opting to play the Dragonfire in something like the Hades to kind of slow Naparat down, as that is Naparat's only 2-quester on his side of the field.
But in long term, RA, the sustainability of RA is not better than Blurple, because Blurple, there are too much draw engines for Blurple. So right now, I think the tempo side will slowly turn to Blurple side later, since Blurple has more draw engines.
Yeah, look, I don't even think it's going to be later. I think we're going to see it very, very soon, right? Because Naparat, the individual card values that Naparat has can draw off the top of his deck, right? It's just there's a lot more high value cards on the side of Blurple versus RA, right? You draw another Lumiere in this case for RA, you're kind of cooked, right?
Yeah.
You draw another Dragon's Fire, great, yeah, you can get rid of 1 character, but that's about it. And now you see Naparat just gaining so much value on the board with the Elsa, right? Taps 5 ink, sends the Elsa Fish Spirit to the board, is able to trade into the Lumiere because of the rush that Elsa has. And it's also evasive. So the Hades here, looking for a deal, can't really do too much. We see one more quest from the side of Naparat, and yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it.
We have we used to comment Blurple is that whenever you reach 7 inks, every card should be the answer. So you can see that Naparat has a Madam Mim Elephant on his hand, so he could have bounced back the Elsa and then play the Elsa again to banish the Lumiere later.
Yeah, I mean, look, he doesn't have that much ink just yet, but he's just only 1 ink off from there. And we're talking about top decking another Lumiere. It seems as if Mike Wong actually just top deck another Lumiere in this case. And yeah, things aren't looking too hot. I mean, look, if Mike quests here with the Hades, it may have to be the only option. But if Naparat is able to draw 2 cards Oh, one more card. He can then use the Royal Guard to train to Hades. So Mike here, being a little bit more safe. So we see the judge is just pointing out that Nopperot needs to, ready
Ready
his
set
ink and ready
draw.
his characters as well before he draws. So nothing too concerning there. We do see the draw happening now. Seems like a Basil potentially from the side of the Nopperot. So this is one of the lesser valued cards that we see. So we may see it come down as ink instead. Sorry, the Tipo, not the Basil. Tipo goes into the ink, and now, Tom, we are at the ink value where we can do the meta mim bounce Elsa if you want to do that.
Perhaps. Yes. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Bounce back the Elsa and play Elsa again. Because he has five links up, which allows him to play this combo. This combo play.
Yep, the 2 damage needs to go onto that Elsa. Yep, there we go. The 2 damage goes onto the Elsa, and right now Nopperot is in such a commanding position, right? And this is the benefit of Mim. Just now we talked about why Mim is so strong, right? You bounce a character, but you're able to gain value from that character first before you bounce it, right? So meta Mim, so strong. In these kind of situations, Nopperot once again just getting a heads up that he needs to ready his characters first before he draws. Draws now, looking like he's in good shape. Both players are playing is in top deck mode right now. Both players top decking a 1-drop, which is kind of funny. But here, Nopperot could just quest with the Elsa, so he's getting 2 lore every single time he quests with the Elsas, with the Mim. Decides to quest with the Mim because if he quests with the Mim, and Mike wants to get rid of it, he needs to send both the Tinkerbell as well as the Hades in, and even then, that's not enough.
But we can see that Novaret is slowly controlling the game with the current cast he has.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mike is honestly not in too bad of a shape. I mean,
He dare not. Yeah, and he dare not to quest. You know what? He dare not to quest Hades because once you left damage counter on the board, he can. Novaret can use spell or treasure cat if he top these cards and shift back the damages. He just made.
Yeah, look, and
So
also,
he dare not to quest the Hades.
yeah, I'm just wondering where Mike's later game curve is at. Like, where is his Headless Horseman's? This Headless Horseman is very important. Hey, look, he has a Next Stop Olympus in his hand, right? So Next Stop Olympus is an extremely good card, which actually works together with heroes, right? You're able to play it if you have a 5 strength character on the board, or you can just hard cast it. But when you do hard cast it, you ready a hero, right? And when the hero challenges a character in the next time, you gain a lore.
Yeah.
Right. Usually you see that combined with the Maui for maximum value. But Mike figures he needs to do something right now. If not, it may be a little bit too little, too late. But I'm not sure why he pulled the trigger now, because even if he trades into the Mim, it's tapping 2 for the next up Olympus,
Oh.
and now he trades into Mim, gets rid of the Mim, gains the lore as well from playing the next up Olympus.
The game is back into the top deck game.
Yeah, for both players. But you know what? There is more lore value for the side of Nopperot. Plays the Hypnotic Strength to buff a character to get Challenger +2. Draws a
Another
card.
one
He needs
drop.
to choose a character to play the Hypnotic Strength on. He's probably just... Yeah, because he didn't declare which character to play it on. Okay, now he's choosing to play there we go, on the Royal Guard. Top decks the Basil, plays the Basil in his hand. Both players are not getting the cards that they need from the top of his deck.
This is a good news for Mike. At least he tried to slow down Novaret by using all his tools to banish the Metamim Elephant, which allows him can at least reduce the tempo made from Novaret.
Oh, this is good. Maui Half Shark being the top deck for Mike is a piece that he was actually looking for, because whenever Maui challenges a character, you can gain an action card back from your discard pile. In this case, you can take back the Next Stop Olympus, and this is a loop, right? Because the Maui can challenge a character to take back the Next Stop Olympus, gains a lore when the Next Stop Olympus gets played, and when the Next Stop Olympus gets played, you gain a lore from it being played because of the Maui. All right, so this combo is actually pretty deadly, and if he manages to draw a Hercules right from the top deck from Mike, it's
Yeah.
basically a board wipe.
Especially, do you remember Mike played Dragonfire already, which means when he used Maui half shot to banish Novaret's character, he could have uh, he could have recycled the Dragonfire on his hand to banish Novaret's key characters. So it's up to his option. But now we can see Novaret plays another Metal Mime Elephant to bounce back his card back to the hand.
Yeah, but he needs to get rid of this Maui really quickly. We do see Elsa being exerted right now.
And yes, probably.
You see the Elsa come. Okay, Elsa comes down, exerts Maui. Elsa is going to trade into the Maui 2 damage onto the Maui with the boost. Sorry, with the support from Basil, able to clear the Maui, and now Mike is back in the pain train. Right, the Maui was the key card that he needed to kind of get back into the game here, and without that Maui, it's not looking super good for the side of Mike.
Right now, we can see the game is quite. We can predict the end of the game because Novaret keep using the bounce back technologies to keep reusing the Elsa to banish Mike's key cards.
Yeah, we see an Agrabah come out for the Ruby Amethyst deck. It's a location that gives you 2
desperate.
lore. Yes, I mean, look, he's basically playing every card that he can from the top of his deck right now. But Noparat at 16 lore is just going in full control of this game. Puts damage onto the Meta Mim as well, so he's gonna be able to bounce that whenever he needs to. And yeah, Noparat is just in full control, gains 2 lore from that. He's going to 18 now, and I think that may be the final nail in the coffin. Mike just double checking what card it is. It is just going to be a Peter Pan is going to be played, and that's going to be
game.
it. That is game. Noparat gets 5-0. Congratulations for making it. I think that's a guaranteed the top cut. Hey,
I think the most important is the timing that Novaret plays. The timing that Novaret plays his Metal Mime Elephant. He played 2 times in the right moment, right place, and using the right effects on Mike's key card, especially on Lumiere 2 times.
Twice,
and also this time for the shark.
Yeah. Look, he just disabled the shark disabled the shark from being able to do anything because, the moment the shark came down, he just got rid of it immediately, right? So you're right. I think the Mim played a very pivotal role for Blurple in this matchup.
Yeah, especially many cards in Sapphire Amethyst is all on in-play effects. So when you immediately play that card, the effects comes up. So when I play Elsa Fifth Spirit, so you have to tap your key card. And then if I bounce back the Hades, I can play the Hades again next turn and let your chosen card back to the Inkwell.
Yeah, look, I mean, we can't discount the fact that he top decked the Meta Mim as well at the right time. So I think that definitely had that element of play in it. But I think that game was pretty one-sided once Blurple managed to get in control, and that's the problem with aggro decks sometimes, right? In a BO1, you either go really, really, really hot, you quest, you get to 10 within 3 turns, and then the question is what's next, right?
But also I want to emphasize the top deck of Half Shark.
Yeah.
He turned it back the game. But because you feel if you are RA player go second, when you see in this board state, wow, it's hard to win.
Yeah.
But the half shot you topped it, you can make a lot of trouble for the Blurple, and he has to answer. But luckily for Blurple side, he can answer immediately in the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the game would have been a little bit different if Blurple didn't have the answer on the board with the 2 Elsas as well as the Basil. So it was a little bit fortunate for the side of Noparat to be able to get that. But you know what? It wasn't a pretty one-sided game, unfortunately. But sometimes that is just a game of Locarno.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so in fact, both players actually were just top decking really bad cards, which is very unusual, I think, for both decks, right? We didn't even get to see a single Horseman come out from the side of RA, which is very, very rough to see. But you know what? Sometimes it's just gotta be like that, hey. Okay, well, look, guys, we are gonna go for a quick break. We will catch you guys for round number 6. Till then, take care.
Okay. See you later.
Okay. Well, there we go. Another match. Another, what was that? Round 5. Round 5. Right? Oh, let me get our people we're tracking. Yeah, that was round 5. So here are the results so far. I'll share them here for everyone. Oh wait, I didn't check. Is Zan's match over? Zan won. So Zan won. He is now 3-1-1. So the thing is, Zan is actually still in it. He would get in it because of he just can't lose again, right? He would be like probably 30 through 32, but he is still in it with 1 loss, 1 draw, most likely. So Zan won 3-1-1. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, like we were talking about, best of one's crazy. It really is. Like a whole tournament of best in one would be a lot. Because and that one of the guys that came on for the interview said it. You can't really have tech cards in your deck, right? Because tech card that you just want consistency, right? Because you can't alter for tech cards because you don't know what you're playing against, unless your opponent does just like if they shuffle towards you, right? Because they're inexperienced or something or mess up. So you're just stuck with tech cards that may or may not be of any use, and you just kind of have to draw into them. So I don't know. That does definitely make it quite a bit harder. So, but yeah, I don't know. I should have a timer going for these matches so we can see exactly exactly how long they're going, you know? That way we don't have to guess, because I don't know. I'm not paying attention to that. In Player Hub, the thing I liked about Melee is Melee would show you how much time was left in each round, but Player Hub doesn't do that. So yeah, it doesn't. I'm not seeing anything. So it has time remaining in round on the side. Yeah, it has time remaining in round on the side, but it's not going. Like, it's not working. So I don't know. So that's kind of interesting. Purple Steel is cooked like bad. The thing about I don't know, man. I would be careful about thinking that Purple Steel is going to disappear, because it still just does Purple Steel things, like Captain Hook into Calhoun into Giant Cobra or Lexington or GG is still a really tough start for a lot of decks to deal with. So yeah, they might not have gotten anything new, but that's just it. Like 1, 2, 3 strength is still a really good opener. Like they didn't really need anything. It is set 10. It is set 10 in Hong Kong. DKP just trying to have a baker's dozen of golden Mickeys. Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of players that I think you can legitimately say are pro Lorcana players, but there's no question that DKP is a pro Lorcana player. Like pedigree, phenomenal. Yeah, like that is the man's a unit when it comes to Lorcana. So, but are you gonna purchase his masterclass guide? Are you talking about his Blurple one? Is that the one you're talking about? Consistent is they get. When you just keep winning, you know what you're doing. Exactly. I did buy his guide. I have not read it yet, like, to be completely honest, but I did buy it because I like supporting people that I think are worthy of the support. And I know DKP's guides are really good. So I did buy it to give him support. Not that he needs the financial support with all those Mickeys, but he puts out a good quality product. So I did buy it. I haven't read it yet, but I have no doubt that it is good. I bought it when it first came out, and but yeah, it would have to be one of those things. It's tough for me to read a lot anymore because I have so much going on that I don't get to like sit down and read a whole lot anymore. Most, if not all of my reading is either textbooks or audiobooks when I'm running, or working out. I don't have a lot of time to sit down and read anymore. When I am reading, it's a little bit more important than Lorcana, to be honest. But I do need to sit down and read it. Like I do, because he's going to have good input. And even if I'm not playing a lot of Blurple, like there's still going to be good input in there that someone could take and gain something from. So I guess what I could have done is I could have gifted it, like bought it as a gift and gifted it to a viewer or something. But next time. Hey, what's going on, Zane? How are you, brother? I'm hoping that someday you get your champion mat, man. The person who makes my mats did admit that there was an issue, but they said it's been fixed, and it's supposed to be in the mail. Like, just haven't seen it yet. So, it's paid for. So hopefully we get it, either you or I. I do not know if they shipped it to you like I asked, but it's not come to my house yet. So if it does, though, I will promptly send it to you. So I have not even seen what it looks like yet either. So you will be the first person to see what the Meyer Madness Champion mat actually looks like also. So yeah, I guess I haven't checked in with them this week, so I'll have to check in with them on Monday. What's up, Technical Psychopath? Oh, that's a name, man. It's a name, brother. Here is the link so you can check it. There you go. Yeah, there's that for you. I'm doing good, man. We're chilling. We're having a good time. I'm probably not going to stay up all night for DLC Hong Kong, but I will leave the stream up all night for people, and I'll probably set an alarm to wake up every few hours to check on it. But yeah, we have a set champs tomorrow that it's at my local store, so I'm going to go show some support and show up and say hi to everyone. So I've got that tomorrow. It was canceled because of the weather, so that's why it's tomorrow and not in the normal set champs window. Yeah, I'll be there, Shane. So We'll see how it goes. I literally I went to Middletown last week, and round one was a dogs player. Game 1 went fine. Game 2 he kept 7 and I altered 6, and I just said, I'm good, and I just gave him I just gave him the win. and then round 2 was the bye, and then I got a bye, so I was pissed that I got a bye, because for those that don't know, when I get buys, I normally leave, but I already had to drive 40 minutes from Middletown, so I stayed. And then round 3 was against Kyle, and he's never won a champion mat, so gave him the 2-0. So it was a good time. Is Safari Zone sold out? What do you mean sold out? Like the tournament, or the winter spell Build-A-K, or something else? Low-key, I need a spicy deck for tomorrow. What should I play? You could play OTK. I still think OTK is a spicy deck. For set champs. So set champs is tomorrow's Born to Game in Camden or Dover, but it's in Camden. So, but it's not sold out. There's plenty of room for plenty of people to show up. So yeah, it starts at noon. But other spicy decks that you could play. OTK, spicy, good. Green purple, no, not green purple burn. That's not really spicy anymore. It's kind of, ran its course, done its thing. Green blue detectives. I don't know. Let's see it. Did anyone? Oh, you could run this one. This is Brandon's daughter made top 4 with this location deck. So you could do that. Location deck. That'd be spicy. That's new. Oh, you could do Sage Mickey Simba deck. That's spicy. I love me some Simba. You could high roll some Simba. So that feels good. How do I? There we go. So there's that. That's spicy. Circle of Life Dogs, pretty spicy. No one's really going that. Oh, the blue yellow. Man, there's all kinds of spicy things you could run. The blue yellow control list. You could run that. That's spicy. So there's way more than OTK. There's more spicy stuff. You could do a power line deck. Shout out to Scott. He took a power line deck and got 2nd place. There's lots of spicy. You've got options, man. You've got lots of options. So I forgot about the locations deck. I wanted to try that this set. Blue yellow aggro. You could do that also. Yeah. But also, Zane, you could just run it back with green purple tempo, right? And do that again. Why not? So yeah, blue yellow aggro would be a good one. The purple steel locations deck. That was a pretty cool one to see. A lot of cards that just didn't see play this set. I mean, all these locations, the games afoot is in there. Didn't see a lot of the Elsa. So cool little list going on here. I think you could throw in Strength of a Raging Fire in here and you'd be okay with that. But I think the Show Me More is a pretty cool idea that she did by including that, because these location decks, you can kind of run out of steam, right? So the Show Me Mores were kind of interesting. So I liked that. Yeah, King, one of our locals, he always brings location decks. That's just what he does. That's his thing. He loves a good location deck. So he's just always showing up. I wonder if he still played a locations deck for Infinity. We did Infinity Night on Friday. I didn't check to see if he ran locations for that, but I'm sure he did. I ran an Amber Steel Mill deck that was incredibly fun. I was on the draw for all 3 games, and I 2-0'd all 3 opponents. My first opponent was a Ruby Steel player. I did not mill them. I just did Steel Song things. And then my second and third match were both Blue Steel. One was your typical Blue Steel. The second one was Blue Steel heavy items with like Sheriff of Nottingham, Maurice's Workshop. And they even knew I was mill, so they didn't play their Hirams. I still milled them. I still won all 4 games on the draw and milled all 4 times. And it was the most wonderful experience. I even got only Cody would play this kind of deck, and that just made me very happy. So it was good. It was good fun. I love me some Infinity. I really do. I just love playing Whole New World. Whole New World is just such a fun card. So it just makes me feel a certain kind of happiness that I don't normally get to feel playing other cards. And it just takes me back to the really fun times of Lorcana. But yeah, I don't know. We do Infinity at the end of every month at Safari Zone Collectibles. So it's a good time. Everyone had a really good time too. Like, I think people enjoyed reminiscing. We had like 14, 16 people show up. No, it was an odd number. So I think it was 15 people showed up for it. So, and only 3 people did not realize that it was Infinity Night. So 3 people ran set 10 decks. It didn't go super great for them. So, oh, I just saw your message, Zane. Yeah, that would be spicy. A Reanimator deck in set 10. That could be really exciting. That could be a lot of fun too. These Reanimator decks are going to be really spicy in set 11. Krypton, one of these days I'm gonna have to pull up a YouTube video on Heroic. I've seen people talk about it, but I've never played it and I've never looked into it, so I have no idea how it's done, or how it works or anything like that. But I need to learn how Heroic's done, and I need to learn another new thing that's getting popular, and I don't remember who made it popular is the thing.
Hi,
here we go.
Numineers. Welcome back to the Hong Kong DLC. I'm Anson. Right next to me is Brian.
What's up, guys?
Yes, we're already going to the round 6 game, and our players on live stream table is already ready, and we'll see Amber Amethyst deck versus the Blurple deck.
Yeah, man. Actually, I was thinking about it, right? I feel like the yellow purple decks are actually quite similar to Blurple, right? If you think about it, right? Just thematically think about it, okay? So on turn 2, if you're playing Blurple, what do you play?
Lantern.
Blurple.
Oh, Blurple. Must be Tipo, right?
Tipo.
Or Azrazi.
That's right. And as yellow, as a Amethyst player, what do you play on turn 2?
Obviously, Lantern.
Lantern or Hui. Right, Hui. The duck.
Hui.
Right?
Yeah.
So Hui and Lantern basically do the same thing as what Ramp does, right? Except it's specifically for characters.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. So in theory, they're very similar.
Okay. Yes. That makes sense right now. So yeah, you can if you're holding the Amethyst. So if you cannot get a Lantern in your hand or a Huey, just heavily mulligan.
That's right. And but okay, so we talked about the similarities, but let's talk about the differences, right?
Okay.
So what are the strengths of Amber Amethyst?
For me, I'll in the Whispering Wells, like you got the Husband's Right with cast drawing and just banish the evasive character, and we got a support character with 1 cost 2/1, and yeah, it's with the Greatest Criminal Mind.
That's right.
So you can support the opponents to make it like go to the 5 strength and greatest criminal mind.
Yeah, exactly. Just absolutely banishes your characters with 5 strength or higher, right? So I think that is definitely the strength of Amber Amethyst,
Yeah.
especially when you're playing into the Blurple matchup, right? Because the thing is, in this matchup, you're keeping your Horseman Strikes Back, and the Horseman Strikes Back immediately banishes any evasive characters. Guess what kind of characters Blurple plays? Evasives.
Evasives. Tons of evasives. Dumbo, Elsa, Genie. Imagine yourself like you like if you're playing a evasive character with with Ember, most likely will be banished right next turn.
Yeah, and the value exchange that you get out from that is pretty much equal value, right? Because the Headless Horseman Strikes Back is
3 cost.
3
with
cost.
A card drawing.
Yeah, exactly. So you're gaining so much value from banishing an evasive character, which, by the way, costs 4,
Yeah.
right? Genie's 4, Dumbo's 4, Elsa's 5. So the value exchange that you get from the Horseman Strikes Back is incredible.
Yeah, and the Horseman Strike will be my top card in Whisper of the Wells because it gives the Ember an extra weapon towards any other evasive character. So let's head to the game table to see the both players work.
Yeah, man. Look, I think this matchup is going to be exciting to see. We're going to see, I think, the Blurple player start first with the Into the Unknown being inked and a Royal Guard, Royal Guard being played.
Yeah.
Pretty standard stuff for the side of Blurple. By the way, the Blurple player is Chung Ying Kwan. Chung Ying, I believe is his name. And on the left-hand side, we have Jordan. Jordan actually, I was just speaking to him earlier. I find it funny because whenever I cast, he's always on stream.
Oh.
I casted his game in Singapore. I casted his game here in Hong Kong.
So he must be the top player. So he always get into the live stream table.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jordan is a very good player. I'm very, very happy to see him back here in the top tables. He's piloting Amber Amethyst, which is slightly different from the deck that he chose in Singapore, where he was playing Purple Steel.
Okay.
Right. But both decks are purple-based decks, right? And right now, Blurple has done is pretty much the standard things, right? Ink for 2, play Sale of the Years, right? See you ramp, allows you to write one more. He's choosing, I think, his Junior Woodchuck Guidebook, which is interesting pick. Plays another Royal Guard, so maximizing his turn there. Being able to quest with the Royal Guard is going to make him feel quite comfortable. And the reason why he does this is because the Rafiki, if he were to trade into Royal Guard, which would leave him open in order for a favorable trade, I think, for for Chung Ying's side.
Yeah. So the Rafiki is a charger plus 3, and it takes no damage from a hyena character when it's challenging. But I don't think it's familiar. It's
relevant right now.
Relevant right now.
Yeah,
but who knows? Maybe maybe
a strong hyena in set 11, maybe.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we see most of the cards. I don't think you see the hyena there.
Oh, then wait for set 12.
Set 12,
Yeah.
maybe. Wilds unknown, right?
Okay, so the standard lantern is coming out on turn 2, right? And the princess that we already talked about in the right before is the support character. I'm not sure. I'm not so sure about the pronunciation of this character. So maybe the annoying.
Yeah, I think. I think. I'll be honest with you.
Tough
Yeah,
question, right?
but, this support character. Not many players are actually playing her. I think earlier on, but now with the later builds of the Amber Amethyst, we don't have to worry. I'm sorry, the players are opting to play her in the decks a little bit more. And this is what I talked just now, where the similarities of the deck kind of end here, right?
Yeah.
On turn 2, it's Ramp. On turn 2, it's Lantern. But these cards, the decks right now are having a pretty similar start. We do see the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook being popped right here. So it's basically pay 3 to draw 2. We do see an ink coming from the Tipo, and this is what I was talking about just now, where the trades were happening, right? Rafiki manages to clear one Royal Guard. The Royal Guard just trades back into it. And there's no way that Alonwi will trade into the Palace Guard because it doesn't really. It's not a favorable trade for Jordan because he does want to kind of have her for later, where you can kind of boost, not boost, but support one of your opponent's characters to bring him up to 5, 5 strength.
With the greatest criminal mind.
Yeah, with the world's greatest criminal mind, or even just supporting one of your own characters.
Yeah. So will it be the genie on turn 4? Yes, definitely. And with the genie is a evasive character with a 2/4 stat and quest for 2. And when he plays this character, Jordan can draw a card.
Yeah, what comes next is the ability name, which is an incredible ability because you are able to replace itself. Not only that, extremely hard to remove because it's evasive and it also quests with 2, right? So very, very, very strong card. And yes, this is what I was going to mention about. I was going to say that with Lantern being played and Blurple playing a lot more Wasabis, there is definitely a potential for you to get rid of the Lantern with the Wasabi. Yes, Jordan actually managed to get some value off with the Alonwe as well as the Genie. But, you know, that value kind of ends there. But the good news for Jordan is that he's at 4 ink right now. 4 ink is actually a good breakpoint because it allows you to play cards like a Dumbo, like a Genie, without the use of the Lantern. He probably would have wanted to see the Lantern for the Elsa this turn, but it's not the worst case scenario for him just yet.
Yeah, if Jordan got a Dumbo in hand and one card and play with Dumbo, Genie can still oh no, but he doesn't have enough ink. But still, placing the Dumbo in this turn may maintain the board pressure for Jordan.
Yeah, but I think the question that Jordan is kind of facing right now is what is he going to ink, right? He chooses to ink a Cheshire Cat, which is not something that you like to see in your ink. Well, you rather see it on your board, but he is going to be tapping for the Dumbo that we saw earlier.
Yep.
Dumbo does come down. And he's in a pretty good spot right now. You know, on the side of Blurple, we don't really see too many cards with a lot of value. We do see the Wasabi now that can deal with evasives, and we do see the Royal Guard. But yeah, other than that, there's not too much. You know, Eloy here now can actually kind of... So Eloy can buff the, you know, Wasabi, or can support the Wasabi for the world's greatest criminal mind play. But I think Jordan doesn't have that at this point in time. Oh, chooses to actually quest with the Eloy.
Yeah. And Genie just banish the Royal Guard and leave him 1 damage counter on Genie. And actually, Wasabi can, during his turn, this card can evasive. Oh. But Wasabi choose to banish Dumbo to try to stop Jordan from keep gaining extra card with Dumbo ability. Making record, right? So, and Elsa just banish another support character.
Yeah, look, I mean, Elsa here, getting rid of the Lonely makes sense, right? But leaving Genie on the board is... I guess there's a way for Chungyin to kind of deal with the Genie later on, which is why he opted to go for display instead. You're right. You know, limiting hand draw for Dumbo makes a lot of sense. Doesn't want to give Jordan too much advantage from the Dumbo. But, you know, I feel like Genie right now is currently the bigger threat. But in the long run, you're right. Dumbo, so much value if he's able to use breaking records multiple times. Jordan at 4 ink right now. We saw him have the Elsa in his hand, so he could actually double swing into the Elsa with the Genie as well as his own Elsa. But I think he's having a little bit of trouble choosing what to ink at this point.
Yeah, I believe that most of the cards are important, so they can't easily ink that card. Like I see Jordan have another. Jordan have a bell in play in hand.
Yeah, but the Bell here is not going to be doing too much. Oh, no, he chooses to go for display where he swings into the Elsa. Yeah, so he's keeping the Elsa in his hand for a little bit later to answer something a little bit smaller from the side of Chungying's hand. But Bell here does the same effect. Not only that, you actually have 1 more additional lore on the board. So Jordan opting for display is also very, very, very smart.
But remember that Jordan had already inked 2 Treasure Cat. So it's a little bit difficult for him to keep shifting the damage counter in the later game, because Bell is the one-time effect that when he plays the character on board, they can shift the damage counter. But Treasure Cat maintains on board with the boost ability to when you boost him with 2 ink, so the Treasure Cat can shift the damage counter to an opponent's character.
Ooh. Trini actually, I noticed that he actually boosted a card onto the Cheshire Cat because he had 2 leftover ink.
Yep.
But he actually boosts this into the unknown, and now it ends up getting rid of. So it feels a
my
little bit
God.
bad. But Hades comes off the top deck for Chungyin, so plays the Hades to get rid of the Genie. And this is what I was talking about just now. By
Yeah.
leaving the Genie, that means he had an answer in hand or was confident in drawing that answer out. So we do see a quest for 3 right now coming out from Jordan. Very, good play, right? Because Genie here, if he were to if he were to challenge the bell, he can't deal the bell, right? Because
Yeah.
the bell's at 4
Strength.
4 willpower, all right? So there's nothing that and Genie, with Hades having only 3 strength, not enough to deal with it.
Yeah, and right now he need to. Oh, another Hades.
Woo! That feels horrible for the side of Jordan. 2 Hades going down means there's 2 more Hades left, but that also brings Jordan up to 7 ink. So it's not a bad option for Jordan at this point. And
the
we
Horseman
do see
Strike.
Horseman Strikes. The Horseman Strikes just here being used to draw him a card. So it
Yeah.
just reads 3, draw 3, and
Use-
draw a card.
Yeah, free ink to draw 1 card. Right now I believe that Jordan is kind of having some control on board with both Elsa and Belle in play, but Chungyin got two law quester on board.
Yeah, but look, I think there's a lot that Jordan can do here, right? So he could potentially do like a Eloy quest, support Elsa trade into the damaged Hades,
Yes.
right? And then he can just quest with the Bell after that to gain two lore and put pressure, because then Chunin would have to deal with the Bell
Yeah.
or the Eloy. And if he uses the other Hades to deal with the Eloy, then the Bell can then next turn challenge the Hades and get rid of it.
Yes.
Right?
yes.
So
Just- Jordan just did what you mentioned, that the Inui support Elsa and take out banish the Hades and quest with Bell.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jordan is in command of this game right now. He's at 10 lore, Chungyin having only 4. Interestingly enough, Chungyin opting to potentially ink the Sail the Azure-Sea. Inks the Sail the Azure-Sea
Ooh,
because he
nah.
gets Demona. Demona here exerts all characters on your opponent's side of the board, and both players will draw till they have 3 cards. This is the card that we talked so much about in the early game. I'm so happy to see it right now. Tipo being played, ability not being used, but yeah, right now if Hades trades into the Lonely, it's all kind of part of Jordan's plan. Does so, Jordan gonna be pretty happy with that.
Yes. Referring Jordan's hands would be a little bit downside, but it's a necessary that putting the Demona on table, so they can with a big body, like 5-6 stat, so he can try to challenge the opponent's character.
Yeah, look, Jordan's in a good spot. I'm just wondering what 3 cards he has in his hand, right? He's got 7 ink, which is a lot of ink to kind of work with right now with the Amber Amethyst deck that he's currently piloting. So there's a bunch of things he can do. He also does have 1 evasive character, so he's gonna be able to use that character or quest with the Elsa as many times, because Chungyin does not have an answer at this point.
Yeah.
Right. I did see a Horseman Strikes. The Horseman Strikes, it could potentially draw him a card, go to 4. Maybe we see a Genie or something like that. But the board state right now, Jordan going to be pretty comfortable being 6 lore ahead of the Chungyin, but pops the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook. Anton, tell me, what does it do?
This is the item that you place it on table with 2 ink, and you can exert it with an additional another ink to banish this item. So the players can draw 2 cards. So keep searching for answers or how to maintain the board, right? And with 4 extra ink, with 2, Jordan just popped the Moldy out.
Magical
and-
maneuvers here. We're going to be gotten rid of.
Ooh.
So that was actually a pretty clutch card, I think, for Chungyin. Chungyin would have wanted to have that because he could essentially bounce back his Hades if he wants to. If it survives, but now it's definitely not surviving because Jordan is likely going to, he's thinking about what's the most effective way to kind of trade into this Hades here. But magical maneuvers would have helped Chungyin so much, being able to bounce the Hades and reuse that Hades. But now that it's gone, 1 less option for him to do. So Jordan, yeah, just making sure every small move here makes such a big difference, right?
Yeah.
So Jordan making sure that he is maximizing his board state and ensuring that he doesn't leave any kind of openings for his opponent to take advantage of. We see double and low we play come down. Jordan's board very, very wide. Not worried of a board wipe because board wipes don't exist in Blurple.
Yes, and with those two supporting characters in play, I mean, it's hard to. It's easy for Jordan to manage the opponent's board. Like I try to support you, or like we mentioned before, the Great Criminal Mind with two additional strength for Hades, but Hades already banished with Bell, and with the Demona, just a easy Greatest Criminal Mind can banish her.
Yeah. So Jordan questing the Elsa, bringing him up to 11 right now, thinking whether he should quest the Rafiki. I think requesting the Rafiki here is probably not going to be the right play. So he does, yeah, end up passing it back over to Chungying. Chungying now is on, yeah, it's on 8 ink right now. He probably is hoping to get himself a Hades. Doesn't get one. Instead, gets a Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat got to be pretty good right here because he can boost too to shift the damage off from the Bell to the Eloise and start thinning out some of the potential supports that Jordan can give his own characters or give his or to give Chungying's characters, right? So first we see the Demona trading into not trading, challenging the Bell, damage going onto Demona and then shifting the damage over to the Elsa. Yeah, this is a very clean play, I think, coming out from Chungying here. So it leaves only 2 damage left into the Demona. But Jordan could there's a world, right? And hear me out, where Jordan can, quest twice with his own Lowy, buff his own Mowgli, and then Mowgli trade into Demona.
Oh my god!
There's a world that can happen.
Have you ever imagined that, like using the Mowgli to challenge Demona? And but I believe that the Treasure Cat is very crucial at that moment. Like the because of the Treasure Cat, Jordan's Belle and Elsa has vanished.
Yeah, but hey, look, the Elsa just has been replaced. The Elsa is going to be exerting the Cheshire Cat. We see and low requesting for 1 and is going to be supporting, I believe. Jordan still needs to choose. He's going to be supporting the Elsa. So Elsa is currently at 4-5, 4-5 trading into that Cheshire Cat. Cheshire Cat boosted a Demona. There's one less Demona for Chungying to use. We see a low questing onto questing 1 more and supporting, I believe, the Rafiki. Rafiki going to be trading into the Demona and Mowgli. Just going to be pretty happy to quest 1 from there. So Jordan going up to 13 with full board control and Chungying only left with 1 Tipo. But Tipo, we've seen Tipo win the game over at Richmond, so Chungying is not out just yet.
Yeah, let's see how Chungying will play. Like, first of all, he played the Genie, draw 1 card, and another Demona in hand.
Oh, he's inking it though.
Demona.
That's 3.
Oh my god.
That's 3 Demonas gone for the side of the ink for Chungying, and Chungying doesn't have a hand card. I'm actually surprised that the Demona went down there, plays an Elsa, nothing else for Chungying to exert, so uses the Elsa to trade out the Elsa to banish out the Elsa from Jordan's side, uses the Tipo to get rid of an Lonely. Jordan, I think, gonna be pretty happy with that. With a Lonely as well as a Mowgli on the board. I mean, right now, the board value for Chungying's side is looking a lot better, but Jordan is not out of it just yet. Plays himself a Hades, looking for a deal. What is he going to choose? Is he choosing the Elsa? Is he choosing the Genie? Chungying then has to decide. Okay, he chooses the Genie, allows him to draw 2 cards. This is Jordan's way to refill his hand. This may just be what he needs. He gets the Horseman Strikes Back. Horseman Strikes Back going to be able to banish one of the evasive characters at either the Genie or the Elsa. I feel like the Genie will be the right play. Chooses the Genie, gets rid of the Genie. That is left with only Elsa on the side of Chungying's board. Chungying smiling, knowing that may have just been the play that Jordan was looking for.
Yeah. Jordan must choose Genie because these 2 low crester, and with only a damaged Elsa in play is kind of a safer situation for him. But
top deck yet again.
Another Elsa. Oh my
Another Elsa
God.
comes down. The Elsas are gonna get rid of the Mowgli as well as the Lowy here. I'm pretty sure. But we'll see what Chun Ying decides to do. Decides to trade into the Mowgli for the first Elsa. And the second Elsa is gonna be getting rid of the Aloy. Jordan's at 16 lore, but things could change very quickly with 2 evasives on the side of Chun Ying's board.
Yeah, with both players are holding with Amethyst. Ooh. And another genie with card drawing. And what card will end the game for Jordan?
Look, I mean, right now with Genies, right? Genie is really a good card for Jordan right now. He plays the Genie, he gets the Elsa as well. This is
God.
what these are top decks over top decks
Yeah.
over top decks, right? And Elsa here trading into Chun Ying's Elsa. Jordan's gonna be extremely happy with that 15 lore right now. He is so close. He is smelling blood right now. He is going for the victory, right? He quests with, I believe, the Hades, bringing him up to 16. He has lethal on board. Chun Ying needs to be able to do if anything. Gets the spooky sight, has no
Oh.
answer, decides to scoop right there. Congratulations to Jordan for bringing it all the way home.
Oh, I mean, although this is the Ember Amethyst that we're hoping to use the lantern to keep ramping or paying less cost for the characters, but we see the Jordan didn't use much about lantern because still got enough ink to keep putting the Amethyst character on board.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because we saw 2 games of Amber Amethyst, right?
Yes.
The first game of Amber Amethyst, right? He played Huey. Right,
Yes.
Huey, right, and Huey was immediately gotten rid of, and that's the problem with playing Huey instead of
The lantern.
instead of the lantern, right? But and once you got rid of the Huey, there's nothing much that he could do because
Yes.
it was so early in the game he didn't get enough value from Huey questing.
Yep.
But in this game is different, right? Because he managed to pop the lantern twice, right? Managing to get his Aloy as well as his Genie on the board,
Yep.
and he was already at 3 ink. So that meant that one more turn later, he would be able to go to 4, and when he goes to 4, that's all he needs.
Dumbo, Genie, Elsa is any card that Jordan would like to play. It's having enough ink to play.
Exactly, right? So I think that's the difference. It's when you are, it's at which point of the game you're able to get rid of either the lantern or the Kui,
Yep.
right? And in this case, Jordan actually managed to, close this game out because he was already at the point where he had pretty much good value from the side of his lantern, and he managed to play the game normally. Not only that, but because of the nature of Blur Pearl's removal, which is sending cards into the inkwell, it actually helped him out later in the game. I think the big changing point of that game, right, was when Chun Ying played the Demona.
Yes.
The Demona actually, I felt, helped Jordan a lot more because Jordan had no cards in hand.
And limited card drawing mechanism, right?
Yeah, so the Demona allowed him to draw cards. Not only that, but also managed to draw him other cards, which allowed him to draw further, right? So an incredible game from Jordan there, showing us the strength of the Amber Amethyst. But for now, let's show what is currently at stake for these players. So for top 32, they once again get the foil Simba card. They get the at top 16, they get the foil Elsa. At top 8, they get the Elsa playmat. Top 4, you get go to Mickey, Brave Little Taylor, as well as some uncut sheets. Top 2, you get the full foil set for the Whispers in the Well set, that's set 10. And of course, at the first place, you get your World's Invite, a foil rare uncut sheet, and basically everything else that you see here on the prize wall. But you know who is chasing after prizes?
I mean, must be Jordan,
It
right?
has to be Jordan, right? And
Let's welcome Jordan.
let's welcome Jordan to the table. Yeah, so welcome to the stream, Jordan.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
welcome back, I guess.
Thank you. It's good to see you again.
Yeah, it's really good to see you, man.
You guys
And,
met before in Singapore, right?
Yeah. I was lucky enough to do an interview. Made it to top 16 then, so that was good, but
Woo.
hopefully a little bit longer this time.
But first of all, welcome to Hong Kong.
Thank you so much. I love Hong Kong.
And congratulations on your win and round 6.
Thank you so much. My wife is from Hong Kong,
Woo!
so she's guiding me through all the food. I had a bakehouse with Brian this morning.
yeah, that was really good.
I
was
mean,
really-
the bakehouse, the egg tart is It's
Oh,
gorgeous.
divine.
Yes.
Too fat now. Too fat.
Let's
look-
talk about the game.
Yes.
How do you feel after you win?
I feel good. I mean, Blurple is the deck that I'm trying to verse. We're basically playing a purple mirror, but I get to play with Horseman Strike, so I think that I'm inherently favored. That round, he was a little bit unlucky to only have a guidebook on his 4 ink turns, so he didn't play a Genie. I did have the Horseman Strikes for it, but he slowed down quite a lot. And then when he plays Hades, he ramps me, but my removal does not ramp my opponent, so I felt very good.
Yeah, you know, you in that one sentence summarized basically my analysis for the match just now.
You've got good analysis.
Well, I mean, I'm playing with good players, right?
Yes, thank you.
No, but I mean, look, the game, right? Actually, I'm curious. Why do you choose Amber Amethyst instead of something like a Blurple?
That's a good question. This is, again, a little bit different to me, not playing like the most represented deck. I'm usually one to play like the most consistent, powerful deck. But I think Yellow-Purple is very tricky. You know, when you look at Blurple or Purple Steel, some of them have bad matchups into things like Dogs or Burn or Green-Blue. But Yellow-Purple is tricky. If you play a purple card Ink turn 1 and play a purple 1-drop, and your opponent's not expecting Mowgli on turn 2, it can really disrupt your opponent. And then you have playability back into Green-Blue with some of your removal like our World's Greatest Criminal Minds. So it's like you're very favored into the purple matchups, and then you also get a little bit of trickiness into the non-purple matchups. So I really love the deck.
Is it the strategy you pick for the BO1 format in Hong Kong?
Absolutely. I think blue decks lose, in my opinion, a little bit of their power in best of 1. Because if you miss ramp in one game, that's your half your tournament's gone right there.
Yeah.
So you really want to favor consistency, in my opinion, for best of 1. And I think yellow purple on the play and on the draw, and generally its openings, even if you don't hit Lantern, it still has playable lines with Cat. So I really like it.
I'm curious, do you play Huey as well?
I don't play Huey. I think it's a little bit more popular in the Monstro combo version where you're trying to ramp. Yeah, so I just play the 4 Mowgli and 4 Lantern as my 2 drops.
Honestly, such a great deck, and it's really nice to see because we actually had Amber Amethyst on stream earlier, but he unfortunately was his opponent managed to get rid of his Huey very early on.
That's the problem, right? Harder for the Lantern, but he had my opponent had Wasabi, so there you go.
But you know, I think the Wasabi is specifically teched in for stuff like the Emerald Comic-Con as well as the Lantern.
Yeah.
But you know, I think it came down a little one turn too late because you managed to get almost max value right with the Lantern by getting past your 3 ink point.
Exactly. I already had my curve at that point, so 1 turn too late. Yeah.
So, what's your goal today?
My goal today, I have luckily secured my Asia Continental invite, so I don't really need top 16 as much as I really want that golden Mickey. I mean, that's what we all travel for, right?
So,
That'll be
top
amazing.
4 will be your final goal, right?
I hope so.
I mean, win, right? Don't you just win the whole
yeah,
thing?
Yeah, of course.
We'll get to that when I get the golden Mickey, but if I'm lucky enough, then yes, absolutely win the whole thing would be amazing.
But I mean, you are almost secure your top 64 place.
That's
It's
correct.
secured
So-
already, right? 5-1?
Yes, but now we have an interesting decision where do we intentionally draw the last round,
Yeah.
or in a best of 1 format, do you want to play again
For
high
seed.
Swiss
Yep.
seed and then be on the play for the rest of the tournament? So I have a lot of thinking to do right now.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll leave you some time to think, man. Thank you so much once again for coming on the desk.
Always a pleasure.
Appreciate your
Always.
time.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
guys. Good luck.
Congratulations.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, we'll see you guys next time.
All right, good match. Good match. Yeah, like yeah. Amethyst Amber does pretty good into Blurple. He had a lot of really good things to say about it too. What was I want to look at what his name was. I want to track him the rest of the event. But he had a lot of really good things that I definitely agreed with on what he was saying. It was like Varsity, right? That was his name. Jordan Verity. Jordan Verity. I want to track him to see how he continues to do. Hang on. Getting updates on how everyone did round 6. So stand by. All right, put this in the chat if you guys are interested in it. Bang. There's that. Bang. Okay. I think that's an update for everyone. Yeah. Oh, it's getting late. I didn't realize it was already 1 o'clock almost. I'm not going to make it the whole night. I am not going to make it all night. I don't know about you guys, but all right, everything's updated. It's only 1 a.m. I know it's only 1 a.m. I'm in bed by 1 a.m. normally. But yeah. I wanted to look for something. Oh, shut up. I wanted to look for something. What did I want to look for? There was something very specific I wanted to look for though on Twitter. And I remember we were talking about it before the round started, and I just don't remember what it was now. Darn. He had dogs round 5. There was something very specific I wanted to look for, and I just don't remember what it was. But I think it had to do with someone had posted a deck list that I wanted to look at. But it doesn't matter. It must have not been that important. So, but yeah. What are we talking about in our dead time? Set 11? How are we feeling about set 11? How are you feeling about set 11, Shane? Do you feel better about set 11 versus set 10? I don't know. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff with set 11 that still needs to be figured out. But I think Dogs is going to shut down a lot of it. Like, I really do. I think Dogs is going to shut down a lot of people's plans on what they want to do. So, like a lot of these blue-yellow control decks, I think you have to run. I think with blue-yellow, you have to run like Spooky Sight. I just don't know how you don't lose to Dogs otherwise. Rolling, we don't. Like even DKP. I'm assuming DKP's on Blurple. He didn't say though. But I'm assuming he's on Blurple. Thiago's probably on Amethyst Steel. Justice is probably on Dogs because that's what he's been playing a lot of. Clement is probably on Blurple or Dogs. Daniel is going to be Blurple or Amethyst Steel. Zan is probably OTK. Earl is probably Amethyst Steel. Morales might be Blue Steel. And then Lamb Chops is probably Amethyst Steel, if I had to guess. So, but yeah, I'm just guessing because I don't know what they're on. So, yeah, I'd imagine he's on Blurple. I don't know what else he would be on. So, the Quest Fest. I bet this is a Amber Amethyst Burn deck. I'd imagine. Yeah, Amethyst Amber's annoying. You don't need this Pua. I don't think you run that. Oh, what in the world? Oh, he's on something weird. Circle of Life. This thing is weird. He's on like a really weird list. So that's not what I expected to see at all. What else we got going on? Dog set 11. Rue Amber, Princess Zoolander. Top dog, I mean Fox. So this is most likely a Todd deck. Okay, so you give support to something. Okay, so what? You give the support to something, so that gives its attack to something. Right. Okay. So why do I care about giving support to something? Okay, boost. Give ward. So why is this in his list? Yeah, he hasn't been playing a lot of blue steel since rotation. So you target Todd to ready him. Oh, so is it just whatever? You're just like, I just need something easy to ready him? Because in case you don't have Medal of Heroes, is that like the idea? So you can just quest for 6 with the help of something like Helping Hand? Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, that would work. I think if you wanted to optimize some like this list though, you don't run Little John. Yeah. No, that makes sense. So that actually makes sense. Pay 1, draw a card. Oh, it does say draw a card. But yeah, I think if you want to optimize it, you don't run Little John. I don't think there's any reason for that. He's running Cruella just to get the easy ink value. Two or less is banished. So a lot of ink value there. I mean, doesn't Bell just do it better though? Like I feel like Bell just does it better. But then what are you doing on turn 3 otherwise? So Cruella at least gives him a turn 3. Education or elimination is good. So maybe that's what it is. Cruella's just a fine turn 3. But he's definitely going hard to find the OTK fast. Like really needs it. So that's kind of the main focus. This is okay. 7 rounds of Swiss top 64. Is it top 64 or top 32? Top 64 there's no way it's best of 3, right? Top 64 would take 6 hours. Because you got 64, 32, 16, 8, 4 finals. So 6 hours. Finals would be double the length of Swiss. That's crazy. I think Purple Green with that song and Ursula is a great sneaky play. Exert a character, banish a character. Yeah, that could work really well. I think Purple Green is definitely going to be a good deck this set. Snow Fort is really annoying. Give all your characters +1 attack and resist +1 on your opponent's turn. That's really annoying to deal with. It's really tough for a lot of decks to deal with it. So that one's just tough. But yeah, green purple is looking really good. I want that Todd deck has to just draw really fast. Oh, we didn't want.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Hong Kong DLC
We're
live
back
stream.
already?
I am Brian, and this
All
is
right.
Tom. Tom has been somewhat leaving. I've been here, sitting here. Tom here has been adventuring around. Tom, tell us, where have you been?
Yeah, I've just queued up for Brian's size signature event. Yeah, do you see that?
Ah, yeah,
Yeah.
nice. You're gonna see what the? Let me see that. Oh, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, Illuminators here can, when they finish the events, they can go to queue up for the signature event.
Yeah, so
Looking for
guys, if you
looking
guys
for
are
Brian's signature.
if you guys are around Hong Kong, if you're around the Hopewell Hotel, you can come down and get a sign, get your card signed. And by the way, he is the artist of Pegasus, which is one of the most iconic cards around. So, in fact, if you're playing the DLC, I think he also did the full art entry one as well,
Yes,
right?
yes,
so
yes.
you can just come down, get it signed, queue up, and we also have heaps of different side events here down in the Hopewell Hotel. So hop on down if you are in the area. We are at near, this is Hong Kong Island, right?
Hong Kong
Yeah,
Island.
we are in Hong Kong Island. So
Hopewell.
if you're
Hopewell
around the
Hotel.
area, Hopewell Hotel, come on down, join us, watch the event, be a part of the event. There's so much good vibes happening here.
Yeah, I saw the queue is up right now. So just don't stop and action immediately.
Yeah, do come on down and catch some of that action. But you know what? That we are here for the main event for the DLC in Hong Kong, the Disney Locana Challenge. And right now, this is the final round of Swizz. We've seen so many good Swizz rounds on stream so far, and I'm very excited to see what is next.
Yeah, and actually until round 7, and some players already draw already, and so right now there are only few spots left for the top cuts players. So I'm so excited, and let's see how it goes.
Yeah, so for those of you who are wondering, this is once again a best of one format. We are playing in set 10, Whispers in the Well. And yeah, I think basically players who are looking to top 64 are looking for a 5-2 score or better. If you do get 5-2, there's a chance that you do bubble out.
Yeah.
So you need to really get a good score. You know,
It depends on the opponents you faced it before.
that's right.
Yeah,
Resistance.
there's only a few 5-2 can move on to the next round.
That's right. That's right. So actually, walking around the floor just now, I've seen actually quite a spread of decks. You know, I think I've seen a lot of Amber Amethyst. I've seen a lot of dogs seated around the top tables. Blurple. I've seen a couple of blue greens. And we've seen a lot of blurples on stream, but not necessarily converting actually.
Yes.
So so far the aggro decks, or you know, the amber decks actually seem to be
Yeah.
having a little bit more favor right now.
So answer may
which
be
is interesting.
correct.
Yeah,
Good
exactly.
prediction.
So just for those of you who are joining, the three of us decided to do a bit of a prediction as to which deck do we think is going to win this entire DLC. Anson, Authorcaster, thought Amber Amethyst was going to win.
Yeah.
What do you think was going to win? You think
So
Emerald,
my Emerald, I think already gone.
Emerald,
Already
Emerald
gone,
Amethyst?
yeah.
Not doing too hot, and I predicted blue green or the Sapphire Emerald deck to take this whole thing. There's still a good chance anything can happen in the top 64. Keep in mind that this is just Swizz rounds right now.
The coming matches, as information I received, it looks like Blue Steel play against Purple
Okay,
for the
that's
final
awesome.
match. Yeah, and we can see they are now the players are now readying to setting up their games.
Yeah.
So in this matchup, if the Blue Steel goes what we
The traditional,
the
the
traditional
traditional
Blue Steel.
route, not the detective route.
Yeah, the 2-4-6 play is important. Turn 2 Tipo, turn 4 Cinderella, which means it allows you to play Goliath in turn 4.
Yeah, I mean that would be the perfect combination for the blue steel, and then from there you are just able to kind of cycle your cards with whatever you have from the side of Goliath. But yeah,
But once when Blue Steel get into the Rinth, we used to into the Rinth. Every card they play is also all
high
answer,
value card.
high value and answer card for opponent's deck. So let's see how it goes later.
Yeah, I mean, look, the cards, the blue steel. This is once again going down the traditional route, right? We're looking at stuff like the Vincenzos, right? We're looking at stuff like the Hades Infernal Schemers as well, right? There's so many high value cards that you can just top deck from your blue steel, and you have good songs like the Strength of the Raging Fire, as well as the He Heralds Thunderbolts that you can get from the side of blue steel. But for the side of Blurple, this is a tried and true deck that we've seen, right? And yeah, just Blue Purple does start first, so we do see Kantapum playing inking a card and playing the Royal Guard off the back end side of Florence.
And finally,
Florence
we can
Chan
see the tradition blue
is
steel right
she
now.
is playing the traditional blue steel with the Cindy's. I see also do see the Namari. Namari actually a very important card here. What does Namari do, Tom?
Lamari, when you play and at the start of your turn, you can draw one and discard one card from your hand. The most important in this deck is because she can do a big synergy with Cinderella, and we can see that Florence has Cinderella on his hand, but also she has Tipo and Sail to the Icerise Sea, which means 2-4 strategy has already comes out.
Yeah, look, she has a perfect curve in her hand. She has the Sail the Azurite Sea. She has the Cindy. She has a Tipo even if she wants to use Tipo instead of Sail the Azurite Sea. And then Namari to kind of just end things, to kind of curve things off very nicely for the side of her board. Keep in mind, she also discarded the Pluto, deciding that the Pluto here may not have too much of an impact for the side of Kantapum, as the only item that he's playing is going to be that Junior Woodchuck Skybook. So the item removal portion of Pluto not being very favored in Florence's eyes for this matchup. So she inks the Tipo. She is going to be playing the Sail the Azurite Sea. Allows her to draw one card and allows her to ink one more card from her hand. Keep in mind that if she decides to go down this route, she has to ink an inkable card. So she is looking at inking the Pluto right now. And with both cards with both effects being done, it seems like she is contemplating whether she wants to quest here. Actually, interesting. Because here's I think what Florence is thinking, right? If she quests with this Mulan, Kantapuma has to either use his Basil or his Royal Guard to trade into it. In which case, it's neither really good choices, right? Because if Kantapum uses the Royal Guard, means that he can't gain quote unquote more strength from drawing more cards. And Basil is a support character, right? So you're losing the support from Basil if he uses the Basil. So kind of putting him in a position to decide which is a better choice. Or if he just passes here, then the Mulan is just gonna quest
probably
more.
He chose to quest because he wants to get 20 loss as fast as possible.
He doesn't want to let Blue Steel get to the long game, get to the late game here.
Probably he feels Florence can play Cinderella in next turn.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, has an Aerial Sonic Warrior in her hand. Actually, potentially. Yeah, I mean that's an interesting ad. I wonder how many copies of the Aerial she plays. But no, turn 3. It is going to be Aerial, as you said. It's going to be the Cinderella, as you said. Cinderella Dream Come True. We talked about this card a little bit earlier. At the end of your turn, if you play a princess character this turn, you may put a card from your hand into the inkwell face down to draw a card. And doing so allows you to put any card, right? An uninkable card.
I can see that Goliath has already drawn it on Florence's hand. So probably the next turn she will play Goliath already.
Oh,
and Aerial Sonic Warrior is important to this deck because she is princess.
That's true. She is a princess, but you also do want to get maximum value, right? So you do want to play songs, but the songs that she plays will probably be stuff like the he hurled his thunderbolt, as well as Strength of a Raging Fire. But we're not at that stage yet, so decides to ink the Hades using Cinderella's ability, and next turn she is going to go hit 6 with the Goliath. So
and we can see Florence has another Hades, right?
Yeah,
on his hand, on her hand, and therefore, if she got 7 inks, next few turns, she can start controlling the board. So we can tell Kantapum, the major missions of Kantapum is try hard to questing.
Yeah,
and give answers to pass the questions to Florence how to solve my board.
Yeah, and look, and I agree with you completely, right? Because this is looking at how wide his board is. He's trying to go very, very aggressive. I'm actually a little bit surprised that he didn't quest with the Royal Guards. I mean, it makes sense because you don't want to you don't want to reduce the value of your board, but at the same time, if he's trying to quest out as soon as possible, riskier plays may need to be done. But Florence here choosing to use Namari instead of Goliath because there wasn't a good card for her to kind of discard. So she's looking at either discard. I think discarding the Cindy here may not be a bad idea. And then you can kind of ink your Mulan you can ink your Mulan for a Goliath play the next turn.
Yes, correct. But she hasn't got any songs yet, so probably maybe she will play Hades next turn to start resolve the problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, she
Is
is.
thinking.
Yeah, she's playing. No, she's playing a princess. So what she's saying is that.
So she's gonna pass her turn.
Yeah,
and
she's
trigger
passing her turn.
Cindy's ability to ink one more card allows her to get
More
right now.
Goliaths.
Yeah. Oh.
Allow her to get 3 Goliaths.
so it
Oh wow. The Kantapum
oh my.
playing Demona
God.
on 6, right, is very, very, very important because it allows him to refill his hand to 3, doesn't allow Florence to draw any cards, and now
And
his
he buffed
Royal
two
Guards.
Royal Guard.
Yeah, they're both going to be 5-2 right now. So being able to deal the Namari, being able to deal the Cinderella. Wait, isn't that?
No, 4-2, 4-2. She drew
He drew 3,
3.
1 for turn.
Oh.
Oh, 4, that's 4, that's 4.
Yeah,
No, that's
correct.
5, because he's got
Oh,
1
yeah,
base.
yeah, sorry. My bad.
Yeah, because he drew 3 cards. So yeah, the judges have caught that on right now. So it is going to be reversed, I believe, because it's only going to be 1 trait. She drew 3 from the Demona, or 2 from the Demona. If he
Uh,
drew 2, then maybe that's a 4.
I missed the first card he drew. So the judge interfered and explained it, what happens on the board. So
Yeah. So right now they're just confirming a ruling, but I believe that Royal Guard should have.
but anyway, at this moment, it's crucial for Katapun to play Demona because he can refill 3 hands from 0, from empty hands. But also he can start stopping Florence from expanding her Rinth. So you can see that Florence board becomes empty right now, and it's tough because she doesn't have any songs right now or removal card, and I bet she probably plays Hades this turn, maybe try to stop Katapun from questing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Look. Anyways, I'm a little. I mean, look, Hades gonna be very, very good there, getting rid of the 2 questions from Kantapum's side. So yeah, I believe that 1 card was left in Kantapum's hand, so the Demona only drew him 2 cards. So 2 cards plus the turn draw means that his Royal Guards only have 4 strength, which is what the final ruling was determined to be. Kantapum here are going to be pretty happy with top decking that Genie going to be played, draws him a card, gets 2 lore on the board as well. The quest with his other Genie as well as his Iago, trying to end the game as soon as he can. So bringing him up to 9 lore right now. 2, Florence is 1.
So it's quite tough for Florence because Katapun deployed 2 genies already on the board, and which means maybe he can claim victory in the next few rounds. Especially, we didn't see any evasive removal from Florence's hands. And it's quite tough for Florence to answer back.
Yeah, I mean, look, she also inked the steel card, which gives alert to the Hades as well. So that means that's 1 less option to get rid of the evasive cards from the side of Florence. And keep in mind as well that she's also not going to be able to use that on the Iago to get rid of the Iago. So her board is she's working on a timer.
Yeah.
Right, because now Kantapum's board is effectively questing out for 7, right? So that means 2 more turns for Kantapum before he can close the victory.
And Florence chose to believe on her right hand because she couldn't play Goliath right this moment because the tempo has already gone to Katapum's side.
Yeah.
And if you let Katapun drawing cards, then he will probably expand his advantages for this game.
Yeah.
So that's quite tough for Goliath right now.
Yeah,
in this
because you don't want to
moment.
give, you don't. It's like Demona, right? You don't want to give your opponent as much value.
Yeah.
You don't want to give your opponent value at all if possible. But sometimes you don't really have a choice. So Florence actually decides to ink one of her Goliaths, keep the other one in hand, so potentially, potentially be able to play more cards later on in the
Yeah.
game. Boom here popping the Junior Woodchuck Guidebook allows him to draw 2 cards. It is going to be Hades as well.
Oh,
That is insane. He has 7 ink left, so the Hades can be placed down to send Ariel, I think, into
Yeah,
the ink
probably.
well. And he also has enough might on the board with the Basil supporting the Iago to get rid of the Hades. So this top deck from Catapoom is going to be amazing. The Hades does go down, the Ariel goes down. Now,
and probably it's the game. right?
yeah, I think there's not much that Florence can do on her side of the turn.
Even though Florence can draw if Florence draw the mob song, she couldn't solve the problems.
Yeah, Mob Song would be interesting here, but yeah, definitely a little bit too little too late. We do see Basil going to be questing to support the Iago. As we said, the Iago is going to challenge into the Hades, banishing the Hades accordingly, leaving Florence with only a Captain Hook on the board. It may be a little bit too late from the side of Florence. Catapoom played this really, really well. He identified that the weakness of Florence of the blue steel deck is going to is letting a game go too late, so he plays in a very aggressive manner, and the cards are allowing him to do so.
Katabun, the reason why Katabun chose to banish the Hades from Florence is that Hades can sing. Hades can sing songs. So he tries to solve every singer that Florence can do.
That's right. And you know what else, guys? I just want to remind people what is at stake here. Catapoom and Florence are playing for the win and in to get into the top 64 right now. And it's looking not so great for Florence, but really great for the side of Catapoom.
So I think it's hard to turn over right now.
Yeah, we do see the Pluto going down. So if Captain Hook trades into the Royal Guard here, Captain Hook does gain Florence
Gain
2
lore
more
from
lore there.
Pluto. From Captain Hook banishes the Royal Guard. So probably is the game.
Yeah, but look, I think it's going to be there is 5 lore, 6 lore on the board. So all Catapoom needs to do here is just quest. So we do see 1 quest for 2, 3, and that's it. There's a quest out. Catapoom going all the way to the win. So he's just making sure that is it, and that is going to be game. Congratulations to Catapoom for making it to for winning it. Well, I guess his last game. It really depends on whether. It really depends on whether his opponent's resistance is going to be good or bad, and from there we'll see whether Catapoom manages to bubble him.
I think this is a standard tutorial to tell how Blurple players play against Blue Steel. Even though Blue Steel's players can have 2, 4, 6 people Cindy Goliath strategy. This is a typical tutorial for all Blurple's players. You can watch this replay to see how to play against Blue Steel, how to stop the wind.
Yeah, I mean, look, on top of that, I do want to point out that, Catapoom with the Demona on 6 was actually the perfect timing for him.
The crucial
Because,
moment.
because Florence had 3 cards already. All right,
Yeah.
so there wasn't a way for him to, there wasn't a way for her to draw cards.
Especially, Catapoom stopped Florence from playing Goliath.
That's
right that moment. So, Demona on turn 5 is crucial.
Very, very, very strong turn for the side of Catapoom, and congratulations for getting, I think, 5-2, I believe. So congratulations for making it so far, and well, we hope you bubble in, I suppose.
Yeah.
So Blue Steel versus Blurple. What are some of the key takeaways here?
I asked some Blue Steel's players. They claim versus Blurple is a quite tough matchup because Blurple can have just like what happens. The Demona can stop every engine that she play for the first few turns. Once the board is cleaned, then you can nothing to do. Especially when Catapoom has 2 more genie right here and 4 lores.
Yeah.
Just only few turns to claim the victory. It created a lot of pressures on foreign side.
That's right. And on top of that, Blurple also has blue in it, right? So that means that he has as many answers for single target removals, right? And if Blue Steel isn't able to ramp up enough, right? That means they're playing very few characters every turn, perhaps one character per turn. And if they're doing that, that means Blurple has the answer to those kind of decks.
And one more most important is when Florence tapped her Mulan, and she and Katapun chose not to challenge Mulan, but otherwise he chose to questing. He chose to give low pressures on Florence side.
Yeah, and look,
And that's quite impressive.
we were talking about the Blue Steel. We saw Cinderella actually today have quite a few performances where Cinderella made a very key role, played a very key role in terms of ramping and allowing players to cycle through their decks. But Cinderella, Cheshire Cat, Demona, Malicious Mean and Scary, and Mowgli all playing very important roles so far. So, very happy to see the impact of Whispers in the in this DLC already. But on us right now, with us right now, we do have Kanapum, who is joining us on the desk. So, Kanapum, congratulations on your win.
Yeah, thank you.
So Blurple versus Blue Steel, right?
Okay.
Which is your which matchup do you think is favorite, or which deck is favorite?
I think blue purple is better.
Better.
Yes.
What are some of the deck's strengths into Blue Steel?
Into Blue Steel. Again, please.
Yeah. Sorry.
Again.
How to play against Blue Steel?
Oh, I think I want to quest every
Yeah.
time and need more.
And that's
more law.
I said when Florence tapped her Mulan, you chose not to challenge with
Yes.
your Roga. You
Yes.
rather you choose to quest to
give
keep
to,
giving her
and
her
and
low
make
pressure.
her and make her attack me.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right.
Leave the questions to opponents and let her to answer you back. Yes, that's because in this matchup, Blurple is quite active right
Yeah.
here.
Yes.
Kanapum, is this your tell us, where are you from, man?
I'm from Thailand.
You're from Thailand?
Yes.
Awesome. Are you friends with Elsa as well?
Again, please.
Are you friends with Elsa?
Elsa,
Fan.
fans of
Fan
Elsa.
of Elsa. Yes. I like her.
Awesome. Well, is this your first time to Hong Kong, or have you been to Hong Kong before?
First time Hong Kong. Yes.
Yeah. How do you feel the environment is? How do you like Hong Kong?
It is okay. So cold than my country.
Yeah.
But it's okay. I love.
You like
I
it?
love.
Yes.
I love it.
I'm going to try some Hong Kong food.
Yes. I eat Hong Kong food yesterday with
Oh.
my friends.
And may I know what kind of
Uh,
food is your favorite?
Pork chop.
Or BBQ pork?
Yeah. Yes.
We call char siu.
Char siu. That's really good. So is this your first DLC that you're playing in, or have you played in other DLCs as well?
No, I play Singapore DLC
Oh.
first time.
Awesome.
Yes.
And
How was your score?
3 win, 3 draw. 3 win, 2 draw, and 2 loss.
too tight.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
I see.
And now you're 5-2.
Yes, 5-2.
Congratulations for the
Thank
improvement,
you.
man. That's really good.
Thank you.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel it's what a dream.
Your dream?
Yes. I think I am lucky. I am lucky because I roll the dice more. I roll the dice.
You went
win
first
by-
more
I
often.
win
Your
a
favorite
dice.
in
Yes.
in this format.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough. But I don't think it's all luck, man. From the game that we saw, you made the right decisions and you made the right call as well, in order to navigate or to play the Blue Steel matchup very well. So you must give yourself some credit, okay?
Thank you.
The Demona is crucial. Right there.
Very important.
Yes.
It sentences your victory.
I
To-
keep Demona at first hand.
Yes, well, that's correct. Play.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for the rest of your DLC. All right, and guys, stick tuned. We're gonna catch you guys in just a bit.
Bye bye.
All right. Whew. Round 7. So I did find out that it is still best of 1 in top 64. Lowered my seat on that last match. It is still best of 1 in top 64. Top 32 is best of 1. And top 16 is best of 1. Yep. 64, 32, and 16 are all best of 1. And then the rest, top 8, 4, and finals are best of 3. So some interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. How are we liking best of 1? Played versus Thai guy first round in Singapore, and they're lovely people. Yeah, I haven't heard anything bad, so they seem like good people. So I will admit though, after this round, I'm probably going to bed. Once the next round starts, I'm probably going to bed. I'm going to set an alarm to wake up for finals. So I'll probably do... So we've got top 64 will be 30 minutes. Top 32 will be 1 hour. Top 16 will be 1:30. Top 8 will be 2:30. Top 4 will be 3:30. So I'm going to set an alarm for 3 hours and 30 minutes and hope that I'm actually up for finals. So yeah, best of 1 is wild. Best of 1 is wild. Wild, wild, wild. Did anyone happen to catch what is your what's your Continental's invite? Is it a top 8 for Continental's invite? Or is it top 16? Did they show that on any infographics? Shane, why do I... Top 16? Okay. Shane, why do I feel like tomorrow is just going to have a bunch of people that never show up to Bornton game, but they're going to come out because it's set champs? Because they really want that $15 card and the... Let's see how much the Oh, actually, I bet it's on TCG Player. How much is the Daisy playmat going for, we think? Wait, what's happening? Daisy playmat. Jeez, it's already down to $79. Crazy. Lowest sale price $70 for a playmat. That's crazy. Then the Daisy card is how much right now? Right here. Lowest sold price $12. So jeez. You're not making any money off of these set champs. Yeah, no, that does suck, Seth. I mean, it has some cool colors, right? Like, so it's not all bad, right? I was very happy with my I've been very happy with all my mats. But this one is a little, I don't know. It just doesn't do it for me. So it's made it very lackadaisical, this set champs. Like I go in with like this who cares attitude for all of them. How's testing going for set 11? But there's still an accomplishment in getting your first championship map, man. So still, congratulations. How's testing going for set 11? It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. No complaints from me. My control is still really good. Green purple control. Purple yellow is still really good. Blurple is still phenomenal. I'm glad that Rockstar Stitch is playable. Like, I've never played in a meta where Rockstar Stitch was a super playable card. So that's really cool. But still a lot of stuff that I want to test. There's still a lot of things that I want to test. I want to test green purple tempo with I want to test green purple tempo with Snow Fort. I want to test green yellow discard. Because I think green yellow discard can actually discard fast enough that it could work and do well. Not this version. This is not what I want to run though. But yes, I do think green purple or green yellow discard could be something and be something pretty good. I think purple yellow tempo discard could be really good, and I want to mess around with that. I want to mess around with location decks. I haven't gotten around to any location decks yet. Detective Pikachu. Oh, is this a set? This is a set 10 deck. Well, that's boring. Oh, this is just the deck that... This is the... Okay, that's boring. We don't care about set 10. We're over it. We're over set 10. We're ready for the new stuff. But there's a lot of stuff I want to mess with. What about you, Jaren? Jaren H3? Have you been doing some set 3 testing? And how's it been feeling for you? Okay, I can get that, right? Like, especially if you're not like, I'll be the first to admit I'm not a great deck builder. Like I am much better at finding lists, and then refining them to what I like. Like I'm not gonna be the guy that figures out Todd combo and how that card best works. Like I'll never be that guy. I would have never been. I'll never be the guy that figures out how an OTK deck works. So it can be a little tough, right? If you're not that kind of person that just really loves deck building and deck theory and stuff, it can be really tough so early in the meta to find a deck that's really enjoyable, especially when everybody and their mother's testing everything. So there's going to be times where you just feel like your deck's just terrible into everything. Like when I was playing green purple control earlier, I queued into a ruby steel locations deck that just completely demolished me because that's what it's going to do. But in 50 games, I've only queued into a ruby steel's location deck one time. Right after that, I queued into something else, so yeah. Amber Ruby Simba deck is really fun. Been testing that with, yeah. Mine is going really hard into the Simba boost because that's just what's really fun to me right now. I think, and realistically, you take out like the Scrooge McDuck and a couple other things. But yeah, Ruby Amber has actually felt really good. As I've been really happy with Ruby Amber. Slushy is just a bonkers card. Like this card is so good. Like so good. Really enjoy that card. But yeah, Ruby Amber's felt nice. I've really enjoyed Ruby Amber. Definitely some finessing that we can do here to make it a little bit better, but like removing the Scrooge McDucks probably is a big one. And then probably upping Ohanamin's family. But right now we're sitting at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't think we want to go higher than 8 with Simba. So I don't know. We'll keep playing around with it. What's yours look like? I've been feeling good about Alien Aggro, but I don't like playing aggro. Amber Steel's song has been fun. Yeah, I feel you, Jaren. I also want to mess around with Amber Steel or Aliens. I just haven't gotten to it. I don't mind playing aggro on Fight Club, especially because it's something I can just queue up really quickly and just kind of have fun. But I can't play it in person. I hate playing aggro in person. I can't do the sitting around. Like I just can't. I have to be doing something. So that's why these longer control decks or these longer tempo decks really just do it for me, because I can't. If my match is over in 5 minutes and I have to sit there, I'm just not a happy camper. So when I was testing for DLC Singapore, there was a guy who was playing red yellow location, and I kept that feels awful. That feels awful. I'm sorry to hear that. So because it's weird to queue into something constantly on Fight Club or something that you know you'll never run into ever, right? So that does feel really weird, right? And it feels bad, especially if you keep losing to it. So what did Lore Gaines post? He's running Prince John, just really trying to guarantee that Ruben value, also Ohana value. Okay, so he went a more traditional route. Oh no, he's still running the Scrooge McDucks. I don't think we need copper. I don't think the deck needs copper. I don't know. I just don't feel like you're that worried about it. I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I just haven't felt like I've needed it. Like in my games with it, I haven't felt like it was something that I was like, man, you know what I wish I had right now? Copper. Yeah, Goofy would go really well. It would work really well. Healing all those characters and readying them, that would definitely help. It goes against Ohanamin's family though, which is a little weird, but it does feel nice into a lot of decks, like to be able to play all this stuff and then Goofy readies them all. Like that could be really good. So Bambi felt really good. Bambi's been a weird one. What in the devil? Ohanamin's family is pre-selling for $44? No. There's no. Nobody's paying. People are paying $43 for pre-sale Ohanas. Stop it. Do not. Unless you have to have it. Don't spend $44 plus shipping on Ohanamin's family. It is not a 44. That's someone saying that this card is better than Demona, is like every legendary from last set, essentially. Like people were paying, I think, $60 for pre-release Cinderella, and that was it. Don't be pre-buying Ohanamin's family. That's wackadoodle. I wish I could long game some rounds, but it's hard to not play aggro when everyone else is running 300 plus. No, yeah, Ginge, I get that. I totally understand. So, like, if the meta calls for it, like, yeah, run aggro, right? It's just a personal choice, right? I will never, like, I'll give dog players a lot of crap just because it's fun, like, but I'll never mean it seriously. Like, if the meta calls for aggro, yeah, run people over with aggro. Turn your stuff sideways. Be done with your game in 5 minutes. Go grab lunch while all these other fools are playing a game and go into finals with not being able to use the bathroom or eat lunch. Like, who's the real winner, right? It's the aggro player. So by all means, I just don't enjoy it in actual events. So but that's a me thing. It's like I tell people, if I get a buy, I leave. Like, I'll show up to locals, I'll say hi to everyone, I'll hang out for a little bit, and then if round 1 pairing starts, after I've even paid for the event, if round 1 pairing starts and I get a buy, I leave, and everyone even knows that I will leave. Like that. So at Safari Zone, we had a locals the other night. I had the round 1 buy, so they redid the pairings because I was just going to leave. Like, I love everyone. I love my locals. They're amazing human beings, and I love spending time with them. But I don't want to sit there for an hour. I really don't. That's an hour that I could spend with my wife or anything else. So it's a me thing. So yeah, they also had the green Mulan at $15. That's crazy. That green Mulan, the foil is gonna cost $5. Like, maybe. Okay, for because of DLC Melbourne. Yeah, okay. The thing is like, I don't know what you really play this in beside. I mean, well, yellow blue can play it really well. Yellow blue can play it well. Red yellow plays it really well. I haven't enjoyed it in red or purple yellow, amethyst amber. I haven't enjoyed it there very much. It hasn't felt good, so I don't know if it stays. Raging, you have a fan. No, Gaspa, you have a fan. The Goofy's a fun inclusion, though. That is a fun inclusion. Dogs instead of horseman strikes. What do you mean? What does that mean? Dogs instead of horseman strikes. Yeah. Planet, for a lot of people it does, right? For a lot of people it does. I wonder what some of the other so I don't mess around with TCG because I don't buy cards online. I've never needed them enough. Okay, so pre-sale $450 for a case. 120, 240, 48. Okay, 460 is actually not bad for a case. What are some of these other? Like in oh, that's an interesting one. So for set 11, I mean, evasives will still be around for sure. But I'll be honest, I've never put a lot of effort into dogs just because I normally will play a lot of games with a lot of decks so I can get a feeling for what they're trying to do. I've not done that with dogs. I just never Dogs is probably one of the least fun aggro decks that I've played. It just never, I don't know, it never felt right to me. So I don't really know how to give you a good answer on what I think might be the better option between keeping Horseman Strikes or taking it out. Like, I get the appeal for it, you know, but when it comes to dogs for me, I talked to Royce. He's one of our locals. He's been on dogs forever. He's been number 1 on Fight Club 10 times now. A big part of dictating the meta for a lot of the people. So I just asked Royce, hey, what do you think about this? And go with that. Yeah, it is a tough deck to play. You have to know the right times to challenge and quest and things like that. So, but when it comes to aggro, I just stick to Amber Steel. I like the colors. It's fun. I like Strength Over Raging Fire. That's a fun card. $8 for Marshmallow. $10 for Stitch. $10 for Ling? I think that's just because they're rares, right? Yeah. Well, this rare is only 5. I don't think Stitch will end up being $10. I mean, 4 of them have sold. Someone bought a playset. That's true. It's low resources, so that does make it more complicated. No. Okay, no one's bought any yet. That would have been bad. Grandmother Willow is better than Pluto. Opponents have to deal with her ready. Not yeah. So I think it depends, right? So again, I refer to Royce, right? Because I was talking to Royce about Grandmother Willow versus Pluto, and he's been on Pluto forever. He loves Pluto and dogs. And we kind of came to the same idea in that the nice thing about Pluto is it lets you utilize your next turns better, so you can have more explosive starts, whereas Grandmother Willow slows things down. So you're playing more long game and by exploding on turn 3, turn 4 versus exploding on turn 2. So it'll be interesting, but the fact that Grandmother Willow doesn't have to exert is really powerful, right? So I'll be interested to see how it develops. But yeah, Grandmother Willow feels super good, really, really good in a lot of decks as well. Yeah, Anna's sitting that, but no one's buying it, so I'll be interested. What in the world? This person's just like, yeah, $75. Why not? TCG stores are crazy. Stores are crazy. Here, let's just sort by legendary and see which ones are actually selling. Okay, the location Elsa. 40 people are paying $40 for Elsa's. Okay, all right. $40 for Elsa's. No way. People are paying $35 for the Darkwing Ducks. I did not expect that. I'm excited though. I want to mess around with a blue steel Darkwing Duck deck really bad. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Amethyst Emerald Burn, going to go crazy with that. If you haven't messed around with Amethyst Burn, I'd take a look at that. I think it's going to do better than Amethyst Emerald. We'll see, but it's just really tough to deal with. Amethyst Emerald. Is it over? Waiting for top cut to start. Aha, I beat you. Blue steel items is underrated. And yeah, I hope so, because I just want to play Darkwing Duck. 11 people paid $44 for Moana's. And then I saw Tinkerbells, which is crazy. One person paid $40 for a Tinkerbell. Crazy. Crazy people. Super rares. No one's buying super rares. Nope. We bought some Lilos. No. Someone's trying to make some blue steel Darkwing Ducks work. Paid $15 for the Sapphire Darkwing Duck. Let's see rares. Someone really likes the Witches of Morva, Marshmallows, the Villain Duck, Stitch Snowboarder. I'll be curious what this card goes for on the day of release. Pete is one of the, in my opinion, one of the like top 5 of the set. Pete is really good. Pete is a really good card. But yeah, if we look at like, so if we go here and we do Darkwing Duck, and we need, so we go 4 of these, and man, look at this Enchanted. That's a cool looking Enchanted. I'm here for that one. We need 4 of these. Yeah, a Akud will be interesting. I'm really because it's not an unreliable high roll. So that one will be really good. So the best, why do you think Pete is good? Pete. Oh, the blue Pete. Okay. So the reason the blue Pete is good is for a couple things. So first off, Ruby Amethyst. Well, or not Ruby Amethyst. God no. Ruby Sapphire. Pete is really strong in Ruby Sapphire. One of the things that Ruby Sapphire does really well is having bangers off the top. But if they ever lose steam, then they lose. So what Pete does there is it filters bad cards to the bottom and guarantees you're going to find big cards that are going to blow things up when you play them. And so that's really good. Pete is a 5/5, so it takes a lot to trade into it, and it's a really good effect. So it forces a lot of other Sapphire decks to Hades it or let it go it. So now you get a whole bunch of ink for free. So that's really important. So for Ruby Sapphire, it's doing really good about getting you the cards that are really useful for you. Your Maleficent Dragons, your Hades, your Petes. If you run this Pete, you can run the 7-cost Ruby Pete, which banishes a character. So things like that. Maybe you need to grab your bow. So you find a grab your bow, a Headless Horseman. And then Blurple. I'm losing my voice because I've been up for so long. I apologize. Blurple has a lot of cards that it needs to survive early game. Your 1-drops, your T-pos, your sales, things like that. And then those are really bad cards later on when you just don't need them. And you're looking for your Elsas, your Hades, your Demonas, things like that. So Pete, if you boost it once, you have a develop your brain. Boost it twice, you have a little bit better than that. So now, sorry, you boost it when you play it, boost it twice, now you have a develop your brain. You get it. And same thing, it's hard to answer. It trades really well with everything. A lot of the times they have to Hades it, they have to put it in your Inkwell somehow. So it's just really good at finding you the cards you really need. So for me, it replaces Hades and Blurple, and I feel really good about it because Hades, if my opponent has 1 card in hand, majority of the time, I'm not going to let them draw 2. So they played a Hades. They got a 3/4 that banished my character. Not the end of the world if I'm winning the resource war. But Pete, I have to answer it somehow. And if I don't, they're going to find bangers. They're no longer going to be top decking Palace Guards. They're no longer going to be top decking T-pos, things like that. They're going to be now getting Hades and Demonas, which will let them draw 3 cards and stuff like that. So for those reasons, I think Pete is just an amazing card, because these control decks, these that have a good high end, they have to run bad early game cards, so they don't get blown out by aggro. But those same cards are what lose them the games later on. How many times have you been playing Blurple where you top decked guard into Tipo into guard, right? And you're just like, well, good game. Like, that sucks for me, so that kind of thing. So hopefully that makes sense and why I feel that way. Could I be wrong? Sure, I could be. I will accept that, because I mean, if you ask my wife, it happens a lot. So but yeah, that's my thoughts on Pete. Now, man, I hate Dreamborn. I really do. Like, I don't hate it. It's just been really wacky for me for a while. But I'm spoiled because we have Norcana, which is something that not everyone can use, so I'm not using it right now, but it just works really well. But this deck. So let's go back to Darkwing Duck. I want to look at Darkwing Duck because we need a shift target. So what do we have? What do we have for shift targets? We have Pete's good. Love to draw one on quest if he's boosted once. Yeah. And also if you run Elephant, feels really good. Okay, so for boost targets, we have this one. Is that it? That's it? No, we have the one drop. Okay. So, I mean, you just run the one drop, right? Because your 2-drop is still ramp. Because I think you still just ramp in this deck. Well, maybe you don't have to. So we'll just throw them both in here for now. If we look at items, types, items, because you have to run items. You run Ingenious Device. Ingenious Device with this Scrooge McDuck is Chef's Kiss. It does now. We found it. But so because what happens is whenever this character quests, you may put an item card from your discard on the bottom. Wait a second. Whenever this character quests, you may put an item card from your discard on the bottom of your deck. If you do, you may play an item with cost 5 or less. Is there something that puts an item back in your hand from your discard? Tamatoa. I'm trying to... So, I remember playing someone that had that Darkwing Duck down, and then he used Ingenious Device, but I wonder if he played Tamatoa first. Interesting. Okay. We'll throw Robot Queen in there for now. Ink Runner in there for now. What do these other ones do? Darkwing Duck in play. You play one less to play this item. Banish this item. Chosen character gains ward. Prince John. Oh, that's what he did. He had Prince John. Or, no, wait. Is it Prince John? Play an item from your hand or discard. Nope, that's not what it was. What is that closet? It's not called closet, is it? I think it's the closet from Beauty and the Beast. Robe? Yeah, what does this one do? Choose and discard an item card, draw 2 cards. I don't know if we need that, but we definitely need Tamatoa. Oh. We definitely need Tamatoa, right? Hey, Lil Spion, my sister from Australia, how you doing? How's it going? Vault. That's the resist one? Is that even legal right now? No. Is there a different vault? Were you thinking something else maybe? I'm gonna drop this link for them. Oh, awesome. Well, thanks for lurking. Glad hopefully you've been enjoying it. So, see, does this happen to anyone else where you'll be messing with it and it doesn't let you scroll any further down? Like, does that happen to anybody else? Oh, vault door jump scare. Oh, poor Seth. Okay. So the question, do we still ramp? I mean, if you're playing blue, oh, you think it's just loading? Maybe that's what it is. I'm just not patient enough. But if you're playing blue, do you just have to run turn 2 ramp? Like, is that just something you have to do? I mean, you don't have to, right? But it's turn 2 ramp. So I'm always nervous to open up DMs on stream. I've never been punished doing it. So, like, no one's ever opened something and I shouldn't have opened it. So I guess until that happens, I won't be too worried about it. Heavy items and do Oswald? Oh, God. I don't know. Okay, let's check the items again. Can we even? I don't think we can entertain Oswald. I don't think we can entertain Oswald. Wow, there's a lot of items actually. Containment unit seems interesting. Containment unit. What do we got here? Okay. When you play this item, choose a character. They can't challenge or quest while this item is in play. At the start of your turn, choose and discard a card or banish this item. Ooh, that is a heavy payment. That is really tough. Yeah, anti, thanks. I never know if the new set is in core or not, so I just don't click it until like it actually goes live. So, but now since you said it, I'll just start clicking core. Appreciate that. Okay. Tiny Tim's Crunch.
Hey guys, welcome back to the DLC happening here in Hong Kong.
Right.
I am Brian. This is Anson, and right now we're going to go straight into top 64.
It's included by default. No. That's crazy. Okay. All right. If I'm still up, we'll mess around with some decks after this first round. I'm actually a little bit alive right now though because we're messing around with deck building. So, but let's watch the game and let's watch the top 64 here, and then we'll mess around with some deck building. Let's rock and roll.
Is definitely way more advantaged because it has all the tools that you need to kind of deal with the pressure that Blurple puts on board, right? And on top of that, you're also able to go the hyper aggressive route with the Lady Tramp.
Yeah.
And you're able to just get like 10 lures within like 2 turns, which is absolutely ridiculous. And right now we've seen our Arsene Lee, who's piloting Sea Dogs, has already inked 1 and has played Daisy Duck as well. Whereas on the right hand side we have Matawin, who is piloting Blurple. I am currently not sure who started first. I think it may be
Arson.
Arson. Yeah, because he's like looking through his hands very aggressively right now. He decides to quest with the Daisy Duck to see what card Matawin is gets from the top deck. He gets a Mim.
Ooh.
Mim actually really useful in this Blurple build, and I was gonna say, I hope this Blurple plays Meta Mim.
Yeah, because this Meta Mim can every turn he can heal himself. So when especially dealing with the Ember Emerald deck, with most of them is just low willpower characters. The strength of Meta Mim free willpower, free strength is useful. And we see that Arson Lee is playing double Wemby on turn 2.
Yeah, double whammy here. Double webby here, not super good. I think for the Sea Dogs, he's probably hoping for something like a Lady Tramp.
Yep.
Right, because when you play a 1-drop Lady, you can play. It reduces the cost of a Tramp by 1. Right, so then you go Daisy, Lady, Tramp, and then suddenly your board becomes very, very powerful because it's got 5 lower on the board here.
Yeah, and if you're another lady will be when you having a free strength and they can quest for free lore, is another options for Arson. But unfortunately, he can only go with the 2 Webby on turn 2.
Yeah, so here Matawin just making sure that weighing his options here. I do see the Tipo in his hand, so I don't think he's worried about avoiding about missing ramp here. But I wonder if he's trying to think of a different blind of play. Interestingly, does ink the Madam Mim Elephant, but I think he probably has a plan in mind. You know, he plays a Tipo onto 2. I think that's rightfully so, right? Because you do prefer having a body in this kind of aggro matchups where you're able to trade using those bodies instead of playing something like Sail the Ezra-C in that instance.
And I know, I mean, using having a Tipo on turn 2 is a must for a Blood Pro player to maintain the 2-4-6 build, and having a Tipo on board facing the Ember Emerald players will be a little bit lack of strength, but I'm feeling still okay. And let's see how Arson will keep building his board.
Yeah, and building pressure as well, right?
Yeah, because I mean, Ember Emerald must be a little bit aggro than the Blood Pro one, because Blood Pro we usually think that it's a tempo game, or the mid range, or a later game. So,
that's right.
Arsenal, I believe he needs to build the most board pressure on first few turns to keep letting the Madawin players to try to react. So, but I see Arson just ink the Mowgli, and
yeah. So look, I mean, Arson inking the Mowgli here isn't too bad for him because he does have an Ursula in his hand.
Yep.
Right. So he will be. He's probably opting to do like a Lady. Yep. There you go. Tap 3 for Lady. Plays Ursula. So he checks what Matawin has in his hand. He sees the Sail the Ezra-C. He sees the Hypnotic Strength. He was probably Arson was probably thinking whether he should discard the Mowgli or the not discard, but ink the Mowgli or the Ursula here. But chooses to ink the Mowgli instead, trying to target something like the Into the Unknown if Matawin had it in his hand. Arson just double checking what Wasabi does, because Wasabi, like I said, I think it's a pretty new tech, right? I mean, people have known about it for a while, but it's only been recently seen in some decks, starting from I think Richmond had a few Wasabis.
Yes, because although most useful item right now is Emerald Chronicon, and also with the Lantern or the Amethyst Emerald Encaster, it will be a very useful card for Sapphire players to get to banish the item. Although the players with the item that being banished will get 1 extra lore, but it's still fine because you get rid of his item. You can't let that item keep growing advantage.
Yeah,
for
gaining
the players.
value, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I think now Arson has seen the wasabi in his hand. He's gonna be scratching his head a little bit. Okay, he's like, okay, do I really want to play the Emerald Chronicon down and lose a bit of tempo to gain eventual value, right? But with the wasabi being known, I think Arson was likely gonna try to avoid doing such a thing. I do want to point out though that Arson is playing Sea Dogs, and the reason why it's called Sea Dogs in the first place is because of the 7-cost tramp as well as Under the Sea.
Yeah.
So the more units you have on the board, the less the 7-cost tramp is going to be. So for every unit you have, it costs 1 less. So right now, if he had the big tramp, he will be able to slam it down for 2 costs. And then from there, he'll be able to filter through his deck very efficiently because he draws 5 cards and then he has to discard 5 cards, right? And Under the Sea here, in this instance, would be pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good considering that Matuin's next turn is likely going to be in Elsa or a Genie.
Yep. And we just saw the players using the Hypnotic Strength with the Royal Guard to banish the Daisy Duck, and Tipo challenged the Webby.
Yeah, and look, this is the plus side of playing something like the Royal Guard instead of the Rafiki, right? Because if you do the Rafiki, if you didn't have a Hypnotic Strength, you may not be able to actually challenge. You may not be able to actually banish the Daisy Duck, but Hypnotic Strength does get the flexibility. I guess in this instance, Hypnotic Strength would work with both the Rafikis as well as the Royal Guard, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
It draws you 1 card. You have a bit more flexible options with the Royal Guard with paired together with the Junior Witcher Guidebook, which I mean we've seen Royal Guard kind of come in and go out of the Blood Bowl deck, so it's nice to see Royal Guard being played here.
I mean, making the card that most players would like to get into the deck is they cut flexibility for them to use it in different ways. Like Hypnotic Strength can let us to draw a card, let the players draw a card, and he can chosen characters. So when you're facing the Vanish character, yes, the Hypnotic Strength can still adding the challenges +2 for that Vanish character and banish them.
Yeah, so Arson here, because he's got such a low hand size right now, trying to see what's the best option in terms of questing and trading, right? So Arson knows that if he uses the Webby as well as the Ursula to get rid of the Royal Guard and the Tipo, then his lady is going to be safe for next turn. Whereas if he quests with all 4, he's going to lose his lady, but perhaps keep the Webby as well as the Ursula. So he's just double checking his math to see whether that's the best play. So he has announced the Ursula trade. So the Ursula, not the trade, but the challenge. So the Ursula is going to be taking 1 damage. The Royal Guard is going to get banished, and I think the Webby is likely going to be taking the Tipo out as well here. He does quest with the lady first, so goes to 8, and then still making a choice with the Webby there. So I think he is going to. He's deciding. He decides to quest with the Webby because right now with just the Tipo by itself, the Tipo can't actually answer anything on the side of Arson's board.
Yeah, and just Arson just lay Lilo down on the table, and it's good for Lilo to come down in the mid game because when we don't have any play hand size on our aggro players, and if the opponents try banish our Lilo, we can play it straight from the discard.
Yeah.
With our ink already with our ink. So you keep your hand size down, and it's nothing about. Yeah, sorry. We're seeing Mazuin using the SRIC right now and inking the Treasurer Cat.
Yeah, I mean, look, Sail the Azurite Sea here, right? This is his 3rd ramp that he's played. I don't think he actually ramped the previous turn with the Royal. When he played the Royal Guard, I think he just played the Sail the Azurite Sea to draw 1 more card. But here he's already used 3. Used 3 Sail the Azurite Seas. Right now he's going for 7. Maltawin, I think, has identified correctly that the Sea Dogs doesn't have much gas left in the tank here, so opts to go for a massive ramp play so that he can actually either refill his hand with something like a Demona, which I see in his hand right now, and as well as getting to his Hades a lot sooner, right?
Yeah, and while Arson is questing for 4 right now with all the players and with all the characters and placing an extra Daisy Duck on table.
Yeah. I mean, look, right now, Arson is basically showing Matsuin, hey, look, I've got 6 lore on the board. I may not be able to win, but I'm going to threaten you to win very, very soon. So you need to start doing things. You need to start answering the board. Matsuin has both the Hades as well as the Into the Unknown. So you're going to be able to get rid of something like the Lilo as well as the Daisy Duck there, leaving Arson with only 2 lore on the board with his Ursula as well as his Webby. So Matsuin here going to be able to do a pretty big swing, I reckon. So yeah, Hades goes down, sends Daisy into the Inkwell. Taps for 7. Yeah, taps for 7. And he is eyeing the singing of the Elsa onto the Lilo. There we go. Into the Unknown being sung by Elsa. What an apt song to be sung by that character. Lilo goes down.
So we are seeing two Lord Crester just right into the Arson's Inkwell, and although pushing Arson's Inkwell into 5 ink and letting him to have much more power to play, but the board is shift to the purple play side.
Yeah, look, Marwin is in full control right now. I mean, the good news for Arson is that Marwin's only at 1 lore at the moment. Arson does have the Emerald Comnicon, I think, as well as
Gogo
the
Tamago.
Gogo Tamago. Yeah, so Gogo Tamago could gain him an instant 2 lore with the damage that's already been done onto the Elsa. But the Emerald Comnicon here not looking super good right now.
Yeah, but it's I don't think Arson will play the Gogo Tamago this turn, because although Gogo Tamago is a evasive character and immediately get Arson's extra 2 points, extra 2 lore, but Elsa is here.
Yeah.
Elsa is a evasive character that easily can banish Gogo Tamago, and with 2 damage counter on Elsa stay.
Yeah, I actually just realized the Wasabi is no longer in Marwin's hand. He may have just inked it earlier and I must have missed it. But not having the Wasabi and having the Emerald Comnicon down is actually a bit of a pain from Marwin's side, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Marwin's on the board right now with 3 lore there. Marwin could potentially use the Elsa to banish the Webby or the Ursula. Yeah, he chooses to do so. And he gets to bounce. And Arson gets to bounce. Character bounces the Webby actually.
Ooh.
So yeah, interesting play there. Probably just wants it to maybe buff a unit or use it for ink next turn potentially. But yeah, Marwin being able to establish a genie on the board as well as 1 more additional ink is slowly counting down to Arson's time limit, right? If Arson gets, not literal time limit, but in terms of historical time, in terms of actually being able to quest out enough for Matsuin for him to get into the game. He does get the lady though.
Yeah.
Lady Elegant, no, Miss Park Avenue, sorry. No, that's not Miss Park Avenue. That's the 1-drop lady. So still not in a great position. I thought it was Miss Park Avenue, because if you get Miss Park Avenue here, that's gonna pop off pretty hard.
Yeah, but Arson is thinking which card should be discarded right now, and I'm not sure the card
Yeah,
is
discuss the lady.
Yeah, and now it's time for Gogo Tamago with the paying extra 2 lore to gain free lore from damage counters on Elsa card.
Yeah, brings him up to 18. Arson very close to closing up the game. You know, we were saying that the Sea Dog deck has so many different answers, and Matsuin needs to show now how is he going to clear this board state. You know, he doesn't want to give too many cards to the side of Arson by playing that Demona, because once Sea Dog's hand has been refilled, it's very, very, very dangerous, as he could potentially draw into one more Gogo Tamago for the game. So yeah, so Arson just making sure that the ink is being shown at all times. So I think that's fair, right? You do want to see how much ink the opponent has in order to make the plays that he is able to do. We do see Marwin actually having the Bell as well as the Elsa, so you could go with either option. I don't think Hades here is going to be the play. Yeah, we do see Hades looking for Dio going into that Inkwell, and both cards in Marwin's hand are going to do so much. We do see Bell being played for 3 damage going over to Gogo Tamago. Gogo Tamago is going into the discard pile right now. So right now, Arson gets to decide which card he wants to bounce back to his opponent's hand. Marwin here may have actually made a small misplay, as he could have done a few quests before the bounce actually happened, but this is pretty negligible at this point, but it may actually come back to haunt him.
Yeah, because when you're facing Emerald Kermcon, you need to quest all the other characters you can before you make one challenge or one banish. So otherwise, your opponent may bounce back your character into your own hands.
Yeah, and right now it could be it looks like Arson is eyeing something like a 2-quester, but look, Brillo has a lot of on-play effects.
Yeah.
Right, so whenever he bounces back is going to just be able to be played later on. So in fact, Madwin actually may have noticed it, may have taken that into consideration instead, thus just making a difficult decision for Arson. And look, if Arson bounces back any of my 3 purple characters, I'm just either going to be A, drawing 1, B, exerting one of my characters with Rush, or C, sending 1 card straight into the Inkwell. Madwin playing a little bit with fire here, decides to quest out with all his characters. I mean, that's pretty much what he can do at this point, and lets Arson live with the with his 1-cost character on the board.
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby Zamersky.
Yeah, and just now the Arson bounced back Madwin Genie, and Genie's just come back again and draw extra card. Is the one that you said on the play effect.
Yeah.
Like Elsa is a Russian exert opposing character. Hades sending opponents into the Inkwell. Bell moving damage counters.
So many bad choices.
Yes,
but I think the right choice was the Genie.
Yeah.
Right, because
letting Madwin have draw cards is a fair choice, or the best choice that he can make right now.
Especially because you are stopping him from questing 2, right? So you're stopping him from questing 2 and allowing him to draw 1 additional card. The 1 additional card at this point of the game doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah.
So the Genie here was definitely the right choice, right? You're just giving him a little bit more hand resources, but at the end of the day, it doesn't prevent your win condition.
Yeah.
Right. Whereas any of the other 3 do.
Yeah. So I think Arson right now is just considering
All right.
just 2 1 drop character, 2 1 cost character just placed on board. One is Wabby and another one is Daisy Duck.
Yeah.
I don't think Arson would like to quest.
I mean, questing here is it's not a bad option, right? Because if you quested the Bobby, right, Madwin has to answer with the Bobby, and either way, you have Webby or Daisy to win. But right now, if for example, at the end of the day, the outcome is the same. Madwin has to remove either one of the 1-questers or and Daisy Duck. Right, he needs to remove 2 of 3 characters on the board in order for Madwin to stay in the game and kind of have any chance of winning this. So Madwin is just being reminded to spread his ink, which is always nice to see from the Kase angle.
Yeah, but for me, I might not quest, because when facing the Amethyst player, I must be aware of the Cheshire Cat.
That's true. Cheshire Cat is always an answer as well. Matawin playing the Elsa right now. Fifth Spirit exerts the Daisy Duck. We have Matawin who is going to decide whether characters are going to be questing here or whether they're going to be trading. They need to draw, right? And he needs to draw, and he needs exactly to play the Junior Witcher guidebook, pop the guidebook, and draw Into the Unknown.
Yeah.
Because Into the Unknown here may be the only option, but there's no characters which are exerted, so you can't even Into the Unknown there. This may actually just be game.
But the Daisy Duck right now is exerted, and let's see how Madwin choose to react with this situation. Like, he's using Genies to quest for 2, Bell for 2, and like he's going to challenge the Daisy Duck. And before the challenge, using the Tipo to challenge Daisy Duck, and before the banish, they have to quest all the characters, right?
Yeah. So look, Hades gonna be used, but Arson here deciding which character to bounce. I mean, Genie seems like the best choice at this point in time, right? Because, like I said, there's no other character. If he bounces back the Bell, the Elsa, the Hades, it's all bad answers into his deck. Arson here making, I think, the right decisions to have this. We do see an ink of the Tipo down as 5. And yeah, look, Arson is identifying. Hey, Arson's like maybe he doesn't have an answer. Maybe this is the play.
Free drop.
Yeah,
for
we do see
Richard
the
Kaibo.
pop going on for 2. What's that? There's a Hades.
Hades.
That's 2 Hades. But
Hades.
unfortunately, not being able to have the answer to that's 2 lore, and Arson will win the game with Sea Dogs just barely making it.
Ooh, that's the game, right?
Yeah, you see the sigh of relief from Arson's hand. He's like, "Hey, there was a very good chance that I just don't make it, right?"
Yeah. If you top deck with the junior Richard Kaibo with the useful card that you can play right now, that's the different game.
Yeah.
That's the different result of the game. And because it's the top 64, it's win or lose situation. So that's the magical moment, right?
That's true. That's true. I mean, look, Arson, I think played extremely well. You know, we will be getting him on the desk just in a little bit, just for a quick interview. But I really like this matchup, Sea Dogs versus Blurple. Like I said, Sea Dogs is slightly advantage. But what I liked from Arson's play was the control that he had, right? In terms of when does he quest with some of his characters. He, to be fair to Arson, didn't draw the combo, right? He didn't draw his big traps at all.
Yeah.
Right, he just played with the small drops units, and I think showed us that Sea Dogs can still pull through, even though you don't necessarily hit the combo pieces that you would rather have. Right, he didn't even do the Lady Tramp combo either. He just web eat. And just, you know,
Webby,
kinda grind it
Daisy
by.
Duck. Yeah, I mean, just one thing I need to mention that is he's inking the Mowgli for for the Ursula.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the situation or the decision between the Ursula or the Mowgli, but Mowgli is our top card for this set, and Ursula just only can discard discarding opponent's songs. For me, I would definitely go for the Mowgli.
Yeah, look, I mean, Mowgli here is super interesting, right? Because Mowgli, we saw so much success with Mowgli today. Mowgli has been played everywhere. You know, whether it's Sea Dogs, whether it's Amber Amethyst, whether it's just Amber Steel. We saw an Amber Steel as well, right? So just Mowgli doing so much work at this point in time. Super happy to see the little jungle boy, the man cub, you know, being played so much today. And Mowgli, just not only does it allow you to discard a potential card from your opponent's hand, it also gives so much information to the player that is playing the Mowgli, right? So speaking of players, we do have Arson with us on the desk. Welcome, Arson. Hello.
Congratulations for your win. How do you feel right now?
This game is definitely the coldest match I have today.
Yeah?
I didn't feel so close to lose today.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw the look on your face, and you know, after you played Webby, your face just went, I'm done. There's very little.
I was thinking if I can draw something with like Quest 2, then I'm okay. Then.
Yeah. And which you did, you know, and I think I was saying on stream that I think you played really well because, you know, with Sea Dogs, we usually see these very big explosive turns where, you know, you have the Tramp come down, you have the Ember come down, but you didn't have that, and you still won.
Kind of lucky on that. Yeah, I mean, I mulliganed 6 to try to take for the Tramp, but I never hit there. So, but yeah, and I also don't have the strong one jobs, right? The ladies, those can crash for 2. If I got those, it would be much easier. But yeah.
Is it your choice to get into this build 1 format about using the aggro Sea Dogs with the board wipe with another sea and the aggro style early game?
Yeah. Like, to be honest, I didn't play the game that much. Okay. But so when I see BO1, and what I think is I want to have a way to mulligan into the, like, no matter what my opponent is, no matter play or draw, I mulligan into the hand I want to have. Like Dogs is like they have a particularly draw, like you just go turn 4 Tram and you win the game. That type of draw. so you just try to mulligan into that.
Just you have to be in your game.
Yeah.
I don't care about the opponent's do. I just do the best of our game.
Yes.
And try to secure the win in the mid game, right?
Yeah. I just try to mulligan into that hand.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, Arson, are you from here or?
I'm from Hong Kong, like 15 minutes away from the venue. That's why I came here.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. So, do you choose? Were you playing? How long have you been playing Lorcana for? Be honest with me, man.
I played it one card rush before, like pack rush, the two pack format, and I play one day testing one day with my friend.
Oh, that's awesome! And you're
Oh
here
my
at
God, this is,
64, man.
I mean, this is your first official tournament of Disney Lorcana, or
Yeah, for the official.
have you went to the set champ?
No.
Not even that chance.
God,
Look,
but your strategy is good.
yeah,
I mean,
look. So this means, right, guys, that anyone can play Disney Lorcana. So you should be going down to your local card shops
Yeah.
to learn how to play Disney Lorcana. And you could be seated right here in top 32, man.
yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look. So Sea Dogs was your choice because you could just mulligan into the hand that you won, right?
Yes.
But let's say if you were to stop time and rewind today's event, would you pick another deck coming into here, or would Sea
I
Dogs
still
be your
think
choice?
I still think the Sea Dogs is still the best deck. Like there's a hand that your opponent just don't have a way to stop you.
Yeah.
And it's I go 3-3 on the die roll today, and I break all the serve, right?
Yeah.
I think this deck is the deck that capable to break the serve.
Yeah.
Like some mid range deck, I saw like I didn't play a lot, but I do check the video, like the gameplay before, and I think the mid range mirror match is it's quite sometimes it's quite play draw dependent.
Yeah.
It can be very one side.
That's right.
So yeah, so I think the Dogs is the only deck that able to like break the serve.
Okay.
The other one is like maybe the control decks, like the
control decks, like the
decks,
blue greens and stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Arson, for joining us on the desk. I wish you the best of luck for the rest of your day. And thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, guys.
Congratulations
stay tuned.
again.
We'll catch you guys in top 16.
See you guys.
Top 32.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we figured out why he was so stressed. If you guys were listening to the interview, sorry, I had to do something really quick. But yeah, we figured out why he was so stressed. I think he said he's played like 5 games of Lorcana. Like he's never been to a set champs. Like he's like, you know what? I live 15 minutes away. I'll go do this thing. And he's literally just playing dogs and playing it like, figured why not, right? I'd be stressed too if I barely knew what Lorcana was. like, I mean, that's crazy. If he wins his next game, he wins a golden Mickey. All right, like that's impressive. Like that's really impressive. So like that's crazy. If that isn't a display of how corny aggro is. 1 day of practice and 1 pack rush. Yeah. Yeah, you win the dice roll and high roll. Yeah. I mean, it's wild, right? Like that's crazy. So, but why not, right? Why not? Gosh, that's wild. That's just so wild to me. These interviews are jokes. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, exactly. Best of 1 format's wild, but you know, that's one thing I've noticed about the Singapore DLC and apparently this one is they're not the same competitive level as the EU and NA DLCs. So, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, it's just not, right? It's just not. And I don't know what reasons, right? China, I guess they probably haven't had Lorcana as long as us, but I don't know. I don't know. So, Frank, there is no day 2. It is all today. Non-stop till winter. And yeah, best of 1 is wild. Like, I wonder if their locals are also best of 1. Or do they play, is that best of 3? I would be curious about that. Well, and that could be true too. That could also be true. So, we can run plate armor, a 4 cost. What did you guys see round 1? He was running plate armor in a blue steel detectives list. Trader, I think that has a big part to do with it, right? Like they got up to set 10 in a year, like yeah, a year, maybe a little over a year. So when you get that many cards in that amount of time, like what do you do with that? You know, like there's just nothing you can do. I have a feeling that a lot of these players are on Wasabis right now because of DKP. Like they bought DKP's guide, and DKP is high on the Wasabis, and he runs the 1 Bell and the 3 Cheshire Cats in his guide. And so they're all on his Blurple list, and is what I would imagine. And then dogs, they all probably bought Diego Saz's dogs list and then went to town with it. And I mean that's what I would do, right? Like if I got 10 sets of cards in under a year or a little over a year, whatever it was. In fairness, they technically skipped set 9. Oh, the rotation was weird with no Hiram ban. Okay. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to what's going on in their scene as far as all of that went. So I don't know. I really don't, but it's definitely been rushed. That's for sure. Banish chosen item. Chosen opposing. This could be interesting. You could use this to banish Chromicon Do you run hidden traps? Do you need that item removal? No. Yes? No? That's an interesting one. We'll come back to that. Set 9 was released with set 8, you believe. And they didn't do the reprints. Interesting. I was thinking Sword of Hercules also. If we look at... Okay, I want to look at deities. DEI? Oh, wait. Okay, I'm on Blue Steel. Okay, so what deities? Hades. Okay, that's a worthy one. You'll probably see quite a bit of. This Hades, of course. Maui Half Shark's been pretty... We need the Pudge counter. That's true. We do need the Pudge counter. But this Maui, so there's some targets for Sword of Hercules. So you could stand to run it, right? Okay. Now let's get serious for a second, right? Because we got Darkwing Duck. Now, okay, if we're a detective deck, if we're running Darkwing Duck, do you run a detective package? So you run Judy Hopps, you run I mean, do you just run this for your item removal instead of Hidden Trap? What other detectives do we have, though? I mean, a 5-cost Challenger 2. Whenever an item is banished, you get Resist +1. Not terrible. That's a potential. This is the Underdog. Not a big fan of the Underdog. If you run these, you have to run the other Judy Hopps. You can run Basil for your other 1-drop. Where's the 6-drop Judy? There she is. So we just do that. I feel like you still run Ramp. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Probably Nick Wilde also. Like, because the fact of the matter is, like, Nick Wilde is still a phenomenal draw engine. Like, it's still a 1-drop. And that's true as well. We could go that route. So let's say we do like the Mickeys and the Donalds. But we have to make sure we have enough items. So what's the magic number for items, right? So we're at 68 right now. What to cut? Probably don't need wardrobe. If we're running the Judy Hopps detective package, you don't need wardrobe. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Nick Wilde's awesome. Like, the moment they play, like, I've played games with Nick Wilde or against Nick Wilde where I have to do some nasty things just to risk them just to make sure they don't shift Nick Wilde, right? So I don't think we're doing Oswald. This is what my friend calls overcooking. Like, am I burning the grits? I don't think you do Oswald. Okay, so you can do Oswald, but even with Oswald, you still have to run the ramp cards, right? No, you don't, I guess. Maybe you cut 1-drop Darkwing since you have 2-drop now for Curve. Oh, that's true. So that could be the line. During your turn, whenever an item is banished, you pay 1 to deal 2 damage to chosen character. I mean, could you just run a detective package and you don't? So what if you just run a detective package and you don't even care about this part right here? The during your turn, whenever an item is banished. Like, what if you don't worry about... So what does this Darkwing Duck do again? Whenever this character quests, you may put an item card from your discard on the bottom of your deck. If you do, you may play an item with 5. See, so maybe you just don't run all of that. Maybe you just cut all of that out, but you keep the big Darkwing Duck still. Just use Cindy to turbo ramp. Well, we want to play Darkwing Duck though. We started this whole journey because we want to play Darkwing Duck, so we can't remove the Darkwing Duck. Like the whole journey is about playing Darkwing Duck. Do you think it's a bummer? Do you think it's a bummer that it? Do you think it's a bummer that you always have to include Tipo and Sale in every Sapphire deck? I'm wondering if Ravensburger will ever fix that. Yeah, it'll be fixed in set 14 when rotation happens. I don't think Sale and Tipo will survive the rotation. So, okay, all right. And then we just have a regular detective deck with a 7-drop that does nothing. You need to run Thunderquack though for at least so everything's a villain. Okay. Let's go one direction. Let's start where we started. Let's just The problem is I think a full-on item list is just probably not going to be good. But let's reset. We're going to reset, okay? We're going to cut our detectives. We're going to reset, and we're just going to go items. We're going to focus a heavy item build, okay? For no reason other than because we want Darkwing Duck to do cool things. So we need the Tamatoa. I just don't think a heavy item build is it. Maybe we can still use okay. Okay. Darkwing. We do this. Wardrobe. We need to go. Let's just do contains items and see what happens. Okay. What do we have in here? Finding my platinum. What's Belle's favorite book? Oh my God. If we're doing an item deck, we need Scrooge McDuck. Duh. You have to have Scrooge McDuck, so that's an auto include. Belle's favorite book. Banish one of your other items. Put the top card of your deck into your inkwell, face down and exerted. I don't know if we need that. Probably don't need the... I don't know. Do we need the Mickey Mouse? Probably not. What about the other Tamatoa? Wait. Okay. Let's not... We'll do... Look. Let's look at this really quick. What's this one do? Banish one of your items. Gain 2 lore. That's kind of cheeky. We'll keep that one in mind. That one's cheeky. Is the other Tamatoa legal? No. Oh, this Tamatoa. No, we don't have enough boost stuff to make this Tamatoa worth it. So because max it's boosting for 2. So that would require a whole different deck, like a green-blue boost deck. So okay. Types, items. Okay, so if we want okay, so we need the Darkwing Ducks. We don't need the Nick Wilds because we're just going full detectives. For better or for worse, or not detectives, full item package. So let's get the Oswald in here. Because because okay. So let's look at what does this one do? Chosen target gets minus attack. In this, if we go that route, we need to do some ramping though, right? Like if we went that route, we need to do some heavy ramping to actually survive to the Tamatoa. Hamster Ball. Resist +2. Ink Amplifier is, yeah, especially if you're against a purple deck. Whenever an opponent draws a card during their turn, if it's the second card they've drawn this turn, you may put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down and exerted. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of Amethyst decks, right? So that could work. Might Solve a Mystery is an interesting one. That lets us look for a character and an item. So that could be a possibility. Banish this item, gets resist. This one gives resist +2. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal an item card and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom. So that could be good. Yeah, no, for sure. And I think Ink Amplifier can probably be like a 4 of. This card doesn't sound bad. Medal of Heroes doesn't sound bad. Gain Bodyguard. Okay, shift stuff. Gosh, we can't even use Baymax Charging Station because Darkwing Duck is a Storyborn. The only Storyborn shift target or shift. Let's see. What else we got here? I mean, we could just run 1,000 microbots. Chosen character gains challenger. We don't need that. Do we throw in Thunderquacks? I mean, you got to throw in some Thunderquack. Seth, you don't want to run 1,000 just a whole bunch of ink thingamajiggers, microbots? Like let's see. Coconut Basket removes damage. Yep, removes damage. So we could counter. Oh no. Okay. Whenever you play a character, you may. Okay, so that never mind. Okay. What does this one do? Whenever one of your characters quests, you may look at the top card of your deck, put it on top or bottom. No. Put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell. That's just way too slow. Chosen character gains resist and support until the start of your next turn. Well, that's kind of neat. Make everything a detective. Give Princess's Ward. Whenever you play this item, you may put the top card of your deck into your Inkwell face down and exerted. Banish this item. If a character named Darkwing Duck is chosen, remove up to 4 damage instead. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. No, it is. I thought that was really funny. Okay, So what's the magic number for items? You said it was 20 for Oswald to have a chance.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Disney.
We'll finish in a
Challenge
second.
Happening
All right.
here in Hong Kong. I have with me Tom
Let's
and
get back to
myself
this.
and Brian. It's so good to be back, and it's so good to have you guys join us as well.
Yeah. And I've just looked around for the top 64 matches when you broadcasting with Anson. Then I found players tend to be more slowly when they make decisions because games tend to be more intense. And since it is single elimination, so winner takes all and losers will be eliminated. And when they consider every actions, they have to think, waiting, to think carefully, to play carefully.
Yeah, because every single choice, every single decision you make is it makes a difference, right? It can either lose you or win you the game. So I think players now that are playing with higher stakes, really are slowing down and making sure that they're making the right decisions as well. But you know what, man? I think the next matchup, I'm actually looking forward to it a lot. It's Sea Dogs versus Blue Steel.
Wow, for the Blue Steel, it is a tough matchup because Sea Dogs is quite counter Blue Steels.
Yep.
Especially when Sea Dogs plays the Emerald Comic Con.
Emerald Comic Con, that's right. So I mean, let's talk about the strengths of both decks, right? I mean, Sea Dogs has a really good time in the early game, right?
Yeah,
they capitalize on slower decks because they are able to quest with like two, like the Lady quest for 2, the Daisy quest for 2, the other 1-drop Lady can potentially quest for 3, right? And then you've got things like your Lilos, your bigger ladies. There's so many different cards which allow you to quest very quickly.
And since when Sea Dogs create a big low pressures, they will limit the decisions that the Blue Steel players could play.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and that's the strength of Blue Steel. Blue Steel has really good single target removals, but it doesn't seem too good when the Sea Dogs is going extremely wide.
Yeah, but also for the Sea Dogs players, for the first tramp they play is the moment that they play the first tramp is very crucial. If they can play the tramp as soon as possible, they can easily take the W.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, we talked about Sea Dogs before, right? The other strength of Sea, rather the reason why we call it Sea Dogs is because of Under the Sea, right? Under the Sea here is not actually going to be super useful in this specific matchup because there aren't a lot of two-strength characters on the side of the Blue Steel, right? So it does limit it in a way, but it's going to be interesting to see whether Sea Dogs is going to be able to pull it off. So we have Schmidt here, Schmidt Gauss, who is playing the Sea Dogs, and we have Kaishun, who is piloting Blue Steel.
Yeah.
I think Kaishun is a local here, right?
Yeah, he has 2 times that champions last month.
Oh, awesome. Was he also piloting Blue Steel?
Yes, similar.
Well, there we go. I mean, Blue Steel not having a 1-drop, I think is totally okay. Typically, they like to see something like a Captain Hook or maybe even not playing Captain Hook at all. It depends on the build that they're going for.
Whoa.
But Dogs here going very, very fast. We have 2 Daisy Ducks on the field, as well as the Lady Decisive Dog here. This is the card which I said that could potentially give a 3-lore swing very, very quickly. Sea Dogs, extremely strong. We have a 2-drop from the side of Kaishun playing the Tipo instead of Sail the Ezra IC because he needs a body in the front. He's actually deciding to put the Hades down, which is very interesting, right?
Yes, but because it means that he gave up to reach to rush to ram 7 inks already, and he tend to. I can see the spooky is on his hand.
Oh wow, dude, that's 3-drop Lady Elegant Park Reduce. Oh sorry, Miss Park Avenue.
Yeah.
But so that's 6 lore. 6 lore on the board. He's now at 8, right? So this is what I mean. Dogs can go very, very, very fast. I'm pretty sure Smith would have been very, very happy to see a Blue Steel. We do see 1-drop ahead coming out from that Tipo. Kaishun gonna be pretty happy to see 4 there. 5 going in soon. He is likely going to be, they were inking the Visions of the Future for the Cinderella Dreams Come True. This means he is going to be able to ramp to 6, and this is why I was curious as to why he actually chose to ink the Hades. The Hades on the Miss Park Avenue here would have been extremely deadly.
No, he has to give up the late game tactics or as soon as possible because you can see it's already 14 doors already, so he's calling the game. Oh, that fast.
Yeah. Both players know exactly what they're doing.
And the reason why Harold plays Lady, because he can he can avoid being affected by the spooky sight.
That's right. You know, spooky sight right here would hurt a little bit, but it's not going to hurt him too much, especially because the Daisy Ducks, because the Miss Park Avenue is still going to bring him up to 16, and the last 4 lore for the Sea Dogs can actually just be gained from something like a Tipo. I know not Tipo, but a Go-Go Tamayo.
But we can see he has Thunderbolt on his hand, and he can use Cinderella to sing the Thunderbolt on Lady, and use a spooky sight to take away the
Daisy Ducks. That's right. Dogs here is finally getting slowed down a little bit. The spooky sight kicking into effect, putting in 2 more ink into Harold's inkwell. But Harold still has a decent hand size. He's got 3 cards left in hand. Could potentially go white yet again.
But you can see that the law pressures has already set it up.
Yeah.
And they are only 6 laws away from the win for Harold. And it's quite tough for Kaishun to... Oh my goodness.
It is relentless. Harold here just being able to get 3 more lore on the board. That's 4 lore in total, bringing him up to 18 if Kaishun can't answer his board.
He has to draw another spooky sight for claim the victory.
Yeah, but there's no way you're going to play 2 spooky sights in a blue steel deck, right?
Yeah, correct. And it's very hard to... He first used the Thunderbolt to banish the Daisy Duck.
Yeah, so Thunderbolt has gone down. We are looking at eyeing Vincenzo. Vincenzo is likely going to get rid of the 3. There we go, the potential 3 lore lady.
Kaishun still put the tensions back to the game.
Yeah, that's right. Kaishun is actually not out of this just yet. He is going to be inking a Hitler's Horseman here. 2 more cards in his hand. 2 more cards untapped on the inkwell for Kaishun. And right now he's passing it back to Harold. Harold playing the Miss Park Avenue. Miss Park Avenue, you're going to be able to get back the Lady as well as a Daisy Duck, which is exactly what Harold has eyed up. He still has, he doesn't have any more ink to play, but that is the threat of being able to throw that down is very, very, very good.
So already 15 laws now Harold getting. So Kaishun's decisions has to make carefully, because once he make a single mistakes, Harold still have Daisy Ducks and ladies on his hand, right? So you can see that Harold is still a big advantages to this game.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, Kaishun must be kicking himself a little bit, putting the Hitler's Horseman inside his ink, because Hitler's Horseman there would have been pretty useful to get rid of potentially the lady, Miss Park Avenue there, right? But yeah, we see Cinderella trading into Bobby Zemirsky, challenging Bobby Zemirsky for the banish. But the Miss Park Avenue is still standing there, still threatening 2 more lore. So Harold going to be, I think, pretty comfortable so far.
And also, Kaishun is now quested for 3, which allows him to shorten the differences between 10 laws. But it seems like Harold's still confident. I just want to emphasize Harold made a big play before the spooky sights played by Kaishun, because he saved 3 1-drops characters on his hand, waiting for Kaishun's use the spooky sights first.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was a good call, man, Tom, because Harold here probably experienced this matchup, probably weighing out the options in case Kaishun does get that spooky side. So he was able to reestablish board control, or at least reestablish threats on the board, right, immediately after that spooky side turn. But now we can see Harold here actually just double checking it. A little bit worried about questing with this lady, because if lady does quest, then it's going to be punished, right, by something like the Tinkerbell, yeah, from Kaishun's end, or even potentially a pretty easy trade. Yeah, actually, Tinkerbell is fine, or maybe a Vincenzo from hand, right? We'll get rid of it. So, questing here. Would you quest here if you're in Harold's shoe?
If I'm Harold, I won't quest, because you can see that Kaishun has any draw engine right now. No matter any princess or Goliath, so I can just bet he doesn't have any removal right now.
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
He chose to quest.
Yeah, look, I think choosing the quest here is not a bad idea, right? Because
Yeah.
you are in range of Vincenzo, and if you are in range of Vincenzo, you're then risking yourself.
And however, Harold
just
still
two on
has
the board.
two cards in hand, so he still can claim the victory.
Yeah, and look, Harold is still threatening for lethal here, right? I mean, you've got three more, you've got three lower on the board. So even if Kaishun is able to take out the Lady Miss Park Avenue, the 2 extra damage coming out from the Tinkerbell Giant Fairy isn't going to be able to deal with anything else on the board. But is that? Oh no, that's
Ink
Ink Runner.
Runner.
That's Ink Runner. I thought that was Spooky Side. Okay, calm
He
down,
needs
calm
some
down.
card. He just needs some cards.
Yeah, I thought it was the second Spooky Side. I was like,
Yeah.
that would be very spicy coming out from Kaishun here. But
Or maybe Kaishun is now looking for another songs. For example, Thunderbolt or even Mob songs. Not sure
or
if
even
he,
Strength of a Raging Fire.
yeah. Probably. Even though he draws a Strength of Raging Fire, it can only deal 3 damage only.
Yeah.
But so, from a point of view, the only answers of this scenario is the Mob song. But I'm not sure if Kaishun has placed this card on his deck. So
Yeah.
if so, I think he will use the Sail to the Ice Rise Sea to draw the card. But likely he used Tinkerbell and Cinderella to resolve the problem.
Yeah, shoots 2 damage. He's looking at the Daisy because I think he still has a Vincenzo in his hand if I saw correctly. So puts the 2 damage onto that Daisy, and we do see the Vincenzo. There we go, 3 damage onto the Daisy means that he has 1 less. Carol is kind of guaranteed to lose 2 more lore, but leaving the Lady there means that if Harold somehow is able to buff the Lady up to 3 strength, he's just gonna win the game. But no, Ursula gets rid. Oh, that is game.
Oh,
And this is
Harold.
this is what I was talking about, right? If you choose to get rid of the Lady, if you choose to get rid of the Daisy, you risk losing the game at that time because of the Lady. But seems like Harold actually had all the answers in his hand, right? He had both the buffing Tramp as well as the Ursula, and that was very, very well played.
He has to gamble that Harold couldn't play 2 characters for buff the Lady.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, Lady Elegant Spaniel, right? I mean, she is just a just quest for 1 if nothing else is available, right? But because he had the Tramp was the main enabler there, right? 1 cost Ursula, 2 cost Ursula, 1 cost Tramp equates to just enough to bring you over the edge. So there was an argument there that you should get rid of the Lady because it has a high chance of questing for the game. Because if you get rid of the Lady, even if the Daisy quest is only quest for 2.
Yeah, but luckily, like we said in the very first beginning, the Dog Rose is quite a good matchup against Blue Steel. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I think
especially when you can play 2 Daisy Ducks at the very beginning with the 4/4 Lady.
Yeah, I mean, that was such an incredible start from Harold, right? I mean, Harold really ran very, very hard.
You even can save the card for Spooky Side.
That's true. That's true. So, I mean, look, Harold had an amazing start, and we should be getting him on the stream in just a little bit. But, we were talking at the start of the matchup, right? Dogs versus Blue Steel. I mean, this is a true and trite classic, right?
Yeah.
The aggro deck winning, the control deck, it's quite common there. But you know what? I think that now players are playing in top 32. We just had the top 32 being featured. We will be looking at what the top cuts, I think, the top cards are of the meta. We didn't put any steel cards here, but Cinderella was able to play was able to be played in the Blue Steel deck. It made a little bit of an impact just now, where the Blue Steel player could actually ramp out fast enough. I do actually suspect that the Dogs player was playing Mowgli, or Harold was playing Mowgli, but we didn't get to quite see it on stream just yet. But Mowgli has made such an impact in today's streamed matches. Like, I think he appeared in almost every single match today, right, Tom?
Yeah, but right now we have Harold here.
Hello, guys.
Yeah. So we have Harold over here. So welcome to the nest, Harold.
Hello.
How does it feel to make it into top 16?
So great. It was a struggle for me to make it this far. So
yeah.
When you saw your opponents play Blue Steel, how do you feel?
I mean,
do you think that you are lucky?
Yeah, I was kind of relieved that he was playing something blue. But after my mulligan, I mean, I had daisies and stuff, but my hand was really awkward. So I couldn't put on as much pressure in the early game as I wanted to. So that's why he got to go to the 7 and 8 things. And that made it like I was kind of sweating at the end. But
yeah. No, I mean honestly speaking, right? I think you played really well. I think the first two turns ended up being really strong, right? I
Yeah.
mean you had two Daisy Ducks.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
And it's all good. It's all good. I think you had two Daisy Ducks to kind of kick things off, as
Yeah,
well as
yeah.
Miss Park Avenue, right? It
Yeah,
was
yeah,
really
yeah,
strong. So
yeah.
you got to like 14 lore in like 3 turns.
Yeah, that's true. But I had to ink my Mowgli.
Yes, I saw that.
Which I wanted to play against that matchup for specific for Spooky Side, which I knew he played.
Yeah.
So you're saving cast for the Spooky Side, right?
Yeah.
I saw after he plays Spooky Side, you spam 3 1-drops characters
Yeah, I was
in front of him.
Yeah, I was pretty sure
as a response.
he would play it. So I was like thinking, okay, when he Spooky Sides me, I play my lady and refill the board.
Yeah, that's
so,
your intention.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. So, tell me, is this your first DLC in Asia?
No, it's my second one. I made Top Cut in Singapore as well, which a good friend of mine won. Jacob won it. So, and he's one of my best friends in the Locana.
That's awesome.
Thing, yeah. And unfortunately, I lost there in top 32, which why I was so excited to win this.
You broke through.
Yeah.
You broke through your ceiling,
Yeah,
man. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So, okay, tell me, going into today, right?
Yeah.
Why Sea Dogs?
It is a comfort pick for me.
Yeah.
So I've played it the whole set and had really good success in DLCs and locally. So, and I think for this tournament specifically, it was just a comfort pick for me.
Yeah.
Because the travel was really long. I traveled 17 hours.
17 hours?
Where are you from?
Nutty.
Austria.
Austria. Oh, you have to take
Transfer.
2 flights at least.
Yeah. I had to stop in Paris and then
Yeah.
yeah.
That's crazy.
I know that, Phil.
I was so tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired now, but I have to keep on playing.
Yeah, you can't be tired, man. You have to stay awake.
You still have chance.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's awesome, man. Traveling so far, besides playing Locana, obviously, what were you looking forward to doing the most in Hong Kong? Just play Locana.
Disneyland?
Yeah,
Like going to
like
visit.
I arrived on Friday and I will leave today at
Today?
Yeah, at midnight. So
Oh, man.
My God.
unfortunately, I didn't get to see much of Hong Kong. I would love to see some, but because of work, I couldn't make the time.
So, yeah, maybe next time, man. Maybe
yeah,
next time.
for sure.
All right, so last question for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Going into your next matches, what deck do you not want to see?
I think the mirror can be really tricky, especially in the best of one. And yeah, the other decks are fine. I think
Okay.
maybe not purple steel, but
Because item manager.
yeah, but it's fine. I played against 3 or 4 in the Swiss rounds and beat each of them.
Oh, there we go.
But it's a really tough matchup and can be really close.
Yeah.
Especially now they're playing so much item hate, like
Yep.
Benjas and Plutos,
Yep.
and they're like, okay, this is my best matchup. Let's play some more cards against dogs.
Okay, good luck to you, bro.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well,
Can I make 2 shoutouts?
Yeah, good. Please go ahead.
So shout out to my girlfriend who is back at home and supports me every time, and of course my team, the Rare Hunters.
Yeah,
Everybody from the Rare Hunters. Yeah.
that's awesome, man. Well, thank you so much
See you
for
guys.
dropping by. We'll catch you on the next one, man.
Thank you so much.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Stay
Bye-bye.
tuned, guys. We'll catch you guys in the next one.
Hello, welcome back to Hong Kong DLC. Anson's here with Brian, and we are bringing you the last game of the BO1 format.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, BO1, you love it, you hate it, but we're going to be playing it for the last time here in the Hong Kong DLC.
Yeah.
This is a top 16 match.
Yes.
And you're right, Anson, it is a BO1, but what happens in top 8?
We are doing the BO3 format for the top 8, and it's I think it's a little bit different when you're going for the BO1 format and the BO3 format. Like maybe you want to get some of your cards that you need in BO1 format to try to gain advantage in the early game.
Yeah.
And maybe you need to save some hands or save some cards for you to play it in a BO3 format, right?
Yeah, no, I think the place you've made a really good point, right? I think play styles is a little bit different, right? With BO3, you have the opportunity in your first game to play a little bit more risky.
Yeah.
Right. And BO1, you need to play as safe as you can, as consistent as you can, because one small miss up, right, is gonna lose you the game.
Yes.
Right, so you can't afford to do that. But let's get into BO3 a little bit later when the BO3s do start. But now in your BO1 for your top 16 into top 8, we have a Sea Dogs yet again versus a Blue Green.
Yeah. What's your pick? I'll go for the Sea Dogs.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. I think Sea Dogs is very advantageous here.
At least we are still in the BO1. So
yeah.
And no matter who is going first or who is going first or who got draw card first.
Yeah.
But I mean the Sea Dogs is gaining much more pressure.
Yeah.
Gaining more pressure for the Sapphire Emerald players to react.
Yeah, you know, I completely agree with you on that. I think Sea Dogs here is generally an aggressive deck, and Blue Green doesn't shout, "Oh, I counter blue," I counter aggressive decks. In fact, it's actually weak to aggressive decks. But the good news for the Blue Green player is that it's not all doom and gloom. If the Blue Green player does manage to get ramp, right, into potentially a double ramp and manages to do his MMS combo on turn 6, you are actually okay.
Yes.
Right. In fact, you don't really need to do double ramp if you go something like a single ramp into Cindy turn 3, right? And then by turn 4, there is potential for turn 5. There's potential for you to do the MMS combo because you'll have 3 cost Prince Philip and turn 4.
Yeah.
Right? And then turn 5 you can just shift it.
But it's a little bit tricky because like you did not know how the Sea Dogs players will play which characters on board.
Yeah.
And maybe when you hit the turn 4 or turn 5, it's already
too late.
It's already too late.
Yeah.
Maybe you already got a dozen points.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that in the previous game, right? Where the Sea Dogs player managed to get to something like, I think, 14 lore by turn 3.
Yeah.
Right? And then what's the point of me talking about turn 5, turn 6 when the game will be over by then?
Yeah.
Right? And I think this is why... funnily enough, in Singapore DLC, when I was doing my predictions for who will win the event, I predicted Sea Dogs, but Sea Dogs was nowhere to be seen. But now in Hong Kong, we've seen so many Sea Dogs in the top 64.
Yeah, because because the format. I mean, I'll talk the format about all day long.
Yeah.
And this BO1 format. For me, I'll definitely go for the aggro one.
Yeah, for sure.
Just try to secure the top seat and build my board and let the opponents respond.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well. I feel like Sea Dogs has changed quite a lot. Okay, not changed quite a lot, but has evolved as Set 10 has come out. Initially we saw the initial variants without the Delia's Moon Lullaby.
Yeah.
We saw the variants that plays a lot more heavy on just the dogs focus variants. But now with the final evolution, I guess, of your Delia's Moon Lullabies in there, you see the more consistent Under the Seas. There's so many things that you can do with dogs, and it is a very, very high, I feel, skill cap deck. It's not as simple as play cards, turn left, right? That's not Sea Dogs at all. In fact, I think there's a lot of different nuances here, and interestingly enough, I think Sea Dogs going second is actually a little bit less favored into Blue Green. Blue Green going first does allow for a slightly earlier MMS combo, so we don't necessarily have to wait for turn 6. It could happen in turn 5. But looking at Autumn's hand, on the right hand side. She drops the Tipo down, looks likely eyeing to see how the eyes right. See, there we go. Taps 2, draws 1, allows you to ink 1 more card in your ink well. She has the Develop Your Brain in her hand, so she can ink anything else and play Develop Your Brain. Looking at the 1 cost Clarabelle there, potentially for an ink Clarabelle, play Develop, or even play Develop, ink Develop and play Clarabelle as well. Both ways work.
Yeah, and I saw Autumn hands got another the big Clarabelle, and she can reveal her hands in the later game.
Yeah, look, I think Autumn here playing the Develop Your Brain, just trying to search for more answers. I think they are, yeah. I mean, they've inked the Prince Philip there, right? Prince Philip ink is interesting because usually you'd like to see Prince Philip come down on turn 4.
Yep.
Right. So just making, yeah, it's interesting to see the Prince Philip being inked there. So yeah, she inks and they will pass over to Johnson. Johnson here. What do you think he's looking for? Probably Tramp Lady?
Tramp Lady.
Lady in Tramp?
Yeah, Tramp Lady. And try to boost the lady with a little more strength to get 3 loss. But we see that the Daisy Duck is came on board.
Yeah, I mean, this could still be the Tramp. There we go. It is the Tramp. So, Tramp being played there, that is going to be Lady for 3.
Yeah.
All right, so Lady gets to, Tramp. Whenever there's a Lady in the board, you pay 1 less for the Tramp to be played, and then when you play this character, the chosen character of yours gains 1 strength for this turn for each other character that you have on the board. So in this case, it's on play.
Extra 2.
Lady gains 1. Tramp buffs 2, so that brings Lady up to 3.
Yep.
Therefore, Lady is questing for 3 whenever she has 3 strength or more. Incredible combination that we see, and an incredible start I think that we have here from Johnson.
It's the standard or the best opening hands for the Sea Dogs player.
Yeah, I mean, getting to 3 right now, great. But, don't count Autumn out just yet, right? I think, we're going to see another Prince Philip being inked here, potentially looking for the Cindy play. Yep, Cindy is being eyed right now. They are considering all of their options. I think we see there Prince Philip, the big Prince Philip in their hand.
Yeah. But I'm curious why Autumn will ink 2 small Prince Philip into her ink, while when you are seeing the Sea Dogs play, you need to make yourself make use of both Prince Philip. Try to get the combo earlier.
Yeah, I mean, look, they have the 1-drop Clarabelle there as well, right? So I'm a little bit confused. But you know what? We're not playing, man. So we can't get in their minds. We can't read minds. So it is what it is. Sea Dogs player, Autumn right now having the Clarabelle as well as the Cindy on the field. I think that's still a decent board. You likely want to see. I thought you'd like to see the Prince Philip be developed at this point. But yeah, I mean, must have been some pretty tough decisions over on Autumn's side of the field. But now Johnson has to make some tough decisions of his own. Is he going to quest here? If he quests here, is he going to lose any of his characters, right? Because this is a very important turn for Johnson. I mean, you typically want to see your big trap being played on turn 3. Right,
yep.
On turn 4.
Yep.
Right, where you have enough characters on the board in order to play it for 3 costs. But Johnson here, inking in Sea Dogs is not easy.
Yeah, because most of the inkable card is useful, and it's a crucial card for them to keep maintaining the board. So let's see how Johnson will do. And firstly, he quests for Daisy Duck with 2 lore. And let's see. Oh no! Sending Autumn's Malicious, Mean, and Scary back to her deck. Bottom of her deck.
Malicious, Mean, and Scary is not the card that they would have liked to see, I think, on Autumn's side of the field. Johnson going to be pretty happy with that. But we know that, 3 pieces of the Prince Philip combo is already inside the inkwell. There's still plenty more pieces for her to draw into. But Johnson feeling a little bit more comfortable. Quests up to 6 right now. Autumn doesn't really have. Autumn could actually shift the Clarabelle up, right? And it's not really for hand draw, but it's more for the body.
Yeah. The big Clarabelle is easily to challenging different characters of Johnson's board and keep maintaining her hand size, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, hand size, I don't know how much or how big Johnson's hand is right now, but it's definitely more, I feel, for the
Ooh.
body. And while Mowgli comes down, making sure that there is no more malicious meaning scaries in Autumn's hand. You know, a little bit scared of that, but no longer needing to be scared as Mowgli reveals Autumn's entire hand to Johnson, right? So now knowing that there's two Clarabells, we do see the shift Clarabell come down. We do see Under the Sea being sung.
My
That was an
God.
amazing top deck. Exactly the card I think that Autumn was looking for. 5 cards going to the bottom. Autumn gets to decide which card which card is being put in whichever order. Johnson thought he was safe, but the top deck said otherwise.
Yeah, or already using Mowgli to check the opponent's deck and sending the malicious meaning scary with Daisy Duck to the bottom of her deck. Still, the Undersea get very useful against the Emerald deck.
Yeah,
right?
I
Send
mean,
the whole deck down,
the whole board is gone.
down onto the deck. Oh my God.
I mean, look, Johnson still has a hand, right? So Johnson, I think, did identify that a little bit. He was hesitating playing the lady, but he decided to, you know what, I'll go ahead for it. But that top deck was absolutely gross.
Oh my God. But you mean you absolutely, when you're facing Emerald, when using aggro deck, Under the Sea would be the major threat for you to play, because you have to be reminded that your opponent's got Under the Sea to wipe up all your board.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, if I was playing today, I would have played the blue-green, and I actually cut all my Under the Seas, but after seeing this disgusting play, I'm probably putting in like 1 or 2 back. That is,
I mean, the Under the Sea got rotated back in a set rotation in set 9. It's crucial. It's crucial for the Emerald player.
For sure. You know, I mean, credit to Johnson, right? Johnson did everything right.
Yeah.
Right? He played Mowgli from the lady just to be sure that there wasn't anything that Autumn could do. But yikes, that's all I could say, man. I mean, now Autumn's in full control, right? Let's move on beyond that point, right? And you know, Autumn now is in full control of the game. I think top decks the Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman, as well as a You're Welcome there. So I mean, look. You could be singing, you could be questing. There's so many options for you to do. Place Your Welcome onto the lady, so your lady goes back into the deck, and Johnson gets to shuffle and draw 2 more cards. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if giving cards to Johnson is necessarily the best thing, but you know what? You get to refill your hand with Clarabelle anyways.
Yeah, but I think it's good to refill Johnson's hands, because Johnson's only got 3 inks right now.
So there's not much you can do, I guess.
Yes. Ultimately, maybe got 4 inks in Johnson's turn, but I'm not seeing the size is going back to Johnson's size, because they see Donald Duck, Clarabelle, and Cinderella.
There's so much board control.
Yeah,
right. There's so many things that Autumn can do.
Yes.
With the board size, you know, at that wide right now, or not really wide, but that strong, right? There's so many things that you can do, and if Johnson's board does go any wider than this, Autumn could just be like, you know what? I'm gonna Under the Sea top deck yet again, right? And everything gets sent right back at the bottom. Autumn is definitely in control of this game. We do see Under the Sea being discarded out from the Bobby. Sorry, got a little bit excited there. I saw the Under the Sea and I was like, oh, maybe Autumn gets it again, but no, Under the Sea being discarded there from the side of Johnson. Ursula being used this time around. Does Ursula find anything? Finds the Ink Geyser. That's the build that we saw from Fungus, right? No, not from Fungus, but I think from DLC Richmond, from Fungus's opponent. The Ink Geyser in very interesting tech, I think, for the mirror matchup there. But yeah, no songs to be discarded, so no more Your Welcome's in her hand, no more no more Under the Seas as well. So,
but yeah, things are Perfect Gentleman
drawing more cards.
Autumn's got that You Are Welcome back. Will she sing like You Are Welcome again?
Oh my gosh, gets You're Welcome off the top deck with the Perfect Gentleman. I mean, this is the second time Johnson has played a discard card from his hand, sees nothing, and then he's gonna be surprised when he sees the You're Welcome back in her hand. Like, wait, are you hiding cards or anything? But that is so I guess lucky for Autumn, unlucky for Johnson.
And Autumn's played Basel, and she need to bounce back right? Bounce back the.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can bounce back your own card, you can bounce back your opponent's card, but at this rate, because the tempo is, Autumn has just so much tempo on her board right now. There's no point in bouncing any of her own characters, and a lot of her characters don't really have on-play effects except for maybe the Cinderella. Johnson now is like, wait a second, I just played Ursula. Why is there? You're welcome again.
Yes, that's because of with the help of Carabel and Donald Duck. Yes, keep drawing cards, keep having answers, keep having resources for your opponent's deck, for your opponent's board. So, if I remember correctly, is Wemby get shuffled back into Johnson's deck?
Vendor Quack does get shuffled back into the deck.
So leaving the Ursulas on board.
Yeah, because I mean, look, you don't want to get rid of the Ursula, right? You get rid of the Ursula, and then suddenly he draws it again, and then discards something off. So Webby definitely being the better pick. Yep.
Yeah. So I see Autumn's is questing with Donald Duck and Carabel, leaving having her to 6 lore. And end of turn, Carabel's draw back a tons of hand card.
Yeah, I mean, look, right now, Katie, what I keep saying, that Autumn has so many things that she can do with her hand size and with her ink size as well. Johnson there, only having 4 ink right now isn't gonna be able to do too much with the sense, even though he has a hand size.
Yeah, but I mean, Sea Dogs players having Lady, Tram, or Daisy Duck with limited ink, they can do different things. But I'm not sure Johnson's hand right now, so it's hard to tell. Another Mowgli try to discard Autumn's hand.
Yeah, look,
he's putting that item into the discard.
Yeah, Ink Geyser getting sent straight into the discard pile. I mean, look, there's no point in playing Ink Geyser here. It actually harms Autumn a little bit more than helps her. So here, Autumn just desperately trying to cling on to dear life, desperately trying to find ways to get back into the game. And Lady into Daisy Duck, or Daisy Duck into Lady may be the answer there. Could potentially allow him to slowly start questing again. We haven't seen much movement from both sides of the lower counter, but now that Daisy is going a little bit, the Dogs is going a little bit wider, there is a good chance that this is the turn that Autumn is going to start questing.
And Autumn is using Cinderella saying malicious meaning scary. And the combo we are looking for,
the board wipe. There we go. Malicious, mean, and scary into Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes. This is the reason why blue-green is so strong. This is the reason why I think this deck is going to be winning this whole thing. This is the reason why people have started to play blue-green yet again. And wow, there is just so much control from Johnson's side. From Autumn's side. And yeah, it's just reroll, so it's gonna be discarding of the Webby Vanderquack. Could be the Webby that was shuffled in a bit earlier. But yeah, right now Autumn in full board control. We are going straight to, I think that is 12. 12 lore. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other games here. Yeah, so Johnson has seen it. First, the Under the Sea from out of nowhere into the Prince Philip combo, the MMS Prince Philip combination. That will be game for the side of Autumn, and congratulations for making it into top 8 here. Johnson's just kind of laughing it off. He's like, look, there is no way that I could have come back in that after 2 different board wipes.
Yeah, and actually, we knew Johnson a bit because he's from Hong Kong and he started to play Lorcana with us since set 3 and 4.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but I didn't see him in later set champ. But I think he's you playing the Sea Dogs deck very well.
Yeah, for sure.
And try to just. I don't think we see any misplay of him just because the top deck from Under the Sea and another Under the Sea, you are welcome. And everything that Autumn can control the opponent's board, we are seeing this in this game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think Johnson played everything right. He did the Mowgli's at the right time. He did the Ursula in the right time both times. The opponent actually got a little bit lucky in terms of drawing into the necessary cards that they had in the decks to counteract some of the aggression that he was showing with the Sea Dogs, right? There was so many things that could have been lined up. That he had lined up, and he played very, very, very well. Yes. So I think both players did play to their very best.
Yep.
And I think, yeah, I mean, we had a really good game. You know, this was exactly what we were talking about at the start, right? Where if Sea Dogs manages to get in control of the game really, really well, and they are not able to sing the malicious, mean, and scary combination, or they're under the sea early enough, they will be, well, sinking under the sea, right?
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, if Dogs loses a little bit of aggression or gets under the seed with like a 1-cost Clarabelle, 7-cost Clarabelle combination, then yeah, exactly right. Then it's a little bit rough from there. Johnson played really well. He didn't overextend his board.
Yep.
And
actually, I do think he's keeping the under the sea in his mind.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and saving some hands, even though the Clarabelle will refill Autumn's hand, it doesn't matter because I mean, for the aggro player or a Sea Dogs player, they have to maintain good control of in his own board, right? So she's doing very well.
Yeah, for sure. I think both players, incredible game. Actually, a really good game to watch if you're ever worried about playing against Sea Dogs as a blue-green player. And the same thing if you're a blue-green player and you want to see how to play against Sea Dogs, if you're able to pull off the board wipe, then this is what you should be doing. All right, but anyways, guys, let's talk about the top cards. And one of my favorite cards that I want to bring up is the Malicious, Mean, and Scary. This card, we saw it earlier on. I talked so much about it. Putting 1 damage counter on every single one of your opponent's characters is just such a strong effect. I mean, it goes through ward, it goes through ward. It allows you to just place damage counters where you want it, and with the combination of the Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, you're just able to do a board wipe whenever you want, right? And funnily enough, the Mowgli that we're showing on screen yet again was supposed to do so much work. But ended up not being able to do so. But hey, guys, enough about that. Let's invite Autumn to the desk.
Hey!
Welcome.
Oh my god, it's so exciting being here.
Yeah, dude,
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congrats on your top 8. Sorry, if he gets a handshake, I want a handshake too.
Of course. Oh my god, it's so exciting. This is my first ever top 8 in a DLC.
Well, you deserve it.
Yeah.
All right, so
how do you feel right now?
Yeah.
I'm ecstatic. Honestly, when I saw I was against Dogs, I was really scared. I was like...
That's probably your worst matchup, hey?
It's my worst matchup. I've teched for it a bit with the Under the Seas.
Yep.
But you still have to get lucky in the right spots. And
For sure.
I mean...
your Under the Sea is definitely on the right spot when you top the Under the Sea, right?
It's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the card game, right? That's the Disney or kind of magical moment, right?
Oh, it's just like those exciting top decks. You
Yeah.
never know what's coming.
It's funny because when he played the Mowgli, I was like, oh yeah, there's nothing in Autumn's hand. Autumn's gonna be pretty happy with that, And so shows the hand, puts it back up. See, I've never seen someone top deck a card so fast, slams the Clarabelle down, and just throws it. It's like under the sea quickly.
Oh my god, I was so I just felt my heart jumped.
Yeah.
The moment I saw it, my heart jumped out of my chest.
Oh my god, that's the right card. I need at that particular moment, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was gonna say, tell me why blue-green? I mean, I would have played blue-green as well, but why blue-green?
Bunch of reasons. First of all, it's the deck I'm most comfortable with. I've played a lot of blue-green. I played it a lot in set 9 when it was much weaker.
Yep.
And now it's just a genuinely really strong deck.
Yep.
So I already know a lot of the play patterns, which is great. I also felt I really loved my list for the weekend.
Yep.
Where there's a lot of, blue-green had an amazing weekend in DLC Richmond.
That's right.
So I have Ink Geysers in my deck, and that is the mirror breaker. Bend is good in the mirror, but if they have a Clarabelle, it doesn't do anything.
Yep.
Ink Geyser is devastating.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, and it's funny because when you reviewed the Ink Geyser, I was like, oh yeah, Autumn definitely watched Richmond.
Yeah.
Ink Geyser is such a strong card. It's really good into the mirror as well. It also helps you in the Blurple matchup, I feel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Blurple without Ink Geyser is a pretty close matchup. I think it's slightly blue-green favored, but not by much.
No.
I think if you have Ink Geyser in your deck, suddenly your opponents start playing Hades. They're playing into the unknown. They're ramping you.
Yep.
They're putting all your good cards in your Inkwell.
Yeah.
And then you're going, I'm getting all those back.
Yeah, and you don't mind, right?
Yeah.
Because you have so many different ways for you to ramp back your ink as well. So incredible choice. I love the ink geyser choice, by the way. You know, Richmond, credits to the folks over at Richmond for cooking that. But yeah. All right, so now that you've made it to top 8, what's the goal?
I mean, I'd love a golden Mickey. I'd love a Wilds Invite, you know, I just keep going. As far as I can go. I'm just going to keep going, one round at a time. I've got the Continentals invite, which is the thing I was most excited about, because I just love playing big tournaments, and I want another excuse to play a big tournament. So everything after this point is kind of just gravy.
That's awesome, man. That is so sick. Well, I mean, Taiwan is coming soon, so you still have a chance to play another big one if you want.
Yeah. Honestly, I might try and figure out if I can go to that one after this.
Awesome.
This has been such a blast.
Yeah. I want to ask you one final question.
Yeah.
Okay, BO1 or BO3?
Definitely BO3. For like big tournaments like this, I will say, I played a sealed side event yesterday. That was BO1, and I kind of loved it for that, where the rounds are quick. You like churn through your rounds. The event, it was 3 rounds and deck building, and it was done in under 2 hours, and that was really nice. For the big tournaments, I definitely prefer BO3 just because of the consistency you get from the extra games.
Yeah, for sure. Well, anyways, thank you so much for joining us on the desk, Autumn. It's really good to have you here. Good luck for the rest of your rounds.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, we'll catch you guys in top 8. Take care.
How?
Hello.
Hi guys, welcome back to the top 8 matchup, man. We're finally here in the top 8. This is a BO3. I am so excited to see what's in store for us. I think we have a pretty exciting matchup to get us started, man.
And this match is to decide who gonna to win the Golden Mickey.
That's true. It's your winning in. It's your winning in for your Golden Mickey.
The winner will decide it. Who's gonna win it, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I think in top 8 there's already such a good it's so good for you to even get here in the first place, right? And in just a minute, we will be showing you guys who has made it all the way here for the top 8. And you know, we'll also be showing you who will be our featured matchup for this top 8, guys. So we have a lot of actually Blurple representation here. We've got 3 decks in Blurple. We've got 2 blue steals.
And 1 Ember Steel.
1 Ember Steel. No,
Embers.
1 dogs. 1 dogs.
1 dogs. Oh.
1 dogs and 2 purple steals. Actually, dude, I may be in danger. There's only 2 blue greens
What do you mean
left.
by danger?
And I said I may be in danger because I said I predicted
I'm
that
out already.
You're out already.
Yeah.
Anson's also out. So blue-green has a chance to win it, but Blurple has the strongest representation so far. Honestly, I think based on this, I'm quite blue-green favorite still. If you were to change your mind, what deck do you think is going to win this now?
I think I will go with Blurple right now this time.
Blur.
I
Going
will,
for the
I will join the
majority,
winning
I see.
side. Yeah.
Join the
Yeah.
winning side indeed.
Yeah,
but
because last time I joined the minority, and this time I'm go with majority.
yeah, fair enough. But look, I think it's good. There's a very interesting route actually for dogs to win this whole thing as well,
Yeah,
right? So assuming that blue-green wins purple-steel, right, and then dogs beats blue-blurple, right? Then dogs has a good chance to beat blue-green again to end up in the finals, right? And then on the other side of the bracket, blurple has the strongest representation, but blue-green once again, I think is quite slated to kind of go through the quarters and go through to make it to the finals.
They can threat every Blurples they play in during the last top 3 brackets.
Yeah, I think it's actually really close. Any deck has a chance to win this. But yeah, we're going straight into the game, guys. There we go. We're going straight into. We will be going straight into the game. But I think the matchup that we will be showing is the Blurple versus the blue-green. Right. So
Razor versus Chuntat.
Yeah, Razor versus Chuntat. I think these 2 folks are. Have done well to make it so far, but I know they're hungry for more. They're hungry for that top 4. And guys, for those of you who are joining us, I'd like to remind you guys that now we're shifted to a BO3 format, so it's no longer BO1. That's why you see those diamonds underneath the colors of the ink symbols, because if a player has won the previous game, then the ink symbol would be filled.
Oh, I see. And now we can see that this is Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire. And so far I know, and this Emerald Sapphire is quite different from our prediction.
Oh, really?
He plays detective as the major tactics. Chuntat plays a huge important role on Judy Hopps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Judy Hopps uncovering clues.
And also he loves to use. He loves to use the basil, the 6-drop, the shift basil, the detective one.
The shift one. Yeah.
So and that's why Razor is now looking at Chuntat's what he's inking.
Yeah, so I think to recap the effect, right? So basically, if you ink any cards in your ink well this turn, you can pay 1 cost, and if you do, you can discard a card at random from your opponent's hand.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
and as we all know that the sustainability of Blurple is very strong, and because of there are a lot of draw engines for Blurples, and this is a huge threat that Razor should pay attention on, and that's why he took a look at Chuntat's Inkwell.
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime there's a card that I'm unfamiliar with, I'm definitely going to be picking up the card and reading it first before letting the game continue on, man. But I'm interested to see, you're talking about the Judy Hopps uncovering clues, right? Now, this is the card that we saw right at the start of our day, right? We saw the Blue Seal player play it,
At the
you know,
first
at the first game,
round, yeah.
correct? And to recap his effect, right, when you and whenever she quests, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. You may reveal a detective character card and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your deck in any order. So yeah, really interesting card, and I'm guessing she's you playing the card for the to find the basil.
Yes, and now we can see that Razor is doing the double ram and leading him to get a 6 inks right now, and that's a huge signal for Jinta because he's only just 4 ink, and he has to do something to ready for solve the Rage's board.
Yes.
So let's have a look at Jinta's hand to see how he wants to do. So we can see that the 7 drops, but basil.
Basil, so many 7. Is it 3?
Hand.
He's holding 3 basils, isn't he?
Oh,
yeah, that's
yes,
3.
Oh my, wow. And these are quite poor start for Jinta, and let's have a look for what he's thinking. Probably,
but I mean, look,
he will put 1 on the inkwell.
Yeah, I mean, look, for a blue-green player, I would much prefer, to be playing something like the Cinderella here, so that you can start ramping up even harder, right? I mean, look at the Blurple player. Blurple player doesn't actually have too many 4 drops. Doesn't have any 4 drops on his side of the field right now. Plays all the 1 drops that he has. Interesting. Plays the Donald Duck as well. You are right. This is actually a detective variant of blue green, which is not on my bingo cards, but the fact that he's made it here makes me think maybe this deck has actually got something that which we're not seeing.
I think using detectives as the core, meaning that he can have more draw engine to sustain his hands, especially when he looks for Donald Ducks or something like Basil, and he could use Judy, the uncovering crew, to seek for it easily.
Yeah, I mean, look, the detectives' engines may be a little bit better than what we expected, but I think this is something that we need to, dig in a little bit deeper, to kind of be detectives ourselves to see whether this deck is actually something worth looking into. But look at the side of Blurple right now. The fact that we've seen so few big drops. There we go. Makes me question to see whether he has something like the Hades in his hand. And true enough, he does have the Hades Infernal Schemer. And this is going to send 1 card directly into the Inkwell. Chooses to put the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman there. And
he put Jinta in a very tough
situation.
situation.
Jinta is not in a great position because there's not enough.
Because Jinta's
there's no way for him to draw.
Couldn't answer his Hades. Because once you can't use the basil on Hades because he will bounce back and use it again. So this is not an option. So we can see that the Shift Cowbell has already drawn it, and however, Razor has only 1 castle in hand, and so not sure Jinta's what he's going to do.
Yeah, so Shintat here, he is going to be tapping 7 to bounce back the other basil into the hand just so that Razor can't support with it. We do see a trade coming out using the Donald Duck focused flatfoot there to get rid of the Tipo. And now it's over to Razor. Shintat not in an ideal spot, but not in the worst spot either, considering that he is playing this kind of detective variant, right? We don't actually see. Look at the list. He doesn't actually play any Hades Infernal Schemers here, which we normally would see in this kind of deck. But he
doesn't play any.
No, he doesn't play. Yeah, he doesn't play any Hades Infernal Schemers there. But we do see him playing the Prince Philip combination still. Obviously, kind of valuing the board wipe potential that the deck has. But he is playing much slower than I think.
The Rafiki, the trade with of Donald Ducks with Rafiki is very crucial. Wow, he spammed all his hands out.
Yeah, but look, spamming the hand is kind of really good here for Razor because Razor, at the moment he top stacks a Demona, he's gonna instantly draw 3.
Yeah.
Right, so I think Razor does not mind being handless or not having any cards in hand at this point. Also, in case Chuntat plays Bend in My Will, right?
Yes.
Then the Bend in My Will would be a little bit more useless at this point.
So he, wow,
really good.
Really good play. He chose to use Basil to bounce back the Hades and use another Basil to discard the problem.
Yeah, look, Basil Undercover
It's a very
Detective.
good answer.
Yeah, Basil Undercover Detective actually has 2 different effects, right? One is to bounce any character on the board back to its owner's hand, and the second one, whenever this card quests, you can choose your opponent to discard 1 card at random, right? And when your opponent doesn't have a card in his hand, you just go for the biggest thing, right? And so you can get rid of the board. It's kind of a single target removal in that state.
Yeah, for the Razor right now, he has to solve the problem created by 2 Basils, because if he keep discarding his card in hand, he can't hold his weapons. He can't keep the answers to solve the problems that Emerald Sapphire could give to him.
Yeah, kind of like this version of Emerald Sapphire. Hey, I mean, look, you are bounced. Now your way of removal is just by bouncing. And on top of that, the moment you bounce the character, you're able to get rid of it with another Basil Undercover Detective on your side. And if you have no other Basil Undercover Detective on your side, you then shift your focus to the other Basil, right? The Basil Disguised Detective. So there you go. I think this deck is showing its worth right now. We do see a Rafiki trading into the Basil, so there is 1 willpower left on that Basil. He will be using a Cheshire Cat and a boost, it seems, to kind of shift damage. But where is he shifting damage to? To Clarabelle, maybe? But shifting damage to the Clarabelle here doesn't... I mean, it banishes the Clarabelle and it prevents... there we go. It's because he wants to get rid of 2 cards at once, right? He wants to use the Rafiki to get rid of the Basil after making the math a little bit more perfect, I guess, for Razor's side.
Now you can see that Razor and Chunta is right now is compared very intensively, because they are both players wanted to grab the majority, the active chance of the game. And
we do see the Enchanted.
And the Malicious, Mean and Scary has been played.
Just wants to get rid of the Basil, I guess. The Basil Practice Detective there. Inks the Tipo.
Clean up his hand.
Yeah, that's about it. So Inks the Tipo.
But Razor is now top deck.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I mean, Clarabelle here is just going to be a body, right? It's going to be a 5/6. It is a pretty decently sized body, so you are able to just use it to swing into some of the characters on Razor's side of the field. But other than that, I think the drawing portion of that of the Clarabelle here isn't going to be super effective. Razor, I wonder what card he has in his hand. I mean, if he knows that Basil is just gonna quest and discard the card in his hand, he's probably thinking of a way to sequence this, maybe potentially something like the Bell. But look, I'm not here to guess what cards is on hand. I'm here to look at the board. So I want to talk about Razor's side of the board a little bit. Okay, so Razor has the Genie.
Yes.
Right? Genie is evasive right now, and Chuntat doesn't have any way to deal with the Genie. Chuntat is probably use the MMS to get rid of the Basil Practice Detective a bit, so that he can't do any kind of support combinations to get rid of that Basil, of the Basil Undercover Detective on Chuntat's side.
With Genie right now.
Yeah, I mean, because nothing you can do with the Genie, right? I mean, the Genie is currently quote unquote untouchable by Chuntat. Okay, so we see the magical maneuvers here being played, and this is why he chose to quest the Genie, because you can play Genie now for 4, right? And then you can draw a card for you from that Genie, and so you're just gaining more hand resources. But if you gain more hand resources, you're just gonna get discarded. So. Not sure. I mean, you now remove, you heal, quote unquote.
Once you draw
Genie.
more cards, and Clarabelle will gain a slight advantages from that, and that's what when you're using Blur Pro, you have to consider whether you keep your hand size in a lower limit, whether you keep drawing and let Clarabelle to draw cards, and you can see that Chuntat can do both, and he has. Basil, but also he has the Kerbal.
Yeah, look, Rachel here played the Genie, drew a card, trying to figure out whether he wants to ink this card to let it get discarded the next turn by Chuntat. Curious to see what card Rachel eventually got in his hand. I do want to say that if it's an inkable card, then he could potentially use Cheshire to get rid of the Basil because you could shift using a boost and then get rid of the Basil yourself. But let's see that. Oh, it's a Hades Infernal Schemer.
And that's why he couldn't ink it.
Yeah, he couldn't ink it, he couldn't play it, and that's probably the worst outcome that Reza was hoping that he wouldn't draw into at that point in time, because right now the Hades would have been so good in this board. Chuntat is top decking Clarabelle after Clarabelle after Clarabelle. Indeed, very light on her hooves, coming straight into Chuntat's hand. And Chuntat's going to be pretty happy with having a 5-6 body on the board, which quests for 2, because Reza, without Hades Infernal Schemer, can't really answer these Clarabelles.
It becomes a very hard question for Reza to solve, because there are 2 Clarabelles with 5-6 bodies on the board, and you have to solve both to stop Chuntat drawing cards.
Yeah, not only both, right? You also have to stop the Basil. The Basil right here is just getting rid of all of Rachel's hand if Rachel can't empty it every single turn. So we see, yeah, there we go. We do see the answer finally. The Cheshire having to deal with the Basil, and now Rachel's hand is safe, quote unquote, for now. Right?
Yeah.
For now. If Chuntat draws into the Basil disguise detective, right, then there's a good chance that he can just keep discarding cards. Dumbo is the card that Rachel wanted to see, though. It is going to be able to get him back into the game.
But Reza has to find out the answers. But he has already, he's Hades. He has already lost 2 Hades. So right now, I'm afraid of he's looking for Into the Unknown, or Demona, or I'm not sure if Demona is a good choice right now, but I think he's looking for Into the Unknown.
Yeah, Into the Unknown here would be extremely clutch from the side of Rachel, right? I think he needs more Hades as well, because the Hades is also a pretty good answer. Because right now, Chuntat can't really do much, even if he has Ink, because he doesn't have any hand cards, right? So Hades is going to be a sufficient answer. But we do see Quest for 4 from coming out from Chuntat, which brings him up to 10, and it's just going to be a pass. I wonder what cards Chuntats have been holding. I mean, he didn't do anything of his Ink this time around.
I can see he still keep another Malicious Mean and Scary, right? Is it?
Yeah, I mean, look, I have no idea, but right now, Rachel is going to be using the Breaking Records ability from Dumbo, where you can tap exert the character, play 1 Ink, and then you get to draw a card and gain a lore, which is an incredibly strong ability, which also gives its own ability to other evasive cards, where, cards like Genie can use the Breaking Records, right? I mean, it's so strong right now.
He's going to gaining back the advantages from Chuntat. But Chuntat, since there are 2 Clarabelles here, and 5-6 are also still the problems.
Yeah.
Even though you played support Basil, you still had to find another challenger to get rid of it.
There we go. Okay, we do see the
Malicious Mean and Scary. Oh my goodness!
Yeah. So the board wipe happens. There's no hands from Razor. Razor was probably hoping to have his board around a little bit more. Chuntat has access to the Malicious Mean and Scary combination there. We do see a Sing. We do see the Rafiki come down. Razor at this point in time is just going to be playing the Rafiki and just passes it over to Chuntat.
This is a very desperate draw.
Yeah, look, there's no way, because it's...
Probably this is the game 1.
Oh, there's not. Yeah, there's not enough. So Chuntat miscalculated, thought he had game, but Rachel decides to continue playing it on. I mean, look, this is probably just good manners, right? So continues to play the game out, decides, look, there's nothing much else I can do. So finally scoops and goes into Chuntat's favor for game number 1.
This is amazing matchup, because I have never seen a detective Sapphire Emerald will get into the top 8 bracket. And especially, he can keep the game very intensively to down players' hand size to very 1 or 2, keep very low, and keep the tension of the game is very intensive.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, this match was wasn't one-sided until it was, right? I think the key play here from Chintat, the road to victory was the double basil. It was the double basil under the cover
triple
detectives.
basil.
I mean, he inked one,
Yeah,
right? So, but he
yeah.
played two. I think that was the key turn, right, where he got rid of the opponent's, the Liverpool's Hades, and he just managed to just get rid of cards from Razor's hand. It wasn't even the fact that Chintat got rid of that many cards. It was just the threat of doing it, right? So that means whatever card Razor drew, he had to play it. If not, it would have been discarded.
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
I heard you are very addicted to Emerald Sapphire.
That's right.
So, what's your opinion about on Chintat's build?
I mean, it's interesting, right? It's focused a lot on, I think, single target removal, right? You have your Basil. It's playing a very heavy count of Basil Undercover Detective. It's also playing stuff like the Judy Uncovering Clues, as well as the Donald Duck Focus Flatfoot. It's not the way I would have personally built the deck, right? Because you're cutting out things like your Under the Sea, for example, or your Bend of My Wills. But I mean, the argument there is Bend of My Will discards your whole hand, and you're typically using, I guess, Bend of My Will to discard maybe 3 or 4 cards. But if I can do it one by one every single turn, aren't I just doing the same thing? All right. So I think it's a very interesting way for you to play the Emerald Sapphire build. So I'm definitely gonna have to think about the way that he kind of constructed his deck and really break down what's different. I mean, from what I've seen, just looking at the list right now, there's nothing that really stands out to me in terms of things that have been cut. Yeah, I mean, he plays his T-pose, he plays the sales, he plays the visions, he doesn't play the develop your brains, but I guess that's fine. So, yeah, I mean, right now, looking at the list, it must be because, we've been here for, since the first round, there's nothing else that stands out to me.
Whenever you play Detective Spin, and which means there are at least 20 cards has already occupied it.
Yeah.
In this list. So, quite interesting of his piloting. So right now we are going to take a look at the game 2, and likely Razor will go first, and we can see that he has a lot of ramping cards on his hand. Yeah.
I mean, look, with Liverpool, if you're going first, right, you definitely want to be double ramping against blue-green. I think that's the way to actually come back into the game. If you're going first, you want to gain the the ink advantage over blue-green, and slowly try to thin out, or rather, gain just extreme value, right, from the side of the local player.
And during this mulligan, we can see that Razor keep the Demona on his hand. So perhaps he wants to use this Demona to do something to stop Chintat from playing his spreading his tempo. So let's see when he reached 6 inks, what happened.
Yeah.
And Razor is thinking whether he use Sail or use Tipo. And it's quite a hard thinking for Razor, because he's probably using Tipo. He wants it.
Yeah, I mean, look,
ink Tipo. I think he's want to ink Tipo.
I mean, if you don't ink the Tipo is there to kind of just be a threat to the Basil, right? But we'll have to see what decision Razor here makes. But okay, so I
think the differences between Sail to SRIC and Tipo is that Sail can let you pitch your deck because you can draw one card.
Yeah, exactly. You're going through your deck a little bit faster. Allows you also to have one more hand card in your hand, right?
He has
but
two
look, I think with the Demona here, right? I think emptying out your hand as fast as you can is actually the right play, because then you can just use Demona to get your hand size back whilst the opponent hasn't had the opportunity to discard your hand. Now, I was talking with a good friend, Jacob, who won the Singapore DLC, and we talked about the Blurple matchup quite a lot. Where we said and we agreed that in the blue-green matchup, if you are able to just clear out your hand, using Sail the Azure Seas, using T-pose, you keep the Demona, right? And on turn 4 or turn 5, you play the Demona, you're gonna make maximum value from the Demona, but just by drawing cards, right? It's kind of like your new age draw engine. Whereas on the side of the blue-green player, if the opponent doesn't have the opportunity to kind of clear out their own hands, then they just don't get the value from the Demona.
Yeah. So
by the way, I managed to figure out what's not in his deck for the standard, I guess, green blue lists, right? He's not playing the Cinderellas, he's not playing the John Silvers, he's not playing the Develop Your Brains. That's already 12 slots that he can play around with. So he decides to, yeah, play the detective package instead, which makes things quite interesting.
Yeah. So both sides are ramping during the turn too. And he has no choice, and he got a pass. He dare not to trade.
No, there's
the
no
Basil.
way that you do that there,
Yeah.
right? Okay, and wow, you see, Rachel actually has a really good hand right now. He has a Junior Witcher guidebook as well, so he can actually play that, and he has all his one drops. Rachel's hand is absolutely like nuts, right? Because here you tap 2, so you can ink 1, tap 2 for the Tipo, put something else in, or you can ink the Tipo, play the Rafiki. All these options work. You have the Junior Witcher guidebook. Next turn, and so in 2 turns time, you are going to be able to play the Demona.
Yeah, but is that right moment to play Demona right now to just solve Tipo and Basil? I have a I'm questioning it. So he play. So we can see that he plays Wizard Guidebook for just waiting. Maybe do something later. He's planning. He's planning for something for later on. So because I don't think he's going to play Demona at this soon moment, because it's not worth.
No, I mean, look, just drawing your hand cards is probably worth it enough, right? So Chuntat, I think, rightfully identifies that there may be a Demona turn next turn, so he inks the Prince Philip, because if Demona comes out, then you get max value, because you're going to exert everything, including the Prince Philip, and then your Basil is going to be able to take out the Prince Philip there, right? So it's just not great if he plays the Prince Philip now. Oh, shifts the small Basil to the big Basil. This is the Basil Undercover Detective. Sorry, Disguise Detective, right? So the Disguise Detective, once you ink a card into your inkwell, if you pay 1 more card, you will be able to discard one of your opponent's cards in their hand. Draws, what did he top deck? He looks pretty excited.
He's forcing Razor to immediately respond to the board, because this Basil create a lot of threats on Razor. Last time it's different Basil, but this time that Basil will have a threat whenever I keep ramping, but you keep discarding. It's a big advantage to Chunta's side. So look at Razor. He's looking for response with Elsa or Demona. I think he's probably
he's going for the Elsa play. Probably getting. He needs to get rid of that Basil. The Disguise Detective, as soon as he can. It's going to be a huge pain if he's not able to do that.
So yeah, and we can see Razor answer the bet with Elsa the Fifth Spirit. So Chuntat has to create another trouble in coming turn.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, this game is going very differently from how we saw it earlier, right? If he does play the Ducks, Ducks could potentially go down during this turn. The Duck being the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, right? So it allows you to draw more cards into your hand, but also the downside of giving more cards to your opponent. But if he does have the Demona in his hand, and the extra cards don't really matter. But we do see the Judy Hopps, which we talked about a little bit earlier. This is the Judy Hopps uncovering clues. Look at the top 3 cards of your deck when you play or quest her. Find a detective, put it into your hand. He finds the 7-cost Basil, the undercover detective, and this is the card that actually lost Razor the game previously. We do see Hades in Razor's hand now, but he's going to be unable to play it as there's only 5 ink in the inkwell for Razor. So that means he can't actually even play the Woodchuck. Sorry, he can't even play
Both
the
cards
Demona.
in there, yeah.
But with Woodchuck Guidebook, maybe there's something else that he can find. I see the Rafiki, I see the Woodchuck Guidebook as well. Not playing the Demona the previous turn means that his turn here is going to be a little bit awkward.
And which means Razor can't respond to the Judy Hopps uncovering clues, because he has already exerted 1 ink already. And right now he's thinking about, it's quite important on how to preserve his Hades, because last time he has already lost to Hades in this desperate way.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Look, he inks the Demona. That means he's like, look, I don't really need the Demona at this point anymore. I guess, with the Junior Witcher guidebooks means that he can just kind of draw using those books instead. Chooses not to pop the guidebook this turn, these 2 ink open, and kind of just passes it over to Chuntat here. Interesting. I mean, with only 1 hand card, and we know that hand card is going to be the Hades, right? I guess he inks the Demona here so that he can quote-unquote guarantee the Hades the next turn. But Hades, I mean, you could you try to get rid of the Basil, maybe? Yeah, it's just overall interesting the way
Let's search the card first. Let's see what Chuntat can have. So he find another Donald Duck, ramping Donald Duck.
Yeah, this is the Donald Duck focus flatfoot here. Being able to basically ramp you one on play. So when you play the Donald Duck, you ink it from the top card of your deck, right?
Yeah.
I think it goes into your inkwell there. But Chuntat here,
He
thinking,
chose to play another
observing, and plotting to see whether what card to ink. He inks the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes in order for him to play the Basil Undercover Detective. Bounces up to Rafiki, giving Rachel 2 cards in his hand. He does now. Rachel is now able to hit 7 cards. He can ink the Rafiki and play the Hades. I think Rachel's gonna be pretty happy with the Rafiki getting bounced instead of anything else. Actually, anything else would have also been fine. But we do see the Basil getting questing to give Elsa support, and Elsa is going to trade into the Judy Hops.
Yes.
There we go.
I think from Chuntat's point of view, he rather use Judy Hops traded with Elsa rather than Rafiki.
Yeah, and I think that's a great play, right? With the Hades down, we do see the Hades being used for that Basil. Basil is now down and out, so he's left with 3 cards in his hand. He does have another Judy Hobbs, so that means he can just play tap 4 for the Judy Hobbs Uncovering Clues. Yet again, look at the top 3 cards of your deck. Find a detective, put it in your hand. We do see another Judy Hobbs. We do see a Donald Duck. I actually like this draw engine. Draw engine looking.
Look at the
pretty
smile
good.
on Razor's face. Wow.
He's like, this is unique. I wasn't ready to see this. I mean, who would have been, right? No detectives there, but still a very, very interesting filter system for this kind of detective heavy decks. But with only 2 GD Hops here, there isn't anything else that Chuntat can do. It looks like Chuntat is slowly running out of steam.
Yes. So let's see what Razor's gonna do. He has another Witcher guidebook on the board. And will he going to use it?
Yeah, it looks like he is going to pop it indeed. He's
looking for answers.
Yeah, look, if these 2 Judy Hobbs are able to quest next turn, it gives you so much value from these Judy Hobbs, right? It allows you to look at the top 3 cards of your deck once again to filter out more detectives. But I mean, it comes to question as to when you should stop, or no, what's the optimum amount of Judy Hobbs triggers that you're looking for? Because at the end of the day, you can only choose detective cards, right? So you can't actually choose any other non-detective cards, which limits the amount of cards you can get from the top part of your deck.
And right now, we can finally see that the answers made answered by Razor. He used it Elsa to at least he can banish one of the Judy Hops to avoiding Chuntat to loop his hands, keep looping the detectives on his hand. But right now let's take a look at what he can find with these Judy Hops.
I mean, what do you think he's trying to find right now with the Judy Hops Uncovering Clues? What detective specifically are we looking for? Because I don't think we're looking for your Basil disguised detectives here, right? Because I mean, Razor only has 2 hand cards. I don't know. We're definitely not looking for the practice detective either. So I'm just wondering why at this point in time, what Chuntat is actually trying to take for. We do see Donald Duck, Focus Flatfoot being dropped right now, inking one from his hand, and then tapping 4 for a Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman. This is the perfect card that Chuntat is looking for, as he needs to draw more cards in his hand.
I think he's pitching his deck to keep pressing his deck in a limited size, and so that he can later on he can draw the answer card easily. So I think even though he couldn't find anything, there's no purpose to search with Judy Hops, he can still questing by questing the Judy Hops uncovering Fukuru to keep pitching, pressing the deck.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're able to filter through your deck, but like I said, you can only pick your detectives, right? So if you do see a card that you want in the top of your deck, you can't get it anymore. You're putting it you're putting it at the bottom, which is not great, right? So it comes a question as to when, like, which detective is he exactly looking for? Because the Judy Hops here, I'm just wondering if it's actually just a bait for Reza. You know, he's like, hey, look, I'm gonna get more cards from my hand, but do I really need those cards? It's a different question altogether that these players need to be asking themselves.
And we can finally see that no matter on the play and on the draw, there's big differences between two decks, because once who goes first, you can have the active role. You can quest first. You can plan whatever you want. You can limit your opponent's choices. So Razor is now doing exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, play the game.
Yeah, and giving pressures on Chuntat, answering and Chuntat's role is aiming to answer back to Razor, and that's why we can see the Purple is now heading the low pressures on Chuntat.
Yeah, look, right now, I think the Blurple player is going to be pretty happy with his board state, because he is going to, with the Dumbos, gain a lot of just cards and value overall, because you're able to draw one, draw one, gain one lore for each Dumbo trigger. I'm actually surprised to see the Elsa being traded off there. I expected the Elsa to be to trigger the breaking records ability, or the making history ability, sorry. But, you know, I guess he valued thinning out some of Chuntat's board. Chuntat here, using Perfect Gentleman in a perfect way, draws himself more cards, even with the downside of giving your opponent some cards. I think that's fine, because the blue-green player here is digging for the MMS, I think, combination of ways to kind of control the board. Your Welcome is an option here for Chuntat, but we'll see what the player ends up going for.
Looks like Chuntat lost his Kerbal. During the mid game, I didn't even see any Kerbal. Probably is in Inkwell.
Yeah, maybe in the Inkwell, maybe have been sent to the bottom of your deck, right?
And MMS as well. Right.
Yeah, this game is definitely one for
quite struggling.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see the blue-green player slowly trying to make its way back. We do see Chuntat clearing some of Rachel's characters, as well as leaving some damage on the side of the Hades there. Interesting. Okay, so we wasn't able to find the malicious, mean, and scary, but by using one of your characters, by damaging using one of your own characters, Prince Philip still does get triggered in the end.
Yeah, and by banishing one of Basil, which means he's not allowed to threaten Prince Philip right moment, even though Basil support the Dumbo. And Judge interfered for.
Nah, I mean, look,
for reminding Chuntat something.
Yeah, but look, I think with Prince Philip, Prince Philip not only has the effect of banishing any damage characters on the board, but it also adds an additional threat to the side of Rachel, right? If Rachel plays any kind of evasive characters, then the Prince Philip can contest. But you know what? Rachel isn't having any of that. Plays his Hades Infernal Schemer, gets rid of the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes.
And right now, Chuntat is now losing his tempo right now by Dumbo and both Basil. So looks like Razor is can now questing without any consideration right now.
Yeah, look, Razor gonna be pretty happy with the state of the board right now, with only having a Dumbo as well as a Hades. It's gonna be plenty of time for him to come back in the game if he wants to. But yeah, you're right. Chuntat just plays the last Judy Hops here. Looking at the top 3 cards, doesn't pick anything up, but he does also have a Clever Belt Light on her hooves. Draws 2 at the end of his turn. Which is
Prince Philip?
Yeah, no, it's a pretty good card there.
So the game hasn't ended yet. So he still can fight back. later on. But as I remember that Razor has Into the Unknown and Elsa has on his hand, right? So this is another strong answer to answer back to Chunta's board.
Yeah, it's like if I play Into the Unknown here, your Clarabelle is gone, your Judy Hopps is gone. This is a very drawn out game. You know, these are two very heavy control decks. One does the board white, one does single target control. But yeah, in these games, it's who can outlast, right? And right now, with two Dumbos on Razor's side of the field, I think Blurple actually stands a really good chance of winning this matchup.
Yeah, and he's calling the game right now, and Chunta has to answer quickly. But you know, Hades has has 6 willpower right here, and only one Clarabelle is not enough to banish it. So that's create a lot of trouble for Chunta. He has to trade with 2 characters, or use the malicious, mean, and scary, or Prince Philip.
The malicious mean and scary here is actually not bad because you're able to get rid
Really?
of the Dumbo as well as the Hades with just one malicious mean and scary. But he opts to just hard play the Donald Duck as well as the Clarabelle. There we go. We do see the malicious mean and scary being sung by that Judy Hop. So that means that the Hades goes down. That means the Dumbo, the first Dumbo goes down, and 1 damage is put on the Genie and the Dumbo. So all Chunta needs to draw right now is the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes.
These are quick responses made by Chunta because at least he can stop the turbo made by Razor. Even though Razor quest 3, and he still could had a little bit hope from the Clarabelle. So let's see how it goes. How's Razor's response? So
Yeah.
first use the ability of Dumbo to draw a card, and it's very good for Dumbo right now because he really needs some cards to answer back immediately.
Yeah, look, we see the Dumbo using its Breaking Records ability allows him to gain a lower draw card for just the cheap cost of exerting the character and tapping an ink. So Dumbo here it's actually, I would say, is a key differentiator between Blurple as well as Blue Green, right? Because Dumbo allows you to quote unquote have unlimited resources by drawing 1 card per turn per character. So yeah,
I think Razor is really tough right now because he's now thinking about, if Chuntas plays Prince Philip next turn, he's going to turn over. He's going to lose this game easily. So I'm thinking he's really taking a big gamble.
No, I
because
think
the threat of Prince Philip is still existing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a difficult position, but you know, with so many evasives on the side of Razor, you'd have to think that he has pretty much the game on the board, right? We do see 4 lures on the board. If Chunta does not have any answer here, whether it's a bounce, whether it's a malicious mean and scary, whether it's a Prince Philip combo, then there's definitely no way for Chunta to actually win this one.
And I think Razor is now keeping the Into the Unknown for later on answering to Prince Philip or maybe something else. He's now thinking whether he passed his turn or use the or just sing the song. He's now struggling. What he's gonna do next, and really you can see how nerving is on his face.
Yeah, every single move counts now. Every single move is important. That is the 3rd Dumbo that has actually come down for the side of Razor here. So choosing to just play the Dumbo and then just passing. Interesting, not deciding not to use the Into the Unknown here, saving it for a later time maybe. That is the 4th sale the other right. See, draws into the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes, so he is going to be able to deal with the Genie as well as a Dumbo here. But he decides, look, it's maybe a little bit too late. I can't deal with anything else, so I will scoop now. With only 18 minutes left on the clock, these players need to play really fast.
Yeah. But no, it's just like that. Whenever Blur will play against Sapphire Emerald, they have to consider every steps carefully, and that's why which will lead to the thinking time quite long.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, the
And-
Blur,
and-
like I said before, Blurple has the advantage in these control matchups because it does have an innate draw engine with the dumbbells, right? The dumbbells allow you to stay in the game, allow you to stay in the long game as well.
And the final golden Mickey will goes to which size. I'm very excited, excited.
Yeah.
At the end,
I'm-
and likely for the game 3, Junta will goes first, and he will take a slightly active role during this matchup. So Razor is likely to do the answer way to see how to stop the Junta's board expressing.
Yeah, look, going first in this kind of matchup, it doesn't actually make or break the game here. It really depends at the end of the day what the mulligan is like. But assuming that both players don't make any mistakes, right? I am gonna be definitely favoring the blue-green side to win, and I'll be very excited to see this version of blue-green win because it's such a unique list here. Honestly, when it goes up, you guys will see it. It's very, very interesting.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the later on the YouTube commentary on his deck building. It's very interesting. So right now they're looking for ramping cards during their mulligan, and Razor, wow, he has a very poor start with the first 7 cards because none of any ramping cards could be found.
No ramp is definitely horrible for the side of Chintat here. Unfortunately, didn't get to see what Razor here was playing, got in his hand. But you know what? Chintat does have one turn, right? If he manages to top deck the ramp, then he's 100% in this game, in for potential go to Mickey.
Yeah. And so far I know Chintat is a very new player for Nokanas in Hong Kong, and just only a few months experiences, he can reach the top 8 for the Disney Locana Challenge, which contains every too many international experienced competitive players. He can reach this stage. It's a very crucial, exciting, and yeah.
It's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
It's a big deal, right? And hey, guess what? Chuntat's hand is, I don't know what you were on, man, but Chuntat has a really good hand. He has Sail the Ezra Sea there. He also has the Judy Hopps now. So really, really fun. I think it's a pretty good setup. He also has the Prince Phillips there. So a lot of good cards for him in his hand that he can choose to play out. That is 2 Judy Hopps, I think, that we see in his hand. So he is definitely going to be able to ink 1. He is going to likely play that Sail the Ezra Sea. Draws 1, allows you to ramp 1 more card. It is the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman, which is a card that he's very happy to see, I believe, for his turn 4 play. We do see second Judy Hopps potentially going into the inkwell here, opting for just more raw draw instead of specified draw, like the detectives over there, on his side of the field.
Wow, it's a tough decision to ink 2 Judy Hopps at the same turn, which means you are giving a signal to Razor that I can spare 2 answers on the Judy Hopps, on to use another 2 answer cards on Chunta's other key cards. Right.
Yeah, and look, Razor here with the double Rafikis is definitely a board that Chuntat needs to be a little bit careful of. And once again, in these kind of blue mirrors is quite standard, right? So ramp, play one drop, play one drop. So Chuntat has also no way to answer this Rafiki unless for some miracle he's able to yeah, no, there's no way for him to double ramp there. So yeah, this Rafiki is gonna be very safe to quest.
So it's now Chuntat's turn, and he's gone. I think, as you predicted, he's going to play the Donald Duck later. Now he's checking Razor's hand size with forecast in hand, because the hand size is a problem for Chuntat.
Yep. And there we go. Yeah, Donald Duck coming down is going to be very clutch for him. He is going to be able to draw more. We do see the 3-cost Prince Philip. We do see the 9-cost Prince Philip as well. And I think it's that MMS.
Yes,
Okay.
I think it's MS as well.
Yeah, it looks like MMS. So he does have the Prince Philip combination here. Chuntat likely going to be able to just hopefully draw something inkable that he can just drop the Prince Philip. But Razor here having a really good value on the board with 2 Rafikis as well as a Genie. I wonder if he's going to quest the Rafikis now. I don't think that would be wise because the Donald Duck can easily just trade into it. But we will see. Yeah, I think not questing from the Rafiki is a good call. Rachel here deciding whether he wants to draw 1 card from the Donald Duck.
Chuntai is a very gentle player. He reminded Razor rather draw not with the Donald Duck ability. Oh, Razor tries to keep his hand size in a very limited hand size.
Yeah, that's a lot of control I think coming up from Razor because we would expect
turn 5 cards. Turn 5 shift.
Clarabelle, exactly. So I think that's what he's predicting. So opts not to draw anything from the Donald Duck, but Chuntat here gonna eyeing to ink the Clarabelle to play. Yeah, Prince Philip. I think that is a very good card. Without the shifting Clarabelle with the light on her hooves, I think this is the next best play set up for your board wipe.
Yeah, this is a trap for Razor because he's now always thinking about whether Chuntat has a shift Clarabelle or not. Well, it's a big threat, especially when your opponent plays the Donald Duck. You have to think about what next he's gonna play, and the shift Clarabelle always a threat for Burple. Because you can't let the Clarabelle side to trigger his ability one times.
Yeah, you trigger it once. Sometimes that's all you need to get through the game, right? But we do see a double challenge from the side of Rage. So once with his Elsa, the Fifth Spirit, once with his Rafiki to get rid of the Donald Duck. Perfect Gentleman here. So let's draw for the side of Chuntat. But guess what? Doesn't need more draw if he has the combo already in his hand. Chuntat is just waiting for the right time to use the combination, seeing if Razor would like to go any wider with his board before he drops the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. But you know what? Razor actually has a pretty good hand for that to answer that because of the Hades Infernal Schemer. All right, this card has been plaguing the format since set 1, and it's still around even in set 10 here. We do see the MMS combo. I actually think it's a little bit premature, but Chuntat thinks otherwise. He wants to clear the board. He wants to be as aggressive as he can.
He wants to grab back the tempo.
He wants to grab back tempo indeed. And you know what? Razor's only at 5 ink, so can't actually play the Hades just yet.
Wow. Oh, I haven't noticed it yet. So, and right now we can tell Razor is now rushing to the 7 Lords to keep spamming planning the Hades. In the future turns.
No, I mean that's 2. I think he has 2 or 3 cards left in his hand. If there's 2 cards, it should just be double Hades. So he's gonna be able to answer both of these cards, whatever card Chuntat plays down once at a time. But still, really, really good. We do see the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman come down. We see a quest coming out from the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes. That is gonna be 3 lore. Chuntat is on the board right now.
And let's see if Razor draws an unlinkable card. Oh, whoa, that will be a big trouble for Razor because 6 loss will be freely gifted to Chuntat's side.
Yeah, but we see the Cheshire Cat being drawn right now as a Cheshire Cat. It's a Hades is a Hades. We are likely going to see the Hades come down to push the Prince Philip Vanquisher of Foes into the Inkwell. We see both players smiling. They know exactly what they're doing. Oh, interestingly enough, Razor chooses to target the Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman there. He does not want Chuntat to draw more cards. Chuntat only has a 1-card hand. Says, look, I can maybe deal with this Prince Philip slightly later. You can have your 3 lore. You're only at 4, so there's nothing much for me to be worried about. Chuntat draws, or you're welcome, so he could potentially, you're welcome, his own Clarabelle to draw more cards, right? I mean, that is always an option. You're welcome. It does not have to be used on an opponent's character.
But even though you can draw a shifted Clarabelle right now, Razor is keep his hand size very limited in one hand, which decreased the willing of drawing the Clarabelle from Chuntat. Yeah, he's using. He's now looking for some answer card for Razor's board. So let's see what he's
digging for. I mean, look, you're welcome on your own Clarabelle here. I thought he was gonna hard play it, but he sings it together with Prince Philip, so he loses out the potential 3 lore here. But you're welcome. Let's see if he gets Chuntat back into the game. He draws in Bend into My Will here. Bend into My Will not super effective at this point in time. He also does get the Visions of the Future. Visions of the Future gonna be able to look at the top 5 cards of his deck, find something potentially essential, but all he gets is Visions of the Future and some Basils. Basil gonna be pretty good here, I think. This is You're Welcome as a potential option, but I think Basil is gonna have a whole bunch of value if he's able to get rid of I don't know, something like the Hades or even the Genie at this point.
But he's not enough ink right now, so I'm not sure about whether Basil is a very good choice. So he's taking.
Yeah, he
Basil.
took the Basil. Okay, do you see the Donald Duck
For
flat
future
foot?
turns.
Yeah, we do see the Donald Duck focus flat foot being played for more ramp. And yeah, I think he's just gonna pass it over to Rachel. Rachel here going for his next turn. Let's see if he actually has another Hades. Because I thought I saw 2 Hades, but it could have gone into Ink Wolf the Tipo earlier for him to reach being able to play the Hades the previous turn. Right, so Rachel here just making sure that he is making the best use of his cards, because with a 2-card hand right now, there isn't much, not many options for Rachel at this point.
Razor is now he's first set up a trap for Juntas to use the MMF's combo at very first beginning, and now he can answer back with the second Hades.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? I thought I
Yeah,
saw 2
that's the
Hades, and I
trap
think
for
if
Junta.
he had 2 Hades, then definitely sending the Donald Duck was the right choice, and Chuntat singing with the Prince Philip is definitely being punished right now. He could have potentially had 3 more lore, and the lore count would have been 9 to 8, which was a lot closer than what it is right now. And Razer has without any kind of checks on his side of the board, Razer is just gonna slowly run away with this game.
Correct. So, according to Chunta's hands right now, what he can answer, Tipo is not the answer for the current bot state from Razor. He should now focusing on stop the turbo from Razor right now. But obviously,
Yeah, there's not much he can do. I mean, look with the
not much he
Basil.
can do, yeah.
Yeah, with the Basil undercover detective in his hand, there's no good targets for him to bounce. He doesn't want to bounce back the Genie to give Razor more cards. He doesn't want to bounce back the Hades to allow for the Hades effect to kick in once again. Bend to My Will here, pretty useless as well. So Chuntat is in a difficult spot at this moment. He is eyeing 7 cards for the Basil, but once again, if he does play that, what is he going to bounce? Is he going to bounce his own Donald Duck? Unlikely. But he's slowly running out of options.
So he's now thinking, he's now struggling, calculating. You can see his face now. The tension is now, wow.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, props to these players, right? They've been playing all the way from 9 a.m., guys, and right now it is almost 6:30 local time, so these players have been playing for almost 9 hours straight. Decides finally to use his Basil Undercover Detective to bounce back the Genie, preventing Razor from questing 2 more, so potentially giving himself 1 more turn, actually, to come back into this game. We do see 3 ink being eyed for something, 2 ink being eyed for the Tipo. Tipo is going to be used to push down the Bend to My Will that we saw earlier, right? Because Bend to My Will isn't going to be doing too much at this point.
I think the most crucial moment is Razor chose when Razor used the Hades, he used the ability on the
Donald Duck. Exactly.
It's very crucial.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you get, right? You prevent your opponent from drawing any more cards, and on top of that, because you had the second Hades, you're pushing the Prince Philip down the next turn. So you can quote unquote afford to do that. Chuntat actually choosing to challenge Tipo instead of questing, preventing Razor's lower gap from growing any wider than it already is. Was that a Demona I saw in Razor's hand? Potentially. Yeah, it is a Demona. It is a Demona. It is a Genie. Demona here, unlikely going to be played just because you don't want to be giving Chuntat 3 cards in his hand, right? So we do see the Genie coming down instead. We do see a Sail the Ezra Sea that could potentially be inked or used. He does play the Sail the Ezra Sea to draw himself 1 card. I don't think he's using the double ink effect here.
And so let's see. Probably he's going to aim the Mono. Probably.
I mean,
Will he?
Demona.
Will he?
Have you heard
Because
of
you
this
dare not
race?
to give free cast to your opponent.
But have you heard of this race before, Tom? If you can play if you can play a card that allows you to play your own game, wouldn't you play it? You would.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Don't quote me on that, guys. If you're tuning in, we are here at the Hong Kong Disney Lacana Challenge. We are playing the top 8 matchup. We have a Blurple piloted by Rachel on the left, and we have a Blue-Green Detectives by Chuntat on the right-hand side. Guys, we are in our final about 2.5 minutes left. You know, it is very, very intense. And thanks for joining us, I suppose.
And Brian, what happens when the time is called?
I believe it's +5 turns here.
Yeah.
Right. So players will have 5 turns to finish up, and I think there will be enough time for us to finish this matchup specifically. As we see Churator right now at 11, Lord Chuntat at 5. Chuntat needs to find a way to deal with these Hades, and Rachel doesn't have a hand card in his hand, so the Basil is not going to be super effective for questing. So I think he's looking at how he can kind of trade his board efficiently. Yeah, and look, this Genie is a problem as well, right? It's evasive, it's questing for 2. There's just so much that Rachel can get from here, and there's only 2 minutes left in the clock.
So, I think Chuntai is quite hard right now.
Oh wait, there's 2 cards in Rachel's hand. My bad. So by questing for 2, you can get rid of one of the cards. So they're doing odds and evens. So Chuntai is going to be rolling here. There is going to be a hit. So that's an even card. The Genie goes down. So that could have potentially been problematic for the side of Chuntat. But you know what? It's it's the Basil that is going down here. Instead.
Yeah, I think Chuntai is now aware of the timer, so he's now going to keep questing, keep chasing back to the long distance. So
yeah, but look here, right? Rachel, if he quests out, that's 7. That's going to bring him to 18. Chuntat here doesn't have many turns left. It's going to be 2. Like Rachel is going to be able to finish this out in 2 turns if Rachel's board doesn't change. I wonder what Chuntat is looking for here. I mean, even Prince Philip isn't gonna do much. Right? He needs 2 cards. He needs Prince Philip. He needs Malicious, Mean, and Scary. But there's only 2 cards that Chuntat can potentially draw. If it's not one of those 2 cards, then he can't. There's no way for him to win this.
If you're a Razor, what will you do? Just questing?
Just quest out. I mean,
yeah.
There's not much, right? You know that Chuntat doesn't have any cards in his hand. We don't see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. We don't see a Prince Philip for him to shift. So there's not much. There's not many options for Chuntat to actually play out his hand here. Reduce it. Iago coming down. Iago, just an efficient tool. Yeah, you're right. No Demona being played here. Demona is just ink at this point. You don't want to allow Chuntat to come back into the game. So it is going to be a quest 1, quest 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Brings him up to 18. Right now, Razor, it's just 2 lore away from making it to his Golden Mickey.
Yeah, probably 1 Golden Mickey goes to Razor right now. And especially he let Chuntat keep top decking for a few turns since he solved the Donald Duck into the Inkwell.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, time has just been called, so I believe time was called on Chuntat's turn, so it's just going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will end on Rachel's turn, so Chuntat has 3 more turns left, but I believe it may just be the final turn. Chuntat looking for something, looking for nothing. It's a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. The game goes over to Rachel. Congratulations to Rachel for making it to top 4. Chuntat with an incredible blue-green deck. Congratulations for making it all the way here to the top 8. But that was a well-played game from Rachel, and congratulations for making it all the way to top 4 and locking yourself a Golden Mickey.
Yes, it is well deserved to Rachel. Especially when he showed up to the world how to handle the Donald Duck very well. You can see that when the start of the Chuntat's turn, Chuntat was inviting Razors to let's draw cards together. So he used a few seconds to think. No, I'm not going to draw it because I want to limit my size because I'm afraid of your Clarabelle. answer, every actions that Razor's play in the game 3 is very crucial and made a big impact to the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, look, we never saw the Clarabelle at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you know what?
It's
For
a
the side
bluff.
of Razor, yeah, no, exactly. It's all about the theory, right? I mean, if he had the Clarabelle there, then there would have been one more card for Razor to draw, and that one card could have been all Razor needed, sorry, all Chuntat needed in order for him to actually win this matchup, right? But I want to make the call out that the Hades play, the Hades choice was definitely the right choice. You know, is there anything wrong with that play? No, right?
No,
You
no,
just
no.
choose the Donald Duck, you send it into the ink while you have your opponent one less card to deal with, and can anything go wrong? The answer is no.
And Nokana is a game that whenever you made every decision right, you can claim the victory. No matter you just on the play or on the draw, you just make every decision right.
Yeah, and you know, for you to get to the top 4 of the Hong Kong DLC means that you must be playing your cards extremely well. So congratulations to the top 4 players. Congratulations to Rachel for making it so far. Anyways, guys, we're going to be taking a short break. We will catch you for the top 4 match really soon.
Well, hot dog. I made it back. That was a wonderful nap. Much needed. Not long enough. It's crazy that we went through 3 rounds in like, I don't know, what felt like 2 hours? Like, what's going on, guys? Did I miss anything superb? Anything? I'm sure it was, right? DLC top 16, top 8, top 4. What happened? Let's catch up on YouTube really quick. What was the big thing? I woke up right as I think game 3 of round 2 was starting. No, game 3 of top 4 was starting, but I didn't see who was playing or anything. I think it was Green, Blue, and Blurple. How'd that match end? What do we got here? Green, Blue, Blurple went back too far. Green, Blue won game 1. Blurple won game 2. Oh man, that's a board for Blurple. Did game 2 did Blurple manage to take the win? And Blurple took the win, so we got Blurple in finals. Who's the other Blurple player? That's the question now. Who is the other Blurple player? How long ago did you ask that question? Technical Psychopath. We don't have a way. Player Hub, they did everything on paper, so we don't know who's in finals, or who's still there or anything like that. So we are completely in the dark on this one. Let's see. I'm wondering, did DKP get knocked down? I'm checking his Twitter. Let's do this. Let's do here, Twitter, DKP, Lorcana. Oh, there was a top. Oh, okay. But we don't know who would have won, right? That's the problem. Well, I guess it would give us an idea of something. Okay, let's pull it up. All right. Okay, here we go. DKP is not still in it. Okay. It is a lot of names that I do not know. There was a top 8 shown. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there was a blue steel, purple steel, Blurple versus amber steel, Blurple versus purple steel, Blurple versus blue steel. So, hang on, let's do this. We're going to go back in time. Bang. Okay. So this is our top 8, right? We just... Wait. Well, this doesn't make... Oh. This is only one of the brackets. It doesn't... They don't ever show the other bracket. Oh, no. Is that... Emerald Staff. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, it's making sense. So this was the match we just saw in top 4, and Blurple won it. Now we just don't know who won out of these ones. Hopefully not Emerald Sapphire. I thought that was blue steel. It looks like blue steel, doesn't it? I guess there's quite a bit of difference. I was looking at the color and not the icon itself. Okay. Well, we're about to find out. Hopefully not green blue. That's all we can hope for. How were the games though? How were the games when I go back and watch them? Were they awesome? Were they everything we hoped they would be? I'm sure they were. Blurple won, so I'm excited to see how that match came to be. That Blurple was able to snag the win. What exactly went their way to get there? Because that's a tough feat. Like that's tough. That's definitely tough to do. So oh, we're going into top 4, aren't we? That wasn't top 4. That we're going into top 4. I could have taken an extra hour on my nap. Anything good in the Twitch chat? The Twitch chat is where the fun's always at. Nope, not really. Not really. How do you... Okay. On Twitter, how do you do like an actual search for... Do you have to do the @ sign? Is this him? Nope. I want to see where he ended up losing at. Did he secure another Mickey? No, because only top 8 was Mickey, so he didn't secure Mickey, unfortunately. I wonder what took him out finally. Or what took him out in finals. Is it dots? Man, how am I not able to just search him? Following. Fiago lost in top 32. Played Amber Steel. Wow. I did not expect him to be on Amber Steel. That's really surprising. Okay. And now we wait. Now we wait. How is everybody's DLC Hong Kong experience been? For anybody that's still up, are you in the States watching this? Or are you EU or other places across the globe? Because in the States, did you stay up the whole time? That's impressive. You either have to be a night shift worker or you just really wanted to see some DLC content. Because that is really impressive. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Wide awake for... Okay. All right. So you literally woke up when this... Like, slightly before this started. Okay. Are you normally a night shift worker? Or a night shift person? Or you just decided, you know what? Today seemed like a good day to sleep all day and wake up late at night. Yermi, you just chilling in both chats? I thought I saw your name. You're in the Twitch or we're in the Twitch chat. Mojo, what's up, man? Breakfast time. What part of Germany are you in? I was stationed at Ramstein for 3 years. Lived right there in Miesenbach. Had a house there in Miesenbach. I miss it. It'd be different now though. I was single when I was there, and I'm married now, so it'd be a little bit different. But definitely miss it at times. Yeah, hey, I get that, Jeremy. My sleep schedule's not gonna be happy with me tomorrow, or I guess later today. So. Okay, I know where Hanover's at. All right, so, hey, are you from there? From Germany? Well, thanks for joining us, Jeremy. So, I'm kind of disappointed. Normally, Twitch chat's just going off with some craziness. So, but it's very tame. It's very respectable. Which is impressive. Even Lorcana Twitch chat is not normally a super tame place to be. So, yeah, that's crazy. Good for them. I'm proud of everybody still watching. Yeah, seems like it. Seems like it. So, what's up, Mari? Yeah, no, we were pretty blessed to be able to watch Hong Kong live. I know what was it? What was was it a DLC in Japan or a different part of China where their DLC it ended up being live, but it was like a weird link.
Hello,
Hey.
Illumineers. Welcome.
Here we go. Let's watch top 4, guys. Let's watch top 4. Here we go.
And we are preparing to showcase you our top 4 match. It's a Purple Deck versus Sea Dogs
Yeah,
again.
All right, so look, we're looking at the top 4 chart right now. We do have Blurple versus the Purple Steel on the other side. So we saw Razor just now win the blue-green, win Trintot, and actually make it to the top 4. And on the other side, we had Dimitri Biskiari, who actually beat out the other blue-green deck. So blue-green... And it's apologies if you see a little bit of a shuffle around from the previous time that we showed this. There was a slight, readjustment that had to be made, but these are the correct rankings right now. So feast your eyes on your top 4. We have Rachel playing Blurple, we have Dimitri playing Purple Steel, we have Freeman playing Blurple, and Mark playing Dogs. So guess what? With this, all 3 of us were wrong.
Yeah.
None of the decks that we chose will win this, and now Blurple stands a really good chance, hearing that we have 50% representation left in the top 4.
Well, I will shout out to Mike to see whether he can bring our Ember to the top.
Mark, yeah, indeed. And in fact, we will be featuring Mark versus Freeman, so the Sea Dogs versus Blurple. And you know what? Sea Dogs has a really, really good matchup against Blurple, right? I mean, we talked about it a lot on stream today, because especially within the top 64, because Dogs had a really good showing in the top 64 matchups for today.
Yeah. Although there's only top 8 with only one Sea Dogs deck, but I mean it's still got a big chance while facing the Amethyst Sapphire, because they still need to getting into their own tempo to try to build a bot control. Try to get behind. Try to chase the lore counts for about the Sea Dogs deck.
That's right.
They're building their bot so fast, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the other thing that, the other thing which I think hopefully Freeman is thinking of as well is, playing a lot of one drops, right? If Freeman here plays like 9 one drops, he should be able to stave off some of the pressure that Dogs is currently, dishing out, right, with the early low counts. But he also needs ways to kind of play like with a Mim, for example, or Elsa's, or the Into the Unknowns. All these cards are going to be very important for Freeman to keep in his hand or mulligan for in this Sea Dogs matchup. Yeah, so anyways, we will be covering the Sea Dogs versus the Blurple matchup on stream, and on the other side we have Blurple versus Purple Steel. It is slightly favored towards Blurple, I feel, but the I think there is still definitely a good chance where Purple Steel can actually win Blurple. It's quite an even matchup, I feel.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what the other side, will face off, right?
Well, we didn't broadcast so much Steel deck today. We see 2 Ember Steel in the early games, but I don't think their deck build is not a aggro deck. So maybe it's a little bit difficult for them to get into the tournament's late game, right?
Yeah, for sure. But anyways, we're going straight into our match, guys. We have Freeman Lam on the left-hand side playing Blurple, and on the right-hand side, we have Mark Chua with the Sea Dogs deck. Freeman actually inking Into the Unknown very early on. That's interesting. I wonder how good or bad his hand is, right? I mean, usually you would want to keep the Into the Unknowns to deal with cards that have exerted. I mean, and Mark's whole deck is about exerting his own cards. Cheshire Cat being inked as well. Interesting.
Very interesting inking strategies, right? A Treasure Cat and Into the Unknown.
And Hypnotic Strength as well.
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, is it Freeman knew that Mark is holding? Yeah, because they have their
deck list as well,
yes,
right?
Yes,
so
they know what they are facing. So is it they try to build Freeman need to place all the one drop like you said on the table, try to react with Mark, but it's a big sacrifice, right?
It's a huge sacrifice. I mean, look, Mark is really primed to deal with all this without all these pressure. Interesting, Mark didn't quest the Daisy. I mean, he's hoping, I guess, that with the Royal Guard is kind of a threat, right? Because with a Hypnotic Strength, you'll be able to deal with the Daisy, but the Hypnotic Strength was already inked. The second Cheshire Cat goes down. There's 3 Cheshire Cats in Freeman's hand. He's probably like, look, I just need 1 Cheshire, and passes as well. All right, both players playing the safe game here. Mark decides not to use Lilo's, not to bring Lilo back from the discard pile. Looks at his hand size. This is a very interesting game so far.
I mean, none of players try to quest, and which means they're just trying to keep growing their board and wait for the significant moment that they need to quest. And I mean, that's try to win the game, try to secure the win for the BO3 format. At least stick to game 1 win, and it's only 1 step next to the champion.
Whoa! 3 Daisy Ducks? Right from the get-go, he's not questing of anything. He's so much patience coming up from Mark. I wonder what he's waiting for. Does he have the big trap? Even if he has a big trap, it's.
I mean, he can still.
A lot.
Oh, I mean, he can still quest for the Daisy Duck, and.
Yeah, I mean, look, by doing this, you're giving the Blurple player so much time, and the Blurple player is gonna be pretty happy with just going to 5 and just playing the Elsa here. Yeah, Cheshire Cat is more than safe to just quest out. He will just quest with 2, and I haven't seen a matchup where Blurple has actually taken the lead in lore so far.
Yeah, I mean, already in 5. Both players are already. I mean, Freeman is already in 5 ink, so I mean, the Amethyst character is easily to play it on board, and with all the on-play ability for Amethyst character like Elsa, Genie, and even Belle, it can easily to shift the damage counter towards the Daisy or the Lilo.
Yeah, so look, Mark was playing for the big tramp play, but not questing is interesting. I mean, is he trying to like OTK with 2 turns? No, okay, not really OTK. I guess TTK, right? 2-turn kill.
Yeah, 2 turn.
So trying to thin out his deck very heavily. I mean, at the end of the day, he's only able to just keep 1 card in his hand. If he quests here, I mean, 1, 2, 3. There's 7 lore on the board, and the opponent has to deal with the Lilo. So this is a very interesting decision coming out from Mark.
Yeah, and is it like Mark would like to keeping his inkwell size down and just using the characters count to play the tram and try to find the missing pieces for his game, but I'm seeing Mark is holding the lady in his hand.
The lady, okay, interesting enough. I mean, I thought maybe Mark had like Under the Sea here and just kind of Under the Sea's the Cheshire Cat. Ooh, Junior Woodchuck Guidebook goes down. Second card, Junior Woodchuck Guidebook goes down. That's 2 guidebooks that have gone down. There's only 1 Royal Guard that went to Freeman's hand. Mark is going to be very happy with this decision. What? 2 books gone. And look, Freeman here drawing into the Royal Guard. I mean, yeah, great. You have a 1-drop that you can play, but I wonder what's the second card that he's top decked. I mean, he can ink the Royal Guard if he wants to, but now Freeman needs to start clearing Mark's board, and I mean, no Emerald Comnicon on the side of Mark, so that's a good sign for Freeman. He can start trading, start having some of these advantageous trades, right? Basil can quest, gives Elsa support. Elsa can then get rid of some of the Daisy Ducks. You can shift damage with the Lilo. There's just so many things which you can do with this board state.
Yeah, and Mark is already having 11 lore on board, and Freeman needs to respond. Otherwise, the game 1 will be closed it shortly for Mark, and Freeman is calculating how is the best situation to like Basil, Elsa, and Treasure Cat, how to move the damage counter to maximize his benefit. So Basil is questing for 1 and the extra support for Royal Guard and challenging the DC Duck and leaving 1 damage on Royal Guard, and like I definitely will use Treasure Cat's ability. No, another Elsa to exert Tramp and challenge the Daisy Duck. Oh,
that is, yeah. I mean, that's a pretty effective way to clear your board, right?
Yeah, we need to mention that Elsa is an evasive character, right? So, in the Sea Dogs deck, there's nothing, nearly nothing that we can challenge back to Elsa. So, Elsa is safe and is some damage kind of waited to move with the Treasure Cat. And Mark is considering whether he should bring back Lilo from the discard. And with 4 ink in his inkwell, I'm not sure whether he'll bring back the exerted Lilo back on the table. Because with Elsa, different 2 Elsas, Cheshire Cats, and Royal Guard on board, he bring back 2 exerted Lilo with his all ink in his inkwell. And okay, the judges is
just making sure that the damage is done correctly, right?
Yeah. We're also
yeah, look, so just making sure that we're using unified dice, so that's just easy for us to calculate how much damage is on the board, right? So the damage has not changed, so it's just very easy for you to tell. Right now, Mark is just going to turn sideways. We're going to have 5 more lore on the board, so that brings Mark up to 12. 12 lore.
And Mark is having 9 lore on the table, and Freeman needs to respond and need to challenge or move damage counter to respond to Mark's table. Otherwise, game 1 will be on Mark's side.
Yeah, look, I mean, Freeman has so many different answers, right? Look at the number of characters that Freeman has on his side of the field. I think he needs, if he gets a Woodchuck guidebook or the other two Woodchuck guidebooks from the top deck, Freeman can then just kind of pop it, and the Royal Guards have just full access in order to knock off things like the Daisy Duck, to knock off things like even the Trap actually could kind of do it like a double trade, right, into the Tramp, which makes it very, very worthwhile for the side of Freeman.
And Mark's first Lilo is back to the discard with with the challenge of Elsa, and let's see. If I see it correctly, there's a Demona on Freeman's hand, but I don't think he'll put it on the table right now because I don't think he'll like to reveal Mark's hands. And already all the characters are exerted. There's enough resources to handle the situation right now.
Yeah, it's just how efficient Freeman can be, right? Plays the Genie, looks at the top deck, gets the Tipo here. Tipo, so right now the Royal Guards are swinging for 3. I don't think it really makes a big difference at this point, unless you're able to break the 4 cap, right? If you're able to draw one more card, then the Royal Guard can be used to trade into the Daisy here. But looking at Freeman's hand, I don't think there's a way for you to bring it up to 4. So now you have to use the Basil to support something like the other Elsa with the 1 damage, and then the Elsa can swing into the Daisy Duck. So now Freeman activate. No, Freeman thinking whether he should quest here or trade here. It should be a trade. Yeah, into the Daisy Duck. Was it Daisy Duck?
Yeah, the Basil is supporting Treasure Cat to challenge the Daisy Duck.
Yep, okay.
And using the Elsa to banish Lilo.
Yep.
And boost the Treasure Cat and shift the damage counter to Bobby.
Yeah, there we go. So now going down to just 1 character left onto the board. Mark has just the Tramp left, and this is where things kind of slowed down for Mark. You know, Freeman has played this early game very, very well. You know, there were a few questionable choices in terms of inking in the early game, but it seemed pretty justified considering that he probably looked at the rest of the cards in his hand before deciding what to ink, right? So Freeman here has kind of stabilized the board, and he's going to start just questing with the Octopi, right? The Royal Guards here. Oh no, not questing at all. Swinging into the Tramp, getting rid of the Tramp altogether. So that is a double swing into the Tramp. Tramp is gone, and now Freeman has full control over the board, inking the Tipo. Thinking about inking the Tipo. Yep, inks the Tipo and passes. This, by the way, brings Freeman up to 7 ink. So Hades is now online if necessary.
Yep, and using, I mean, you just talk about using some 1 cost character. I mean, maybe this is his strategy facing the Sea Dogs deck, right? Using a fair decisions of characters, try to keep up with the Sea Dogs. And I mean, when you hit the 5 ink in your inkwell, most of the MF character can easily do what they have to do for Freeman. And I mean, this tough situation, tough decision right now is on Mark. Like he needs to decide whether which card needs to be played and try to
stabilize his game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not great. You know, anytime the Lilo gets pushed off as well, you know, it feels really bad because, you know, the Freeman can just shift the 2 damage counters over from the Cheshire Cat onto that Lilo. So I'm not sure if necessarily playing the Lilo Escape Artist from your discard pile is the right choice at this point. I'm wondering if it's a go next angle, you know? I'm wondering if it's because you are waiting for you have a set amount of time, right? Whether it makes sense for you to actually go to the next game and, you know, have enough time to finish your 3 games. But then again, this is a Sea Dogs deck, so Sea Dogs does go very, very, very fast. So probably trying to play it out and squeeze out the 8 lore that is missing. He does get to the Miss Park Avenue, plays the lady straight out and picks up, I think, 2 1-cost cards. I would assume they are the 2 Daisy Ducks, as they're quite hard for him to remove. But he's out of ink right now, so that means he can't play it at this point in time. He picks up 1 Daisy Duck and he's going for something else. It's the
Go
to Mago. Interesting. So he's opting to try to gain as much lore, instant lore from the Elsa right now, which has 4 damage counters on it. Even with 1 boost, that's 2 damage left. It's 2 lore that Mark is going to be able to instantly gain from dropping the Go to Mago.
Yeah. So
Ooh, very good. Demona here. I mean, Mark has filled up his hand with the Miss Park Avenue. Freeman has been holding on to the Demona for a while now. Draws him 3 cards and exits in Miss Park Avenue. I think Freeman will be able to get rid of this lady Miss Park Avenue just by using 1 shift and then using something like the Basil, right, to just to get rid of the lady here. It's some very efficient trading happening.
Yeah, maybe Basil is supporting Elsa.
No, but I mean, look, you wouldn't use the Basil. You wouldn't use the Basil here because actually you wouldn't support the Elsa here because the Elsa would get traded off unless you're shifting the 2 damage counters from the 2 damaged Elsa in order for you to take that efficient trade. I guess that is one route you could do.
Yep.
Right. But you wouldn't use it on your second Elsa. That's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the card game needs to the step-by-step strategy is very important.
Yeah.
So the players are right now is already playing for like 10 hours.
Yeah.
Or 8. They need to stay focused on our game.
I just thought of something.
Yeah.
You know, I think Freeman here, right? If we are on the same wavelength, right? You want to get rid of all the damage counters on your side of the board, right?
Yep.
So what you could potentially do is shift the 2 damage counters from the 2 damage Elsa, then use the Elsa that's already damaged to swing into the lady. So you're getting rid. Yes, you are getting rid of one of your Elsas, but you also get rid of 4 damage counters. But no, he just opts to get rid of all 4 of his damage counters, which is, I guess, still within control, right? You're not getting rid of all, so you have a few damage counters for you to work with the Cheshire Cat, and you're able to get rid of things like the Lilo when it comes down. So yeah, it opts to go for the middle ground play, right?
Yeah. Diego is going to the Inkwell, and another roll guy is placed on the table for Freeman. And let's see how Marks react. Marks Ink go to 5. We saw that he got Daisy Duck and go to Marco.
Ooh,
another
Miss Park
lady.
Avenue.
I mean, he must be top deck this lady, right? So he try and get back to Daisy Duck from the discard.
Yeah, I mean, dude, if Mark next turn, right, drops all his Daisy Ducks down, that's gonna be game, right? In 2 turns. So basically, Freeman here has 2 turns to work with, right? On Freeman's side of the board, he's got 8. He's got 8 lore on his side of the board. So technically, Mark is also on a timer. So depends on how Freeman wants to play this game. Is he gonna just quest out and let force Mark into answering some of these cards that Freeman has in his hand? Interesting. Has a Hades looking for a deal here? He is looking for the deal of his life here. You know, okay, no.
It's not a life,
deal
right?
of the DLC, right?
Game 1.
This could be. Yeah, I mean. You know, oftentimes when you win a game 1 in a BO3, you have momentum.
Yep.
Right.
Going
into game
for
2,
the game
going
2.
Exactly. Looking for a deal is definitely something that Freeman is looking for at this point in time. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lore being quested out here. Freeman is going from 8 to 16. Is he going to get the deal of this DLC? He plays a bell as well, just to ensure that he's got game on board next turn.
Yeah, and right now Mark needs to respond. And right, you told about that Mark can place 2 Daisy Duck and try to secure the game, but it's not enough right now.
Not
because
enough.
Freeman is already got a 16 lore, and different characters are on the table with 3 lore is ready status. That means you can't challenge it. So it's tough for Mark right now and try to find the missing pieces for closing the game 1. And
yeah, I mean, look, even under the sea here is not going to help, right? You don't have enough. Yeah, that's right. I think Mark has identified that there's nothing else he can do at this point, so decides to scoop and go straight into game number 2. right? I think this is the right choice. You save yourself a little bit more energy. Maybe you don't show all the tricks up your sleeve if you're playing any tight cards for this matchup. So I think scooping at that point, maybe even one turn earlier, may have been beneficial. Keep in mind that BO3, knowing when to scoop, knowing when to play, is all a skill.
Yeah.
Right, knowing when you need to play out your games, knowing when you need to scoop, looking at the time, making sure that you have sufficient amount of time. These are all skills which are different from playing a BO1. In a BO1, you just have one game. You don't really have time to make some of these decisions. But now in a BO3, this is what you need to do.
Yeah. We're just using a short amount of time with these two with Sea Dogs deck. And I mean, they still got times for them to think. But what do you think about Marks need to respond with their hands or respond to how to get back the game tool, which is missing pieces or key cards?
I think, okay, I'm not sure about missing pieces. I think Mark actually had everything that he needed. I think if you just quest out faster, you would have been able to take this game home, right? I mean, he took 2 turns. I think he was being a little bit safe, right, in terms of making sure that he has enough characters on the board for him to play the big tramp. But it felt a little bit too safe, and he got extremely punished for that, right? I mean, you saw the moment, if I'm the Sea Dogs player and I see my Blurple player inking 2 Cheshire Cats, inking the Hypnotic Strength, that's my sign to go, 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 right? I mean, why stop when you have everything
you need
that you need? You had 3 Daisy Ducks from the get-go. I'm surprised, really, really, really surprised that he didn't quest any harder than he did.
Yeah.
If he had maybe just quested, I mean, he was what, 12? He could have been at 18.
Yeah,
the Go-Go would have won him the game.
Doing nothing for turn 1 and turn 2 and turn 3, just placing all the characters on board. That is already having enough lore for Marks to secure the game 1.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I mean, even if you quest just once each with that Daisy, you had game because you had Go-Go.
Yeah.
All right. So I think Mark is not so much the cards that Mark drew. I think it's just the play style. I think he needs to be a lot more aggressive, and I'm actually surprised because dog players, I mean, like Sea Dog players, right? Often would take opportunities like that, just like that, right? They identify what's needed to be done, and they will grab on to those opportunities as quickly as possible. So Mark here, I think playing a little bit too safe, in my opinion.
Yeah. As an aggro player for myself, I mean, just go. Let the opponent respond to you and try to get as much more lore that you need to secure and let the games go.
Yeah, exactly. So here we do see Mark starting us off first playing the Lady Decisive Dog, and Freeman having a very similar start to what he had just now, playing the Royal Guard. And so both are really good, solid 1-drops, you know. Mark here playing the Bobby Zamersky. And by the way, I like this small little detail, right? So he plays the Bobby Zamersky first before inking another card because he wants to see what are the available options for him to ink before So looking at all available options from his deck before he decides what to ink.
Yeah, key cards are important, right? Because every details matter to maybe just a little bit difference. You may win or lose the game.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, Mark was just 1 turn away from winning, right? If he had just quested, he would have been fine. And here, I think not questing with the Lady is a slightly wasted opportunity because on 2, you know that this Blurple player is likely going to be ramping, right? So 1 lore could potentially have made the game, right? So playing a little bit safe once again. This gives Freeman just the opportunity to slowly develop his board. Yeah, you see the Tipo come down. And that means that I wouldn't quest the Royal Guard either because just two 1 strength characters will be able to take out that Royal Guard.
Yeah.
Double Lady.
Ooh, Double Lady. And
Double Lady once again, passing once again, playing for the very wide board. Does he have his tramp already? He's not inking?
Yeah. I mean, in the last game, Mark's ink well, like 3 drops or 4 drops, and right now he's even don't want to ink in turn 3.
I mean, this is a very wide board. It's all filled with 1-drops. I know Blurple doesn't play Spooky Side anymore, so I mean he can afford to do such plays. Does Mark have the tramp? I think that's the only reason why I would do such a play and not quest. Once again, not questing here is a little bit interesting, right? Iago gets played. Iago is such a good tool here from Freeman It's a 4/6 evasive and has vanish. It's such a good body in order for you to trade it out against aggressive decks. So Mark here going to be
Tramp
pretty
is coming
limited.
down.
Yeah, we do see the Tramp. Okay, so he does draw 5 cards, and he will be discarding 5 of those cards. We see the Lilo in his hand. He's likely going to be discarding that. What is he digging for? Is he just digging for the Undersea, maybe? Undersea not going to be too useful here. And I know that he doesn't play something like the Improvise, so he can't really have he doesn't have an easy way to get rid of that Iago.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the way that he's playing. I do know that 2 ladies before the Tramp is definitely a good play. He will discard 5 cards. We do see the Miss Park Avenue being discarded. We do see the Lilo being discarded as well. He passes yet again.
Oh my God. What's going on? What's in his mind? Like, actually, I do think it's a time that Mark needs to start getting points, start getting lore, because Freeman is already like in the 5 ink drop, 5 ink point.
Yep.
So Elsa is already easily comes on the table, and yeah, the Elsa on the table and exotic Tramp, and with the Iago is easily to banish Tramp.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm a little bit confused as to what's happening over here, but the Tramp is now gone, and that was his. And Mark still has 0 lore, by the way. I just want to point that out, which is kind of nutty.
Yeah, for a Seedox player, when you hit the turn 5, usually maybe you are already aiming for finishing the game.
Even at 10 lore most of the time, you know?
Yeah. So Mark with 2 ink, with his inkwell, I'm not sure he's trying to, what he's trying to do. And he's already drawn the card, so he can't bring back Lido from the discard. And he plays another Tramp with another Tramp. Yeah, the one is the small Tramp and one is the big Tramp.
Yeah.
But Mark can start searching for the deck, searching for from his deck, but Mark need to discard all of them because originally Mark didn't have any hands.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mark has an extremely wide board now, but still with nothing on, nothing quested. He's still 0. There's, I don't know. It's a very interesting way to play dog. He's playing it definitely a lot more safely. All right, so discarding so many cards as well. I mean, he's really thinning out his deck. It just passes yet again.
Now it's Freeman's turn, and I saw the treasure cats on Freeman's hand with 5 ink. Is treasure cats can go on a table with his boost ability, shift the damage counter to Mark's character. And which characters will banish one?
Gets rid of the lady. Mark's still on 2 ink only. This is it's a very interesting game this trip. I mean, Mark is here for a reason, right? He's in the top 4 for a good reason as well. So he definitely knows what he is doing, using just slowly building up his board. He inks a Gogo Tamaga, plays an Emerald Omnicon, and then maybe this is what he was waiting for. Will he now turn? He does decide to turn the board right now, so it is going to be a lot of lore going to Mark. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 lore being gained from Mark. He's waiting for 2 turns. I mean, he's 2 turns away from winning this game.
I mean, it should be 8 points, but when Emerald Commons come on the table, it's a tough choice for Freeman to choose which to quest for lore and which to challenge Mark's character, right? Because Emerald Con can return chosen characters to their player's hand while they're challenging.
Yeah, I mean, look, It's gonna be interesting now. Now the initiative is on Freeman, right? I mean, Freeman has still has a pretty good board considering all things considered. It's definitely different from his earlier game where he had some more Rafikis as well as more royal guards for him to utilize to clear out some of those characters from Mark's side. But Mark with this Emerald Chronicon now is it's a very different game, right? And Freeman here, not so free in terms of what he can do on his side of the field. Has a lot of decisions he has to make in terms of whether he's going to be questing with some of these characters first before deciding to trade, and whether or not he will be using Cheshire Cat's boost ability to shift the damage counters. It's just so many sequencing here is key, and it's even more punishing in Dog Sack, where every small mistake can actually cost you the game.
And Freeman is now calculating how to move the damage counter. I mean, I need to correct myself a little bit. Like the Chronicon is when the characters got banished, the players need to choose which characters bounce back to the player's hand. So.
Keep in mind as well that the Emerald Chronicon you can also use it to bounce your own character back in hand, right? So it's a pretty flexible card there, but you're not most of the time going to be bouncing back your opponent's turn.
Yeah, but we already talked about that in our earlier game. Like all the amethyst card got on the play ability. It's a tough choice for you to choose.
I mean, you just choose Iago, right?
yeah, of course.
So you're definitely going to be questing or trading using that Iago, and preventing, I guess, because Iago here is easily the most easy choice out of all these 5 characters. No on the play ability. Decides to double trade into the Tramp, and now Mark has the decision as to which character is he going to be bouncing. Will he bounce the Cheshire Cat? I think that could be a potential answer, or maybe even bouncing the Elsa to prevent more damage, to prevent Freeman from shifting more damage using the Cheshire Cat. Maybe Royal Guard even could be a potential answer here to bounce. Tipo probably isn't the right choice. I mean, look, there's so many different things that Mark can do. This game is blown wide open. Yeah, there we go. Getting rid of the damage, not allowing Freeman to shift 4 damage counters over is going to be pretty impactful. And now Freeman needs to decide what's next. Either using the Royal Guard or the Cheshire to start trading into things would be good. Maybe shifting 2 damage over to the Duck and then using Cheshire to trade into the Duck. Yeah, all very good. All very good options.
Yeah, and without, I mean, the Elsa is the best choice, right? So all the characters are exerted and even remove the damage counter and let the Treasure Cat is a little bit slow pay right now because can't boost it to remove the counter. I mean, tough choice and tough decision to make right now for Freeman.
I mean, both players, right? I mean, if you do trade into something right now, what are you going to trade?
Yeah.
Right, okay, yeah, you traded to the lady, that's great, and then you're going to bounce the Royal Guard, and then the T-Po's left. T-Po isn't going to be able to do much. You can maybe soften the blow, use the T-Po to hit into the Daisy Duck, and then use the Cheshire to kind of hit into that, to kind of clean up the damage. Also being played here, going to trade into the lady first, so Mark is going to be able to bounce something else up, bounces the Iago. Cat is still on the board. Freeman inking 1 to play the Royal Guard, to play a second Royal Guard using the other ink, and we will go for a quest, I believe, for the Tipo, brings him up to 3. Mark having only 4 lore on the board. That was a pretty good solid turn from Freeman.
Cool. I mean, it's not a easy way to try to manage the board with the Emerald Chronicon is on play, and right now we see Mark take the Lido back from the discard and playing the Daisy Duck on board.
Ooh. Ooh, into the unknown going down there. That would have been pretty helpful for the side of Freeman. I do want to point out that was a disgusting top deck from Mark, right? He top deck the Daisy Duck, so he was able to just play out his hand, which is kind of gross sometimes. But we love to see intense gameplays from the side on the stream, right?
Yep.
So into the unknown going down is unfortunate for Freeman, but I still think Freeman is still in the game. I don't think this is game over just yet. Cheshire Cat going to be used potentially to trade into the. I still want to see the Tipo trading into the Daisy Duck and then Cheshire Cat, using it to finish it off. I think that's probably the most efficient way for you to kind of clear the board there. But who knows? I'm not Freeman.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so we see Cheshire Cat banishing the tramp there.
And Mark bounce back to Elsa.
Mark bouncing back to Elsa? I mean, sure, you can just replay the Elsa and then use the exertion effect, right, to
exert
clear
the
the Daisy Duck. But Freeman needs to draw enough cards in order for him to clear the duck here. Yeah, okay, so he's using 2 Royal Guards to clear 1 duck, and then it's gonna be Elsa into maybe Lilo here.
Yeah. Before that, we need Mark to select which character will need to bounce back.
Yeah, it bounces back the Royal Guard, puts it back into Freeman's hand, effectively healing it. But Tipo here, I think likely is just going to be questing out, I suppose. I mean, there's not much else you would do with that Tipo, right? But you're allowing Mark to survive with the Lilo on the board. No, okay, no, there we go. Yeah, Elsa comes in, exerts the Daisy Duck. The Lilo is going to get banished there. So Elsa back onto the board. So, yeah, this is... It's still a very close game in my opinion.
Yeah, and Mark is still thinking about the Comic Con one.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so he chooses to bounce back to Elsa, and Freeman is already placing another Basil and Royal Guard to 1 cost character on board.
Yeah, Mark here bringing back that Lilo escape artist, and there is... I wonder what he's top decking. He has to play a 1-drop somehow, or rather praying that he top decks a 1-drop. It's not easy. I mean, he quests with the Daisy Duck, brings Genie onto the field, onto Freeman's hand. With the quest, he's so close. 16 lore to Mark, 4 lore only to Freeman. Mark here passes. Freeman feels like he's in control right now with the Basil, with the Elsa in his hand. He's definitely going to be able to clear the Daisy Duck with that combination. Even if the Basil quests here and even supports the Royal Guard will be able to take out the Daisy Duck as well. The Elsa can then take out something like the Lilo. It seems like this is the turn that's going to be swinging to Freeman's favor. Not what we expected from a Sea Dogs Blurble game, but I'm all for it, man. Yeah, we do see the Cheshire Cat.
Yeah, using Cheshire Cat to banish Daisy Duck, and Mark chooses to bounce back his own Lilo to his hand.
Yeah, because I mean, if he leaves it on the board, it's just going to be cleared by, the Elsa that Freeman had in his hand, right? So I think he bounces the Lilo back for potential play from hand. So that means he can just... Yeah, okay, so things were too fast because... No, the judges, I think, may have missing that because he bounced the Lilo back to his hand.
No. Judges telling the Mark need to choose choose the character which one to bounce back to Freeman's or his home hand after banish the character on Mark's side.
But which character was that though? Because I mean, the Lilo was bounced back to his hand, right?
Yeah, it should be the Bobby.
The Bobby. Yeah. Okay, that's right. So the Bobby was taken out. Completely missed it there. So bounces the Tipo back to Freeman's hand there. Mark playing 1 more Lilo from discard to the field, and he has a second Lilo in his hand. Going to be inking the Ursula, playing a second Lilo. Lilo now readied, right? Is not exerted, but we know that Freeman actually has the Elsa in his hand. So I don't think both Lilos are going to be surviving this turn.
Yeah, with the Treasure Cat already have 2 damage counter on his own, just 1 boost with 2 ink, and Lilo needs to get back to this card. And there's different choice in Freeman's hand, and yeah, just like I said, the ready Lido just get into the discard with the Cheshire Cats moving moving the damage counter, and once again bounce back the Lido to his own hand.
Yeah, and look, he's not going to be able to do that again, right? I mean, Freeman doesn't have 2 damage counters sitting on 1 character, so he would have to slowly do that. I think this is what Mark was looking for. He was looking for an out, right, in order for him to play 2 characters with 2 quests, with 2 lore, I think, on the board, right? And that would essentially seal the deal here. Freeman is currently at 14, so the gap for that, the window for that is going ever so slowly. So just making sure that the cards are being played here.
Oh my God!
No, yeah,
I
no.
mean,
Yeah, no. So the ruling was wrong, right? Because thought that the vanish. Yeah, but it only be you can only vanish it when your opponent uses an action on the Iago. So made it. Yeah, that was a wrong call there. So just players clarifying that, and yeah, goes over to Mark. Mark here drawing the Lilo. Is this it? Nah, I mean he has 2 lore, but yeah, no, that's gonna be game because that is all the lore that Freeman needs on his side of the field. Look at Freeman's face. Look at Freeman's sigh of relief. You know, he's like, I survived dogs here.
Yeah.
So I think Freeman's going to be pretty happy with that win. He realizes that he's made it all the way to the finals, and look at that elated smile. So congratulations, Freeman, for making it all the way to the finals of the Hong Kong DLC. And Freeman, he's a local, no?
I'm not sure.
I believe so.
I believe we will have an interview with him
maybe
in a short period of time, so we may have a few works with him and see what is he thinking about when he's seeing that his opponent is doing in that strategy, right?
Yeah.
It's not a common strategy that a Seedox player will do, and how he's feel, and maybe asking about how his game doing today.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll check in later if Freeman is going to be coming over for an interview. But, you know, that game, Blurple, look, I love Blurple. I mean, I love blue color, right? I love blue. I love blue green. I love Blurple. These are all colors which are really, really, really good. And I think with Blurple specifically, you are able to kind of outrace your opponent a little bit when you have your 2 quests like your genie on the board. You have very good ways to clear your opponent's board with the Elsa, with the Cheshire Cats. There's just so many things that you can do with Blurple. And seeing Freeman kind of play that in a way that he did was a really nice masterclass, I guess you could say, in terms of seeing the way that Freeman play. In terms of seeing people, Freeman play with the Blurple. Right, so we will be showing, the top cards yet again, and there is so much to talk about with the Cheshire Cat and the Demona, right? So Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, was so good. We saw the card being used to its maximum potential with the Cheshire, shifting damage on ready characters and ensuring that those ready characters will get banished before it can do any kind of questing. All right, so. So we will be doing an interview with Freeman here, and there will be a little bit of a translation happening, so do bear with us. But Freeman, welcome to the desk.
Hello, I'm Freeman.
Welcome. Freeman, where are you from? Are you from Hong Kong?
Hong Kong.
Awesome! Ooh. Congratulations on making it to top 2.
Congratulations. 恭喜恭喜.
Okay, so Freeman, when you got into the DLC today, did you think you were going to be in the finals?
No. I have dating with friends in tonight.
Oh, really?
Oh. I just play few days. Just played in last week.
Oh, really?
Oh
yeah.
And another brand new players
making it all the way to the finals.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Why you choose the Blurple tag?
I think I need to thanks to the world champion DKP.
Okay, shout out to DKP right now.
I just take his dead list for our response.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you just is it the exact 60 cards?
Yes.
Oh wow! So shout out to DKP.
Yeah.
All right. So Freeman, why? How do you find Lorcana, man? I mean, you said you've been playing only for a week, and yet you're all the way here.
I think it's very funny. It's
why,
good
why
game.
why is that funny? Like,
why is it
why
fun
you
game?
picked Lorcana?
Because my friends Nathan
Oh.
plays and I trains with him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nathan is another Hong Kong top player. Just win another set championship in last month.
Ah, okay,
Shout out
okay.
to Nathan.
Yeah.
All right. So when you were playing against dogs, when you realized that you're playing against sea dogs, what were your thoughts? Were you afraid of the deck, or were you comfortable with the matchup?
I mean, 佢問緊你，如果你對緊黃綠狗嘅時間，其實你點氹咧？因為黃綠狗其實係快攻 deck 嚟嘅，係啦。咁但係你嘅 Blood Pro 係一個比較係一個 tempo 一個 mid game，其實你點諗咧嗰刻？
我
可以講中文嘅，
可以講中文。我嗰陣時，因為我知道4強係打黃綠狗，我都非常之緊張啦。因為本身都好緊張㗎啦，因為我本身冇乜經驗啊嘛。然之後就係打黃綠狗嘅時候，我就係需要注意嘅係留啲 cat 啊、Elsa 啊，然之後都係睇對手發揮啦。即係如果佢唔 high roll， 即係佢唔順 draw 嘅話咧，咁我應該勉強有得一戰咯。
Okay. I mean, he just said about is very nervous when he knew about he need to face Sea Dogs in top 4, but they try to maintain some key cards like Treasure Cat, Elsa in his hand, and just see how the opponents do, and he need to respond to that.
Fair enough. Well, look, congratulations for making it all the way to the finals. Do you have any shout outs that you'd like to do?
有冇嘢想同你 fans 講？
應該冇乜 fans。我要特別多謝 Nathan 啦。
OK，shout out
同埋
Nathan。
我哋本身係玩開第二個卡 game 嘅一 team 嘅人啦，叫食字公會啦。
OK，
係啊，我要多謝佢哋咯，即係佢哋陪我訓練咁樣。
OK，shout out to 食字公會 which is a team that playing with another card game.
There we go. Well, congratulations and good luck for your finals.
Congratulations.
All right, we'll see you guys for the finals in just a bit. We'll see you. Take care.
All right. Well, there we go. Another person that just started playing Lorcana. Maybe a 30-hour flight is worth it to go to Hong Kong. And now we wait. Let's see how the Twitch chat is doing. Anything good happening over there? It was Blurple and Amethyst Steel in the other top 4 match. We don't know who won though, so we will most likely find out together. There's the Twitch chat that we all know and love. They were not happy with that game. All right. Well, what do we think? Is it going to be Amethyst Steel in finals? Who knows? Amethyst Steel, has what it takes to be able to beat Blurple for sure. I wouldn't be opposed to an Amethyst Steel Blurple finals. It'd be better than a mirror, right? Mirror matches are never very fun. DKP's loss in top 32 was against a mirror match. He was on the play but missed turn 2 ramp and then just had some bad top decks after that. So I don't know. Yeah, missing turn 2 ramp feels really bad. Feels really, really, really bad. So especially into a Blurple mirror. I think there's a lot of matchups where you'll be okay. Like dogs, I think you're generally okay if you miss turn 2 ramp as long as you have a good turn 2. Like a Rafiki, a guard, a Basil, you know. But the mirror, probably not a good time to miss ramp, you know. But it happens. Fiago was on Amber Steel, which blows my mind. Justice was on Dogs, which is what I expected. Yeah, right. Like that's exactly it. Like to his only Blurple mirror of the whole day, and he misses the turn 2 ramp. Like that sucks, right? So yeah, that's really rough. Especially because it's not like last set, missing turn 2 ramp was like a death sentence. At least this set, you can still go cat on turn 3 and then do your game, right? So you can go cat into Iago or Genie, and you still have game into most things. So, but missing it into the mirror and then having some bad top decks, yeah, that's gonna be good night, sweetheart. It's time to go. So, unfortunate. But best of one has to feel even more frustrating to miss your turn 2 ramp, knowing that you don't get another chance. Like, there's not another chance to get your turn 2 ramp. So, oh, best of one would be rough. Oh, best of one would be rough. In Singapore, I was 3-0 on round 4 on Blurple, missed ramp the next 2 games and ended up 4-3. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Gaspa. That is no bueno for sure. So, let's drop the guy the player hub so he can have it. Not that player hub will tell him anything. That was crazy. What's crazy games of Lorcana? Lots of people doing really good that have barely played any Lorcana. That's crazy to me. So it makes me wonder how much of the field at Hong Kong was players that have just not played a lot of Lorcana, right? So, oh, it doesn't work? Oh, weird. Okay. That's strange. Player hub. Okay. Well, that's weird that it does that. I've shared that link for so many people. Like no one said anything. I wonder if because they didn't know that it was the link. So Jeremy, you're still over here. You're chilling in both chats. Oh man. Well, how's everybody enjoying set 11, right? We were messing around earlier with how we might be able to try doing a Darkwing Duck thing. So we need these items to be able to draw is the problem. Ink Runner draws. So that's good. But we just need to not run out of steam, right? So, but none of these are drawing stuff. So I think you can, if you want to run Darkwing Duck, you just put Darkwing Duck in a detective deck and just ignore the first ability and call it a day. So I think that's what you want to do. If you really want to run Darkwing Duck, you just run him and ignore his first ability. Oh, that was weird. The main Twitch page went down, but it's back up, so we're good. Amber is becoming strong. Yeah. Amber getting Grandmother Willow was really good. At least it seems really good so far, right? Not having Workshop feels rough. So Workshop is... Oh, no, that's Merlin's carpet bag. Yeah, that does feel rough. So, like, these things let you... Oh, my God, Dreamborn, come on. I'm so... These ones let you filter, which is nice.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the
go.
Hong Kong DLC,
Right,
guys. If you guys are just here...
I'll shut up. Let's get into this and move on.
Here in Hong Kong. This is a very, very exciting match. I mean, look, guys, it's...
And this is a game...
It's Blurple versus Blurple.
Yeah, even though it's Blurple versus Blurple, it's quite hard to make the commentary with this matchup. Do you know why? Because they have to calculate too many scenarios. Anything could be happen with this matchup.
Yeah.
And we used to have a understanding on Blurple. For example, Tipo, Ginny, and Elsa and Demona play the standard play with Blurple. But when you face with Mirror deck, it's no longer playing standard deck. Otherwise, they tend to try to trade with any valuable trade. Use the lowest cost to trade a
higher cost. You want to uptrade, right? Is what you're trying to say. And look, I think in the Blurple Mirror, right, the key card here that we want to look for is Demona. How the players use Demona is going to dictate the game. Right, so let's look at the path that Richa took as well as Freeman. Right, so Richa started playing against the detective blue-green deck that we saw at the start of the top 8 match. They were on stream, and then he had to face Dimitri, who was playing the Purple Steel. Purple Steel is generally a very, very strong deck, but it is slightly unfavored in the Blurple matchup. And then now he's finally reached the finals facing a Blurple Mirror, whereas on the other side, Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman. And Freeman just he won the Amethyst Steel first, and after that he just went to the live to beat the Dog Rose. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
and then
he just
finally
beat the Sea Dogs
he reached
here.
the final stage to face Razor to decide who's going to take get the ticket to the Worlds.
Yeah, and look, fun fact, guys, we do have Freeman, who is here in Hong Kong, who is from Hong Kong, who's made it to the finals, guys. This would be a huge W if Freeman does take this home. As I think this is the first Hong Kong DLC that's happening in Hong Kong, and having someone from Hong Kong win it is definitely going to be one for the books.
Yes, correct.
Right,
correct.
so I'm super, super excited to see both. I think Razor and Freeman are both excellent players. For Razor's side, it's very, very exciting to see. Actually, both of them are new players coming to Lorcana, so it's very exciting to see.
Especially if they play different metas. For
Yeah.
example, Razor is from China, right?
Yeah.
And he plays the old Chinese meta, the old Lorcana meta.
Yeah.
So they're quite different from the meta. They have to adapt the new environment during this Lorcana challenge.
Yeah, that's right. So we are going straight into the game, guys. We have two familiar faces on the stream. We have Rachel on the left, and we have Freeman on the right. Guys, we want to see a really good Blurple game. In fact, Blurple is gonna be. I think this matchup really depends on who has the Demonas first, right? Who is being able to play the Demona at the right opportune time. I think Reza is going to go first. We're looking at his hand. He does have ramp, which is always a good sign. And you know, this actually sends me back to the Fabled meta, right?
Fabled
Where we have so many Blurples versus Blurples, and the card that won the game most of the time in the mirror is second star to the right. Why does second star to the right win you the game? Because it gains you additional hand
5
resources.
cards, yeah.
5 cards. Here we don't see. I don't think either players play second star to the right here, but Demona has a very similar effect. It draws you 3 cards if you have no cards in hand. If you're able to draw the 3 cards in your hand and not give your opponent any cards, then then it's going to be advantageous for the player who didn't draw anything. So
But the interesting is you can respond Demona with your Demona, which allows you to trigger the effect of Stone by Day.
yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So it really makes a difference in terms of what. It really makes a
they're not
difference in terms of
prepared
when
yet.
you're going to be playing with the. When you're playing the Demona, right? And in fact, I agree with you. I'm not sure whether you would definitely want to be the first player to play the Demona, all right? Because it can trigger a quote unquote freeze or stone, to your opponent's Demona if you're playing it at the second time.
Yes.
Being the second player to play it.
And we can see both players had draws the Hades to the hand, and the right timing of Hades is also crucial
That's right.
to the matchup.
That's right. You almost never want to be the first player to play the Hades down, right? Assuming that both players do see all 4 of the Hades, because technically, in theory, right, if all 4 of the Hades are being seen, if you play it first, that means your Hades is going to be sent into the inkwell every single subsequent time.
Yes.
All right, so
And you have only 4 chances each game.
That's right. That's right. So we do see Freeman actually having a slight advantage here playing. Oh no! I take it back. He misses ramp.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
I was gonna say he has a slight advantage because he played a 1-drop, but no, that's not the case. He misses his ramp, so he is not able to draw. He's not able to catch up. And
Which
being the second
means
player, yeah, that's a pretty bad situation to be in.
Which means he's not allowed to play Genie in his third turn.
Yeah, and right now Razor is playing his third turn with 4 ink, so the tempo swing or the value swing that Razor is gonna have here is gonna be incredible. He has a Mim as well.
Yeah, and it's quite tough for Freeman because he has 2 Iago on his hand. Until you saw the Hypnotic Strength comes out, you dare not to play that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you almost ink it immediately, right? In this kind of situation.
And which means you have already lose 2 cards already. You lose 2 a very good body evasive cards already.
Yeah, and look, he's Rachel inking the Hypnotic Strength. They're just showing Freeman, hey, look, I am playing Hypnotic Strength, and I am going to ink one of my outs into that Iago. So Freeman is going to be that much more quote unquote free, to play some of the Iagos of his own, right? But you're not even at the stage of Iago. Freeman only has 2 ink in the inkwell. I mean, if he has a Cheshire Cat, it's not too bad of an option for you to drop 1 in the inkwell to play your own Cheshire Cat and go ahead and kind of go for that mid-rangey style of Blurple this game. Right, so Freeman is just looking at his options, trying to see what is his best route out of this game.
And looks like he doesn't have any free drops card in his game because every Blurple used to skip his free ink plays.
Yeah, but I mean Cheshire Cat, right? Cheshire Cat
Yeah.
is in the deck, but you only have a 4-off, so I'm not sure if he's actually managed to draw it. We know that Rachel has that in his hand right now, but waiting for the opportunity time to play it. Or Hypnotic Strike goes down. That is going to be pretty good for Rachel. Rachel's going to be pretty happy to see that. Freeman is going to be able to ink 1 more card using that Tipo. And yeah, I think it's likely going to be a pass at this point. But Freeman, looking into the options.
So for the Raider, let's take a look on what he is draw.
Yeah, he has the Tipo. He has an Iago. He's going to be pretty happy with this
Also
hand.
Elsa, right? Is that Elsa?
Yeah, I think that is an Elsa as well. So the Elsa comes down. He's going to be able to get rid of the Basil, which is huge, right? No more support for the side of Freeman means that Rachel is that much more free to play things like the Genie, like the Iago, without worrying about disadvantageous trades from the side of Freeman.
And more important is when he plays Elsa, he can use the Madam Elephant to banish to take down the Basil, and then when it comes to his turn, he can move that to damage counters on Royal Guard.
Yeah, Royal Guard is in trouble. It is in banishing range with the Madam Mim. Freeman here is going to be slightly worried that the board state is so underdeveloped. Keep in mind he missed ramp on 2. Now he's just getting to 4 on turn 5. I mean, he's caught up, kind of, but, like, you're missing... Yeah, you missed the opportunity to play a 4-drop.
Yeah. And it's quite hard to answer right now. And this is the... And this is how, this is the rules in Okada. When you miss a ramp in one turn, you will lose the tempo.
Yeah, I mean, we talked with yeah, no, I mean, whenever you play a blue deck, if you miss your ramp on 2, especially in a BO1 setting, it's never great to see. In a BO3, you do have 2 more games that you can kind of come back into. But you know, if Freeman here decides to go to game number 2, it's a little bit too early. And considering that you started second, this turn you're basically giving Reza one more turn to go first. Right, one more game to go first if you do end up going to the third game.
He has to take down the Madam Elephant to avoid any unfortunate event is going to happen.
Yeah, wow, swinging all 3 of his characters on the board to clear his Madam Elephant and leaving the Elsa with 3 damage means that Razor's going to have a very easy time and really easy decision to get rid of this Elsa, right? You just swing your own Elsa into it, and your Elsa's going to live. Freeman's Elsa is going to be banished. Pretty easy math if you ask me, but, you know, Razor is contemplating a bunch of different decisions, looking at Hades, looking for a deal as well, potentially looking for more than just a banish onto Elsa, instead maybe drawing him 2 cards.
And let's see what he's considering. I'm afraid. Oh, he's playing the Iago. Looks like he bet Freeman doesn't have any action cards on his hand, and that's why he plays Iago easily. In other words, Freeman just inked 2 Iagos, and this is a huge signal for Razor that he's gaining the board advantages.
Yeah,
from this mirror matchup.
Yeah, this mirror is all about how much you can sustain your board, right? And right now, Razor have 3 characters on board. He's got the Rafiki, Mystical Fighter, he's got the Iago, Giant Spectral Parrot, as well as the Elsa, the Fifth Spirit here, and that's a very strong board to have. Freeman here only playing the Genie down. Genie is not going to be able to quest because the Iago is already on the board. Freeman is hoping for some sort of action, but we'll see if he draws into anything. He does have the Hades in his hand. He has an Inkable in the Iago, so he will be able to play the Hades, but that means that Freeman will go down to 0-card hand unless his other card is... and he will be top decking 1 card, so he'll go down to a 1-card hand, I suppose.
And we can now see Razor is playing the Hades and let Freeman to make decision, and Freeman couldn't lose any more the tempo.
Yep.
And that's why he let Razor draws 2 cards. And this is a wise choice.
Yeah, I mean, look, Razor didn't really give him much of an option. I mean, he was looking for a deal, but in fact, he was kind of like pointing a knife, right? And he's like, "Hey, look, you sure you want to give me your Genie? Because I'm gonna be more than happy to draw 2 cards." Draws him 2 cards, draws him the Wasabi that goes straight into the Inkwell here, you know.
And Razor is now an active player, and he can decide whether he's questing or not.
Yeah, look,
or he can make a bait for Freeman.
Yeah, I mean, look, questing here is not a bad deal, right? Because if, look, Rachel here quests with the Rafiki, quests with the Elsa, and Freeman decides to trade into either one of those using their Genie, you have your Iago to answer the Genie right away, right? But Rachel opting to play for a little bit safer, don't want to open himself to anything like an Into the Unknown.
And, hey, Brian, if you can play Hades right now, who's you going to resolve?
Remove?
Yeah, remove.
Yes, yeah. It's not an easy choice here, right? Because, I mean...
It's not worth, right?
Sorry?
It's not worth, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're looking for something which quests for 2, something which has kind of got a clean board, but maybe inking the Iago is a good choice because then you can start questing for your own Genie, and there's no way for Razor to answer their Genie wish fulfilled here. But we'll see. Yeah, no, I think Freeman here rightfully plays the Iago, decides not to drop the Hades just yet. And like I said, just passes it over. This game is going the long way.
Yes. But Razor, at least he has the advantages of hand size.
Not only hand size, man. Board size too.
Yeah. Woodchuck Guidebook has already... we can see it's on his hand already. And he draws a Dumbo, which allows him to keep... to expand the advantage of his hand size. And in Blurple matchup, if you can create this snowball effect, you can take at least you can take this final win of at least this game. And we can see that he's now thinking about whether he's playing the Dumbo or the guidebook or not.
No, I mean either ways, Razor has such a huge advantage right now. Plays the guidebook, so basically reads pay 3, draw 2.
To seek for more options.
Yeah, seek for more options, seek for more cards. I think trying to hope that he gets something like a Hypnotic Strength here. If he gets a Hypnotic Strength, the Iago goes down. Freeman is in a world of pain. And if that happens, it's already not super good for the side of Freeman. Razor feeling pretty good about this play. Drops the Cheshire Cat into the inkwell, plays one more Genie, draws one more card, slowly widening the advantage, widening the gap that Razor has here. Draws himself another Genie, which fulfilled. And this board is going wide. 5 characters on the board right now for the side of Razor.
And it becomes very tough for Freeman. You can see his face. He's become
frustrated.
Frustrated. Because you can't stop the drawing engine from made from Razor. And is he going to force to use the Hades, or is he going to play the last Iago?
Yeah,
but
I mean, look,
you have to take a risk because Razor has already draws a lot of cards.
Yeah, Freeman here really needs to make some sort of big play. Plays one more Iago. And just passes it right back. 2 cards. I wonder what's the second card. I mean, he kept it in his hand. It must be something important, something like maybe
Dumbo.
Into the Unknown. Was it a Dumbo? Did Freeman draw? Oh yeah, Freeman drew a Dumbo. This game brings back so many memories from Fable. Blurple versus Blurple. This is kind of the games that you're looking at. Richard does draw himself an Ink Runner. Ink Runner draws 1 card when you play it, and whenever you decide to pay 1 and exert it, you do give one of your characters alert, which in this matchup is actually pretty useful.
And not just remind me of Fable, but also remind me of from a speech from DKP, the world champion. He said Blurple is a very standard, stable deck color because we use Blurple. We can handle most scenarios.
That's right.
But just only afraid of against Ember Amethyst.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I win my prediction.
No. We're not having any of that, man. Your backup one is what you're saying. But yeah, you see Razor here just inking in the Wasabi. His board has gone so wide, it's going off camera soon, right? You've got
because
6 units.
Wasabi is an inkable card.
Yeah, you've got 6 characters.
I'm not afraid of items anymore because this is mirror matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way in the mirror that you play a Woodchuck Guidebook and leave it there for any more than just 1 turn, right? Because if you do, and you're expecting to see the Wasabi will just destroy that item. So here,
but the Inkable is crucial for crucial threat for Freeman because it allows you to gain allows your character to gain alerts, which means you can remove the evasive characters with non-evasive characters.
Yeah, but even if he does tap that right now, there isn't much that he can do unless you give like the alert to the Hades. But the Hades isn't getting rid of anything because there's only 3 attack, right? 3 strength, sorry. But yeah, Freeman here, top decking, on top deck mode, praying that he gets something that he can ink potentially for a Hades. He does ink the Cheshire Cat. He is going to be playing the Hades this turn, but what is he going to be choosing? He does choose the Iago. Called it, first of all. Second of all, the question is, will he now start questing with the Genie's ops not to? So once again, we're back in we're back at staring at ceilings.
Yeah. I think it's a good choice on removing the Iago because you can let yourself the bigger evasive characters remain also on the board. But and also Razor is there not to questing with the Genies because Freeman has 2 Iagos on the board.
Yep. You've kind of frozen the board this way, right? And Freeman's not out of the game yet. After all, only 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes into the game, and we are at 0 lore on the side of Freeman and at 2 lore on the side of Razor. This is how Blurple games roll.
And this is good news. Actually, this is good news for Freeman because we can see that he inked 2 Iagos in the very first few turns,
Mm-hmm.
and he can draw back the Iagos very quickly in the next few turns. So, and it's a bit lucky for Freeman, I think.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we can't count Freeman out just yet. The lore count is not moving too much, and decided to raise it here.
And since Freeman inked Iago, and I'm not sure if I remember the truth or not, Rated then inked the Hypnotic Strength.
Yep, that's right.
Which allows Freeman can play Iago smoothly without any lesser consideration.
I mean, Rated I think still has one more strength, Hypnotic Strength in his deck that he will be able to use if he manages to find it, but it's just one instead of the 2, right? So the threat of that isn't too high at this point in time. And yeah, Racer here starting a second roll of characters, right? Pays 3 for the Cheshire Cat, plays 1 for the Refugee. Forgets tap. There we go. Tap. So he's 1 ink left for him to play. And yeah, I mean, this game is his board is extremely wide.
They are waiting for one cast to switch.
All right, wait. Let me guess. It starts with a D. Ends
Yes,
with A.
Yi.
A.
Yi.
Yi. Dimona?
Not.
No.
What do you think?
Dimona.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ends with an A.
Oh yeah.
Well, forgive us, guys. This has been the 12th hour of casting, so you have to forgive us a little bit for mixing up our alphabets here. But yes, the Demona here, both players are waiting for that. But, with so many characters on the board, Demona is definitely going to be having more of an impact here, right? Because there are so many more characters for him to trade, to challenge into Freeman's characters. And you can kind of decide it at your own pace as well. So, yeah, Demona are going to be very impactful for the player that plays it. Inks there we go!
Really?
Inks the Dumbo, plays the Demona, and now all of Rachel's characters are going to be exerted. Rachel does draw 1 card. Freeman, this is the card that Freeman has been waiting for a very long time. Now the Iagos are completely online. It's going to be able to trade favorably, and things like the Genie, things like the Dumbo. Freeman going to be pretty happy with this Demona top deck.
I think it's not just Freeman looking for, but also Razor is looking for
That's
Demona
right.
as well.
Yeah, no, but see, because now Freeman is the one that's in control of which cards he's going to be able to trade favorably. He is going to have such an advantage now. Now the Temple is going to be swinging into Freeman's favor. Gets rid of the Dumbo, gets rid of the Cheshire Cat, gets rid of all these cards that's going to give Rachel more value over time, right? So choosing to get rid of the value cards is a very wise choice. Now he's going to use his Genie to trade into the Rafiki. Yeah, this board is going down. It's whittling down. We had 8 characters before this turn. Now we are only at 4. That's half the board gone. The small characters, the value characters that Rachel had have now been absolutely decimated.
And he's winning the tempo back. He's not out of the game yet.
This is what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
They're not out of the game until you get out of the game when it comes to the blurable matchup.
And the selection of Freeman he chose to remove is that looking for long term.
That's right.
Yeah, some players used to remove Genie because of the high low pressures he's going to give. But right now he's looking for the long term. He rather remove the Cheshire Cat instead of looking for any Genies. He can barely use the Iagos for the future used to remove to threaten
the Genies.
The Genies.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. I mean, look, the choice was beautiful from the side of Freeman, right? Because now the Genies still can't quest. Right, because of the Genie's quest, the Iagos is just going to eat it up for free. Razor, though, has this option, this line, where he goes tap Ink Runner, and give Hades alert, and then the Hades can then trade into one of the Iagos. But that's, to me, this doesn't feel great.
Yeah, but also you can see that Freeman just played Bezos on the board, right?
Yep.
And which means Hades or Genie could have reached 5 strings and 4th strings in the next turn. It's another big threat on Razor, because Razor's 3/4 Hades is being threatened.
Yeah, man. I mean, look.
Wow, he's now.
Razor's now put in the back seat, right, looking for an opportunity to get back into this game. it's incredibly difficult right now unless he top deck his own Demona, waiting for the opportunity. Yeah, so you see, this is the play that I was talking about, right? If you're able to play the Ink Runner, you give your Hades alert. The Hades can then trade into the Iago. Doesn't feel great, but I feel like you have to do it in order for you to start questing the genies.
Yeah, and we can see that he has another Iago on his hand, and yes, correct. He's playing this card to try to gain back the tempo, and and finally, I don't think he can do a lot of actions.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, he plays Bell to. That's not yet enough to remove the Iago.
But you are able to actually clear the Iago with the Elsa, right? Because the Elsa has no damage after you do the shift, and then your Hades can then trade into the 3 damage Iago, and now Tempo has swung back. Yeah, it's a really good response. The Tempo has swung back to Raids' favor.
And the problem has to let Freeman to solve. And first he drews a card, and I saw he has an Into the Unknown on his hand. And Brent, if you were Freeman, are you going to use that card?
Into the Unknown?
Yeah.
Into the Unknown here, I'm not sure if I would necessarily Into the Unknown the Genie at this point.
Waiting for removing Bell?
Yeah, probably would target the Bell here. I mean, with the Genies, you should be able to take care of the Genie with your own Genie. There's a difficult situation for you. It's hard to remove the second Genie, right, unless you have a Cheshire Cat that you have in your hand. But that said, I don't think there's a necessary rush to remove either Genies right now. The Bell there is a big threat, right? Because you are able to kind of clear the board nicely. But Elsa, the 5th Spirit coming down, uses it to exert the Iago. Elsa 5th Spirit is going to be trading one of the Genies, and the other Genie can then trade nicely. So he can challenge nicely into Razor's Genie. And now you've got...
but Iago is still on the play.
Yeah, but I mean, then you can Into the Unknown the Iago, you see.
Yeah.
Right, so your board is then just a lot safer from any kind of play or any kind of counter attack from the Iago.
And I think probably Freeman is thinking about whether he sings the Into the Unknown or not. But he's now using. Yes, he's thinking
very carefully. I mean, look, I think getting rid of the Iago is not a bad option, but he's maybe considering saving it for something else. You can see him hovering there.
If not removing Iago, he's probably losing the battle between evasives.
Yeah, that's right.
So, because he has already lost all Iago, right?
Rachel?
Freeman.
Freeman? Yeah, no, I think he's got one more Iago, so I don't think it's gonna be too bad.
2 Iagos is in Inks, and 2 has been removed, right?
Yeah, sorry, they're just clarifying something here. No, anyways, yeah, no, I think 2 is in the Ink. 2 Iagos have been.
Interesting
right,
is that you can see that Razor is now 2 laws only, and Freeman is 1 laws only.
Yeah, this game. I mean, this is Blood Bowl for you, right? In the Blood Bowl, right? It's really.
They're fighting hard.
It's challenging
in the first few laws.
Yep, because you're just trying to establish as much board control as you can. And when you do establish that board control, you will be able to slowly win out the game through just questing with whatever characters is left, right? You guys, this is a war of the field, war of the board, right? So, yeah, Freeman here Freeman is going to be using Hades to sing the Into the Unknown into the Iago, and Demona is just going to be questing for 2, I believe.
Yeah, so he's now won. He wants to gain back the advantages from in the evasive battles back in this mirror matchup, and now Razor is now calculating his ink.
Yeah, man, this game is like a tug of war. It's push and pull, push and pull, push and pull until you've managed to kind of bring your opponent across that middle line and pull him in your direction for you to win and close out the game. All right, so Razor here.
Razor is now looking for
contemplating,
as well, but unfortunately, we can only see the lower drops characters on his hand.
Yeah, but look, there is still time, right? Because, like I said, this matchup is generally very, very slow. They've almost spent 25 minutes in this first matchup already. This is basically the length of a regular game, a BO1 game, right? So yeah, I think Razor here just making sure that each decision is well thought out and each decision is is meaningful enough, right, for him to close out this game in the long run. Razor shaking his head, not seeing the Demona off his choice, but having to play the Basil as a one drop.
And we can see that Freeman is now slowly.
Oh, there we go, Demona.
Back oh yeah. Oh, he has Demona.
He has the Demona, but the reason why he was shaking his head is because he didn't want he didn't want to give 3 cards from the side of Freeman. Wow, Razor drawing into the unknown. Be able to get rid of the Hades if necessary at this turn. Could potentially sync with the Genie or the Elsa. And guess what? You know, we talked about Demona not playing the first Demona, right? Yeah. Freeman played the first Demona and Razor got the counter Demona. Thus, Freeman now not going to be able to ready the Demona because he has 3 cards in his hand.
And Freeman's Demona has been stoned with his
it's turned to stone.
3 cards in hand. And now Razor is now looking for an answer for the Hades or the Genie, because he's not going to let Freeman expand the evasive characters on the board, and he's now calculating. And I'm thinking about he's using the Ink Runner or the he used the Ink Runner on Bell to banish. Oh, banish
Genie. Yeah, makes sense, man. I mean, if you give your own characters alert, the Bell is going to uptrade into the Genie and is going to be pretty efficient for that Bell. Now, the question is, does Razor have something like a Cheshire Cat later on for him to start shifting the damage? Because there's a lot of damage counters on the side of Razor for him to move around.
Will Razor, I just want to ask, will Razor use the Into the Unknown on Freeman's Elsa? If so, he's secured his Genie and Elsa for questing to gain the lore advantages from Freeman.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, look, with one,
he's not afraid of Hades, but he wants to secure the evasive board.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be able to do that. He quests with his Genie, letting him go up to 4 right now. And Razor, I think with just 2 ink, I think there's nothing much he can do. And probably won't quest with the Basil. Yeah, passes it back to Freeman.
And he can only use Hades to challenge. And so he's now calculating the ink first.
Yeah, dude, this is the advantage of playing something like the Ink Runner. You're able to threaten your opponent's evasives with any card on your opponent's board.
And we can see Freeman has Bell on his hand, and probably he will play this card in coming turns. Better stop Razor from questing with evasive character first, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you have Bell, you can shift the damage from the Bell if you really want to shift it onto the Genie so that it will banish the Genie. Freeman first is going to look at what cards he draws from the Genie, which are guidebook, allowing him to see his hand. He has his own Demona, so if Freeman wants to, could play Demona to prevent Razor's Demona from readying the next turn, but I think normally...
Not the right moment.
Yeah, it's not the right moment. You probably want to wait for one more turn before playing that Demona. Yeah, I mean, look, Freeman needs to find his Ink Runner if he plays it in order for him to start getting his stake back into this game, back into the evasive war.
As he drews more card, which means he's completely gave up the Monas already, or maybe he is going to spam all his hand out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Hades going to be trading into the Bell, gives him 4 damage counters onto the Hades, meaning that he can shift. Yeah, there we go. The 3 damage counters from the Bell over into something Genie. Like the Genie. Gets rid of the 2 quested evasive card for the side of Razor.
And Razor has lost 3 Genies already.
That is the 3rd Genie down.
And which means his speed of gaining lore will kind of slow down already. So
Yeah, this is
quite a good play for Freeman.
Yeah, this is like I said, tug of war, man. It's a game of small advantages, right? If you're able to get your advantage and you're able to widen it, the player that gets the small advantage and manages to widen it in time is the player that will eventually win this Blurple War.
Yeah, even though you can see that they are 4-3 loss right now, it's still two-time games. You can we can see Freeman has 8 loss, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 loss on the board. It's a huge threat on Razor. He has to answer back because if he couldn't answer back to Freeman then he can claim the win within 2 rounds.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't quest here because if you do quest, you're giving the opponent the option to get their pick of the pie, right? For them to decide how they want to trade into your characters, and that's never a good choice because the players at this level are always going to be making the right choices, right? Here we saw Razor use a supported Demona to get rid of Freeman's Demona, and thus just just having slightly more board control right now. Razor is at 6, Freeman is at 3. He is going to be playing the Genie Wish Fulfilled from his hand first. Draws a Hypnotic Strength onto the Iago. That is something that he was looking for. That is the top deck that Freeman has been looking for. Now has Evases on his side of the board is going to be unlocked for next turn. I believe that is pretty much all the Iagos, I believe, for both players. So
this is what he's looking for.
Yeah, this is this card that he was looking for. Gets the answer off the top deck from the Genie Wish Fulfilled.
Yeah.
I think Freeman also has his own Iago in hand, unless I'm seeing things. So it could potentially play an Iago here and just lock Razor out of the evasive game.
And I think Freeman is now thinking about he's slowly gaining back the advantages from Razor. Because for the first few turns, Razor gave him a lot of pressures on the board, especially on the board. When Freeman fought, he couldn't do any ramping for the first 2 turns, for the second turn, and which placed him in a very disadvantageous in this game. And he's now spreading board.
Yeah,
and
so
he
Freeman
has another Demona spec from in his hand.
Yeah, that's right. So Freeman here questing for 4, using the Bell, using the Hades, bringing him up to 7 lore.
But for Razor is now the top deck in game. So probably it's quite hard to answer back for Razor.
Unless Razor draws another Demona here, which would be pretty good for the side of Razor. Razor here questing for 1. Going to bring the count up to 7-7. And right now, Elsa trades into that Genie, I believe, into the Unknown on the Hades. And now, from such wide boards, we've gone back to a 1 quest Basil. A 1 cost Basil for Razor's side. And on Freeman's side, we've gone back to just 1 Genie and 1 Royal Guard. Are we at turn 2? Are we at turn 4 of the game?
Turn 4. Wow! Oh my goodness! And this is the charming of the Purple Civil War, because every single turn, everything could be happen. And right now we can see that the Basil just removed it, and the advantage is still gaining for
Freeman's side right now. Yeah, Freeman is holding on to the Demona. We know the Demona is in the hand, but at this point in the game, we're not going to be playing the Demona from the hand. We do see the Hypnotic Strike drop down. He's going to get to draw 1 card. Deuce does get into the Unknown there. Just sends the Genie into the Inkwell, but keep in mind, Freeman does have 4 law active onto the board. Razor has nothing. So right now, Freeman is just going to be questing for 4.
And just 2 turn games. So Razor has to answer back as soon as possible, but he doesn't have any cards in hand. He's playing top deck in game.
Yeah, and look, that's Freeman's Hades looking for a deal coming down. It's just going to be there for a body as well as 1 lore. Freeman does not have game on the board just yet. There's only 5 lore right now. Freeman can get to 19, but Razor here is looking like the game is slipping away from him.
And hopefully he's going to remove the Dumble, I guess.
Really? I mean, you don't need to remove the Dumble anymore. You can just quest, right?
Not sure. He's now thinking about or questing, he first used the guidebook to search for. Oh, yeah. I'm not sure if this is a good play or not, because you are giving chance to Razor.
Yeah, and Razor just drew his own Demona as well. But I mean, look, the game is very, very one-sided right now. You've quested for 4. You're bringing yourself up to 18. Right? You bring yourself up to 18. So that means you do technically have game next turn. You bring yourself. You're trading into the.
Unknown. Oh,
What happened? Into the
think
unknown, was it?
It's okay. It's fine. It's not stopping Freeman from.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, hey, he just used the Hades to sing the Into the Unknown, and so to get rid of the Dumbo. But yeah, that game was pretty much going to be Freeman's the moment there was characters on his side of the board, and he managed to get rid of everything on Razor's side. This game, man, took
took a
more than half an hour there. It took about almost close to 40 minutes. But look, this is what Blurple is all about, right? You can't make mistakes. If you make a mistake, then you're gonna lose yourself the game, right? So we see these two players setting up. I think the game was really, really tight. There were both a lot of decisions to be made by both players, ensuring that they couldn't afford, rather, to make a mistake there, right? And the moment the advantage was too wide, then that player kind of just took the game home.
Yes, and I think the most crucial moment of the last game is that Freeman rather keep the 2 Iagos in play on his hand. He rather place both Iagos out on the board to keep the threats on the evasive battlefield against Razor. And yes, he's done it, and he executed the strategy well. Especially Razor can't answer back with Hypnotic Strength.
Yeah, look, right now we are going into game number 2. Razor here probably has a decision whether he wants to go first or second here. Blurple likely wanting to go first. Right now he does have ramp. He does have. I don't think he has his 1 drop, so yeah, should mulliganing for that. If not, his coverage looking pretty good. Draws necessarily as right C. Gets the Genie as well. So Razor gonna be pretty happy with that hand, I think. Freeman just making a few last edits. We do see the Hypnotic Strength. We do see the Zelda as right. We do see the Dumbo. So Freeman is going to. Oh no, sorry, that is the game. That is his mulligan.
Yeah.
I wonder what Freeman kept. Probably a 1 drop and a 2 drop, maybe.
I think Freeman giving up the Hypnotic Strength is good because he dare not to ink the Hypnotic Strength and letting Razor play the Iago easily.
Yeah, that's right. Well, both players. So I see Freeman having a 1 drop. We do see Razor having a 1 drop as well. So this is going to be a very close game right from the get go. Both players being able to drop a 1 drop. Both players being able to ramp. Actually, Freeman won the previous game without ramping, by the way.
But we can see that Razor just aimed the T-pole, which means he has another ramping technologies from his hand.
Yeah, we can see the Celia Ezra C in his hand. We do see the Iago. We do see so many different powerful cards from the side of Razor. Razor here inking the Ink Runner, my bad, and using the Celia Ezra C there. Just going to 3, which is a pretty standard Blurple play.
Yeah. So.
Ooh, Freeman inking the Into the Unknown, playing that Tipo, having to throw something else inside the Inkwell. We do see the Royal Guard being sent into the Inkwell, but Freeman having a Tipo is 1 more body that he could potentially use in the long run.
And for the Razor, he draws back the Hades, but.
Yeah, look, right now Razor is at 4.
Razor
right?
has Genie. Yeah, probably the wish fulfilled.
Yeah, we do see the Genie wish fulfilled. We do see the Cheshire card that he's eyeing as well.
Now thinking about which card should be sacrificed.
Yeah, sacrificed into the ink, right? Because once you put it in the ink, it's very hard for you to get it back. So here, Razor looking at the options that he has, decides to go send Cheshire Cat into the Inkwell, place Iago. Freeman, do you have a Hypnotic Strength? If you do, this swing is going to be massive.
If he top this card, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you get the Hypnotic Strength here, you play it the turn that you play the turn that the Iago was played down. It's a massive tempo swing for the side of Freeman if he's able to do that. Looking at all of his options right now, I don't see the
And
hypnotic
Freeman
strength there.
probably would do the same.
Yeah, maybe he goes for his own Iago, but because I think there's no other option, right? If you go for something like the Hades, if you go for something like the Genie, it's bait at this point because you go Genie and then your opponent plays an Elsa and then your Genie's gone.
And more important is the combination, the synergy between Basil and Iago is very crucial.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is what you're talking about. You support your Basil, you support your Iago with your own Basil, and then you just trade very advantageously into Freeman's Iago that you just played. So this is now a tempo swing on the side of Razor. Razor now in full control of the board right now.
But this is Purple Civil War, which means every turn could be different.
It's true. It's tug of war, baby. It is tug of war. You're pulling a little, you're pushing a little, you're just trying to get your opponent over that middle line. But I think that is the best representation I can say when it comes into a Blurple Mirror. It's just a game of small advantages.
And for Freeman, does he has the Genie Wish fulfilled?
I mean, if you play the Genie Wish fulfilled now, you risk yourself losing to another. You risk yourself into losing another character that from Razor if Razor plays the Elsa or in fact the potential Demona here, right? Yeah. But right now having two evasives on Razor's side of the field, we're gonna be feeling pretty darn good there. Freeman looking at maybe playing his own Elsa to get rid of the Iago. Oh no, it's dying the Cheshire Cat Ink because he needs to get to 5 in order for him to play the Elsa.
But this is the second Cheshire Cat played.
Second Cheshire. There we go. Elsa being exerted there. We will likely just see the Elsa not trading, but challenging into that Iago. And Razor is gonna be pretty happy with that. I think questing with the Basil here is not. I mean,
a wise idea.
If you quest the Basil here, the Elsa trades into it. Yeah, it's kind of a bait, right? Ooh, does do that. Okay. Now Razor, I think, has the option to either banish the Basil, right, or banish the Elsa first. I think banishing the Basil is a good option because there's no way for Freeman to kind of trade his own Elsa with your Elsa, and you got rid of a very annoying support card.
Because support is a huge threat on every matchups because he can choose which characters gain 2 extra strength.
Exactly. I mean, it makes the numbers, right? It makes the numbers work very, very well. Like we saw just now with the Iago, right? So
so he's calculating and which cards he's going to banish. He's going to do that. But he's thinking.
Yeah. So we do see the Basil coming down here. Being sent to the Inkwell. We do see, Elsa, there we go, trading very nicely, or challenging very nicely into the Basil. Right, so feeling pretty dang good, playing the Genie down as well. He's going to be very happy with that.
So he's risking, but what if Freeman draws a Bell? I'm not sure. If Freeman can place Bell in this turn, which means he can recover Elsa with 3 damages and put that 3 damage counters on Razor's side. Oh, we can see Freeman chose to use the Demona first, and all the evasive characters on the board has been exerted.
Yeah, but I mean, he can't do too much of that unless Freeman has like a Into the Unknown here. If he has Into the Unknown, then maybe you could use your Elsa to Into the Unknown the Genie, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, we also haven't seen Freeman whether or not he plays the Ink Runner, because the Ink Runner was what made the difference with Razor just now, right? Oh yeah, we do see the Into the Unknown there. We do see him being singing the Into the Unknown into the Genie, meaning that Razor, I mean, he can use the Elsa to get rid of... Oh, that's a huge play there, right? So evasive Elsa from Razor's side can challenge into Freeman's Elsa, and the Hades can get rid of the Demona. This is the turn that Razor was looking for. They're going to be pretty happy with that, and from there, I think the shackles have been unleashed on Razor's end.
Sometimes it's the drawbacks of playing Demona, because it allows your opponent draws 3 cards as well. With starting turn drawing a card, which means Razor could have 4 cards in hand. So these are quite a drawbacks for playing Demona once, unfortunately, your drawing is not good as to compare with your opponent.
Yeah, but look right here, 3 lore on the board for the side of Razor. Freeman only being able to play a Basil. Look, he has his own second Demona. We do see the Demona coming down. Hades gets exerted. Razor draws 1. Freeman draws 3. And you're looking for maybe a 1-drop for him to play. We do see the Iago. We do see the Elsa. Freeman can't really do too much more there, but I think it's going to be fine. The lore is still 1 is to 1.
Razor. Oh, he has the magical maneuver, which means he can bounce back to Hades.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Magical maneuvers here is gonna put in so much work. You can potentially even exert the Basil, right? I wouldn't trade into it because Elsa is the only evasive character on the board. But magical maneuvers here, bouncing back to Hades, inking the Demona would be huge.
And he's thinking about...
Oh, he has another Hades as well. You don't even need to bounce it back right now. You send your own Demona in. Razor is playing the second Hades there. He still has the magical maneuvers if he wants to use it. I don't think that's going to be the case. That's going to be a quest for 3 on the side of Razor. And it's going to be a pass to Freeman. Freeman needs something desperately. He needs a miracle. He needs something like game 1 to happen all over again. This game is now in Razor's favor.
Probably we could have to see the first red match, right? And Razor, I'm thinking about if he's correct to ink the hypnotic strength, because he could have kept this card to threaten Freeman from playing the.
No, it doesn't matter anymore because magical maneuvers here is going to be able to get rid of the Iago. You select the Iago with the magical maneuvers and it gets rid of it. You know, so extremely strong. I mean, Hades here can just quest for 2. You magical maneuvers the Iago. You pull back the Hades into your hand. You play the Hades to get rid of the Elsa, and then suddenly you have a huge advantage, right? You see quest for 4, right? So he's gonna go to 8. Thinking about it, yep, commits to it. Goes to 8 right now. And he is, I think, eyeing that. Look at the board. Look at the ink he has. He has just enough for magical maneuvers. Hades, it's coming. We can smell it. We can feel it.
First, use the magical maneuver.
But no, he's using the Elsa to get rid of the Basil first. He has enough time to do this. We will, I think, likely still see the magical maneuvers come down.
Wow.
Gets rid of the, there we go, magical maneuvers. Gets rid of the Iago, I believe. Yeah. Reading Freeman, reading card, making sure he knows what's happening. He realizes, he's like, wait a second. Banish my, no, that's banish.
Banish, this is banish, yeah.
There we go. What an amazing card to play in the mirror magical maneuvers here, putting in so much work for the side of Razor. And now whatever card Freeman plays, if it's big, if it's small, doesn't matter. Razor can then just use the Hades to get rid of the card he's going to be playing. The Cheshire Cat is not going to survive for too long. You may be able to shift 2 damage from the Elsa to your opponent's Elsa and clear your opponent's Elsa, but that's it. The Cheshire Cat is likely not going to see a second round.
Yes, because Razor is now going to play another Hades right now to secure the board advantages.
Genie. Genie is definitely going to be the choice, I think, for the side of Hades, for the side of Razor to use his Hades on. Razor has 2 cards in his hand, tops decks a Dumbo. Dumbo looking pretty good right now. As the game slows down, you're going to be able to start using the effect of light breaking records and making history.
And
there's just so much that's going on from the side of Razor.
But I think Razor is now he doesn't want to play. He's faced like he doesn't want to play Hades.
Nah, I mean
because using on Cheshire Cat is quite a bit.
No, I don't think you're using Cheshire Cat. I think you're using the Genie. Getting rid of the Genie here is going to be very important. You don't want the gap to close. You don't want to give Freeman the opportunity. But no, he plays Double Dumbo. Double Dumbo is going to be pretty good here. 2 evasives to kind of trade evenly. Not trade evenly, to actually banish it. Also to banish the potential Genie later on.
At least he can gain back the board advantages from evasive battlefield.
That's right. The evasive war is going to be evening out just a little bit.
So he's asking Freeman, Genie, you can quest, but I can threaten you back.
So it doesn't get rid of the Genie just yet. I think that's always the threat for him to do so. Freeman knows that the last card in his hand, in Razor's hand, is that Genie. Sorry, is that Hades. But yeah, I mean, this is not a great position for Freeman to be in.
And he has to do something to bait Razor to use the Hades first, very first. and firstly he's looking for the answer, and we can see
we see CLD as Red C
he's
instead.
quite desperate.
I think I saw 2 CLD as Red C's off the off the 2 cards. So not the 2 cards that Freeman was looking for. We do see CLD as Red C being played. Still though, allows him to dig into his deck a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
Does he find the answers he's looking for? Does he find cards like the Hades that he may be able to use the next turn?
Or is he going to keep ramping with another sale to other IC?
I mean, you wouldn't ramp here. You just find cards. You need to dig through your deck. You need to find all your answers.
Like Into the Unknowns or...
Yeah, or Hades. You know, would be so helpful here. Even I would argue even stuff like the 1-cost Basil and Elsa would be incredible for next turn.
You know, like we've introduced it at the very beginning, there are 4 chances for Brotherhood to use Hades, but Magical Maneuver did a great job on letting Hades can play one more time.
Yeah, it gives raises the magical 5th of Hades,
real
right?
threats.
Exactly, and you know, was talking with Jakob, you know, with his Singapore run, because his original list that he won with Blurple played the magical maneuvers, and he was saying how the magical maneuvers in the mirror gives so much advantage, right, for the player that plays it, and we see it right here. Raze will probably play a one-off magical maneuvers, which allowed him to play the 5th Hades, which will just give him so much more flexibility, I think, with so much more flexibility in terms of making full use of that Hades.
And now Freeman is trigger Cheshire-Cat's ability and try to move the damage counter from Elsa to opponent's character. Hey, what happened? His face like...
Yeah, no, don't worry about it. I mean, I think there was a judge call because the boost was meant to be for the Cheshire Cat, but he accidentally put the card underneath.
Under Elsa,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, but I think both players seem to be just letting the judges, you know, do their job, right, in terms of making sure that the rulings are done properly, which is a little bit of, I guess, a it's a little bit of a relief to both players to have kind of a short break here.
But it's quite a long time from today's 8 a.m.
Yeah, I mean it's been a very long day. It's been a very long day. But yeah, so as the rulings are trying to be fixed here, they're trying to, I think, figure out what went wrong exactly. But you know what, guys? Dude, this DLC has been a really big success. You know, Tom.
Yeah.
I think having it here in Hong Kong, having it in this wonderful hotel, this wonderful venue, the Hopewell Hotel, right, has been really good experience for the event. And I'm so grateful to be here with you, man.
Yeah, I'm so grateful. Hong Kong has a chance to host this massive event, the continental massive event for inviting all competitive foreign players all around the world to Hong Kong and to play together. Looks like, for me, one of the very first few players from for Locanas here, I feel like it's like a fan meeting with those foreign famous players like DKP, Ed, or Lucas, or Tiago, or the players who won the Singapore DLC.
Yeah, that's right.
Earl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's how words cannot describe how I'm grateful for this event, and I feel it should be continued to for this game to keep hosting this mass event, to letting international players they could communicate with each other.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, just from these events, so there have been so many, I guess, nice meetings from players from abroad that that I've made so many new friends coming for both the Singapore DLC as well as the DLC that's happening here in Hong Kong. So
are you tired?
Yeah, I am a little bit tired, but I'm more excited to still be able to finish casting the different games. So right now there is a general rules check, I believe. So the head judge is just checking to see what's going on at this point in time. So once the ruling has been decided, we'll give you guys an update here on the stream. But for now, you get to see two beautiful faces on stream, I believe.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, will you be competing in Taiwan?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to Taiwan, and I've dated some place in Hong Kong, and we're planning to book ticket tonight after the event.
Well,
right.
there you go.
But right now, we have to focus on the final first.
Yeah,
and they are
of
waiting
course.
for me. They said, yeah.
Yeah, well, guys, if you haven't booked your tickets yet for the Taiwan DLC, it is happening on the 14th and the 15th of March. So be sure to get your tickets. The tickets are live. I believe the ticket you can purchase your tickets already, right?
Not yet.
Not
but-
yet. Soon.
but should have bought later. But more important is this time is best of 3, right?
Yeah, it is a best of 3 this time around.
Yeah, we have to play 2 days, not just 1 day.
Yeah, so if you're booking your tickets, come in on a Friday and then leave on a Monday if you're playing just for the competition. If not, you could spend some time in Taiwan. There's so many good things to eat in Taiwan.
Yeah.
It's the night markets.
Yeah, the sausage.
Oh, incredible, right?
The BBQ sausage, right?
Oh man, yeah, that thing hits the spot. I really miss.
Yeah.
I miss having Taiwanese food. I love
and bubble tea.
Oh, who can forget about boba, right?
Yeah, I've get fatter because of just keep drinking about bubble tea.
Worth it, man. Worth it.
Yeah.
Worth all the calories you can. So, guys, we hope to catch you guys at the Taiwan DLC, guys. It's going to be such a great event. I'm honestly excited. It's been a while since I was in Taiwan. I think the last time I was there was probably 4 years ago, maybe.
Oh, I went there. I
Around the same
visit
time?
there, each year. Every year.
Every year you go to Taiwan.
Yeah,
Well,
because
it's
I have
close, it's
family.
close for you.
Because I have members in Taiwan.
There we go. There we go.
I frequently visit there.
Yeah, look, I mean, this is going to be the 3rd Asian DLC that we've had ever, right? So it's always a great chance to be a part of the first, I guess, few Asian DLCs. And, I think the organizers have heard the feedback, thus bringing it to a BO3. And I think going into that tournament is going to be very, very interesting to see how players adapt, or if people are just going to be copying, quote-unquote, copying the meta, right? But also, something else to say is that for the DLC in Taiwan, it is going to be Winter Spell legal.
New meta already.
New meta, man.
Yeah.
So,
Lilo is the most famous card we are always discussing for. We never expected a thematic deck is going to create it. Because we used to play Locana with different characters from different themes. For example, sometimes in the before the rotation, you can see Maui. You can see Maui with Tamator. But at the same time, you can see be prepared will be placed in the red blue deck.
Yeah.
So, but this time, the new publish of Lilo makes me feel like, oh, we can finally build a deck with a thematic theme.
All right. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm excited to see what cards are on the field, and we'll be able to see what is happening in set 11. I think Winterspell introduces so many new cards, and I'm very, very excited to see how the meta is going to shape, whether we're going to see the rise of certain colors like Amber that we haven't seen in the meta for quite a while.
And I just received the information from the judges, and they said Freeman took the game loss already for this game because he made 3 general rules mistakes, and therefore this match he claimed a lose.
Okay, so I mean, look, that matchup was really rough, right? Because I think the game could have still gone either way. So taking the loss there Freeman must have felt that loss a little bit.
But in that match, he still can win the game.
Yeah, for sure. But I think when you have made rules like that already, there is it's 3 general rules mistakes, unfortunately. So that is going to be a game loss here at the top table. So yeah, that's not going to be super good, but I think both players are being very, very sporting and
just please forgive Freeman because he's just a newbie for the Locana.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think it's fine. I think if anything, they'll just learn from this mistake, right? And it is a world's invite that is on the line. But guess what? Now Freeman gets to start the game going first.
Yeah.
Right? And Blood Bowl Mirror going first makes a huge difference.
By sacrificing one match.
Hey,
right?
hey, it doesn't matter, man.
Yeah.
It's now a clean slate. Anything can happen.
Yeah.
Right now, we're going back to BO1, basically. We've reset the board. All right, so both players are going back into the mulligan right now. And I think with Freeman keeping 4 cards, looks like it's a pretty decent start for him. Anything can happen. And I just realized both players, one player is using purple sleeves, the other player is using blue sleeves. Together, we have a Blood Bowl.
Whoa, what an observation.
Right, I know. Groundbreaking observations happening here. But look, I think both players are, this is the final round. Everything comes down to this. The world's invite is at stake here. And you know, it's exciting to see how players from from Asia are just playing so well. And guys, so we will go straight into game number 3.
And so far we can see Freeman can ramp easily in the turn 2, and Razor he drews the cell and Tipo on his hand, and which means they can maintain their ramping speed easily. And Freeman goes first is quite crucial because he can take the active role during this mirror matchup.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, not having a 1-drop is definitely going to be hurting Freeman just a little bit. But
and 2 Iagos has already drew it.
Yeah. So I think look, Freeman is going to be pretty happy. Ramp on 2. Ramp is kind of the most important thing there. So Freeman playing the Tipo, inking the Hades is going to be completely okay. Now it is on to Rata. Rata has ramp, but it's trying to decide what is the best thing to ink here. Every inking decision makes a difference. It looks like he has a Tipo as well as the Celia Ezra C in his hand. So I'm actually quite surprised that he's eyeing anything else besides the one of the 2 ramp options. Because typically in this kind of scenario, you'd be ramping. You'd be using either Celia Ezra C or the Tipo and then using the other, right? So in this case, trying to match body to body, playing the Tipo when Freeman has played the Tipo already.
I think one of the most important top picks for the purple players is that the right moment you choose Cell or Tipo, and this is what I always learning, because not every time if you play Cell the Azurite Sea, which means you can draw 1 more card, you can pitch in your deck, but you use Tipo, which means you focusing on spreading the tempo, and I'm still learning from these competitive players on their decision on whether playing Tipo on turn 2 or Cell on turn 2.
I mean, look, we saw Tipo helping Fungus win the DLC Richmond, right? And we know the importance of having even just a 1 lower body on the field. So Tipo here, I think Rita has
claimed the victory.
Yeah, exactly. Tipo claimed the victory, man. You at that DLC, Tipo is no longer a growing boy; it's a grown boy, right? So yes, we see now Freeman dropping the Iago on 4. Oh my gosh, Hypnotic Strength actually on the side of Razor. Razor can actually potentially get rid of this Iago immediately when it's played. And we were talking about this tempo swing, right? Being able to do that, it's gonna be pretty rough for Freeman if Razor uses the Hypnotic Strength this turn. But if he does, Razor is being put in a slightly awkward position because he doesn't have an ink, I think, this turn. He draws magical maneuvers. I don't think he will want to ink that yet, but he may not have a choice. It looks like he's going to be eyeing the bell. I think inking the bell here is not the worst choice, right? Because you're going to be able to play the Elsa next turn to get rid of the Tipo, and then you can slowly start taking the game away from there.
But also Razor has the last great card. He used it, Hades, right?
Yep, that's right.
He's on his hand.
Yep, that's right.
Which means it allows him to use the magical maneuver to bounce the Hades back once again. And so I think he's now trying to set up a trap for Freeman that he pretend he's now not to he try to bait Freeman to play some big characters.
Yeah, I mean, like playing a big character here is definitely going to be um, a bait, I think, for Seth Freeman. Interestingly enough, plays the magical maneuvers right now. Opts to bounce the Basil and will use the Tipo to trade into the no. The Tipo will get banished here, doesn't get damaged because of the Basil support. Yeah, wow, that's a very early use of the magical maneuvers. Would have thought that he would have kept it for a slightly later part of the game, but yeah, I think opting to use it now means that the Tipo is running away free, I guess.
He is it worth to use magical maneuvers to?
I mean, he's just trying to get. I mean, he's just trying to get board control, I suppose. I mean, yeah, I'm not. That's a slightly questionable decision, but I think Razor definitely knows what he's doing. We've seen him make clean decisions throughout his games on stream today. So definitely having the future in mind with this magical maneuvers, I suppose.
Yeah, and Freeman has another. We can see, and there's another Iago seal on Razor's hand, and because Razor's showing he spent 2 actions already. I think he can play the Iago later or sooner.
Yeah, I mean that's a really early.
This is a very good information for Freeman because 2 actions has been used.
That's right. I mean that's a very early, like I said, use of magic maneuvers, especially if Freeman draws into another Iago, which we do see him having in his hand right now. Wow, inking the Demona here is gonna be interesting. I would kind of hold on to that. Yeah, it's it's super important for you to do that. I mean, I wouldn't mind inking the Hades here, looking for a deal. I mean, what's Hades gonna send to the bottom? The Tipo? Yeah, I mean, yeah, there we go. I think that is gonna be the better option in the long run, especially because Demona here makes or breaks this mirror, right? So inking the Demona is definitely gonna be hurting you. But Razor here drawing into the second Hades, absolutely gross here. You don't need to magical maneuver the Hades if you're gonna have 2 Hades naturally.
So Razor has now 4 inks, right? I think he's now probably thinking about how to spam his ram, how to ram his ink to reach the 7 inks until he can play the Hades.
Yep.
And since he's got 2 already, and I think he has to change his strategies on ramping inks.
Yeah, so we do see 4 ink going to be used for the Genie, which field draws him 1 more card, hoping to draw the card that he can ink. The ink runner here is not a bad card for him to ink. It is very useful in the mirror, but when you don't have a choice like this, when your hand is looking like this, inking the ink runner may be the only option.
Or Basil?
Yeah, Basil is not too bad as well. No,
he's designing.
Yeah, because I think if you ink the ink runner here, you can just tap it to play the Basil at this point in time, and then threaten the Genie, right? Because with your own Genie, you're able to kind of support your own Genie, and then use your Genie to challenge and banish Freeman's Genie, right? So Razor here, I think, very well caught out, really well spotted as well.
He's not setting up the trap.
No, he's not. Yeah, I mean this.
I mean, he's now preparing to banish.
Yeah, that's right. He's preparing to punish Freeman. He's like, hey, look, if you are gonna be questing with your Genie, I'm gonna punish that play immediately, right?
Even though you don't do that, I can use the Elser to exert you and to punish you.
Exactly. So I'm actually surprised. I mean, knowing that he has the Elsa in hand, I'm actually surprised that he quested the Tipo, because now Freeman is can banish the Tipo, and then he doesn't need to play the Elsa. I guess that's probably the only reason why he would do such a thing. But still, not too bad of a play. Every lore matters, right? So now Razor up in 2 lore right now.
But probably Freeman can use the Elsa first, because the 5th spirit is also showed on Freeman's hand.
Yeah, 5th spirit coming down here. Yeah, there's 5 ink there. So 5th spirit coming down exerts the Genie. Now Freeman gonna be able to use both the Genie as well as the Elsa to trade into that Genie, being running away scot-free basically.
Yeah, he took the active play first.
Yep.
And yes, Genie which fulfilled it is removed it from Razor's side, and Razor strategy is not working for the last turn.
Yeah.
And other reminder looks like.
Yeah, looking at inking the Iago actually. So now the turn should be passing back over to Razor. They're just confirming, I think, some rulings at this point in time. But yeah, after the confirmations,
yeah,
I think the game will continue on. But they just sorry, time has been called. Yeah, so time has been called right now. Yeah, so no, yeah, so that is. Okay, so yeah, there's no more countdown, but sorry, there is an unlimited count. Oh, it's plus 5 turns. Sorry, we're just getting information fresh from the judges team. There is plus 5 turns now, and we'll see. Yeah, how the game is going to be resolved at the end of the game.
And then the game turns to be a low pressure in games. We can see that they're trying to keep questing. Oh, T-Pro Greenson is now quested for lore, and we can see 5 turns later who's gonna to gain more lore, and Freeman, and obviously the tempo is now going to Rage's side, and Freeman has to think about how to stop Razor from questing, and but also he has to chasing back the for the law distance, for the law differences, and we can see that Into the Unknown is on Freeman's hand, and he could have to play Demona later for getting back the hand size. So let's see Freeman what he's gonna do. He first used a genie for removing the Elser into the Inkwell, which allows Freeman can gain the soul advantages on evasive battlefield. But also Freeman is going to play Demona to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, Demona here drawing Freeman 3 more cards. Not
Razor
getting any cards to Razor is very, very impeccable, right? He's very, very strong right now. Freeman decides to just ink 1 more card, and then it's just going to pass over back to Razor.
And for the Razor, he's now getting nervous and pressured, stressed because the board advantage is obviously moved to Freeman's side.
Yeah, but guys, keep in mind that this is only plus 5 turns, so that means that whoever has more lore at the end of these 5 turns is going to win. So Freeman here having more 2 quests on the board is likely, has a potential to kind of catch up in lore here, but Razor already has 4 ahead of him. So
but don't forget, Razor has 2 Hades on his hand.
Yeah, so being able to get rid of the Demonas here means that Freeman is actually on a timer. This game is going to go, the full duration is going to go all the way.
Yeah, and Razor is now thinking about which characters should he be removed it, because it's time. I think it's time to play the Hades right now.
Yeah, I mean, if not now, when, right? There's only 2 more turns, on 1 more turn on each player's side, or 2 more turns for Razor, and 1 more turn for Freeman. If you don't play it now, when are you going to play it? There is not much time left. There is not many turns left that you can drop this Hades. So
for if it were you, and which card are you going to
just
remove?
get rid of the Demona, man. That thing is a threat. It's able to do so much, but you're not wrong in getting rid of the genie as well. Anything that can quest for 2 needs to be absolutely well.
So he's now
destroyed.
using on the Demoner and keep questing with Basil and Tipo to slightly gain the lore, lead to lore advantages.
Yeah.
And only 2 turns left for Freeman.
Yeah, there's only 2 more
what can
turns.
he do
I don't
with
think
his hand? He's quite desperate.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is just now 6 lore is gonna be pretty significant lore advantages, especially when especially when the game ends, when whoever has more lore. So Razor's early quests have actually helped him bring back abundant dividends here. Razor gonna be very, very, very close. Freeman needs some sort of board control, needs some sort of way.
Not just these low drop characters.
No, all he's drawing is Rafiki's. All he's drawing are just the 1 drop. So there is not too many chances for him left to get back into the game. He has hypnotic strengths. He has the Junior Switcher guidebook. He has the Dumbo, but it's a little bit too late. We do see the Dumbos being played. We do see the Rafiki being played. But that's pretty much it. That is just going to be a pass from Freeman. Razor.
It looks like Freeman it's like giving up the game. You can see he's.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do, right? Reza here is
Nah, he's
just gonna
smiling.
quest out, and yeah, that is going to be brought all the way to 4. Yeah, there is gonna be 4 lore being gained from the side of Reza. Reza does, I think, pass, and I think that is going to be that final turn. So we're just waiting for confirmation from the judges to see if that is going to be the game. I believe it is so.
They
but
pulled
we
off
will...
the headphone already.
Yeah, there we go. So Razor has won the game due to time restrictions and has gotten all the way up to 10 lore because Razor was ahead in lore at the end of the 5 turns. He wins. So congratulations to Razor for winning the Hong Kong DLC. You have won yourself the world's invite.
Yeah.
The trophy. The trophy. The
And
golden
the uncut
Mickey.
sheet.
The uncut sheet, the enchanted full collection of enchanters and foils, the well, I could go on and on. So many cards and so many rewards that he has just gone home with.
Yeah. But for Freeman, he did very well because he started playing Lokana just a few weeks ago.
A week ago, I think that's what he said, right?
Yeah.
I mean, incredible showing from Freeman here, and congratulations for making it all the way to the finals in your first ever DLC.
Yeah.
To me, that is absolutely nutty.
Yeah, and I would be grateful if this is not kind of chance that we keep going in Hong Kong or in future any Asian district, and hopefully we can see you guys later.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get to meet you guys eventually, whether it's in Taiwan or maybe even in the Philippines later in the year. There are still 2 more Asian DLCs that you can that you can come down and participate in. If you guys ever do come to our regions, do drop us a message, and we'll be more than happy to host you and say hi. We're definitely not monsters. We don't bite.
Wait, but finally, my prediction is good, right? I predicted Blurple.
No, you didn't predict Blurple. What do you mean?
Because if not minority, then I would join the majority.
You changed your mind. It doesn't matter. You initially were talking about the Emerald Amethyst. You thought that was gonna win, but you know what? All of us were wrong, so it's fine. We're all on even footings, man.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, Brian, we'll go to Taiwan.
Yeah, we'll be in Taiwan. That's for sure.
As a player.
We'll see. I'm currently still deciding what to do, but we'll take.
Hopefully, I can meet you in the table.
Yeah, no, I'll definitely be there one way or another, my man. So we'll definitely. I'll catch you guys in Taiwan if you guys are there. Or if you guys are in Singapore, do drop me a message, and happy to bring you to some Lokana casuals happening in Singapore. And I'm pretty sure you'll do the same in Hong Kong, right?
And you can find us when we go to Taiwan.
Yeah.
So let's have some bubble tea together.
Yeah, that's for sure, man. All right, I mean, look, the Hong Kong DLC has been such a blast to cast. There've been so many. There's been a wide variety of games. We've seen decks like Amber Amethyst do extremely well. We've seen decks like Blurple, like Blue Green, I mean, there's so much variety in this meta right now. Looking forward into the future, looking at set 11, what are some of your predictions? No changing this time in terms of how the meta is going to be shaped up.
But there's huge change when the Winter Spell released next
Yeah,
week.
exactly. So what color do you think is going to be more predominant?
Yeah.
What colors do you think is going to do well next set?
I'm not going to tell you.
What? What do you say?
And which card we didn't say right now?
Look, these 5 cards we've seen happen throughout, appear so many times through the entire weekday, throughout the entire day today in the DLC. And, we've seen so much impact being done with the Demonas, with the Cinderellas, with the Cheshire Cats. There's just so many impactful plays that were made. But guys, we have with us the winner of the Hong Kong DLC here on the desk with us. Congratulations, Rita.
Yes, thank you.
Rita, yeah.
Congratulations. How do you feel winning the Hong Kong DLC?
It's amazing. I think it's amazing. I don't have this kind of peer experience. Yeah, I don't have Golden Mickey.
Well, now you do.
You do. This is the first Golden Mickey, but also with your new trophy.
Should you get a trophy?
You can get a trophy.
Oh.
奖杯.
Okay.
A cup. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, not only have you won the Golden Mickey, you've also won the trophy. You've gotten your world's invite.
Oh, I like it.
I've heard about in China, you're playing different meta, like Infinity, right?
Yeah.
And what makes you what effort did you make to follow the world matters?
Yeah, I joined the Suzhou DLC in the middle of the January, and only 2 weeks for me to use this blue purple deck. So thanks for Sijie Li. He's in Britain. He's my teacher. He told me a lot.
Okay.
And
you have
also,
a mentor.
Yeah, and also thanks for our team, Ferry Long in China, in Shanghai, because really I stay at very late in our to play this to practice. Yeah.
Well, look, your efforts have paid off. You have won the first ever Hong Kong DLC, so you can go back and celebrate with your team when you go back to China.
Yeah, of course.
And I think they're gonna be very happy to see a foreign DLC trophy in your shop.
Yeah, okay.
And I can see some tears already in your eyes, right?
Yeah.
It's so touching, right?
Hey, is there anyone that you want to shout out? Is there anyone that you want to thank on the stream?
你想跟谁说？加油，有一些想说的话。
Okay, Chinese.
If you want, up to you. We can translate.
感谢牌店的老板 Demo， 感谢最美的老板娘 Yuffie， and 感谢我的 roommate 室友 Rookie。Demo, Yuffie, and Rookie, and thanks my team members, and thanks all of you, thanks to my girlfriends.
Oh,
yeah. And he just say thank you for a few customers, bosses, Demon, Yuffie, and Roki, and his teammate Rookie. Yeah, they gave him a huge support for the whole time and letting him to claim this trophy.
Yeah, but anyways, congratulations. I hope to see you at Disney Colorado Worlds.
Yeah.
And congratulations for securing your spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the play he plays against the Emerald Sapphire Detective character is very crucial, and it's a very good tutorial for players to learn how to deal with the control decks with Brutal.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, thank you so much, guys, for joining us. We will catch you guys in the next DLC. Thanks so much for sticking towards the end, and we'll see you guys next time.
Okay, see you, Taiwan.